Are you implying that this is, indeed, a realm of immortals? Wu Dalyong's voice pierced through the stillness like a stone cast into stagnant waters, each word steeped in an absurd chill. Why deceive me? The wind swept through the entrance of Wushan village, not stirring the valiant spirits of heroes, but rather lifting the litter of feathers and the muffled groans of despair. The woman, who claimed to be the master of the Fumei sect and had taught him the bone transformation palm, was currently trapped under Wu Dalyong's arm, crying out incessantly. The village's eastern teacher, a middle-aged man who boasted of being the master of the heavenly mechanism pavilion, found himself grasped by the collar, his face turning an alarming shade of purple. The old village chief, who fancied himself the retired leader of the martial arts world, was also now pinned to the ground by Wu Dalyong, his face contorted in anguish. You little brat, let us go first. We can discuss this reasonably. The martial arts leader? The Fumei master? The esteemed figure of the Kongdong sect? Wu Dalyong staggered back, releasing them as his gaze swept across the entirety of Wushan village. 16 years. A full 16 years. He, Wu Dalyong, a traveler from another realm, had been raised by this unassuming village. At the tender age of 6, the village chief had informed him that this place was a hidden paradise where martial arts masters sought refuge, weary of the conflicts of the world. To ensure he would elevate the name of Wushan village, the entire village had generously imparted their unparalleled martial arts skills to him. He believed himself to be living in a secluded utopia of martial prowess, convinced he was a once-in-a-century prodigy of martial arts. Today, as he turned 16 and completed the coming-of-age ceremony, village customs dictated that if he could defeat all the elders, he would be permitted to embark on adventures in the world of martial arts. In a mere second, just a fleeting second, every elder who had taught him even a single technique now lay sprawled upon the ground, one by one. Lies, all fabricated deceptions. Dalyong, we did not intend to deceive you. It was all for your own good. A man, leaning on a hoe and identified by Wu Dalyong as the local beggar sect leader, trembled as he cried out. For my own good? Wu Dalyong laughed, the sound laced with a chilling absurdity, to fabricate a world of martial arts, allowing me to train foolishly for a decade, because this world is not the martial realm you envision. The old village chief struggled to prop himself up, tears streaming down his face. There are immortals here, man-eating immortals. Do you remember Uncle Nanshan's family? They merely went to the mountains to gather herbs, and were spotted by passing immortals. The entire family of 3 was taken away to be turned into elixirs, leaving not even a bone fragment. Wu Dalyong gazed at the terror etched upon the faces of his fellow villagers. It was not a fade, but a profound dread rooted deep within their very marrow. An absolute fear of an unknown entity. We have done all this to protect you, to prevent you from being captured and turned into medicine. Is this how you repay us? Aunt Wang finally regained her composure, rubbing her bruised face as she lamented. 16 years ago, they had found him, an infant swaddled in a storm-soaked mountain path. The village was poor, and no one could afford to nurture idlers. They named him Wu Dalang, a name that embodies the simple hopes of the mountain folk, with Wu as his surname and Dalang denoting a grand presence. Ever since he learned to speak, he displayed a wisdom far beyond that of ordinary children. At the age of 3, he constructed the village's first vegetable greenhouse using bamboo and mud, enabling the community to enjoy fresh greens even in winter. By 4, he drafted blueprints that led the blacksmith to forge a water wheel capable of irrigating fields with stream water. At 5, he innovated grafted fruit trees, ice making with nitrate, and an automatic loom. This child, taken in by the village, became a treasure gem of Wu Shin village. A turning point arrived when he turned 6. After listening to the village elders recount tales of celestial beings, he became utterly entranced, incessantly muttering about descending the mountain in search of immortal encounters and wisdom. The villagers were alarmed. They understood better than anyone the perils of the outside world. The tragic fate of Uncle Nanshan's family was merely the tip of the iceberg. They could not allow Wu Dalang to march toward his own demise. Thus, the village chief convened a gathering, an assembly that he later deemed absurd. After a day and night of deliberation, The chief thumped his thigh and devised a plan that would influence Wu Dalong for the next decade. Deceive him. We must keep him ignorant of the immortal realm and claim that we are all retired masters of the martial world. If he wishes to learn martial arts, we shall teach him. Lacking authentic techniques, we shall fabricate them. The chief transformed himself into a reclusive martial alliance leader, while Aunt Lu became the disheartened head of the Amei sect. The village teacher assumed the role of the enlightened master of the Tianji sect. The blacksmith became the lord of the now quiet Shunbing mountain manor, and the butcher the master of the Bloodblade sect who had laid down his knife. The entire village gathered together, embodying the hidden masters of 18 renowned sections. They began to concoct martial arts techniques tailored for Wu Dalong. Techniques such as the puppet flower acupoint strike, iron sand palm, and gold bell shield, along with other fanciful creations like the bone splitting technique and great relocation. All were products of the villagers' imagination, inspired by the tales Wu Dalong had shared. They believed these fabrications would suffice to placate him for a few years until he grew up and understood the truth. Yet, none anticipated that Wu Dalong would master them all to a degree that was beyond their comprehension. By the age of 7, he utilized the puppet flower acupoint strike to immobilize a ferocious tiger that had charged into the village. At 8, he could pulverize a century-old boulder at the village entrance with his iron sand palm. By 10, to test the gold bell shield, he allowed the sharpest blade in the village to cleave his flesh, leaving merely a white mark. The villagers transitioned from initial astonishment to a predicament they could not escape. The snowball of deceit grew larger, and they dared not reveal the truth. Wu Dalong's martial prowess transcended their understanding, and they feared that this youth, whom they had deceived for a decade, might, in a fit of rage, reduce their entire village to ruins. Thus, the martial world was an illusion. The rivers and lakes were a facade, and the martial arts were mere fabrications. Wu Dalong sat slumped on the ground, his eyes vacant, his face ashen, resembling a fish that had lost its dreams. For the sake of wielding the sword across the horizon, for the unification of the martial realm, he slept later than a dog and rose earlier than a rooster, dedicating a full decade to the relentless pursuit of unparalleled martial arts. Yet in an instant, 10 years of dreams in the realm of chivalry shattered like a fleeting illusion. The villagers surrounding him observed his despondent countenance, feeling both pity and trepidation. And for a moment, none dared to approach. The air hung heavy with silence. No, something was amiss. Wu Dalong's vacant gaze suddenly sharpened. He slowly lowered his head, casting his eyes upon his own hands. The powerful internal energy surging within him was undeniably real. This was peculiar. How could a charlatan produce such a masterful warrior? A group of illiterates, barely able to recognize their own letters. How could they concoct a genuine method for cultivating internal power, a supreme martial philosophy? Pray tell, how could you ordinary folk fabricate such exalted techniques? Scoundrel, do you not possess a shred of conscience? You are nurtured by us through thick and thin. Is this how you repay us? Cried Uncle Wulin, who had just endured the agonizing grip of the bone-dispersing hand. Aunt Wong, her waist as thick as a water barrel, joined in, raising her voice indeed. You were raised on my milk. Without it, you would have perished long ago. Bang! Before she could finish her sentence, Wu Dalong executed a swift spinning kick, sending her crashing to the ground. Where did you acquire your star-absorbing technique? The villagers wailed and begged for mercy, the scene descending into chaos once more. Enough! The old village chief shouted, silencing the cries. Trembling, he approached Wu Dalong, his face etched with helplessness and bitterness. Dalong, let her go. Wu Dalong's gaze shifted to the old chief. Those techniques. It is possible that the internal cultivation method you practiced, Wu Jigong, may have been passed down from our ancestors. The chief's tone was as fragile as willow fluff in the wind. We ourselves did not realize it was a celestial art. We merely thought it was a set of exercises for health, and we shared it with you. Possible? Wu Dalong pondered the word, his eyes growing colder. Show me the original of this possible. The villagers understood that they could no longer conceal the truth. After exchanging glances, they awkwardly lowered their heads to stare at their toes. The old chief was at his wit's end. He understood that if he did not provide an explanation today, the matter would not be resolved. With a flushed face, the old chief pointed toward the villagers who were watching from a distance. Go and retrieve the village's sacred artifact from the ancestral hall. The sacred artifact? The villagers exchanged bewildered glances. Ahem, it is that dark and unremarkable artifact. The old chief clarified. The villagers quickly comprehended, realizing that it was merely the altar board used in the ancestral hall. Moments later, 7 or 8 burly men laboriously carried a dark circular disc and, with a loud thud, dropped it to the ground. The disc measured approximately half a meter in diameter and was 10 centimeters thick, enveloped in darkness, as if it could devour all light. Wu Dalang's gaze was firmly ensnared by the obsidian disc. He reached out to touch it. Its surface was uneven, riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. Most striking were the 6 deep fissures that nearly pierced the entire disc. He raised his head, fixing his gaze intently upon the old village chief. What connection does this thing have with the martial arts I have practiced? Chapter 2. The Divine Eye of Treasure Appraisal. The old village chief hastily pointed to the black wooden board, urging, look closely at the back. The incantations are inscribed there. Wu Dalang, initially skeptical, attempted to move the circular disc but found it immovable. Summoning his strength, he flipped the board over. Goodness, what material is this? It weighs over 1,000 pounds. No wonder it took several people to carry it here. He was astonished as he raised his hand to knock on its surface, producing a dull thud. Judging by the sound, it appeared to be wooden. A piece of wood weighing 1,000 pounds. Could it truly be a celestial artifact? Wu Daoyang's eyes glimmered with anticipation. In the ancestral hall of Wushan village, only the village chief and a few venerable elders were permitted to enter at designated times. All others were strictly prohibited. Wu Daoyang had always been curious about this restriction. However, as a member of the village, he had refrained from breaking the rules to investigate, never imagining that such a treasure lay hidden within. Grandfather, where's the mental cultivation method you mentioned? Upon hearing the term grandfather instead of old rascal, the village chief felt a wave of comfort and replied, Daoyang, do not block the light. Examine the back of the celestial artifact closely. Wu Daoyang shifted his position, allowing sunlight to illuminate the dark surface of the board, revealing rows of raised characters. The characters, the old chief explained, are from an ancient script. As stated by our teacher, Wu Hong, the exact era remains unknown. Wu Daoyang scrutinized the inscriptions, managing to decipher them. They were indeed the inner cultivation formulas he had practiced. However, due to 6 cracks running through both sides, about 1/5 of the characters were missing. He felt fortunate to be a martial arts prodigy, having practiced this incomplete method for so long without succumbing to madness. Yet, a troubling thought crossed his mind. Where in the realm of immortality could such an internal cultivation method originate? Wu Daoyang's expression darkened. Perhaps it was not a true mental method, but merely a stroke of luck that had allowed him to cultivate inner strength by sheer chance. He then discreetly blinked his left eye, a dazzling light flashing across it as he gazed at the black circular disc once more. Instantly, a scene entirely different from before unfolded in his vision. This ability had accompanied him since he arrived in this world. His left eye could perceive what others could not. He referred to this eye as the divine eye, which was his greatest secret. In that moment, the world within his left eye transformed all objects into linear forms, shimmering with various hues, white, green. It resembled thermal imaging from his past life, but revealed even more, offering greater clarity. Furthermore, it could penetrate all obstacles. He could see clearly even 20 meters underground, yet the objects appeared only as lines and colors, devoid of their intrinsic shapes. Currently, he did not comprehend what these colors represented. He only knew that in his divine eye, nothing could hide. However, the circular board before him was different. It retained its natural colors and had not been rendered into lines. This phenomenon was new to him. Why has this eye suddenly become ineffective? Wu Daoyang rubbed his eyes and looked again, yet the colors and shapes remained unchanged. He glanced at the old village chief and the villagers standing beside him. All had transformed into mere outlines, appearing entirely white. It was not that his vision had failed him. Rather, this object was extraordinarily peculiar. Even my divine sight cannot penetrate it. Perhaps it truly is some celestial artifact. With this thought, A grin spread across Wu Daoyang's face. Seeing his anger dissipate, the old village chief stroked his beard and smiled warmly. Daoyang, this is the only celestial artifact of our village, and today is your momentous day. This celestial artifact was our gift to you for your coming of age. The surrounding villagers gathered closer, their faces beaming with affection. Daoyang, from now on, we shall rely on you to bring honor to our clan. Indeed, you have always been exceptional. It is evident that you are destined for cultivation. This celestial artifact is meant solely for you, surely a blessing from our ancestors. Wu Daoyang's lips twitched as he surveyed the crowd of villagers, their faces creased with joy, and inwardly cursed them. So, you deceived me into training in martial arts, only to present me with this worthless black disc? Fortunately, after examining it with my divine sight, I confirmed it to be an extraordinary treasure, so I refrained from further protests. After all, these people had raised him, and he could not simply disregard them and sever ties. However, this thing was cumbersome to carry. Wu Daoyang glanced at the wooden table beneath it, momentarily perplexed. Now that he had realized this was a realm of cultivation, he certainly wished to pursue his dreams. Carrying this celestial artifact down the mountain would be akin to inviting disaster. Was he courting death? In novels, treasures are often bonded to their masters by blood. Without hesitation, Wu Daoyang drew the short blade from his waist. The villagers gasped in alarm, hastily retreating while shouting, "Daoyang, remain calm. We are like your parents." Wu Daoyang cast him a sidelong glance and swiftly slashed at his arm. Clang! Sparks flew, yet there was not even a scratch on his skin. The villagers breathed a collective sigh of relief. "Oh, I forgot. My golden bell shield has reached perfection, impervious to blades and arrows," Wu Daoyang muttered, gradually relaxing his stance. Just then, the black disc on the ground began to vibrate with a sudden hum, instantly captivating everyone's attention. Wu Daoyang paused his actions, intrigued, and moved closer. The elders, too, leaned in with curiosity, fixated on the trembling disc. "What is happening?" one asked. "I have no idea," replied the old village chief, stroking his beard and shaking his head. "This black disc has been in the ancestral hall since the founding of Wu God Village. Its existence predates even the family genealogy, which is over 1,000 years old. This phenomenon is unprecedented. Could it be that a rat has gotten inside? It is inconceivable. This object is remarkably sturdy. Not even a mouse could breach it, let alone a guillotine." As Wu Daoyang listened to their discussions, he extended his hand, and the moment he made contact with the disc, bang, the disc emitted a muffled sound and vanished without a trace. The surrounding villagers rubbed their eyes and looked again. Where had the village's mystical artifact gone? People began to glance around, searching intently. Wu Daoyang was equally astonished. Just as he was about to inquire further, a sudden sharp pain pierced his mind. He quickly examined the situation and discovered that the disc had embedded itself within his brain. Panic surged within him as he attempted to expel it forcefully with his internal energy, yet despite unleashing all his power, the disc remained unmoved. What on earth is this thing? Wu Daoyang concentrated carefully. Fortunately, the object merely lay quietly within his mind, exhibiting no further movement. He had heard numerous bizarre tales in the village, where some soul treasures, upon recognizing their master, would enter the sea of consciousness. Could it be that this is a genuine celestial artifact? With this thought, Wu Daoyang exhaled in relief. Then, discreetly scanning the area, he noticed that the villagers were still searching. He hastily spoke up, "Everyone, do not panic. This is likely a malevolent object. Such entities cannot withstand sunlight, and it must have been vanquished by the light." Malevolent object? The villagers' expressions changed dramatically. They had heard plenty of Wu Daoyang's tales about malevolent entities and zombies. This disc had lain in the ancestral hall for at least a millennium without sunlight. Now, having basked in the sun for just a brief moment, it had disappeared. Could it truly be a malevolent object? Observing that the crowd was nearly convinced, Wu Daoyang continued, "Malevolence breeds more malevolence. Grandpa, you must swiftly remove everything from the ancestral hall and let it bask in the sun to dispel the evil." Upon hearing this, the old village chief initially intended to nod in agreement, but upon noticing Wu Daoyang's fervent gaze, suddenly realized the implications. Over the years, he had often employed various arguments to suggest that something was amiss in the ancestral hall, and he had harbored thoughts about it. Almost fell for his trick. The exorcism would have to wait until next year. The village could only hold a ceremony once a year, and even if it were a den of evil, they could not break this tradition. After careful consideration, several village elders nodded in agreement. Indeed, Wu Daoyang's eyelids twitched. The village indeed adhered to this peculiar custom. It was said that breaking it would bring calamity upon the village. They had upheld it for generations, and thus, the Wu God village had remained safe for at least a millennium. He knew that today he would likely miss the opportunity to explore the ancestral hall. After all, he could not risk the lives of the entire village. He would have to wait until his divine vision could encompass the entire hall before attempting to investigate again. Suddenly, Wu Daliang looked at the crowd, his gaze sharp. Quickly, bring out the original manuscripts of the other mental methods for me. Chapter 3. The destruction of 1,000 mountains. What are you standing there for? Hurry up. The old village chief barked, his beard bristling with indignation. Wu Daliang, grinning widely, proceeded to release the pressure points of those who had been immobilized. They exchanged awkward glances and soon scattered like startled birds. Moments later, a group appeared, some cradling, others shouldering various pots and pans, creating a chaotic heap on the ground. Is there perhaps a secret script inscribed here? Wu Daliang pondered aloud as he approached a large black pot and gave it a light tap. Indeed, the mantra for the golden bell shield that your uncle imparted to you is etched on the underside of this pot, albeit obscured by a layer of black soot, explained Wu Da, the monk of the Shaolin sect, his demeanor unflappable. Wu Daliang turned the iron pot upside down and felt the uneven contours of ancient characters beneath his fingers. Great. Another fabricated technique, he muttered under his breath. Wu Da averted his gaze, unwilling to meet Wu Daliang's eyes. In truth, they were at a loss. A band of simple farmers could hardly grasp the intricacies of martial arts or the philosophies of sections. All these notions had stemmed from the tales spun by Wu Daliang himself. Initially, fearing their concocted techniques would be exposed, they racked their brains until they suddenly recalled the old relics in their homes, each inscribed with incomprehensible ancient scripts. The obscurity is perfect, one exclaimed. This could easily pass for a martial mantra. They then conferred and enlisted the village's schoolmaster, Wu Hong, to assist with the translation, subsequently plucking a name from Wu Daliang's stories to bestow upon him. Their intention was merely to placate him, to deter his restless spirit from venturing down the mountain. Yet, who could have anticipated that this young lad would actually master it? Wu Daliang approached the guillotine, leaning in to inspect it. The guillotine, a shadowy gray, towered nearly as high as a person and measured about 20 centimeters in width. Its blade gleamed with a chilling light, faintly tinged with a greenish hue. Were it not for the circular hole at the top, affixed with a wooden stake, and the handle as thick as a forearm, one might mistake it for an enormous iron ruler. Originally, this guillotine was wielded by the village butcher for cutting fodder and chopping bones, and now, remnants of blood lingered on its edge. It was the sharpest and sturdiest blade in the village, truly indomitable. Wu Daliang had once used it to chop through iron as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. He had long coveted this blade, frequently attempting to persuade the butcher to part with it, envisioning it transformed into a legendary sword for his adventures in the martial world. However, the butcher steadfastly refused, eventually hiding it away in fear of theft. Today, he finally achieved his desire. As Wu Daliang's fingertips brushed over the blade, tracing the symbolic ancient characters, he clenched his fingers and suddenly hoisted the guillotine. Whoosh whoosh. With a single hand, he swung the blade repeatedly, the whistle of the blade's wind causing the elders nearby to retreat in alarm. Daliang, take it easy. This is not a toy. The old village chief stumbled back, his white beard bristling in shock. This blade must weigh over 500 pounds. Wu Daliang hefted the guillotine, its weight and balance satisfying him immensely. The only downside was its rather rustic appearance. He contemplated in silence, thinking that in the future, he would need to give it a more imposing appearance. Subsequently, he activated his divine sight, scanning the guillotine in his hand, glancing at the various pots and bowls, as well as a piece of calligraphy brought over by the teacher. In his eyes, these items were all distinctly manifested in orange lines, although he was uncertain what quality the color orange represented. Most of the orange objects he could see in the village were present here. As for whether the villagers had any hidden away, Wu Dalang could hardly be bothered to investigate, for even if those orange items were treasures, he could not carry them all away. Being able to take these 18 was already his limit. The elders around him watched Wu Dalang joyfully gather the items on the ground, a sense of reluctance gradually surfacing in their eyes. Some of the ants and older women silently shed tears. They understood that this child, who had grown from a helpless infant to a young man capable of single-handedly turning the village upside down, was likely to depart from the mountain today. 16 years had passed, 16 years of nurturing. He had been raised by the entire village, each person contributing to his upbringing. Though he was often mischievous, he was also kind-hearted and righteous, helping elderly in the fields, fetching water, and chopping wood for Granny Wong, and always being the first to lend a hand when trouble arose. He was not anyone's son, yet he was cherished as if he were the beloved son of all. Now, witnessing his imminent departure, how could they not feel sorrow? Dalang, do reconsider. The world below is vastly different from our village, the teacher Wu Hong said with concern in his eyes. Aunt Lu was weeping profusely, continuously wiping her tears. Indeed, our Wulin village is isolated. The world outside is not the chivalrous realm of your stories, where immortals kill for treasures and capture people for alchemy. Dalang. Aunt Zhang wiped her tears, her rough hands tightly clutching his sleeve. In past years, there have been others like you who ventured out, yet none have returned alive. Most met misfortune the moment they descended the mountain. Please reconsider. Yes, you have grown up in our village, unaware of the malice in the hearts of men. Those out there are cunning. How can you contend with them? If you face injustice and suffering, who will help you seek redress? The aunts and older women chimed in, their words imbued with heartfelt concern. The uncles and grandfathers, though not stepping forward to persuade him, had eyes reddened by tears. Wu Dalang stifled a laugh and said, "Dear uncles, aunts, and grandfathers, do not worry. I am Wu Dalang, raised on the kindness of all. Should anyone dare to bully me, I will use the martial skills taught by our village to make them regret it." He patted his chest, his voice trembling slightly. "Once I make a name for myself down the mountain, I will surely return with the finest wine to honor you all." Upon hearing this, the aunts and older women wept even more intensely. The old village chief, with his murky eyes glistening, stepped forward and patted his shoulder, saying, "Dalang, we know you have awaited this day for a full decade. We shall cease our pleas. However, one must remember that the world outside is not the chivalrous realm of your imagination. It is a place that devours without hesitation. The glimmer of blades may not reveal righteousness, yet the human heart can be far more venomous than the fiercest beast." As he spoke, he trembled as he retrieved a yellowing cloth pouch from his bosom, extracting a booklet and a jade pendant, which he pressed into Wu Dalang's hands. "This is a list of those who have left our Wushan village throughout history. We cannot ascertain whether they still breathe. However, should any remain alive and prospering, do not hesitate to reach out. They may provide assistance in your times of need. This jade pendant serves as our village's token. Any descendant of our clan will be compelled to meet your requests. Rest assured." Wu Dalang lowered his gaze to the booklet, densely inscribed with the names of over 100 individuals. The three most recent names belonged to Uncle Nan and the silent and unrepentant, who had ventured forth a decade prior. The oldest entries dated back a millennium, with many lacking a recorded time, yet the script evidently surpassed 1,000 years. He then examined the jade pendant, which was purple and bore a unique symbol on both sides, one he did not recognize despite his scrutiny. The token of Wushan Village embodies the faith and customs of the clan. Encountering this artifact is akin to meeting our ancestors, and every member must adhere to its significance. Having heard tales of the terrors beyond, Wu Dalang felt uncertain about the living status of those listed. Nevertheless, if they are alive, he would inquire about warmth. If they are deceased, he would return their remains to ensure they rest in their homeland. Wu Dalang tucked away the two items and scanned the familiar faces of elders who had once called him a little rascal. With a heavy heart, he knelt before them. Dear uncles and aunts, grandfathers, I am grateful for your nurturing over the years. Forgive me, your unfilial son, for I cannot continue to remain by your side. Yet, I shall forever cherish your kindness and strive to forge my path below the mountain, promising to return and care for you in your twilight years. With 3 resounding knocks of his head upon the ground, he rose and, facing the village entrance, strode forth without looking back. The villagers could no longer contain their tears, which flowed freely. Just as Wu Dalong's figure vanished beneath the old locust tree at the village's edge, the butcher, Wu Tufu, suddenly smacked his thigh in alarm. Oh no! I sharpened the guillotine again and forgot to inform him. The collective sobs ceased abruptly. Teacher Wu Hung, trembling, reached into his bosom. Wait, my painting. The immortal's inquiry has something written on the back. Oh no! Exclaimed the old village chief, his beard quivering, drawing the attention of all. I forgot to tell that little rascal to wash his hands after touching that disc. Chapter 4. The initial encounter with the celestial being beneath the blazing sun. The earth was scorched as if it were a red-hot iron plate, with even the air distorting into waves of heat. In the distance, the mountains wavered in the shimmering heat, while the forests and the valleys drooped listlessly. Even the cicadas seemed to chirp lethargically. Suddenly, a disheveled youth, resembling a wild man, burst forth from the thicket. He approached a small river, removed the pots and pans that hung from him, and tossed them onto the ground. 3 months. A full 3 months. I have finally emerged from this great mountain. Wu Dalong let out a long howl and plunged into the river. He had long known that Wushan village was isolated from the world, nestled deep within the mountains, yet he had not anticipated its profound depth. Relying on his unparalleled internal strength and the lightness technique imparted by Uncle Wufu, he could leap 500 zhong, his agility reaching an extraordinary pinnacle. Yet, even with such prowess and swiftness, it had taken him a full 3 months to make his way out. The vastness of the deep mountains was beyond his comprehension. It was no wonder that those who had ventured from Wushan village had never returned. It was likely that most perished at the jaws of ferocious beasts before even making it out. After soaking for an entire hour, washing away the fatigue of 3 months, he donned a new outfit of light blue, a gift secretly given to him by Widow Li from next door, which he had hesitated to wear until now. To his surprise, he looked quite handsome. Wu Dalong gazed at his reflection in the water, admiring the sturdy figure, striking complexion, and charming demeanor of the youth before him. Indulging in a moment of self-admiration, he then slung his scythe over his shoulder, reattached the pots and pans, and turned to face the road ahead, grinning widely. The realm of immortality, here I come. No sooner had his voice faded than he furrowed his brow, sensing a presence of blood. His body moved instinctively as he ducked into the grass, raising his alertness and scanning his surroundings. Within a radius of 300 zhong, there was nothing amiss, save for a few wild rabbits digging at roots. He inhaled deeply and discerned that the scent of blood emanated from the end of the road. The villagers had spoken true. This realm of immortality was indeed perilous. Having practiced the medical arts taught by the village doctor, the true scripture of Gigu, his senses had reached an extraordinary level. At this moment, he could distinctly feel that the blood came from humans, and not just one, but the essence of hundreds intertwined. Judging by the viscosity and freshness of the blood, it was evident that these individuals had perished, and their deaths occurred within the last half hour. Should I go take a look? His mind hesitated, but his legs moved uncontrollably. After all, having spent 16 years in the mountains, how could he resist the allure of new experiences? At this moment, 10 miles ahead, a stretch of road several hundred meters long was obstructed by overturned carts, with lifeless bodies sprawled haphazardly around them. Blood had stained the entire road red, forming a stream. The bodies could be categorized into 2 factions. Some wore various garments, yet all bore the character on their chests. The other faction had the character, but they appeared to be the larger group of the deceased. Bang! 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 Suddenly, a group of figures emerged from the depths of the forest. At the forefront was an elderly swordsman, valiantly fending off the pursuers behind him while protecting a stunningly beautiful maiden as they fled. The girl, clad in a pristine white robe, had been torn in several places by thorns, revealing her skin as pure as snow. Her features were exquisite, resembling a work of art. Her brows arched like distant mountains shrouded in mist, and her eyes shimmered like autumn waters, adding an air of vulnerability to her panic. Her cherry lips parted slightly from rapid breaths, and a strand of hair clung to her damp temple, reminiscent of an ethereal being escaping from an ink-wash painting. Uncle Xie, you must escape first. Do not concern yourself with me. The enchanting maiden, Xia Ningxue, called out to the elder by her side, then swiftly unleashed a blade of light towards the black-clad pursuers. Bang! The strike was effortlessly neutralized by a burly man with a full beard. Indeed, a genius ranked among the top 3 in Luoxia City. Even with merely 6 levels of qi refinement, you can slay so many of our brothers. Uncle Xie coughed up blood, but shielded Xia Ningxue behind him, confronting the bearded man. Our Xia family has no grievances with your Black Crow Mountain. Why do you rob our spiritual rice? No grievances? The bearded man scoffed. Do you not realize that Black Crow Mountain is notorious for being bandits? Do bandits need a motive of hatred to kill and plunder? This statement left Uncle Xie speechless. Do not feign ignorance. Speak. Who instructed you to rob our Xia family's spiritual rice? Black Crow Mountain was infamously known as the ruthless bandits of Luoxia City, primarily preying on travelers and merchants alike. The Xia family, being one of the foremost clans in the city, had businesses spanning thousands of miles. And for the sake of peace in their dealings, they had been paying protection fees to Black Crow Mountain annually for over 20 years. This time, the Xia family had exhausted their resources to procure 100,000 pounds of spiritual rice. Yet, inexplicably, upon reaching this point, they encountered the men from Black Crow Mountain, who, without uttering a word, resorted to killing and looting. They offered no room for negotiation, and after slaughtering, they left a contingent to pursue them relentlessly. In previous years, even when transporting spiritual rice, they would typically pass by after paying a toll. However, this time, the situation was evidently amiss. You simply have poor luck. Our tastes at Black Crow Mountain have become more refined, and we intend to feast on spiritual rice from now on, the bearded man replied, his gaze lingering on Xia Ningxue's curvaceous form, his throat swallowing hard. Moreover, our chief intends to take a concubine and has yet to find a suitable candidate. Today, it seems he has found one. Laughter erupted among the dozen or so bandits behind him, brandishing their weapons with glee. Xia Ningxue's complexion drained of color. Black Crow Mountain had held dominion over the outskirts of Luoxia City for centuries, their infamy well known. Countless virtuous women had fallen victim to their vile hands. Those who caught their attention either faced abduction and humiliation to death or were left as corpses upon the wilderness, with not a single bone left to recover. Miss, you must go first. Uncle Xie pushed Xia Ningxue forward and charged forward with his sword drawn. Uncle Xie. Xia Ningxue's eyes brimmed with tears. She was acutely aware that, given their combined prowess, escape was no longer an option. Should she fall into the clutches of the Black Crow Mountain, the Xia family would undoubtedly react. Yet if they possessed the strength to confront the centuries-old tyranny of the Black Crow Mountain, they would not have endured subjugation for so long. Miss, you must flee. Uncle Xie, drenched in blood, wielded his sword fiercely, desperately blocking the bandits that approached within mere meters. Xianing Shuang stepped forward, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. As she ran, she drew a dagger, a final gift prepared for her last moment. However, just as she had taken a few steps, Uncle Xie fell heavily at her feet, leaving a trail of blood behind. Uncle Xie, Mississippi. Uncle Xie struggled to rise, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not stand. With a dozen bandits of considerable strength, it took only a few swift movements for them to close in, surrounding the two of them completely. Run, little girl. Why have you stopped? The bandit with a scruffy beard licked his crimson lips, inching closer to Xia Ningxuang. Don't come any closer. Xia Ningxuang brandished her dagger, pressing it against her delicate neck. Oh, still a fiery maiden, are we? The bearded bandit disregarded her warning, advancing step by step. Xia Ningxuang retreated, the dagger piercing in her skin, blood trickling down her arm. Just as she prepared to end her own life, a sudden voice pierced through the tension. Immortal! 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 The unexpected shout startled everyone, causing them to turn their heads in unison. There stood an exuberant youth, carrying a 2-meter-long guillotine on his back, from which dangled a large bundle, tied with a massive black pot. Hanging from one side was a teapot, while a urinal dangled from the other. He rushed over in leaps and bounds, throwing his arms around the bearded bandit. Immortal, immortal, I beseech you, take me as your disciple. The crowd gradually emerged from their stupor. The bearded man took a step back, realizing that Wu Daliang exuded no aura of vitality, merely an ordinary mortal. He immediately expressed his impatience. "Who are you, kid?" With a respectful bow, Wu Daliang introduced himself. "I am Wu Daliang, having journeyed for over 3 months. Just descended from the mountains, seeking guidance from the immortal. I hope the immortal will grant me your favor." "Ah, I see." The crowd scrutinized Wu Daliang from head to toe, noticing that he was clad in mundane items, which instantly drained their interest. "Get lost," the bearded man shouted, turning to face the upright Xiaoning Shuang. In a swift motion, Wu Daliang pulled him back, pleading, "Immortal, I have long yearned for the path of immortality. I implore you to accept me as your disciple, granting me a chance for destiny. I assure you, I shall not disappoint you." The bearded man was taken aback. He had already discerned that Wu Daliang was just an ordinary man. However, when Wu Daliang reached out to him, he had not sensed it at all, nor had he been able to resist in time. It is worth noting that he was a master of qi refinement. And how could an ordinary person's speed elude his perception? Xiaoning Shuang's gaze fell upon Wu Daliang. Initially, she had thought him a passing hero, but he turned out to be merely a mortal emerging from the mountains. The flicker of hope in her heart was extinguished once more, and she tightened her grip on the dagger in her hand. Uncle Xie, who had been struggling for breath, slowly closed his eyes, succumbing to unconsciousness. Seeking death. A young bandit, perceiving Wu Daliang's audacity, raised his sword and struck. "Be careful," Xiaoning Shuang warned, unable to bear the sight and closing her eyes. In the next moment, the crowd stood frozen in astonishment. For Wu Daliang, without even a glance, merely extended 2 fingers to catch the descending sword. "My friend, grant me another minute," Wu Daliang said, releasing his fingers and turning to the bearded man. "Immortal, I have endured hardships since childhood and possess great strength. I can undertake any task. Accepting me as your disciple would certainly not be a loss." Surrounding bandits stared at Wu Daliang in disbelief. This bandit was a practitioner at the 6th level of qi refinement. Even a 7th level practitioner would hesitate to face such a strike head-on. Yet, Wu Daliang not only caught it, but did so with merely 2 fingers, his speed too swift for their eyes to comprehend. They realized that Wu Daliang's strength was likely unfathomable. Xiaoning Shuang, hearing no sound of a fall, opened her eyes and was met with the astonished faces of the bandits. "What is happening?" she questioned, casting a perplexed glance at Wu Daliang. The bearded man also sensed something was amiss, scrutinizing Wu Daliang closely. Confirming there was indeed no trace of spiritual energy emanating from him, he finally exhaled in relief. Could it be that this lad possesses innate strength? He pondered. However, he knew that innate strength held little advantage against the barriers of cultivation and did not equate to the talent for immortality. Glancing at the still panicked Xiaoning Shuang, a fiery determination ignited within him. He wished to waste no more time. "Kid, the destiny you seek awaits. I will now send you down to claim it." "Excellent." Wu Daliang nodded with excitement. However, in the next moment, a blood-red blade swung toward his forehead. "Ah, be careful." Xiaoning Shuang shuddered in fright, instinctively closing her eyes. "Immortal, what do you mean by this?" Wu Dalang's expression darkened. Upon hearing his voice, Xiaoning Shuang opened her eyes once more, only to discover that Wu Dalang had effortlessly pinched the blood-red blade between his fingers. How could this be possible? A jolt of shock coursed through her. This rugged man, a renowned peak qi refining cultivator with a century of fame, had no rivals in Luoxia City. Yet he had managed to halt his attack with merely 2 fingers? It is worth noting that stopping a blade is far more challenging than merely deflecting it. The surrounding bandits tightened their grips on their weapons, warily watching Wu Dalang. The rugged man hastily retracted his long blade, which remained stubbornly fixed in place. As if welded between his fingers, he was filled with astonishment. The ability to secure his blade so firmly with just 2 fingers was something even their foundation-establishing Mountain King might struggle to achieve. Yet this young man had done it without expending any spiritual energy. What sorcery was this? Without a moment's hesitation, the rugged man grinned widely. Young lad, do not misunderstand. This strike was merely a test of your abilities. If you can withstand it, it indicates that you possess innate divine strength. Come with me to the mountain and perform the rites of apprenticeship. As your master, I... Hold on. Before he could finish, Xianing Shuang abruptly interrupted. Friend, do not be deceived by him. These men are notorious bandits. They wish to lure you to the mountain and exploit your innate strength for their vile deeds. If you go with them, you may find it exceedingly difficult to return. The rugged man's expression shifted dramatically as he raised his hand to channel his spiritual energy. However, recalling Wu Dalang's evident superiority in strength, he slowly lowered his hand. Bandits? Wu Dalang's face darkened. On his very first day after descending the mountain, he would be branded a bandit, tarnishing not only his own reputation, but also that of the entire Wu God village. If the elders and relatives found out, he would surely be scolded mercilessly. He glanced at Xianing Shuang, and his eyes brightened. He had previously considered seeking apprenticeship without truly observing her. It turned out she was indeed a beauty that resonated with his heart. He had never encountered such a stunning girl, even in his past life, while scrolling through his phone. Alas, she was far too inexperienced. He had seen her earlier, fleeing in panic before their onslaught. Clearly, he could not take her as a master. His gaze shifted to the half-dead Uncle Xie on the ground. That old fellow had managed to endure the brutal assault from the crowd, but he was already teetering on the brink of death. Even if he intervened, it would deplete a significant amount of his inner strength. In this merciless world, squandering inner strength carelessly was a disservice to the hopes of Wu God Village. With this thought, Wu Dalang released the long blade from his grasp, clasped his fists, and said, I apologize for interrupting you all. Please continue fighting. With that, he turned and walked away. The man with the bushy beard let out a sigh of relief. His task today was with the Xia family, and he held no interest in Wu Daliang. Moreover, the strength of the latter was uncertain, and bringing him to the mountains could prove detrimental. The man with the bushy beard had no intention of detaining him any longer. His gaze once again lecherously fell upon Xianing Shuang. Her expression changed dramatically. Young master, please wait, she exclaimed, swiftly positioning herself in front of Wu Daliang, obstructing his path. At this moment, Wu Daliang represented her only hope for survival, as well as that of the Xia family. She had to seize this opportunity. Young master, I am the legitimate daughter of the Xia family from Luoxia City. Today, we were mercilessly slaughtered by these mountain bandits. Of our party of 70, only I and my steward, Uncle Xie, remain. I implore you to lend us your aid and escort us back to Luoxia City. The Xia family will surely reward you handsomely. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Wu Daliang glanced at her pitiful visage and then at the fierce bandits. Upon meeting his gaze, the bandits instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons and retreated. I beg your pardon, but as an ordinary person, I am utterly powerless to assist, he replied with an apologetic clasp of his fists before hastily turning to leave. He was a man of the mountains, but not a fool. Furthermore, the audacity of these bandits to target the Xia family implied their might far exceeded that of the Xia clan. If the Xia family was inferior even to these brigands, their dreams of cultivation were likely of little significance. In essence, the promised reward held no allure for him. Even if the Xia family were to surpass the bandits in strength, he had no desire to wade into this murky situation. He had observed that his internal energy was entirely distinct from the force wielded by these individuals. Their power seemed to align with a legendary spiritual energy. Initially, he had entertained the notion that his internal force might indeed be spiritual energy. However, his ignorance in the secluded Wu God village had led to disillusionment. His internal energy bore no resemblance to spiritual energy, resembling instead a force entirely separate from it. Now, without a clear understanding of the distinctions in cultivator realms, the characteristics of spiritual energy and the comparative strengths of his internal energy and spiritual energy, he could not recklessly provoke these celestial beings and invite unnecessary trouble. Young master, if only you would lend your hand, the Xia family would never disappoint you. Xiaoning Shuang, now thoroughly desperate, stepped forward and grasped Wu Daoyang's arm tightly. Young master, I beseech you for your assistance. Wu Daoyang's gaze tightened as he silently channeled his internal energy. If this woman insisted on dragging him into her plight, he would not hesitate to crush her hopes. Xiaoning Shuang, sensing the intensity in his eyes, felt an inexplicable tremor within her. In that fleeting moment, she realized that the youth before her might be more formidable than the bandits. Yet, he was her sole hope. She could not let go. Suddenly, an idea illuminated her mind. Young master, are you not in search of immortality? The Xia family possesses a chance of celestial fortune, including a coveted position as an inner disciple of a prestigious sect. If you escort me back to the Xia family, I would gladly bestow this opportunity upon you. Celestial fortune? An inner disciple of a prestigious sect? This is far more reliable than randomly seeking out some untrustworthy rogue. Wu Daliang suddenly grinned broadly, resting a hand on Xia Ningxuang's shoulder. Witnessing the injustice, he drew his sword to offer assistance. Fair maiden, please take a moment to rest. I shall handle these ruffians. With that, his gaze sharpened, fiercely directed at the bandits, and he clenched his fists. A duel or a brawl, the choice is yours. Chapter 6. A display of might. The bandits tensed, taking a sudden step back. The man with the bushy beard glared at Wu Daliang, his eyes glinting with coldness, while the blood-stained long knife in his hand vibrated ominously. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved to soften his stance. Young brother, this matter concerns our dealings with the Xia family. I hope you can show us some leniency. Consider it a favor that High Mountain owes you. What do you say? Wu Daliang maintained his composure, a smile spreading across his face as he clasped his hands in greeting. Esteemed heroes, I have devoted 2 lifetimes to the pursuit of the celestial path, and I too hope for your cooperation. Let us each take our own road. I assure you, I will offer a substantial reward in return. Upon hearing this, the bushy-bearded man's expression darkened. What do you mean by 2 lifetimes? Are you attempting to deceive a fool? Suppressing his rising anger, he contemplated for a moment, a chill evident in his gaze as he warned Wu Daliang, young brother. High Mountain has been rooted here for 200 years. What is the Xia family compared to us? Our commitments hold far more weight than mere quotas for inner disciples. You would do well to reconsider. Wu Daliang's smile faltered, instantly recognizing the veiled threat in the words. He understood that High Mountain was not merely a den of bandits. 2 centuries of establishment had woven intricate roots. Indeed, given their long-standing presence, even a small tree would have grown into a towering ancient giant, far beyond the simplicity of a bandit lair. There must be complexities lurking beneath that he had failed to contemplate. What a stroke of misfortune. Just as I descended the mountain, I find myself ensnared in this quagmire. Beside him, Xiaoning Shuang noticed the flicker of hesitation on Wu Daliang's face and inwardly lamented the situation. Yet before she could offer her counsel, she observed Wu Daliang's eyes widen as he gazed skyward. Is that the celestial maiden from the 9 heavens? Intrigued, the bandits followed the direction of his pointing finger, turning to look up at the sky. In the next instant, bang, 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 Wu Daliang's figure flickered, leaving behind mere afterimages that swept through the crowd. In the blink of an eye, he returned to his original position and clapped his hands, murmuring, "Thank you. Your timely message saved me from your watchful eyes. Alas, it seems I must wait for the next life to express my gratitude." Xiaoning Shuang only heard a series of crisp claps, unable to catch a glimpse of Wu Daliang's movements. She glanced warily around, yet failed to locate the source of the sound, ultimately returning her gaze to the bandits. In an instant, a bizarre transformation occurred. The bandits appeared to lose their very bones. Their flesh grotesquely collapsed without a scream, only a few sticky gurgles escaping their throats. One after another, they slumped to the ground like melting wax, forming a heap. Xiaoning Shuang gasped at the eerie sight, instinctively clutching Wu Daliang's arm. Wu Daliang felt a warmth envelop him, yet had no time to ponder it, as a sudden heaviness weighed upon his heart. He scanned the surroundings with heightened vigilance, sensing a terrifying presence fixated on him. However, despite his scrutiny, he found nothing amiss. At that moment, atop a distant mountain, a girl whose beauty rivaled that of Xia Ningxuang watched intently, equally startled by Wu Daliang's actions. That fellow! What kind of dark sorcery is he employing? How terrifying! The young maiden, Qin Zhiro, exclaimed in astonishment. It is not sorcery. A melodious voice, akin to a clear spring, denied her assertion from behind. Strangely, he had not employed a shred of spiritual power, yet in an instant he shattered the bones of more than a dozen bandits. The young woman speaking wore a flowing white gown, her attire billowing like clouds, with a jade bell hanging delicately at her waist, producing a crisp sound as she slightly inclined her body. Her beauty surpassed that of the maiden by threefold, not in facial features, but in a figure so alluring that any man who beheld her would be left breathless. Truly, her form was accentuated to perfection, yet one dared not harbor any thoughts of impropriety, for an aura of chilling sword intent enveloped her, her gaze as frosty as ice, as if a mere glance could be met with an invisible blade's sting. What? Shinjiro was taken aback. The strength of a person's bones far exceeds that of their flesh. To destroy bones without harming the body requires not only immense power, but also a certain finesse. Yet, the youth had not harnessed any spiritual energy and could achieve this with a mere blink. It was indeed astonishing. Could it be some form of advanced technique? With curiosity, Shinjiro looked again, only to find Wu Daliang and another tightly entwined, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. How shameless! Scoundrel! She awkwardly withdrew her focus and turned to the young woman in the white dress reclining against the blue stone. Auntie, have you had your fill of ruckus? Su Yanxio gazed at the snow-white creature beneath her, a purgatory howler resembling a lion dog, rolling and frolicking with abandon. For reasons unknown, the two of them had arrived in this realm half an hour earlier, and the purgatory howler had suddenly bellowed toward the distant mountains. Subsequently, it had attempted to dash in that direction. When they tried to stop it, the creature stubbornly refused to budge, throwing a tantrum on the ground. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yanxio speculated, the howler's sacred beast bloodline is currently in an evolutionary phase, requiring a supplement of life force. I surmise it caught a whiff of all that human blood aura, stirring its bloodline restlessly. Our intervention might have angered it. We should wait a while. Once its bloodline agitation subsides, it will likely calm down. Shinjiro bent down, observing the purgatory howler, now covered in dust and grass juice, still refusing to listen. Howler, you are a rare sacred beast. You must not engage with that blood aura, or it will taint your bloodline. The howler, undeterred, continued to wag its rear, vigorously digging at the weeds with its short legs, soon creating a large pit in which it rolled about. Before long, its fur was a mosaic of colors, riddled with dirt and grass juice. Shinjiro, feeling exasperated, remarked, Annie, why didn't we intervene when those bandits attacked? If we had, the howler wouldn't be in distress now. Su Yanxio replied solemnly, Jiro, we are here to carry out a mission. Eliminating bandits is the Lord's responsibility. If we intervene, we would overstep our bounds. Oof. In this remote little town, we could easily handle it with a flick of our fingers. Who would know? Shinjiro muttered irritably, merely voicing her thoughts internally. Su Yanxio discerned her lingering grievances and, adopting a stern expression, remarked, if you continue with this meddlesome disposition, I shall refrain from bringing you along in the future. No, no. Shinjiro playfully stuck out her tongue in protest, explaining, Aunt, I was merely contemplating how we might cleanse the lingering bloodlust over there. If this continues, it could prove problematic. With that, she cast her gaze once more towards the distant road. Wu Dalang remained ever vigilant, unable to detect any formidable threat looming over him. After a brief interlude, and still sensing no abnormalities, he patted Xia Ningxue on the back, reassuring her. You need not fear. They were merely reduced to shattered bones by my hand. Upon hearing his explanation, Xia Ningxue gradually emerged from her terror. Yet her countenance was soon overtaken by disbelief. Shattered bones? A technique that injures bones without harming flesh? I have neither seen nor even heard of such a thing. What powers does he possess? She glanced sideways at his youthful, somewhat darkened visage, inwardly questioning, is he truly just a simple mountain dweller? Ahem. Wu Dalang cleared his throat, prompting Xian Ningxue to finally realize their proximity. Flushing crimson from ears to neck, she hastily released him, stammering, Master, my apologies. Not at all. Wu Dalang cheerfully waved his hand. Were it not for the tension in his heart, he would have welcomed the embrace a while longer. Having nearly forgotten the essence of beauty after years of encountering only matronly figures, he then turned his attention back to the lifeless bandits. The technique he employed to shatter their bones was known as the bone dissolution palm, taught to him by the village carpenter Wu Song. While formidable, it demanded precise conditions. The palm must fully cover the target to achieve the desired effect. His earlier diversion had been a means to create such conditions. Initially, he intended merely to drive away the bandits, yet they had audaciously claimed to have someone backing them. This was not the realm of the rivers and lakes, where chivalry prevailed. The world of cultivation revered strength above all. There was no way he would allow those bandits the opportunity to scheme against him, leaving him no choice but to silence them. Just as Wu Dalang was about to request a disciple's quota from Xian Ningxue, an urgent sound of footsteps echoed from afar. Heightening his vigilance, he sharpened his senses. Leading the approaching group was a middle-aged man bearing a resemblance to Xian Ningxue, followed closely by dozens of subordinates adorned with the character Xian blazoned upon their chests. Frost, are you unharmed? The middle-aged man rushed forward, assessing Xian Ningxue's injuries. Upon confirming her safety, he drew his long sword, fixing a cautious gaze upon Wu Dalang. Who are you? Chapter 7. The Elusive Destiny. The blade clears the path father. Wu. Upon seeing her father come to her aid, Xian Ningxiang felt an immense weight lift from her heart. Tears streamed down her face as she threw herself into Xia Hongbao's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Xia Hongbao's eyes burned with a fierce intensity as he remained watchful of Wu Daliang. Wu Daliang, with a dismissive curl of his lip, thought to himself how troublesome women could be. Could she not explain the situation before indulging in tears? Noticing Wu Daliang's indifferent demeanor, devoid of any spiritual aura or the menacing presence typical of the bandits from Black Crow Mountain, Xia Hongbao let out a slight sigh of relief. He quickly instructed his subordinates to attend to Uncle Xie and begin clearing the corpses littering the road ahead. After issuing his commands, his gaze shifted to the grotesque piles of flesh in the distance. Suddenly, his pupils constricted sharply. It was the leader of Black Crow Mountain. He recognized the several heads of the organization and its leader from a previous encounter. Their attire and the palpable aura of bloodshed were etched in his memory. There was no mistaking it. This was the leader of Black Crow Mountain, Blood Crow. Blood Crow wielded a bloodthirsty blade technique that was nearly unmatched within 1,000 miles of Luoxia City. How could he have perished so inexplicably? Something was amiss. How could they have died in such a bizarre manner? Xia Hongbao's heart raced. Initially, he had assumed these individuals were crushed by overwhelming spiritual power. Yet, there was an absence of blood energy here. Upon closer inspection, he realized they had collapsed into grotesque heaps, their skeletal support entirely absent. Could it be him? Alarm bells rang in Xia Hongbao's mind, sweat beading on his forehead as he fixated warily on Wu Daliang. What does this mean? Is he preparing to renege on our agreement regarding the elusive destiny? Wu Daliang raised an eyebrow at Xia Hongbao's sudden transformation into a figure of vigilance. Xian Ningxiang sensed a shift in the atmosphere and quickly regained her composure. Father, this is my savior. If it weren't for him, you might never have seen Frost again, Wu. Phew. Xia Hongbao exhaled sharply. Thank heavens he is not an enemy. This strange method and the calmness with which he bore it suggested that the young man posed a threat comparable to that of Black Crow Mountain. At the very least, Black Crow Mountain had a lair to retreat to, wary of acting too boldly. Yet this youth, adorned with various household items, clearly embodied the essence of a solitary cultivator, unburdened by ties or concerns. Such individuals were the most feared in the realm of cultivation. Thank you, young friend, for saving my daughter. The Xia family shall express its profound gratitude. Xiao Hongba clasped his hands respectfully. No need for such formalities. It is only right to help those in need. Wu Daliang waved his hand dismissively before extending it towards Xian Ningxiang. I'm rather busy. Quickly, grant me the destiny. Destiny? Xiao Hongba looked at Xian Ningxiang with a puzzled expression. Father, Xian Ningxiang stammered. The quota for inner disciples of the Qingxian sect was released only once every decade, and the Xia family had paid an unimaginable price to secure such a position. Now, having carelessly given it away, she found herself at a loss for how to explain her actions. Xiao Hongba felt an unsettling premonition. Yet he maintained his composure as he said, Frost, there is no need for you to be anxious. Please elaborate on this celestial opportunity you speak of. Father, I have relinquished our family's quota for an inner sect disciple of the Qingxian sect to this young man. What? A surge of shock coursed through Xiao Hongba. Wu Dalang, observing his reaction, felt a pang of foreboding and realized the gravity of the situation. Could this woman be so easily deceived by my humble origins? Noticing the change in Wu Dalang's expression, Xiao Hongba recognized his own indiscretion and quickly suppressed his inner turmoil. It was not that he valued the quota above all else. After all, no title could compare to the importance of his daughter, but the implications surrounding this quota were indeed significant. My young friend, please do not take offense. Allow me to clarify, he implored, pulling Xian Ning Frost aside to a large tree. Ensuring that Wu Dalang was out of earshot before speaking urgently, Frost, you must understand that the quota for an inner sect disciple of the Qingxian sect is equivalent to 100,000 pounds of spiritual rice. What do you mean? Xian Ning Frost furrowed her brow. We have kept this from you to alleviate any pressure you might feel. We have presented this quota as a treasure obtained through family connections. In truth, your grandfather secured this quota a year ago by leveraging his influence with an elder in the Qingxian sect, allowing us to exchange 100,000 pounds of spiritual rice for this opportunity. Our family has labored for an entire year, scraping together the funds to acquire this rice. However, now that we have lost this substantial quantity, the quota may slip away from us. Moreover, our family may also face dire consequences. Xiao Hongba sighed heavily. Xian Ning Frost stood frozen in place. 100,000 pounds of spiritual rice was no trivial sum. Her family had previously only participated in collective acquisitions in Luoxia City, and she had assumed this time would be no different. 100,000 pounds of spiritual rice equated to nearly 200,000 spirit stones, and the entirety of the Xia family's annual earnings barely amounted to 2,000 spirit stones. This meant that the Xia family had essentially toiled for a century without sustenance to secure this opportunity. She was taken aback by the extent of her family's sacrifices on her behalf. Overwhelmed by emotion, tears began to flow uncontrollably. Yet, this heavy feeling of guilt was swiftly replaced by a wave of anxiety as she recalled Wu Dalang. She remembered his previous indifference, despite her desperate pleas. He had remained unmoved until she mentioned the celestial opportunity. Now that the quota was lost, given his unpredictable temperament, he might turn against her on the spot. Such inscrutable tactics could very well be beyond her grandfather's capabilities to counter. Suppressing her growing panic, she glanced into the distance only to find Wu Dalang had vanished. Where'd he go? She wondered, tilting her head in confusion as she searched. At that moment, a young man with a dark expression, akin to a ravenous wolf, fixed his intense gaze upon her. Her face went pale with fright. Xiao Hongba's heart raced, and he instinctively stepped in front of her to shield her. As a peak Qi refinement practitioner, he had failed to notice when Wu Dalang had approached. With no time for contemplation, Xiao Hongba quickly explained, Young friend, my family does indeed possess a celestial opportunity. I kindly ask you to grant us a few days' time. Clang. That is unacceptable. Wu Daliang possessed exceptional hearing, having already discerned the conversation between the father and daughter with remarkable clarity. With a fierce shout, he drew the 2-meter-long guillotine from his back, his gaze fierce as lightning, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. In my business, I never extend credit. Bring it forth now. The young man, Xiao Hongba, had just uttered 2 words when he suddenly noticed that within a 10-zhong radius of Wu Daliang, the flowers, trees, and even the rubble and dust trembled silently, devoid of any fluctuations in spiritual energy. His heart contracted abruptly, fear gripping him as he stared at Wu Daliang. What kind of power is this? There was no spiritual pressure, no aura, yet everything around seemed unable to withstand an invisible force beginning to crack inch by inch. Suddenly, Xiao Hongba ceased to be afraid. In the face of overwhelming strength, trepidation was utterly futile. He spoke in a low voice, "Young friend, as long as my Xia family can gather 100,000 pounds of spirit rice within a month, we shall still secure a spot for an inner disciple of the Qingxian sect. Rest assured, the reputation of the Xia family has always been unassailable within a radius of several thousand miles. We shall not falter in our promise, provided we are granted some time." Upon finishing, he bowed deeply, his eyes filled with sincerity. After a moment's pause, the surroundings fell abruptly silent. Wu Daliang's expression was as cold as ice. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and gather it." Xiao Hongba wore a troubled expression. The Xia family was already in dire straits, having borrowed everything they could. Where would they find the funds to purchase spirit rice? For now, they could only contemplate alternative solutions. Chapter 8. Securing a quota in the prestigious immortal sect. As Xian Ningxuang gazed upon her father's face, which appeared as despondent as a sheet of paper, a flicker of courage ignited within her. She stepped forward, her voice trembling. "Young master, I sincerely apologize. I was unaware of the circumstances regarding the quota for disciples of the Qingxian sect. I kindly ask that you grant us a month's time. 100,000 pounds of spirit rice is no trifling sum. If we return to report to the city lord, perhaps the city lord may be able to assist you in dealing with the bandits?" Wu Dalang bluntly interjected, voicing what she could not. "Indeed." Xian Ningxuang nodded earnestly. "Indeed, my foot." Wu Dalang's complexion paled. One could deduce with ease that if the city lord were truly capable, how could those bandits have entrenched themselves for centuries? He was utterly baffled by the thoughts swirling in this woman's mind. The saying, "The women at the foot of the mountain are traps. The more beautiful they are, the more deceitful they become," as spoken by widow Lu from the village, rang true. At this moment, Wu Dalang felt an overwhelming impulse to sever ties with them. If only they had disclosed the lack of a quota sooner, he would not have waded into this murky situation. Yet, if he were to truly sever ties with her, the opportunity for transcendence would be lost, resulting in a complete loss for him. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Dalang coldly inquired, "Are there no other means to secure a quota in the grand sect?" Xian Ningxuang timidly replied, "Young master, it is best you speak." Wu Dalang interrupted her, pointing at Xia Hongba. "You speak." He had lost all faith in her words moving forward. She was far too troublesome. Xia Hongba surveyed Wu Dalang's attire before addressing him. "Young friend, judging by your appearance, you must have just descended from the mountain to train, correct? Allow me to first introduce you to the situation regarding the immortal sects in the Chongyang realm." Wu Dalang had intended to inquire about this himself, so he nodded in agreement. The immortal sects of the Chongyang realm are divided into 3 tiers. The primary sect has the lowest threshold for entry, requiring no innate spiritual roots. However, one must pay a teaching fee of at least 100 spirit stones annually. He raised his second finger. The intermediate sect waives this fee, but requires a minimum of Xian-grade spiritual roots for entry, along with passing the sect assessments. Finally, he spoke gravely. As for the advanced sect, it represents the orthodox lineage within the cultivation world. Not only do they charge no fees, but they also provide access to superior cultivation techniques, rare resources, and secret realms. However, he shifted his tone. There are 3 stringent conditions. First, one must be under 30 years of age with at least Xian-grade spiritual roots. Second, one must be a resident of the Chongyang realm. Third, the advanced sect only holds the immortal assembly once every 30 years, with the next occurrence still 2 decades away. Noticing Wu Dalang's rapt attention, Xia Hongba lowered his voice further. Of course, there are exceptions. If one possesses a mutated spiritual root of celestial grade, or if one's family has made significant contributions to the heavenly court, they may bypass the immortal assembly and directly enter the advanced sect. For instance, my Xia family missed the last immortal assembly, but through certain sacrifices and connections, we secured a quota due to our contributions. Wu Dalong grasped the situation. To enter the advanced sect through conventional means, he would need to wait an additional 20 years. One must either possess extraordinary spiritual roots or, if such gifts exist, conceal them in this realm. Are we not aware of the swift demise that often befalls geniuses? The quota from the Xia family, truth be told, is merely a backdoor admission for special recruits. It seems that even the realm of cultivation is not immune to the intricacies of human relationships. Currently, his only consideration is to secure this backdoor opportunity with the Xia family and take the shortcut. Moreover, through his recent encounter, he discerned that the spiritual energy of these cultivators pales in comparison to his own internal strength. This likely stems from the inadequacy of their cultivation methods. If he aspires to ascend the path of immortality, he must seek a technique far superior to his own internal arts. Otherwise, he risks becoming increasingly ineffectual. The superior techniques are housed within these advanced sects, and entry is the only means to obtain them. Furthermore, what is this heavenly court he hears of? Is there a Jade Emperor? However, these questions are of little concern to him at present. His foremost priority is to seize the opportunity presented by this esteemed sect. The challenge lies in reclaiming the 100,000 pounds of spiritual rice for the Xia family. Wu Dalong pondered for a moment, muttering to himself, "Damn it, I just descended the mountain and have already fallen into the hands of a woman." He sheathed his blade and turned his gaze back to Xia Hongba. After considerable reflection, he resolved to grasp this opportunity before him. Otherwise, it would be ages before he reached a higher level. Xia family head, please elaborate on Haya Mountain and Luoxia City, including their sustenance, customs, as well as the local powers and cultural practices. Moments later, following Xia Hongba's detailed explanation, Wu Dalong swiftly acquired a comprehensive understanding of the various forces, strengths, and dynamics at play in the region. He stood there, contemplating for a moment, before solemnly asking, "If we retrieve the spiritual rice, can you guarantee that the opportunity will be bestowed upon me?" Xia Hongba nodded earnestly. "Young master, rest assured. Disciples of the Qingxian sect do not require names. Anyone who acquires it may enter." His demeanor had shifted significantly, addressing Wu with utmost respect, "even using you." This display of deference clearly indicated that all hope rested upon this enigmatic youth. The Xia family now stood at the brink of extinction. Only by reclaiming that sect's quota could they secure their foundation. At least from an outsider's perspective, possession of a quota from an advanced sect would imply an affiliation, naturally deterring reckless actions against them. If they could weather this storm, the Xia family would require merely a century to regain their footing. A glimmer of insight sparked in Wu Dalong's eyes. He had long seen through Xia Hongba's scheme. He was no fool. How could he recklessly charge into the bandits' lair to recover the spiritual rice? These fierce marauders had maintained their stronghold for centuries, clearly under the protection of a formidable force. It was likely that this raid on the spiritual rice was also motivated by the pursuit of the opportunity. Through Xia Hongba's earlier account, it became evident that 3 factions in Luoxia City could shield these bandits, all of whom similarly coveted this opportunity: the city lord, the business-oriented Liu family, and the century-old Wang family. The only viable approach to reclaiming the spiritual rice was to engage with Luoxia City directly. Wu Dalong meticulously analyzed the situation once more and realized that to gain entrance into the esteemed celestial sect, he had no choice but to proceed in this manner. Resolutely, he spoke, instructing, "Have your people gather the scattered spirit grains. Collect as many as you can. I have great use for them." Yes, a heavy burden lifted from Xia Hongba's heart, and he promptly rushed over. Wu Dalong's gaze fell upon Xianing Shuang, and with each glance his irritation grew. His penetrating stare unnerved Ning Shuang, causing her heart to race. She quickly averted her eyes, glancing around until she spotted Uncle Xie slowly awakening, aided by a group of individuals. Without hesitation, she dashed towards him. Meanwhile, 100 miles away, Qin Zhuro observed the Xia family's efforts to collect the fallen bodies, only to see them divert to gather rice. She pouted in discontent and remarked, "Aunt, look at their indecisiveness. How long must we wait?" Su Guangqiu turned her head, speculating. Those individuals are likely members of a merchant family from Luoxia City. The spirit grains represent a substantial loss for them. They are probably attempting to recover their losses. So let us grant them a little time. After all, it is essential to stabilize the situation before entering the city to avoid any potential harm. Shinjiro muttered with irritation. I suspect their predicament is largely due to commercial rivalry, possibly colluding with bandits. For such a small family, to recover their losses amidst such formidable alliances is akin to dreaming in daylight. Upon hearing this, Su Guanqiu's eyes brightened. If you possess such insight at home, you wouldn't be facing daily punishments for staring at Wushan. Shinjiro's cheeks flushed with indignation. It is not my fault. It is that scoundrel of a father who denies me the opportunity to shine. Otherwise, I would already be the pillar of the family. You are quite boastful, aren't you? Su Guanqiu replied with an exasperated glance, continuing, that youth likely possesses a means to aid that family in their recovery. That one. Shinjiro rolled her eyes. If I cannot devise a solution, what could he possibly do? Just look at his clanking belongings and his disheveled appearance. Any discerning person would recognize he has just stumbled out from the foot of a mountain. Aunt, you have too much faith in him, Shinjiro remarked incredulously. Do not judge solely by appearances, Su Guanqiu chided, gently poking her forehead with a delicate finger. Shinjiro grasped her hand, puzzled. Aunt, why do you have such faith in him? Su Guanqiu's phoenix-like eyes turned once more towards a distance. It is not mere faith. His gaze conveys to me that he possesses a solution. Is that so? Shinjiro regarded Wu Dalang with skepticism, but found nothing remarkable, only a rustic demeanor. 100 miles away, Wu Dalang felt a surge of intense anxiety, as if he were being scrutinized by a terrifying beast. After surveying his surroundings and finding nothing amiss, his gaze fixed upon the distant mountains, coincidentally locking eyes with Shinjiro and Su Guanqiu. Ah, this young man possesses remarkable perceptiveness, Su Guanqiu thought to herself in surprise. After observing for a considerable time, Wu Daliang could only sense that the tension emanated from a particular direction, yet he was unable to pinpoint its exact location. He was uncertain whether this was merely the result of intensified winds or a phenomenon of the natural environment. At that moment, Xia Hongbo approached, accompanied by a group of individuals pushing several horse-drawn carts. Young master, we have gathered all the spiritual rice that we could procure. What are your plans moving forward? Chapter 9. The Art of Deception. Wu Dalang, with a sense of curiosity, approached the carriage and opened the burlap sack, grasping a handful of spiritual rice for a closer inspection. These grains were notably larger than ordinary rice, each one plump and glistening with a translucent sheen. As he placed a few grains in his mouth and chewed gently, his eyes lit up with astonishment. Goodness! Within these grains lies a faint internal energy, and their flavor far surpasses that of regular rice. Suddenly breaking into a grin, Wu Dalang unfastened the bundle on his back, laying out the collection of pots and pans with a clatter. He then seized a copper ladle and began filling various jars with the spiritual rice. The onlookers were taken aback, bewildered by his actions. What on earth was he doing? Xia Hongbo, equally perplexed, remained silent. After loading approximately 100 pounds of spiritual rice, Wu Dalang retied the clanking utensils to his back, securing them at his waist. Satisfied, he clapped his hands and inquired, Do you have any extra burlap sacks? Indeed. We prepared ample spare sacks for the procurement of spiritual rice, a young servant replied, retrieving a bundle from beneath the carriage. Wu Dalang snatched a sack, gesturing towards the 3 carts filled with spiritual rice, and commanded in a firm voice, Listen closely. Regardless of the method you employ, first evenly line the inner layer of these sacks with spiritual rice and secure it. Then, fill them with sand until they weigh a total of 100,000 pounds. Before loading them onto the carts, we must restore the appearance of the goods as if they were never robbed. Understood? The group exchanged puzzled glances, seeking clarity from their master. What does it mean to fill the sacks with sand? After a moment's contemplation, Xia Hongbo's pupils constricted, and he abruptly lifted his gaze to Wu Dalang, a tumultuous wave of realization surging within him. This was nothing short of a stroke of genius. He instantly comprehended Wu Dalang's intent to disguise the spiritual rice with sand, creating the illusion that the goods had not been plundered, thereby ensuring a safe return to Luoxia City. In doing so, they could deceive the watchful eyes within the city and prevent creditors from discovering the Xia family's bankruptcy, thus averting pressure from their senior sect allies. This strategy would afford them the necessary time and space to acquire spirit stones and procure more spiritual rice. Furthermore, it presented an opportunity to unveil the hidden culprits colluding with Black Crow Mountain, possibly reclaiming the spiritual rice in the process. In truth, the Xia family had dispatched a junior member to oversee the acquisition of spiritual rice as a means of obscuring their activities. Yet the truth had ultimately been uncovered. This was clearly a trap set by someone within the city. Wu Dalang's strategy was nothing short of brilliant. By adhering the spiritual rice to the inner walls of the sacks and filling them with sand, they could entirely thwart any attempts at discovery through spiritual probing. Xia Hongba gazed at Wu Dalang with astonishment, his heart racing with excitement. Could such a brilliant scheme truly be conceived by a mere youth fresh from the mountains? What are you still dawdling for? Wu Dalang urged loudly. He could not guarantee that the bandits would not strike again. Hurry and amass the required 100,000 pounds of spiritual rice, then return to the city under the cover of night. Yes, Xia Hongba replied solemnly, clasping his fists together before turning to command. Use the control techniques to affix the spiritual rice to the inner walls of the sacks, while the rest of you fill them with sand. Move swiftly. Although the household guards were unaware of the rationale behind their actions, upon receiving the master's orders, they immediately assumed their respective duties and sprang into action. Young master, are there any further instructions? Xia Hongba inquired with a cupped fist. Wu Daliang, recognizing that Xia had grasped his intentions, found it unnecessary to elaborate further and simply advised, remember, once you return to the Xia family, you must keep this information confidential. Do not allow any flaws to be discovered, or you shall bear the consequences. A profound admiration grew in Xia Hongba's eyes. Rest assured, young master, I understand without your prompting. As he gazed into Wu Daliang's steady eyes, his previously anxious heart began to calm. Once assured, Wu Daliang waved his hand, saying, well then, after we navigate this challenge, I shall instruct you on the next phase. To reclaim the spiritual rice, you need only follow my lead. Yes. Xia Hongba responded earnestly with a cupped fist. Meanwhile, 100 miles away, Qin Zhuro observed the Xia family members hastily filling bags with sand by the riverside. Her dissatisfaction evident. What are these fools doing with sand? How long must we wait? Su Guanqiu shook his head in exasperation, remarking, just when I praised you, you falter. Can't you see they intend to disguise the sand as spiritual rice? Disguise? Qin Zhuro's eyes lit up, followed by a derisive laugh. What a foolish idea. Do they take people for fools? A mere probe of consciousness would reveal the truth. As she carelessly scanned the bags with her divine sense, she suddenly froze. To her astonishment, the bags indeed emanated the aura of spiritual rice. Increasing her focus, she soon realized the rice was intermingled with sand. Such a ruse could potentially fool cultivators below the golden core stage, provided no one probed too deeply. This scoundrel, her cheeks flushed as though she had been struck, yet she stubbornly muttered, sand disguised as spiritual rice. Can it even be sold? Do not concern yourself with whether it can be sold. What matters is that this strategy allows them to overcome the immediate crisis. After all, one must survive to create opportunities. Well, hey that. Qin Zhuro found herself rendered speechless. This truly is the best solution at present. Yet, she remained incredulous that a mere bumpkin could conceive such a plan. She ceased speaking, fixated on the dark-skinned youth, as if attempting to see through him entirely. Su Guanqiu quietly remarked, his gaze also falling on Wu Daliang, a wave of curiosity rising within him. What kind of cultivation does this fellow practice? That even I cannot see through him? Such agile thinking. Could it truly have emerged from the mountains? Just then, a sudden shout shattered the tranquility of the surroundings. Uncle Xia! Uncle Xia! Upon hearing Xia Ningxuan's heart-wrenching cry, Xia Hongba rushed over without hesitation, followed by the curious Wu Daliang. They found Uncle Xia pale as a ghost, devoid of blood, as if he were on the brink of death. He was barely clinging to life, gasping for his last breath. And Miss I'm sorry. Uncle can no longer protect you. With that, his head drooped, and his body went completely limp. Oncle Xie, Sobi. Xia Ningxiong was instantly engulfed in tears, her cries echoing her profound sorrow. Xie Zhong. Xie Zhong, for heaven's sake, wake up. Xia Hongbao's eyes were bloodshot, his voice hoarse, as if he were expending every ounce of strength in his being to shout. Yet, Xie Zhong's body lay utterly limp, devoid of life. Xia Ningxiong clutched the corner of his garment tightly, her nails nearly digging into her palm. As her tears fell upon Uncle Xie's cold arm, splattering into tiny droplets. This was the elder who had carried her as a child to buy sweets, who endured her father's reprimands on her behalf, who always reassured her that with Uncle Xie around, there was nothing to fear. He would never again stroke her head and utter silly words. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and with a glimmer of hope in her eyes, she turned to the extraordinary youth beside her. Wu Daoyang's lips twitched. What do you mean? Surely you don't expect me to intervene? Xia Hongbao was momentarily taken aback, a ridiculous anticipation surging within him, prompting him to ask, "My lord, is there a way? I shall offer a generous reward." Yes, as long as you can save Uncle Xie. Xia Ningxiong's eyes ignited with a flicker of hope, her trembling hand reaching for a palm-sized, exquisitely crafted pouch from her waist. With a rustle, various bottles, jars, weapons, and spirit stones cascaded to the ground. "My lord, you may take anything from these treasures." Wu Daoyang's pupils constricted. Such a small pouch could contain so many items. Could it be the legendary celestial artifact? A storage bag? If he possessed such an item, he would never have to worry about running out of space for treasures again. His mouth widened into a grin as he readily agreed. No problem. He swiftly snatched the storage bag from Xia Ningxiong's grasp, securing it to his waist, before glancing at the multitude of bottles and jars strewn across the ground. These must all be miraculous elixirs. The more, the better. He collected them directly. Then his gaze fell upon nearly 100 pebbles, each the size of a pigeon egg, radiating a faint glow. Could these be spirit stones? Curiously, he picked one up, and to his astonishment, he sensed a faint internal energy within. Seeing his confusion, Xia Hongbao, somewhat taken aback, quickly clarified, "My lord, these are all spirit stones." Wu Daoyang's grin stretched from ear to ear as he gathered all the spirit stones and elixirs, stowing them away in his waist pouch and teapot. Finally, his gaze turned to the gradually cooling body of Xie Zhong, and he exclaimed in alarm, "Move aside. We have a golden 3 minutes. He has only 10 seconds left." Chapter 10, Resurgence. Bang, bang, bang. With a flourish of his hands, Wu Dalang created a flurry of afterimages, deftly striking dozens of acupoints on Xie Zhong's body, effectively halting the flow of his life force. Following this, he delivered a powerful palm strike to the ground, sending a tremor through the earth that forced Xie Zhong to sit upright. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, Wu Dalang produced a small black box from his robes, flicking it open to reveal a set of silver needles. Swish, swish, swish. The silvery glimmer danced like rain. In the blink of an eye, Xie Zhong's body was dotted with needles, resembling a porcupine. This seamless series of actions unfolded in mere moments, leaving Xia Hongbao and his daughter utterly astonished. What was this? They had never witnessed such an extraordinary method of resuscitation. Typically, healing involved elixirs and the infusion of spiritual energy, didn't it? Was this chaotic array of needle pricks truly effective? Doubts lingered in their minds. Yet seeing Wu Dalang's calm demeanor, they suppressed their skepticism. It was a gamble worth taking, though a storage pouch held considerable value for the Xia family. If it meant saving their devoted brother and elder, it would be worth its weight in gold. Wu Dalang then sat cross-legged, placing his palms against Xie Zhong's back, channeling his inner strength. Xia Ningxiong and her father initially believed he was transferring spiritual energy. However, they failed to detect any fluctuations of spiritual aura. Just as despair began to creep in, something miraculous occurred. Xie Zhong's pale visage gradually took on a flush, and his previously dormant pulse began to weakly throb. What? The duo felt as if struck by lightning, their pupils dilating in shock. He truly pulled Xie Zhong back from the brink of death? Xia Ningxiong's fingertips trembled, while her father, Xia Hongbao, found himself momentarily breathless. In their understanding, Xie Zhong was as good as dead, and this endeavor was merely a desperate attempt to do all that was humanly possible. Yet this youth before them, without the aid of even a single elixir or a hint of spiritual energy, had merely pricked a few needles and placed his palms, and he had restored Xiezhong's vitality. This completely shattered their comprehension of the healing arts. The two stood frozen in place, gazing at the blue-clad youth whose palms remained pressed against Xiezhong's back, their hearts roiling with astonishment. Who was this remarkable figure? Such prowess eclipsed even the most enigmatic and unpredictable alchemists of the celestial sects. It was known that had Xiezhong been entrusted to the celestial sect, even offering millions of spirit stones and kneeling in supplication for 3 days and nights might not have garnered a second glance. Even if they had intervened, there was no guarantee of success. Yet, he had merely asked for a storage pouch and had drawn Xiezhong back from the threshold of death. At that moment, a sudden cough erupted from Xiezhong, expelling a dark clot of blood, and his pallid chest began to rise and fall rhythmically. Tears streamed down the faces of the father and daughter, their gazes toward Wu Dalang filled not only with gratitude, but also a profound reverence. This youth truly possessed the ability to bring the dead back to life. Mission accomplished. Wu Dalang sprang to his feet, casually brushing off non-existent dust from his hands, and grinned while bowing in a gesture of camaraderie. The father and daughter remained in a state of disbelief. Ahem! Just then, Xiezhong's eyelids fluttered, and a light cough rang out like thunder. Uncle Xie, how do you feel? Xiaoning Shuang hurriedly supported Xiezhong, as Xiezhong opened his eyes in bewilderment. His pupils suddenly constricted upon recognizing the crowd. I'm not dead. A thought struck him, and he grasped Xia Hongbao's arm tightly, his voice hoarse. Master, could it be you who saved me? Oh dear, Xiezhong exclaimed, slapping his thigh with urgency. How could my frail body warrant such a tremendous cost? The Xia family is already on the brink of collapse, and yet you still. Upon hearing his robust voice and the forceful slap, the father and daughter exchanged incredulous glances, each reflecting a shared astonishment. This situation was far beyond a mere resurrection. While resurrection merely ignites a flicker of vitality, Xiezhong's fervent demeanor indicated he could shatter stones with his chest at that very moment. What extraordinary power was at play? As they stood there, Xiezhong's eyes filled with guilt. Master, I have but a few years left. Why waste such treasures on me? How shall I repay you for the remainder of my life? The two were roused from their reverie by his deep sigh. Uncle Xie, you misunderstand. It was this young gentleman who saved you using a silver needle technique. That young man? Xiezhong turned abruptly, only to find a youth in blue casually toying with a storage bag, as though he had merely rescued an insignificant ant. How could this be possible? He was acutely aware of his grievous injuries. His internal organs bled, numerous meridians lay shattered, and most critically, he had lost an excessive amount of blood, resulting in a depletion of vital essence. Such severe wounds would require an exorbitant price even from the most prestigious sections. Yet at that moment, he felt his internal organs healed, his meridians restored, and vitality locked in. He even sensed a slight loosening in his qi refinement stage. Initially, he presumed the Xia family had employed some miraculous elixir unknown to him, only to discover that it was this youth who had merely employed an unfamiliar silver needle medical technique. Could he be some celestial physician? Thud! Xiezhong suddenly knelt before the youth, exclaiming, Thank you, young master, for saving my life. I'm eternally grateful. There's no need for such formalities. Please rise. Wu Dalang replied, assisting him to his feet. He waved the storage bag before Xiezhong's eyes and added, I have already collected my medical fee. The transaction is complete. Please do not renege on it. The three exchanged awkward glances. One storage bag for a life. How could they possibly go back on it? In the outside world, not even 100 storage bags could equate to a single life. If this were to be revealed, others would surely envy them greatly. Yet in Wu Daoyang's mind, it was a grand bargain. He had initially thought saving this old man would require substantial internal energy, but he was unaware of how many healing elixirs Xiezhong had consumed beforehand. He had merely used the 8 needles of Ghost Valley to mend the fractured meridians and internal organs, ultimately stimulating the medicinal properties and the body's essence, channeling a bit of internal energy to facilitate the revival of vitality. Consequently, Xie Zhong was restored to health. In truth, without those elixirs to replenish his blood, he would have needed a significant amount of internal energy to induce the regeneration of his vital essence. Thus, he had saved a considerable amount. This storage bag is undoubtedly a pure profit. My lord, you are being modest. Such a miraculous art of resurrection is indeed unmatched in this world. Should you ever require my service in the future, I, Xie Zhong, would not hesitate to lay down my life. Xie Zhong was truly at a loss for how to express his gratitude. After much contemplation, he could only convey his appreciation with these words. Suddenly, Wu Daliang noticed an unusual glint in the eyes of the three, regarding him as if he were a celestial being. Reflecting on their words, unmatched in this world, a jolt of realization struck him. Were these townsfolk so unaccustomed to the extraordinary, or was my medical skill truly so unparalleled? If my medical prowess is indeed extraordinary, then these three cannot remain. Otherwise, if their tongues slip and the information leaks, I might find myself captured by those in power, compelled to divulge my secrets, or worse, confined as a personal physician. Wu Daliang's gaze sharpened suddenly. The three felt an inexplicable shiver at his intense stare, rendered momentarily at a loss. Xie Zhong sensed something amiss and quickly turned to Xia Ning Shuang and her companion, smilingly imploring, "Master, Miss, esteemed practitioners typically prefer tranquility and dislike disturbances. I kindly ask that you keep today's events strictly confidential." Xia Hongba, finally grasping the situation, feigned solemnity, replying, "Indeed, we shall abide by the customs of the cultivation world and maintain absolute discretion." "Agreed." Xie Zhong nodded affirmatively. "Agreed to what?" Xia Ning Shuang exclaimed, "Bewildered. What customs of the cultivation world am I unaware of?" With that, Xia Hongba and Xie Zhong promptly began to swear an oath by the heavenly laws. A sudden realization dawned upon Xia Ning Shuang as she recalled the murderous intent she had sensed earlier. Her father was attempting to assuage Wu Daliang's concerns. Without drawing attention, she subtly followed their lead and swore the heavenly oath as well. Wu Daliang, breaking into a grin, remarked, "You are all too courteous. Why take this so seriously? When one is away from home, mutual trust is what truly matters." Although he spoke thus, he made no move to deter them. He had heard in the village that the heavenly oath serves as a binding commitment for cultivators, rendering it unnecessary to worry about them speaking indiscreetly. Suddenly, Wu Daliang became alert, drawing the 2-meter-long guillotine from his back, his gaze fixed intently on the distant mountains. "Who goes there? Come forth, do not lurk in the shadows." Chapter 11. Waiting for the hook, little ant. "What are you doing?" Qin Jiro asked, her expression one of confusion. She had intended to inquire how that fellow managed to revive a lifeless body. However, Su Guanxiu fell victim to the temptation of employing secret techniques to probe into the other's essence. Had it not been for the precious artifact they possessed that shielded them from detection, they might have already been exposed. This individual possesses a rather unique physique. Su Guanxiu mused, retracting her mystical inquiry with a furrowed brow. What makes it so unique? Qin Jiro's curiosity was piqued. The secret technique had been deflected. Jilding no discernible insights. Su Guanxiu shook her head, yet her intrigue deepened. If they were to intervene in Xie Zhong's injuries, they could undoubtedly restore him. But the cost would likely amount to the price of half of Wanxia City. Yet, that young man effortlessly resolved the matter with a medical approach she could not comprehend. For the first time, a ripple of astonishment stirred within her heart. It was an unprecedented feeling, one that no other had ever evoked in her. TCH. There are plenty of unique individuals, yet I've never seen you so indiscreet in your investigations. Qin Jiro muttered, her eyes lighting up with mischief. Little ant, could it be that you have taken a liking to him? With a stern expression, Su Guanxiu seized her ear. If you continue to speak such shameless nonsense, I shall inform your father of your secret escapade to the drunken, immortal pavilion. Su Guanxiu narrowed her phoenix-like eyes, tightening her grip, causing Qin Jiro to rise onto her toes, pleading for mercy. Ouch, that hurts. Little ant, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Go see if the mood of the infernal dome is improved. Nightfall approaches. Oh, Chinjiro rubbed her ear and hastily scampered away. Crouching on the ground with her rear in the air, her head buried in the pit, still digging at the infernal dome. She thought to herself, TCH. I believe you have indeed developed a soft spot. I have never seen you show such interest in a man before. Meanwhile, Wu Daliang, 100 miles away, remained on high alert, yet there was no sign of the observer emerging. He had distinctly sensed an inexplicable force permeating through his garments. Just as he prepared to examine his dantian, the 8 thoughts of profound understanding imparted by the village teacher, Wu Hong, had been fully activated. Yet it failed to uncover the source of that mysterious energy. This was a supreme martial art, a synthesis of 8 secrets of insight, perception, and prediction. Having attained mastery at the age of 6, he could instantaneously encompass every blade of grass and tree within a 100-mile radius. Yet he found himself utterly empty-handed. Could it have been an illusion? Young master, what is happening? His sudden startle sent chills down the spines of the 3 companions beside him. Wu Daliang scrutinized his surroundings once more, still finding no anomalies. He turned to his companions. It is likely that I merely overexerted myself earlier, leading to a hallucination. A brief respite should suffice. Instantly, the 3 exhaled in relief. Once Wu Daliang confirmed there was no danger, he shouldered his blade anew, pondering to himself. Could it be that my descent from the mountain has caused a misalignment with the local environment, resulting in this illusion? Ever since he had descended, an unsettling sensation of being watched had enveloped him, and as time passed, this feeling intensified. Perhaps it was indeed the disorientation stemming from his recent descent. Otherwise, how could the timing be so fortuitous? No, I must find a moment to properly tend to my health. As the sun gradually concealed itself behind the mountain, the rhythmic chirping of insects began to resound in the surroundings. At this precise moment, the servants of the Xia family had prepared an impressive sum of 100,000 pounds of spiritual rice sand. Such efficiency is indeed beyond the capabilities of ordinary mortals. Wu Dalong inspected the goods, noting that he could not discern the contents of the sacks without a thorough examination. He once again reminded Xia Hongba of the importance of vigilance. Subsequently, the group set forth in grand procession, heading towards the city of Luoxia. After a journey spanning 3 hours, they returned to Luoxia City precisely at midnight. Though the city was modest in size, it remained brilliantly illuminated. Shadows flitted through the streets. The calls of merchants mingled with the sounds of patrons playing dice, and the rhythmic clapping of storytellers created a vibrant tapestry of noise. Despite the late hour, the atmosphere was more boisterous than during the day. Fresh from the mountains, Wu Dalong found everything to be a novelty, his eyes darting left and right as he struggled to take it all in, particularly at the entertainment district. Had it not been for the pursuit of celestial affinities, he would have willingly indulged in its allure. As they approached the Xia residence, Wu Dalong reined in his curiosity and heightened his vigilance. Young master, we have arrived. Ahead lies my Xia family. Xia Ningxue spoke softly as she approached. Wu Dalong, wary of potential traps, disregarded her and turned to Xia Hongba, stating, "From this moment on, regard me as a mere guardian. I will require a set of guardian attire shortly." Xia Hongba was taken aback. After all, this individual was their family's savior, and it felt inappropriate to treat him so casually. However, suspecting he may have ulterior motives, he quickly nodded in agreement. "Very well. I shall arrange it at once. Let us enter the estate." Wu Dalong harbored no ulterior motives. He simply wished to avoid attracting the attention of any scheming individuals. Having just descended from the mountains, he had already encountered significant challenges, with his own strength unclear and that of his enemies equally uncertain. It was prudent to leave a suitable escape route in case of an unforeseen confrontation. Soon, under the gaze of passers-by, they queued to enter the Xia residence. Xia Hongba promptly fetched a pristine set of servant attire and handed it to him. After donning the clothing, Wu Dalong hurried to assist with the transportation of the spiritual rice sand. Having spent a year performing such labor in the martial god village, he felt no pride and worked diligently, displaying a commendable effort. Just as he had moved half of the spiritual rice sand, A glint flashed in his eyes as he hoisted a bag of spiritual rice towards the steps of the Xiao residence, only to suddenly slip and tumble to the ground. The contents of his shoulder bag spilled everywhere. I'm so sorry, he exclaimed in a flurry of apologies. Upon witnessing this, Xiaozhong's eyes sparkled with understanding as he gently patted Wu Dalong's shoulder, saying, "Young man, take your time. There's no need to rush." Observing the commotion, every passerby on the street halted to watch, quickly grasping the situation. So that was it. No wonder he insisted on keeping one complete bag of spiritual rice. It was a clever ruse to create confusion and mislead. Inside the residence, Xia Hongbo and his daughter, Xia Ningxue, also comprehended Wu Dalong's intentions in an instant. At this moment, they perceptively noticed a significant reduction in the number of figures at the entrance of the Xiao residence, further corroborating Wu Dalong's intentions. The three of them marveled inwardly at the meticulousness of Wu Dalong's strategy. This maneuver not only allowed those secretly observing to witness the authenticity of the spiritual rice, but also solidified the illusion of its genuineness. Now, as long as the Xia family maintained strict confidentiality, they had no reason to fear discovery. A collective sigh of relief escaped everyone's lips. Wu Dalong discreetly gathered the spiritual energy and unobtrusively transported it into the Li residence. After carrying in the bag, he refrained from exerting further effort. His task was accomplished. The party behind this scheme would undoubtedly be unable to remain idle, coming forth to verify the authenticity of the spiritual rice. Now, all that remained was to patiently await the catch. Once he had completed all his tasks, Wu Dalong was escorted by Xia Hongbo to the finest guest room in the estate. He surveyed the surroundings with satisfaction. Rather than a mere guest room, it resembled a luxurious suite equipped with a private study and a training chamber, complemented by a small garden at the entrance. Particularly the soft, large bed reminded him of the comfortable mattress from his previous life. Xiaozhong had even arranged for two attractive maidservants to attend to him. But he promptly sent them to guard the door, for he was a treasure in himself and could not succumb to temptation. "Young Master Wu, if you have any further needs, please do not hesitate to express them," Xia Hongbo inquired once more. "Indeed, I'm quite satisfied," Wu Dalong nodded. Xia Ningxuang promptly presented a cup of spiritual tea, saying, "Young Master Wu, please enjoy this tea." Wu Dalong initially hesitated to accept it, but the aroma of the tea proved irresistible. After taking a small sip, his eyes brightened. He discerned a faint trace of internal energy within the tea. "Excellent. This tea surpasses the fragrance of the mountain tea I cultivate myself," he remarked. "Miss Xia, I have a peculiar habit regarding tea. I always feel that mine is more fragrant. Young master, please accept this as a gift. I will procure another can," Xia Ningxuang replied, her brow unfurling. Though she indulged in spiritual tea only once or twice a year, she generously offered him her half can. Throughout their journey, Wu Dalong had remained vigilant towards her, ignoring her presence, which led her to believe he harbored some aversion towards women. Now, she felt reassured. Once settled, Xia Hongbo posed the urgent question regarding their next course of action. "Young Master Wu, what shall we do next?" Chapter 12. The whisper of sorcery. Wu Dalong took a sip of spiritual tea, smacking his lips before speaking. "From tomorrow, your task will be relatively straightforward. You are to guard the city gates of Luoxia City leading towards Haya Mountain, with a particular focus on observing the comings and goings of the Lu family, the Wang family, and the city lord's residence. Observing the frequency of their entries and exits?" Xia Hongbo questioned, perplexed. Shouldn't the priority be to gather funds to purchase spiritual rice? However, a moment later, he grasped Wu Dalong's intent. It was likely an attempt to unearth the mastermind behind the scenes and reclaim the spiritual rice directly. Yet, why extend their scrutiny to the city lord? The city lord was a local official under the celestial realm. Surely he would not conspire with bandits? 100 doubts arose in Xia Hongbo's mind. Although he understood Wu Dalong's desire to reclaim the spiritual energy, the rationale behind such actions eluded him. Xia Ningxuang shared the same confusion and asked directly, "Young Master Wu, why should we pay attention to the city lord's residence?" "In my eyes, the city lord is an exalted figure, representing the majesty of the celestial realm. How could he possibly be involved in banditry? Wu Dalang did not respond, but instead inquired, "What exactly is this celestial realm?" Young Master Wu. Both father and daughter turned pale at his words. Xia Hongba hastily stepped forward to gesture for silence. Xia Ningxuang quickly expanded her spiritual awareness, ensuring no one was eavesdropping before lowering her voice to urgently caution, "Young Master Wu, such disrespectful remarks should never be uttered in public. Otherwise, it may invite disaster." Wu Dalang was taken aback by their alarmed reaction. Could it be that the celestial realm truly has an emperor of heaven? If there is indeed an emperor of heaven, there must also be heavenly listeners. Why just said, could have been overheard. Then please elaborate on the celestial realm, Wu Dalang urged. Xiaoning Shuang explained. To speak of the celestial realm, we must first discuss this territory. It is said that this land is known as the Eastern Wilderness, and the celestial realm is the supreme authority governing this world, the celestial empire. The populace refers to it simply as the heavenly court. As for the vastness of the Eastern Wilderness, being situated in this remote city, our knowledge is limited. We only know that within a single prefecture, there are 3,000 cities. Who governs beyond the prefectural borders remains unclear. Wu Dalang's lips twitched. You startled me. Is it merely a colossal serpent? Is it truly that fearsome? Seeing the disdain on his face, Xia Hongba quickly added, Young Master Wu, you may not realize that the entire Eastern Wilderness, aside from the territories of sects, is under the dominion of the celestial realm. Our very sustenance and livelihood are intertwined with it. Thus, the celestial realm is not only heaven, but also law, and it embodies an unassailable way that has long been etched into the very marrow of our beings. A century ago, the foremost family in Luoxia City, the Lu family, faced dire consequences for an indiscreet remark made while intoxicated, referring to the celestial realm as heavenly dog. Little did they know, a passing inspector from the Celestial Patrol overheard them. That night, celestial soldiers descended, and in a single night, the Lu family, comprising 1,371 souls, was transformed into puppets and taken away, leaving not even a dog behind. Subsequently, for 3 long years, no one in Luoxia City dared to utter the word heaven, much less mention dog. Ironically, it was precisely through the demise of the Lu family that our Xia clan blossomed from a mere handful of individuals into a prestigious lineage. Hiss! Wu Dalang inhaled sharply, a chill creeping down his spine. Yet, upon reflection, he found something amiss. How could a celestial court, so formidable, be swayed by a drunken utterance to annihilate an entire family? Such a lack of vision seemed absurd. There must be reasons beyond their understanding. Never mind. It was of no concern to him. After all, his ambition lay in advancing within the sect, which had little to do with the celestial court. The sect's territory was beyond a celestial court's jurisdiction. They were far removed from imperial oversight, and thus, the celestial court had no power to intervene. Shaking off his thoughts, Wu Dalang inquired, if the celestial court has no control over the sect, how do they coexist? Xia Hongba recalled his daughter's words, stating that he had come down from the mountains, which he had initially doubted. Now, witnessing his utter ignorance of the outside world, he was convinced. He felt a twinge of admiration. Which mountain had birthed such a prodigy? Xia Hongba patiently elucidated. Everything outside the sect belongs to the celestial court, while within the sect, each adheres to their fate. Their relationship can be described as one of cooperation, characterized by peaceful coexistence. However, in the face of external invasion or the eradication of demonic forces, the sect must comply with the celestial court's directives without defiance. Sect disciples are prohibited from engaging in combat within the city, and any violation will be dealt with according to celestial law. Outside the city, as long as they do not commit atrocities against mortals or cause widespread suffering, the celestial court generally remains uninvolved. Wu Dalang nodded in agreement. According to his explanation, the celestial court was not solely tyrannical. At the very least, it provided a semblance of peace, allowing the defenseless to have a sanctuary. However, he found the notion of equality between the two to be dubious. The celestial court wielded immense power. If the sects truly possessed equal strength, how could they allow the celestial court to dominate them? There must be factors unknown to him at play. Yet, this was of little consequence to him. The information he had acquired was sufficient for the moment. Now, he awaited the opportune moment to seize his chance for celestial fortune. By the way, young Master Wu, you must exercise caution regarding the demonic path, Xiaoning Shuang suddenly cautioned. Is the demonic path truly formidable? Wu Dalang inquired, curiosity piqued. The demonic path is significantly more powerful than practitioners of the same tier, but their true terror lies not in their strength, but in their identity, she explained, her expression grave as she lowered her voice. In the eyes of the celestial court, the demonic path is forbidden. Once discovered, it faces annihilation, with even the lowest punishment extending to the eradication of 9 generations. Moreover, the celestial court adheres to a policy of better to wrong 1,000 than to let one escape. There was once a city where traces of the demonic path were found. To apprehend the practitioner, the celestial court sealed the city for an entire year, preventing even a fly from escaping, yet they still failed to locate the demon. Ultimately, the celestial court ordered the city to be consumed by heavenly fire, and it is said that the conflagration raged for 3 years, turning millions within the city to ashes. Therefore, one must avoid being tainted by the demonic path. Even the faintest whisper of association may provoke a thorough investigation by the celestial patrol. The usual outcome leans towards erring on the side of execution rather than allowing any potential threat to slip through. Is it truly that severe? What transgressions has the demonic path committed to elicit such trepidation from the celestial court? Wu Dalang narrowed his eyes, his fingers lightly tapping upon the tabletop. Xiaoning Shuang inhaled deeply, lowering her voice further. We are also unaware of the specifics. You must simply remember that the demonic path is a taboo. Any matters linked to it should be approached with utmost caution. Indeed, Wu Dalang nodded in agreement. This information is undeniably significant. Just having descended from the mountain, one could unwittingly become entangled with the demonic path, oblivious to the peril that may ensue. However, in light of the celestial court's stringent suppression, it is likely quite challenging to uncover any information regarding the demonic path today, let alone encounter it directly. By remaining vigilant in daily life, there is truly little to fear. Young Master Wu, should we continue to keep an eye on the city lord's manor? Xiao Hongbo inquired once more. Chapter 13. My inner strength triumphs over spiritual power. Wu Dalang pondered for a moment before speaking. Pay attention and focus on this matter. The father and daughter exchanged puzzled glances, their eyes reflecting mutual confusion. What could Wu Dalang's actions signify? The city lord was a figure of the royal court's influence. Surely they could not conspire with bandits. Yet, considering the precarious state of the Xia family, they had little choice but to nod in agreement. Indeed, young Master Wu, please rest early. I shall make the necessary arrangements. Xiao Hongbo clasped his fists respectfully. Wu Dalang nodded and suddenly remembered something, hastily calling the two back. Wait. He pulled off the storage bag from his waist, grinning as he asked, how does this thing work? I've been pondering it for quite some time, without understanding. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hongbo's gaze flicked to his daughter, a knowing smile flashing in his eyes. Young Master Wu, let Shuanger teach you. While it is still dark, I will go and arrange the tasks. Before he finished speaking, he strode away with purpose, leaving Xiaoning Shuang standing there, her heart racing like a startled deer. This was the dead of night, a lone man and woman together in a room, especially in young Master Wu's quarters. How could father do this? She cast a furtive glance at Wu Dalang, who was eagerly fiddling with the storage bag, her ears instantly flushed with heat, a delicate blush creeping up her neck. Why, young Master Wu, she stammered, her voice barely a whisper, you should follow my instructions to channel your consciousness. Under Xiaoning Shuang's detailed guidance, Wu Dalang swiftly grasped the usage of the storage bag and the types of storage spaces available. This seemingly dull gray cloth bag was merely a rudimentary storage space. Beyond it, there were intermediate and advanced spaces, and even rare ring spaces, typically reserved for the affluent. Although this storage bag was the most basic level, it boasted a volume of 2 cubic meters, sufficient to contain all his belongings. However, a challenge arose. Utilizing the storage bag required conscious awareness. I seem to lack that ability, he thought. I wonder if the 8 thoughts transcendental art will suffice. Resolute, he decided to take a chance. Wu Dalang focused and activated the 8 thoughts transcendental art, extending his consciousness. Astonishingly, it indeed functioned as a form of spiritual awareness. His lips curled into a broad smile as he eagerly explored the storage space. He discovered that his conscious thoughts were even more agile than ordinary awareness. Not only could he communicate freely, but he could also manipulate the space's form while using the 8 thoughts transcendental art. What was originally a cubic storage space was now elongated into a rectangular shape, perfectly accommodating a nearly 2-meter-long guillotine. Excellent. Wu Dalang triumphantly patted the storage bag. Seeing him so elated, Xiaoning Shuang's tense demeanor immediately relaxed, her previously furrowed brow smoothing out. Young Master Wu, the storage bag does not require a master acknowledgement. However, should you acquire a higher-level ring space in the future, be sure to acknowledge it to prevent it from being taken by others. Understood. Wu Dalang nodded gravely, then sprang towards the pile of pots and pans in the corner. Cradling a storage bag in his palm, he focused his thoughts. Whoosh! The dark, hefty iron pot was instantly drawn into the spatial realm. How astonishing! His eyes sparkled with delight as he attempted to retrieve the pot once more. Bang! The large black pot crashed onto the ground, producing a crisp sound that echoed throughout the room. Wu Dalang, undeterred, continued to collect and release the pot repeatedly, akin to a child who has acquired a new toy, reveling in his play. Xiaoning Xiang could no longer suppress her laughter, covering her mouth with her hand. Cough! Wu Dalang's face flushed crimson as he realized his actions were somewhat embarrassing. He hastily waved his hand, gathering all the pots and pans into the storage bag. Then, feigning composure, he turned back to the table. Xiaoning Xiang promptly filled his cup with spirit tea, murmuring, "Young Master Wu, should you have any questions, feel free to ask me at any time." Wu Dalang took a sip of tea, his gaze inadvertently lingering on her exquisite features and slender waist, finally resting on her eyes, which sparkled with a faint smile. Why had that old rascal Xia Hongba left her here at this late hour? A beauty trap? How did he know I have a penchant for this? He chuckled inwardly, noticing the peculiar glint in Wu Dalang's eyes. Xian Ningxiang's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her heart racing. Clenching the corner of her garment, she stammered, Wu, if you have no further matters, I shall take my leave." Before her words had fully settled, she turned and, enveloped in a waft of youthful fragrance, fled the scene in haste. Wu Dalang could not help but laugh at her panicked retreat. "Serves you right for mocking me. Who would have thought the maidens of the cultivation realm could be so amusing? Yet, truth be told, while he certainly found her appealing, he would not act foolishly. The Xia family was akin to a pit of grease. How could he possibly leap into it? Even for mere amusement, it was out of the question. This was the realm of cultivation, where the law of the jungle prevailed, devoid of the sentimentality of the mundane world. He could not afford to harbor any naive illusions, nor would he allow any superfluous emotions to slow his reflexes. Shaking off his thoughts, a frown returned to Wu Dalang's face. He had just descended the mountain only to find himself ensnared in a quagmire, which he did not mind. What truly troubled him was the realization that his cultivated internal energy bore no connection to spiritual power whatsoever. Earlier that day, while tending to Xie Zhong's injuries, he seized the opportunity to observe the spiritual energy and physique of the cultivators. He discovered that the intensity of their spiritual energy paled in comparison to his own internal strength, to the point of being utterly insufficient. His internal force was far superior. This confirmed that the internal energy he possessed was unlike anything he had comprehended in his previous life. Yet, he remained uncertain about the exact nature of this power. Moreover, cultivators possessed a dantian, constantly nourished by spiritual energy, and as their dantian expanded, their realms advanced accordingly. His internal energy does not reside in the dantian, but rather is concealed within every cell of his body, every inch of his meridians. In truth, 5 years ago, his internal energy had already reached perfection, the pinnacle of its potential. Over these 5 years, he has made countless attempts to break free from his constraints, yet has been unable to ascend to a new realm. At this moment, whether it is unraveling the enigma of his internal energy or pursuing the dual cultivation of martial prowess and immortality. Only by entering the immortal sect can he hope to find answers. Recollecting his thoughts, a flicker of anxiety passed through Wu Daoyang's eyes. His yearning for a celestial destiny intensified palpably. Alas, worrying is futile. Perhaps it is best to rest well first. He rose and returned to his chamber. Collapsing onto his bed, after 3 months of relentless journeying, he fell asleep in an instant. The following morning, he awoke early and shared breakfast with Xia Hongbo. After exchanging pleasantries, he excused himself under the pretext of exploring the city. Just as he approached the vicinity of the Xia residence' entrance, he unexpectedly spotted Xia Ningxuang standing not far away. As soon as their gazes met, she lowered her head in a fluster, her fingers nervously twisting the cuffs of her sleeves. She approached slowly and whispered, "Young Master Wu, my father has asked me to accompany you on your outing in the city." Wu Daoyang twitched at the corners of his mouth and promptly declined. "There is no need. I have some personal matters to attend to, which makes it inconvenient." His intentions were not merely to stroll about. While that was part of it, his true aim was to observe the conditions and routes within the city, to arrange a retreat for himself, ensuring he could make a swift exit in case of unforeseen circumstances. Xia Ningxuang, taken aback by his rejection, stood frozen, momentarily at a loss. Could it be that my impoliteness last night has upset him? "Young Master Wu Yu," she bit her lip, wanting to explain, but unsure how to articulate her thoughts. In a moment of impulse, she unexpectedly retrieved a stack of silver notes from her sleeve and offered them to him. "This is the currency used within the city. Please take it." Chapter 14. The Divine Eye of Bargain. This is quite an opportunity. Wu Daoyang swiftly seized the silver notes, counting them, and to his astonishment, there were as many as 10,000 taels. In the city, a single tael of silver could sustain a person for a month, while 10 taels, if budgeted carefully, could last an entire year. He had not anticipated such generosity from this young lady. "Thank you, Miss Xia, for your gracious gift." Wu Daoyang accepted the banknotes, cupping his hands in gratitude and flashing a broad smile. Seeing his joy, Xia Ningxuang finally relaxed her tightly furrowed brow, and an involuntary smile graced her lips. She had intended to broach the subject of accompanying him, but the words lingered unspoken on her tongue. It was not until Wu Daoyang's figure had completely vanished around the street corner that she returned to her senses, vexed as she pinched her flushed cheek, murmuring softly to herself, "Truly useless." As Wu Daoyang stepped out of the Xia residence, he was immediately engulfed by a cacophony of voices. The streets were bustling with a throng of people, and the sounds of vendors calling out their wares filled the air. He swiftly blended into the crowd, wandering along the main thoroughfare, his curiosity piqued by everything he saw. Everything appeared novel. Everything was fascinating. As he passed by a brothel, he initially contemplated stepping inside to indulge, but his attention was diverted by a shop next door called Xianbao Pavilion. Unable to resist the allure, he turned and entered the store in hopes of uncovering a hidden treasure. Inside, the atmosphere was rather desolate, with only an elderly shopkeeper and a young attendant polishing the counter. The shopkeeper glanced up at Wu Daoyang, assessing him. He could not discern any evident mastery in his demeanor, yet he noted an unusual air of leisure in his eyes. Typically, individuals of this sort either concealed their prowess or were merely unsophisticated country bumpkins. However, the latter would seldom venture into such establishments. Reflecting on this, the shopkeeper stroked his bushy mustache, a smile spreading across his face as he approached warmly. "Good sir, how may I assist you?" Just browsing," Wu Daoyang replied nonchalantly, his gaze sweeping across the shelves laden with an assortment of talismans and celestial artifacts, his eyes sparkling with wonder. Uncertain of which treasure was of the highest quality, he discreetly activated his divine eye. In an instant, 99% of the treasures appeared outlined in green, with only 2 exceptions, a yellow ring and a long sword illuminated in blue. The colors of the treasures he had encountered thus far included purple and green, now accompanied by yellow and the novel hue of blue. Wu Daoyang's heart raced with excitement. Could he truly be on the verge of a remarkable find? Maintaining his composure, he approached a ring outlined in green and inquired, "How much for this ring?" This is a low-grade artifact, a storage ring, priced at 5,000 spirit stones. The shopkeeper cheerfully replied. Wu Daliang was taken aback, realizing he had underestimated the value of these artifacts. He then pointed to the yellow-ringed item, asking casually, "And this one?" The shopkeeper continued his explanation. This is a low-grade Dao artifact storage ring, priced at 100,000 spirit stones. However, as a value customer, I can offer you a 10% discount, bringing it to 90,000 spirit stones. 100,000 spirit stones. Wu Daliang was momentarily stunned. Why not just steal it? He thought, before pointing at another item in the display case adorned with green lines, asking, "And what about these items?" This inferior magical weapon, the long sword, is priced at 6,000 spirit stones. The inferior magical dagger is valued at 10,000 spirit stones. After inquiring about these, he nonchalantly approached the long sword adorned with blue lines and asked, "Shopkeeper, what about this sword?" The old shopkeeper's heart stirred. He immediately, excitedly took down the sword from the counter and, holding in his hands, earnestly introduced, "This sword is named the Qingfeng sword. Originating from an ancient secret realm, it has transcended the realm of magical artifacts and is classified as a medium-grade rare treasure, a prized possession of our establishment." As he spoke, he pointed to a crack along the blade, lamenting, regrettably, it has suffered significant damage for unknown reasons, but being a rare treasure, it still possesses 80% of its former power. How about this? I can offer it to you for 10 million spirit stones. 10 million spirit stones. Wu Dalong's eyes widened, and he gulped, momentarily frozen. He had initially hoped to snag a bargain, only to find himself empty-handed. It seemed he had foolishly underestimated the situation. However, this experience did illuminate the significance of the color differentiation offered by the divine eye. In terms of treasure classification, blue denotes rare treasures, yellow signifies Dao treasures, while green represents magical artifacts. The density of the lines indicates the quality level. The higher the quality of the magical artifact, the denser the lines appear. Although he could not afford anything, he at least grasped the method of utilizing the divine eye, which was not entirely in vain, as it indeed served as a remarkable artifact for appraisal. He then awkwardly stated, "I haven't brought enough money, perhaps another time." He proceeded to inquire about the talismans, elixirs, and spiritual herbs that he could afford but found no use for. Suddenly, he noticed a white jade stone in a talisman cabinet and, driven by curiosity, asked, "What is this?" The old shopkeeper scrutinized Wu Dalong once more, then abruptly withdrew his smile, harshly rebuking, "You rascal, have you come here merely to toy with me?" Wu Dalong was taken aback. What had caused such a sudden change in demeanor? Suddenly, he realized that having shifted from asking about prices to inquiring about the name of the item had revealed his ignorance. However, he did not intend to indulge him. He slammed his palm on the counter, glaring fiercely. "You dare shout again?" This time, the old shopkeeper was utterly flummoxed. Had he misjudged? Was this lad a hidden cultivator? He scanned Wu Dalong from head to toe, finding it hard to believe he was merely pretending. Could he truly be a disciple of some reclusive master, just recently descended from the mountains? The old shopkeeper's mind swirled with uncertainty until suddenly, a broad smile returned to his face, and he quickly clasped his hands in apology. "My friend, please do not be angry. It was my oversight. This item is a communication stone, priced at 100 spirit stones each. To express my regret, I shall offer it to you at half price. How does 50 spirit stones sound?" Wu Dalong's anger dissipated as he replied, "Deal." The density of lines on the communication stone, although not quite on par with those of magical artifacts, was still commendable, and he felt he had stumbled upon a significant find. Moreover, he astonishingly offered a price that was a mere fraction of the original value. If he did not seize this opportunity, would that not be akin to folly? He promptly raised his hand, retrieving 50 spirit stones, and placed them upon the counter. The old shopkeeper's face blossomed with joy, akin to a blooming chrysanthemum, as he immediately handed the communication stone to Wu Dalong. He was warmly invited to return in the future. With satisfaction, Wu Dalong pocketed the communication stone and exited the treasure-gathering pavilion. Suddenly, he halted, feeling an inexplicable sense that something was amiss. Yet he could not pinpoint what it was. He then plunged back into the throngs of bustling streets, glancing around inquisitively. As he strolled along, something unexpectedly tripped him. Looking down, he discovered a fluffy, white lion dog pawing at his pant leg with its little stubby legs. "Get lost!" he exclaimed, and with a swift kick, sent the creature flying. Such lion dogs were common in his village, perpetually prancing about and urinating on people's pant legs, leaving them with a lingering stench. He quickly checked to ensure his pants were dry before resuming his perusal of the surroundings. Before long, he felt a familiar softness at his feet again. Glancing down, he was dismayed to find that the same white lion dog had returned, insistently rubbing against his pant leg. Damn it, it appears to be a persistent little rascal. Chapter 15. The lion dog and the carrot Wu Dalang glanced around, noticing that no one was paying attention to him. He lowered his head and kicked forward. Bang! The lion dog soared in a graceful arc, landing in a courtyard beside the street. However, just as he took a few steps away, the white lion dog re-emerged from the gap in the door, clamping onto the hem of his trousers and refusing to let go. Hiss! What breed is this lion dog? How resilient it is! Wu Dalang was taken aback. He was well aware of the strength he had just used. An ordinary dog would typically need a day to recover from such a blow. He hurriedly dragged the tenacious lion dog to the roadside and bent down to examine it closely. The lion dog was not large. Standing straight, it barely reached his calf. He reached out to touch it, finding its fur as smooth as silk, clearly a result of meticulous grooming over time. "Scruffy, where's your owner?" The lion dog seemed to comprehend his words, glancing towards a 5-story inn in the distance, then released his trouser leg, licking Wu Dalang's arm. Slap! Wu Dalang smacked it on the forehead. "Stop that." He extended his arm, wiping the drool on the dog's fur. This lion dog must belong to someone affluent. Otherwise, it would not be so well kept. Wu Dalang discerned that this lion dog was somewhat different from the ones he had seen before. Its physique was noticeably more robust, with thicker, stronger limbs, and it exuded more vitality than the average dog. Clearly, it enjoyed a lavish diet, which contributed to its impressive stature. An idea sparked in his mind, prompting him to activate his divine sight. In an instant, a hue of ethereal blue lines materialized in his vision. What breed is this? It appears blue. Such a color is rare in his divine sight. Typically, animals exhibit shades of green. This was his first encounter with a blue-lined creature. It was evident that this was no ordinary dog. Wu Dalang swiftly lifted it, prying open its jaws for inspection and examining its hind paws. The lion dog, mistaking the examination for a game, playfully pawed at his arm, thoroughly enjoying itself. After a prolonged observation, however, Wu Dalang's limited knowledge hindered him from identifying its breed. Could it be a spirit beast? According to legends, only spirit beasts exhibit such docility. If it were a demonic beast, it would not appear in human settlements. This must be it. Wu Dalang's heart surged with excitement. But then, a sudden realization darkened his expression. This dog, so well-fed and present in the city. If it were indeed a spirit beast, it must have been brought here by its owner. Typically, spirit beasts form a master-servant bond with humans. In other words, it was impossible for him to take it away. Wu Dalang scanned the ends of the street, but found no one searching for a lost dog. It was likely that it had escaped. "Dog, where's your owner?" The lion dog again looked towards the distant 5-story building, then shook its head. If it could understand human speech, it likely was a spirit beast and had not fled. Just when he had the chance to encounter a spirit companion, it turned out to have an owner. What a misfortune! Upon contemplation, his eyes suddenly sparkled with an idea. Should he indulge in a pot of dog meat stew with radish? Having tasted a plethora of dishes, he had yet to sample a spirit beast, and given the current circumstances, a nourishing spirit beast broth could serve as a remedy. Coincidentally, since the creature had already been claimed by another, he could consider this an opportunity for resourcefulness. Lost in thought, his stomach audibly protested its emptiness. Thus, he patiently waited a moment longer, but when no one came to search for the dog, he decisively stood up and said, "Come, dog. I shall treat you to a meal." The lion dog nodded in agreement, exuberantly wagging its tail and bouncing alongside him. "All right, stay close and do not wander off." With a calm demeanor, Wu Dalang glanced around, ensuring no one was observing, and he stealthily led the lion dog towards the outskirts of the city. Along the way, he conveniently purchased 2 large radishes to accompany them. Moments later, the man and his canine companion arrived at the edge of the city. Observing that no one was in pursuit, Wu Daliang let out a sigh of relief. The lion dog, liberated from restraint, frolicked along the path, leaping after butterflies and chasing fallen leaves with a joyful wag of its tail, resembling a mischievous sprite that had escaped from confinement. How long have you been cooped up by your master to be this excited? I hope in your next life, you are not reborn as a spirit beast, for then you would not be subjected to captivity. In freeing you, I have done a good deed. Shortly thereafter, Wu Daliang and the lion dog arrived at a small riverbank outside the city. The lion dog eagerly approached the water, took a sip, found it unpalatable, and promptly spat it out, gazing quizzically at Wu Daliang. With a swift motion, Wu Daliang patted his waist, retrieving a large black pot, a knife, and several metal bowls. The lion dog, intrigued, scampered over and nudged the bowls with its short legs, only to find them empty. Its attention then turned to the large black pot, and it wagged its tail in anticipation. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, it leaped into the pot, rolling around joyfully as if it had found a cozy den that Wu Daliang intended to gift it. Do you sense that I am here to liberate you? Wu Daliang mused, glancing around once more to ensure they were not being observed. He then seized the knife, aiming it at the lion dog's neck. Meanwhile, in the luxurious top room of a 5-story inn in Luoxia City, Qinjiro searched every corner. Unable to locate her beloved pet, Ho-Ho, where can my Ho-Ho have gone? She exclaimed, rushing to the adjacent room to inquire. Aunt, have you seen Ho-Ho? Su Guanqiu set down the book she was reading, her brow furrowing as she replied, Hasn't Ho-Ho always been with you? A wave of anxiety washed over Qinjiro. As a young spirit beast, Ho-Ho was one of the few remaining sacred creatures in existence, beyond the measure of mere value. Losing it would spell great trouble for her. Su Guanqiu's expression shifted as she quickly stood, asking, When did you realize it was missing? Qinjiro stammered, feeling a rush of embarrassment. Moments ago, I was enjoying a warm shower, but upon finishing, it mysteriously vanished. Aunt, please employ your secret techniques to locate it swiftly. It would be troublesome if it fell into the hands of nefarious individuals. Su Guanqiuan shot her a fierce glare and immediately began to invoke her mystical arts. The Yuchong Hua is no ordinary sacred beast. It recognizes only one master throughout its existence, and a contract can only be formed with its consent. Their intention in bringing the Yuchong Hua along was to nurture a bond and ascertain whether they could win its favor and approval. If its true identity were to be discovered by others, and they were to act quickly, it would spell trouble. An invisible sword intent emerged from her forehead, rapidly manifesting an image. Within this vision, by the banks of a small river, stood a youthful boy with striking features and a slightly dark complexion, brandishing a kitchen knife, glancing furtively around before approaching the Yuchong Hua in a large black pot. It was this scoundrel who had stolen my cherished companion. Aunt, what is this rascal planning to do? Qinjiro inquired with curiosity, pointing at the shimmering kitchen knife in Wu Daliang's hand. What else could he be plotting? He intends to stew my companion. Su Guanqiuan retorted irritably. Qinjiro was momentarily taken aback, her expression quickly hardening. How audacious! This rogue dares to feast upon a sacred beast. Let us go. No sooner had she spoken than both figures vanished from the room. Wu Daliang, while stroking the lion dog's head, was preparing to draw its blood when that familiar sensation of being watched returned. Hiss! The discomfort of unfamiliar surroundings is resurfacing. Little one, I shall liberate you from this torment, but remember, in your next life, be sure to express your gratitude to me before you find a master. With that, he raised the kitchen knife high. Suddenly, a soft voice called from behind, Scoundrel, what do you intend to do? Alarm surged within Wu Daliang as he swiftly concealed the knife, turning around with a casual grin. Oh, are you here for fishing as well? Chapter 16. A twist of fate. As he spoke, Wu Daliang's eyes brightened. The exquisite features, graceful demeanor, an alluring figure of Qinjiro and Su Guanqiu truly resonated with his innermost desires, perfectly aligning with his ideal vision. Particularly, the mature Su Guanqiu ignited a smoldering passion within him with just a glance, making it difficult for him to contain his emotions. However, the fact that these two had appeared silently behind him, evading his perception, indicated that their capabilities were undoubtedly superior to his own. He hastily dismissed his inappropriate thoughts, maintaining a smile as he feigned ignorance while gazing at the two. "Are you trying to bait me without even a fishing rod? Do you take us for fools?" Jiro glared at him, her face flushed with indignation. Wu Daliang scratched the back of his head, quickly inventing an excuse. "I never said I was fishing. I came here to catch something." "Catch what?" she retorted, her voice laced with sarcasm. "Don't think we're unaware. You intend to stew my pet." If it weren't for her concern over his potential harm to the Yucheng hound, Jiro would have lunged at him to deliver a sound thrashing. Wu Daliang felt a pang of shock, but maintained his composure, his expression revealing a hint of irritation. "Mind your words. I came here specifically to treat it to some fish because I noticed it was hungry. If you don't believe me, ask it. Come here, pup. Tell your master whether I'm here to treat you to a meal." The Yucheng hound scrambled out of the pot, glancing between Wu Daliang and the two women, its eyes expressing dissatisfaction as it nodded in agreement. It seemed to hold them somewhat accountable for interrupting their delightful moment. You fool. How could you be so gullible? Don't you realize he is a charlatan?" Jiro huffed, her delicate nose flaring with pent-up frustration. Su Guanqiu shifted her gaze between Wu Daliang and the Yucheng hound, then waved her hand, summoning the hound into her embrace. The creature, in a state of panic, squirmed vigorously, its claws flailing as it emitted pitiful whines of protest. Yet, no matter how it struggled, it could not escape the delicate grasp of Su Guanqiu. It quickly turned its round, pleading eyes towards Wu Daliang, as if silently imploring him for rescue. Observing this interaction, a flicker of confusion crossed Su Guanqiu's mind. Why was the Yucheng hound so attached to him? "Are you all right, hound?" Jiro stepped forward to inspect the creature, finding it merely a bit messy but unharmed. "You two grown individuals couldn't even keep an eye on a pet. If I hadn't happened to be here, who knows where it would have ended up," she scolded. "Since it's unscathed, I shall take my leave." With that, Wu Daliang waved his hand, promptly gathering his pots and pans before turning to depart. "Stop right there," Jiro exclaimed, stepping in front of him in a huff. "Do you know that under the jurisdiction of the Celestial Court, stealing's sacred?" "Jiro," Su Guanqiu interjected abruptly, interrupting her. Realizing her slip, Jiro quickly caught herself. The identity of the Yucheng hound as a sacred beast was known only to a select few. Otherwise, they would never have dared to bring it out so casually. She abruptly changed her tone, pouting. "Do you know the grave offense of stealing another's possessions under the laws of the Celestial Court?" Wu Daliang's heart sank. Observing the demeanor and attire of the two women, it was evident they hailed from a lofty status within the celestial hierarchy. He quickly activated his divine sight, and his heart raced even more. The two before him were enveloped in yellow auras. This was the first time he had encountered such a hue in humans. The villagers of godly Marshall Village bore white auras, while the cultivators he had encountered after descending the mountain were adorned in blue. He had thought that white signified mortals and blue represented cultivators, but yellow was an unexpected revelation. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The overwhelming multitude of lines on their bodies sent chills down his spine. Especially the stunning beauty at the back. One could scarcely accumulate a fraction of her intricate lines, even with 100 full-bearded men. She must be a formidable being. What a disaster. On only the second day after descending the mountain, he had inadvertently offended a powerful entity. He quickly pondered, and suddenly a spark of inspiration struck him, followed by a raised eyebrow. "You accuse me of theft? Present your evidence. If you can prove I have stolen from you, I will immediately take my own life." At this juncture, denying the accusation was the only viable option. The fact that such a high-ranking figure had not acted to eliminate him immediately indicated a sense of principle. Jiro, fuming, retorted, "You continue to spout nonsense with your eyes wide open. We witnessed you preparing to stew my family's pet. Do you think we are unaware? What stew of your pet?" Wu Daliang swiftly seized the hellhound from Su Guanqiu's hands, exclaiming, "Little one, tell your mistress whether I have harmed you." The hellhound, realizing it had been rescued, excitedly clung to Wu Dalyang's arm, shaking its head vigorously. "Tell your mistress, did I steal you?" The hellhound pondered this for a moment before continuing to shake its head. Wu Dalyang then returned the hellhound to Su Guanxu's embrace, glaring at Qin Jiro. "Did you see that? Who is the one speaking falsehoods? Do not presume that your beauty grants you the liberty to unjustly accuse the innocent. You. Witnessing the hellhound siding with Wu Dalyang, Qin Jiro's face flushed crimson, her eyes brimming with tears as her frustration threatened to explode. She clutched Su Guanxu's arm, shaking it anxiously. Look, this scoundrel is bullying me." After soothing the writhing hellhound, Su Guanxu's gaze shifted to Wu Dalyang, scrutinizing him with lingering suspicion. It was known that each holy beast's noble lineage bestowed upon it an arrogant temperament and an inviolable dignity. Even in the presence of the mightiest, they would never bow their heads in subservience. Typically, the hellhound ignored all but the two of them, and even then, it would occasionally throw tantrums. Yet now, it displayed such affection towards Wu Dalyang, behaving obediently like a tamed puppy. This defied all logic. Feeling her scrutinizing gaze, Wu Dalyang felt a tinge of embarrassment and quickly replied, "Beautiful sister, you must speak a word of justice. I'm truly not that kind of person." Su Guanxu glanced back at Qin Jiro and softly said, "Perhaps we have misjudged him. Let's return." "What?" Qin Jiro could hardly believe her ears. After a moment of astonishment, she spoke, and Su Guanxu shot her a glare, interrupting her words. Seeing this, Wu Dalong's heart leapt with joy. He quickly stepped forward, exclaiming, "Ladies, my ancestors were all veterinarians proficient in a myriad of perplexing ailments. Should your dog ever suffer any discomfort, rest assured, I can provide remedies that will surely bring relief." Qin Jiro shot him a disdainful glance. Had she not witnessed his medical skills being employed to save lives, she might have been tempted to believe his fanciful claims. Noticing that Yu Qiong was still glaring at the four stubby legs, Wu Dalong reached out to gently pat the little creature's head. "Little one, be quiet and listen to your master. Next time, I shall treat you to a feast." Indeed, as soon as the words left his mouth, Yu Qiong abruptly halted its antics, glancing between Su Guanxu and Wu Dalong, before solemnly nodding in agreement. Qin Jiro was momentarily taken aback, filled with astonishment. Could this fellow truly be a veterinarian, possessing some remarkable skill in taming beasts? She fell silent, contemplating the situation. This creature was notoriously mischievous, disregarding everyone as commands, and it was utterly improbable for it to follow a stranger out of the city. Moreover, it typically threw tantrums that no one could quell. Yet, this individual had merely touched its head, and it had been soothed. She now understood why her aunt had been so lenient with him. Indeed, he possessed some notable abilities. How did you manage to command its obedience? Teach me your ways. Wu Dalong was momentarily stunned, realizing that he may have overstated his prowess. Chapter 17. The Great Beast in Truth. This matter is quite simple. If you take it out for leisurely strolls frequently and find companions for it to play with, it will naturally become obedient when it is happy. Wu Dalyang, recalling his previous life experience of raising dogs, rambled on. Qin Jiro was momentarily taken aback. They had indeed never engaged in such activities. The primary reason was that the Yuyong roar held a unique identity, and they were concerned about being observed, thus rarely taking it outside. Additionally, they had never allowed it to interact with other spirit beasts apart from the sacred beasts, as the typical spirit beast would be suppressed by its bloodline, leaving no spirit beast daring enough to play with it. Consequently, they had not considered this aspect. "Oh," Qin Jiro nodded and continued to inquire. "Is there anything else to pay attention to?" "Anything else?" Wu Dalyang pondered for a moment and replied, "Ah, yes. Occasionally treat it to some small snacks. Beyond that, nothing else." The Yuyong roar nodded in agreement. Qin Jiro was astonished, having never witnessed the Yuyong roar being so obedient. "Do you have any other matters?" Su Guanxu asked. Wu Dalyang flashed a grin and produced a recently purchased communication stone, saying, "Here, leave a contact method. Should this little fellow encounter any issues in the future, it will be easier for you to reach me." TCH. Qin Jiro shot him a glare. This is a sacred beast. How could it possibly fall ill? Just as she thought this, Su Guangqiu discreetly retrieved a jade pendant from her waist and tapped it against the communication stone in Wu Daliang's hand. A dazzling light flashed before she returned the pendant. This. Qin Jiro was stunned. She had never witnessed her aunt actively add a stranger's contact information. If word got out, this rascal would likely be the envy of many. Contemplating for a moment, she took out a jade pendant from her waist and tossed it to Wu Daliang, saying, "You do it yourself." She was not about to initiate contact with a strange man. Wu Daliang examined the exquisite jade pendant she had thrown, then glanced at his own stone, feeling rather inadequate. He attempted to connect the jade pendant with his stone, but to his embarrassment, it failed to emit any light. Looking up awkwardly at Qin Jiro, he admitted, "I'm not very adept at using this." Qin Jiro rolled her eyes at him again. She said nothing further, having personally witnessed Wu Daliang descend from the mountain. It was only natural that he would struggle with such advanced communication symbols. She swiftly took the jade pendant and stone from Wu Daliang, cast a spell, made contact, and then tossed the stone back. "Let us go. Wu Daliang waved at her and added, "Let us keep in touch, whether there is something or not." Once the two women had walked away, he stared at the stone in his hand, muttering, "Damn it, I forgot to ask that old guy how to use this." He examined the stone closely, noticing incomprehensible markings on both sides. In comparison to the two women's jade pendants, his stone was inferior in both material and craftsmanship, akin to a clash between an old brick phone and a modern smartphone. He could only wait to return home and inquire with the girl named Xuan. Stowing away the communication stone, Wu Daliang made his way back home. He had traversed much of the city, both inside and out, and had familiarized himself with the routes. He felt confident in his understanding of potential escape paths in the face of danger. However, his greatest gain was not the escape route he discovered, but rather the acquaintance he made with two formidable individuals. With his extensive experiences from 2 lifetimes, he deduced that these 2 women likely hailed from distant lands. In addition to their formidable strength, their identities were surely not ordinary. They were either members of a top-tier faction or perhaps individuals associated with the legendary celestial realm. When he stole their dog, they did not retaliate immediately, not out of kindness or admiration for his looks, but rather out of disdain. In their eyes, a person like the city lord could be effortlessly extinguished with a mere utterance. Conversely, should they wish to protect someone, it would also be a matter of a single word or a flick of a finger. His initiative to forge a connection was primarily to secure a potential escape route for future perilous situations. As Wu Dalang strolled along the street, he activated his divine vision once more. Before him appeared a myriad of figures outlined in a uniform azure hue, with not a trace of yellow to be found. Why was white absent? He pondered, for all the villagers from Wu God Village were marked in white. Yet the individuals he encountered after descending the mountain were all cast in blue. Typically, mortals were represented in white, while cultivators bore blue. At that moment, he glanced at a few children by the roadside, only to find they too were shaded in blue, albeit with fainter lines and in lesser numbers. Could it be that the water quality from Wu God Village was the cause? The only certainty at present was that the colors seen through his divine vision distinguished categories, while the line quality indicated levels of excellence. For instance, treasures were represented in blue, magical artifacts in yellow, and exotic treasures in a deeper blue. The color hierarchy, from lowest to highest, is as follows: blue, yellow, blue. This is just for general understanding, and will be reiterated later. After some contemplation, Wu Dalang still failed to comprehend the significance of white. Never mind, he thought, once he ascended to the position of leader in the realm of cultivation, he would return to Wu God Village to investigate further. Shaking his head, he lifted his gaze and realized that he had unwittingly arrived at the entrance of the Xiao residence. He entered through a side door and made his way toward his abode. As he turned a corner, he suddenly collided with something soft with a loud thud. "Are you blind?" exclaimed a young girl, clutching her chest, her forehead beaded with cold sweat, as she furrowed her brows and scolded him. Wu Dalang's eyes brightened. Before him stood a stunning maiden, rivaling Xia Ningxuang in beauty. Her skin was as white as snow, her features exquisitely defined. Though not as delicate as Xia Ningxuang, her alluring figure was enough to quicken anyone's pulse. Particularly captivating were her peach blossom eyes, which, even in anger, held an enchanting allure. What are you staring at? Are your eyes going to fall out? Seeing Wu Dalong gaze at her intently, Lu Qingmei rebuked him again. Wu Dalong extended his hand, perplexly reaching forward, repeatedly apologizing. Miss, I am blind. My sincerest apologies. As his hands inadvertently brushed against her chest, Lu Qingmei hastily stepped back. Wait, could he truly be blind? She waved her hand in front of Wu Dalong's eyes, and upon noticing his dilated pupils with no sign of focus, she realized he indeed could not see. Oh, he really is blind, Lu Qingmei muttered, lifting her exquisite gaze to rub her forehead, alleviating some of the pain. Enough, do not wander about carelessly with poor eyesight. Wu Dalong, stifling the urge to let his nose bleed, nodded repeatedly. Lu Qingmei then turned and continued forward, but after taking a few steps, she realized something was amiss. How could a blind person possess such a robust physique? Just moments ago, she had felt as though her chest had collided with an impenetrable fortress. It was inconceivable for a blind individual to possess such strength and roam freely in the backyard of the Xia family. A hint of anger flushed her face as she turned around, only to find no trace of that man. Blushing at her earlier actions, she thought, how dare he take advantage of me, and simply walk away. With a huff, she released her spiritual awareness but could not detect his presence, prompting her to chase after him once more. Returning to his residence, Wu Dalong took several sips of spiritual tea to extinguish the inner turmoil. Was it the aura of peach blossoms that I exude, or are all the women in the cultivation world this enchanting? In just 2 days since descending the mountain, I have encountered 4 exceptional beauties, each with their own charm. Could it be that heaven deems my past life too innocent, and in this life, I am destined to be a scoundrel? By the way, what is this woman's identity, and why is she here alone? He had heard of Xian Ningxuang's introduction. She was the only daughter of the Xia family, with 2 elder brothers currently cultivating in a mid-level sect. Could this girl be a thief? Just as he mumbled to himself, a commotion erupted outside. Lu Qingmei, this is my Xia family, not your Lu family. Who allowed you to wander here? Do you not understand the rules? Oh, my dear senior sister, why are you being so petty? I merely got lost. Chapter 18, could it be that your beloved is hidden within? Wu Dalong gazed out of the window and discovered Xia Ningxue blocking the entrance to her small courtyard. Her face a blend of anxiety and indignation, fixated on Lu Qingmei. The sight brought an unexpected joy to Lu Qingmei, for she and Xia Ningxue were not only the 2 most beautiful women in Luoxia City, but also sisters in the same junior sect. However, they had long been rivals, embroiled in a relentless competition since childhood over everything: food, clothing, and even cultivation levels. Just a month prior, they had graduated from their junior sect and were preparing to select a suitable intermediate sect. However, the Lu family had received a dubious piece of news. The Xia family had secured an intersect elder from a prestigious sect and gained a coveted spot for an inner disciple. After 15 years of rivalry, if Xia Ningxue were to enter a high-level sect directly, it would be akin to soaring to great heights. This situation left Lu Qingmei in distress, causing her several sleepless nights. Fortunately, this morning, the Lu family learned that a mysterious guest was residing in the Xia family's highest-class guest room. They speculated that this could very well be the elder sent by the high-level sect to recruit Xia Ningxue. Lu Qingmei's sudden visit was intended to investigate this individual's identity, hoping to forge a connection and perhaps secure an inner disciple position for herself. At that moment, witnessing Xia Ningxue's tense demeanor as she fiercely guarded the small courtyard behind her, Lu Qingmei's suspicion solidified. There was indeed an elder from the high-level sect residing within. Instantly, she cast aside the earlier incident of Wu Dalong's impudence. Seeing Lu Qingmei peeking at the courtyard, Xia Ningxue quickly spread her arms to obstruct her view. What are you looking at? Do you think your eyes are only for me? Am I not allowed to look? Lu Qingmei retorted, annoyance lacing her tone as she tiptoed for a better look. Xia Ningxue forcefully pushed her away, insisting, you cannot look. Leave this place at once. My family does not welcome you. Sister, when you visited my Lu family, we did not treat you in such a manner. Lu Qingmei frowned, displeased. Despite their rivalry, the families maintained a cordial relationship, having collaborated and supported each other in business over the years, especially since their grandfathers shared a close brotherly bond. When I visited your Liu family, I never intruded upon your private quarters. Can you not see that this is our resting place? Have you no shame? Xiaoning Xue retorted, feigning indignation. Yet, Liu Qingmei was unfazed, twisting her waist playfully as she quipped, "Could it be that you are hiding your beloved here?" "You." Xiaoning Xue's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she discreetly glanced into the courtyard, relieved to see Wu Dalang was oblivious. She then grabbed Liu Qingmei, insisting, "Come with me. We must leave this place." "I refuse." Liu Qingmei deftly evaded her grasp. Having grown up in rivalry, she had never seen Xia Ningxue so flustered, not even when their male peers expressed their affections for her. She was certain that a significant figure resided within the small courtyard. "Do not provoke me into action," she warned. "If it comes to action, so be it. Who fears you?" The prominent individual inside represented a pivotal moment in her life, and seizing this opportunity meant she would not be cast aside by the world. Today, she was determined to meet this person, no matter what. With a resounding thud, the two women immediately engaged in a scuffle. Unfathomable techniques were employed as one tugged at the other's ear, while the other grasped her hair. One pulled at garments while the other yanked at trousers. In no time, their struggle had become quite the spectacle. Wu Dalang, peering through the window, felt parched merely from watching. What a ruckus! Suddenly, two mature voices interrupted their brawl. "Mother! Mother!" The two girls called out in unison, instantly halting their actions to tidy their disheveled attire. Xiaoning Xiang's face flushed a deeper shade of red as she hurriedly glanced towards the courtyard. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Qingmei swiftly darted into the small courtyard. With a crash, she flung open the door, revealing a young man seated at the table, vigorously sipping cold tea. "It's you." Liu Qingmei's brows knitted together. "How dare you, scoundrel, hide away in here." That. Wu Dalang, confronted with the sight before him, felt the heat of desire surge once more, subdued only by the cold tea. "Ah!" It was then that Liu Qingmei realized her attire was improper. She quickly covered her chest. "Scoundrel, you dare to look? What are you doing?" Xia Ningxiang, having arranged her clothing, rushed in and scolded, then turned to Wu Dalang with an apologetic expression. "Young Master Wu, I apologize, I couldn't stop her." "And no problem." Wu Dalang poured himself another cup of cold tea, guzzling it down. "Young Master." Liu Qingmei felt a sinking sensation in her heart. Oh no, her earlier demeanor. She quickly spoke softly, "Young Master Wu, it was my ignorance. I have offended you. It's of no consequence." Wu Dalang waved his hand dismissively. Such offenses did not truly bother him. In fact, he welcomed more. "Shameless. You should leave the young master's room at once." Xia Ningxiang firmly grasped Liu Qingmei and began to pull her towards the exit. "Wait, senior sister. I am your junior. You should think about yourself when opportunities arise." With that, Liu Qingmei boldly maneuvered her way in front of Wu Dalang. "Young master, I am Liu Qingmei, the eldest daughter of the Liu family. There are many delightful places in Luoxia City. If you share your contact information, I would be delighted to personally show you around when you have the time." Xia Ningxiang let out a sigh of relief, thankful that she knew Wu Dalang had just come down from the mountain and did not possess any communication stones. Wu Dalang regarded Liu Qingmei, noticing her excitement was clearly directed at him. A smile crept onto his lips as he produced a communication stone and casually offered it to her. "I wonder what you intend to do with this?" Liu Qingmei stared at the communication stone in his hand, momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. With a flick of her fingers, she established a connection between the two stones. "Thank you, young Master Wu, for your kindness." She smiled enchantingly and waved the communication stone at Xia Ningxiang before gracefully departing. Xia Ningxiang gritted her silver teeth in frustration, and with a glance at Wu Dalang, she apologetically said, "Young Master Wu, please continue with your tasks." Upon finishing her words, she hastily pursued the commotion outside. Soon, the sounds of clamor and scuffles resonated. Wu Dalang shook his head, lightly tapping the table with one hand, contemplatively gazing at the communication stone in his grasp. "Indeed, my dear aunt, that fellow's words hold substantial merit." In the opulent fifth-floor suite of the most lavish inn in Luoxia City, Qinji Ro observed the Yuhong Ho, who was engrossed in consuming snacks, displaying a marked improvement in obedience. Su Guanqiu cast a casual glance at the Yu Hong Ho on the floor and nodded in agreement. Indeed. However, she was acutely aware that the creature's newfound obedience was not merely due to the enticing treats, but rather a result of Wu Dalang's instructions. What manner of lineage does this individual possess, that even sacred beasts willingly submit and heed his commands? Qingji Ro regarded her aunt, who had been lost in thought since returning from outside the city. With a playful twinkle in her round eyes, she jested. "Aunt, could it be that you have taken a liking to that fellow? I have heard that in the imperial capital, many secluded ladies indulge in keeping such strong young men. You haven't been influenced by them. Do you harbor similar thoughts?" "Ow, ow, ow. Be gentle. I was wrong. Aunt, I admit my fault. Su Guanqi pinchit hadeat ekaspiratit. If you dare to speak nonsense again, I shall send you back to the imperial capital. At such a tender age, you ought to refrain from indulging in baseless chatter." "I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Let go, let go." Su Guanqiu released her grip, coldly remarking, "Take the Yu Hong Ho to the next room. Guests have arrived." "Understood." Qingji Ro vigorously rubbed her ear and obediently scooped up the Yu Hong Ho, sprinting away. Shortly thereafter, a knock echoed once more at the door. Su Guanqiu raised her hand, and the door swung open of its own accord. A robust, resolute-looking middle-aged man approached, bowing and clasping his fists in greeting. "Greetings, my lord. Suwanyu yeshir dismissibly, producing nabuklit." "Commander Jiang." This outlines the considerations for establishing the teleportation array in Luoxia City from our Tianlu division. Please review it carefully and select a location to submit to me within 3 days. Chapter 19. The Liu family as mere cannon fodder. Commander Jiang took the booklet and promptly exited, making his way straight to the city lord's mansion. Along the way, the small vendors lining the streets greeted him warmly, to which he responded with a smile. However, the local ruffians, upon catching sight of him from a distance, changed their expressions dramatically and fled. Despite his amiable demeanor, this commander bore a fearsome reputation within the city, known as the Smiling Yama. His severity was such that even a mere glance could be deemed criminal, with any misstep scrutinized harshly. His methods were known to all, as was his name, and fear of him was universal. Navigating through several long streets, Commander Jiang eventually halted before the tallest edifice in the city, with its black eaves and vermilion doors adorned with a gilded plaque. This was the city lord's mansion, revered and dreaded by all, representing the pinnacle of power in Luoxia City. Without pause, he strode inside. Soon enough, he ascended to a loft and stood before the door of the main hall on the top floor, cupping his fists and speaking in a deep voice. "My lord, I have brought the items." "Enter," came a low and authoritative voice from within the loft. Commander Jiang stepped inside briskly, placing the document before the city lord. The man seated behind the Zetonwood desk appeared to be in his 40s, with a gaunt face and eyebrows reminiscent of sharp swords, exuding an aura of unspoken authority. He sat poised, pen in hand, reviewing documents. Once he completed the final stroke, he set down the brush and began to peruse the booklet. After a moment, he inquired indifferently, "Commander Jiang, can you discern the specific identity of that esteemed individual from the Tianlu division?" Reflecting briefly, Commander Jiang shook his head. "She is a woman of remarkable poise. Beyond that, my subordinates are unaware." "And her strength?" the city lord pressed further. "Immeasurable," Commander Jiang replied without hesitation. The city lord's expression momentarily shifted, and he regarded Commander Jiang thoughtfully. After a brief contemplation, he waved his hand dismissively. "Never mind. Allocate a section of land in the south of the city for them, and ensure they are well treated." "Understood," Commander Jiang acknowledged, and promptly took his leave. Once his figure vanished, the city lord rose and approached the window, surveying the bustling panorama of Luoxia City. Yet, he found little joy in the view, his brow furrowed, a shadow of concern creeping across his face. Moments later, a youthful, handsome young man entered, exuding charm. He bore a resemblance to the city lord and, upon entering, clasped his fists in greeting. "Father, the Liu family has returned from the Xia family." The city lord turned, immediately questioning, "Did they uncover anything unusual at the Xia family?" Ren Mingyang pondered for a moment before responding, I detected sounds of commotion from the Xia family using secret methods, but no other apparent anomalies were discovered. The city lord mused, deep in thought. After a moment, he asked again, what actions have the Liu family taken upon their return? Ren Mingyang continued. According to reports from our spies, Liu Xiangnan has contacted his elderly relative who is visiting friends, urging him to return swiftly. Upon hearing this, the city lord's brows knitted together. Could it be that the Xia family has successfully transported the spirit rice back? His countenance gradually darkened as his fingers subconsciously caressed the jade pendant in his hand. Within the pendant lay a message, one that had originated from Black Crow Mountain, stating that the 100,000 pounds of spiritual rice resided there. He had interrogated that band of brigands countless times, and they had sworn oaths more times than he could count, affirming their sincerity. Yet, why was the Xia family so composed? Following the hurried visit from the Liu family today, they had summoned the elder back from his travels. Clearly, they had uncovered something within the Xia family. Coupled with the various signs observed from the Xia family in recent days, the spiritual rice might not have been lost at all. He understood the dynamics between the Xia and Liu families all too well. They appeared to support one another on the surface, yet secretly vied for supremacy, especially concerning matters of high-ranking sects and celestial fortunes. The Liu family would never concede defeat. The Liu family's current urgency, even calling back the elder for discussions, suggested they had truly discerned the Xia family's impending celestial fortune. The city lord furrowed his brow, pacing back and forth. One of the parties involved, the Xia family or the brigands, must be lying. However, due to his position, he could not personally seek verification. One party comprised a family within the city, while the other was a band of outlaws. Should he expose any inconsistencies, it would be challenging for him, as the city lord, to extricate himself from the situation. Father, why must we covet the Xia family's celestial fortune when we have the means to secure a high-ranking sect's blessing through our connections? The city lord abruptly halted, gazing at the young man before him, and sighed, Tomorrow, this world is far more intricate than you perceive. There are many matters you do not comprehend. He paused, then shifted the subject. Forget it, you need not know. 2 significant figures arrived in Luoxia City yesterday, intending to establish a teleportation array within the city. We cannot delay the Xia family's affairs. We must clarify the situation regarding the spiritual rice beforehand. I have labored for over 2 centuries. Should the Xia family make a desperate move and attract the attention of those 2 figures, or if the array is completed first, it will become increasingly difficult for us to extricate ourselves from the ensuing complications. We cannot afford that risk. The city lord's voice trailed off as his gaze fell upon his only son. Tomorrow, it appears you must personally journey to Black Crow Mountain to ascertain the truth about the spiritual rice. Ren Mingyang had never witnessed his father so anxious. He understood that his father's concerns extended beyond the mere Xia family. It was about those 2 unexpected figures and the teleportation array. Once the array was established, Luoxia City would no longer be a mere border town, but would connect to the outside world, and at that point, they would cease to be the local overlords. Regardless of the outcome, they could not afford any further delays. A swift resolution was imperative. Yes, Father, I shall prepare immediately and depart secretly before nightfall. Ren Mingyang clasped his fists tightly. Meanwhile, after seeing off the Liu family, Xia Hongba hurriedly brought his daughter and steward, Xia Zhong, to the small courtyard of Wu Dalang. At this moment, the 3 wore solemn expressions, their brows furrowed with concern as they regarded the youthful figure before them. Xia Hongba spoke first, his tone grave. Young Master Wu, the head of the Liu family and his wife were probing during their visit to the front hall. They have likely sensed something amiss. Indeed, Xia Zhong's face was clouded with concern as he lowered his voice, expressing his suspicion that there was a traitor within the Xia family. Xianing Shuang clenched her sleeves, her voice trembling slightly, noting that Liu Qingmei's actions were exceedingly peculiar. It was evident that she was already aware of your identity and had deliberately intruded into the rear courtyard to test the waters. Wu Dalang waved his hand, interrupting, There is no need for alarm. The Xia family does not harbor a traitor. The Liu family can also be cleared of suspicion. What? The 3 of them were momentarily taken aback, their expressions filled with confusion. The three members of the Liu family had arrived at the Xia residence, immediately asking a myriad of questions and even trespassing into the rear courtyard. They were on the verge of inquiring how the Xia family had secured their esteemed connection with the advanced sections. The implication was clear. They seemed to have uncovered all of the Xia family's secrets. How could they not be suspected? Wu Dalang took a sip of cool tea and responded nonchalantly. They are merely being manipulated by someone else. The puppet master is using them as a means to probe the Xia family's intentions. If the Liu family were truly the orchestrators of this scheme, they would not be so foolish as to investigate the very next day. That would be akin to revealing their hand. The trio's eyes brightened at Wu Dalang's reasoning, which indeed possessed a degree of validity. The Liu family had once been a modest household, yet within a century, they had risen to prominence as a formidable clan. Without intelligence and strategy, how could they have emerged victorious amidst the many covetous families following the downfall of the Liu family? As they regarded Wu Dalang, admiration glimmered in their gazes. His strategic acumen was undoubtedly impressive. Setting down his teacup, Wu Dalang lightly tapped his fingers on the table and remarked, "The true mastermind must be growing increasingly impatient. Otherwise, they would not resort to using the Liu family as a test. From this moment forth, any family members departing the city towards Black Crow Mountain must be closely monitored, including those from the Lord's residence. The puppeteer, having not fully grasped the Xia family's circumstances, will inevitably journey to Black Crow Mountain to verify the matter concerning the spirit rice. Should you encounter any significant figures or unusual occurrences, report back promptly." Chapter 20. Have I truly been betrayed? This. Xia Hongbo and his companions exchanged glances, a flicker of concern evident in their eyes. They were not so much afraid of being followed by the city lord's mansion, but rather wary of the celestial powers that stood behind it. The city lord's mansion acted as a local authority under the aegis of the celestial realm, representing its interests. Fortunately, they had not conspired with bandits. However, if Wu Dalyang's suspicions were accurate, and the city lord's mansion was indeed the bandits' backing, what fate awaited the Xia family? Would they have to confront the city lord's mansion? To stand against the city lord's mansion would be tantamount to opposing the celestial realm itself. They lacked the audacity for such a confrontation. At this juncture, all they could do was hope that their dealings regarding the spirit rice remained unconnected to the city lord's mansion. Otherwise, the Xia family would be beyond salvation. After relaying his instructions, Wu Dalyang urged Xia Hongbo, "Have your father return promptly." Suppressing his anxiety, Xia Hongbo nodded solemnly and replied, "Understood." He recognized that Wu Dalyang's insistence on summoning his father stemmed from the concern that this matter might intertwine with the city lord's mansion, placing him beyond his capacity to manage. Recently, his father had accompanied the elder of the Liu family on a visit to friends, ostensibly to diminish the significance of acquiring spirit rice and redirect the attention of the Liu family and other clans within the city. Yet, it seemed they had still been ensnared. "My grandfather should be back by tomorrow morning at the latest," Xiang remarked. Indeed, Wu Dalyang nodded. His purpose in urging the elder of the Xia family to return was not merely to have him take charge. This elder was one of the few late-stage foundation establishment cultivators in the city. Wu Dalyang's true aim was to gauge his own strength against that of the elder, to ascertain where he stood amidst the brewing storm. It was imperative to understand his capabilities before proceeding with any plans. Should his strength be vastly inferior to that of the bandits, he would have no choice but to retreat with grace. "Very well. You three, make haste in your preparations." "Yes." The trio promptly bowed and took their leave. "Wait." Wu Dalyang suddenly recalled the communication stone, calling them back. He produced the stone and inquired, "How does one utilize this device?" Xia Hongbo and Xie Zhong exchanged knowing glances before turning to Xiang. "Frost, you stay behind to assist young Master Wu with the explanation." "Certainly." Xiang's ears flushed slightly as she accepted the communication stone from Wu Dalyang. Speaking softly, "Young Master Wu, there are various types of communication stones, and there exists a type of communication talisman as well, though it is single use and has limited range. The highest grade is a command token, also known as an identity token. This item not only allows for communication without distance constraints, but also boasts numerous functions, such as positioning, defense, and locking capabilities. Wu Daliang nodded in understanding. The two beauties by the river today must have possessed command tokens. In my previous life, that would be akin to the latest model of the iPhone. What level is this one? He mused, estimating that it likely fell short of the command token, but was still of considerable quality, given its intricate designs. Xiao Ningxiang examined the jade stone in her hand, diligently providing her insights. You possess a communication stone, a remarkable artifact capable of transmitting messages over vast distances, far superior to ordinary communication talismans. As long as it remains intact, it can be utilized for over a decade. Wu Daliang, sensing something amiss, promptly inquired about its market value. This typically retails for 10 spirit stones at the Xianbao Pavilion, but with my family's membership, you can enjoy a 30% discount. What? Wu Daliang's anger surged, and he sprang to his feet, startling Xiao Ningxiang beside him. How could I have been so foolishly swindled? Even I can be taken advantage of. This is outrageous. With a swift motion, Wu Daliang drew his imposing 2-meter-long blade, intent on reclaiming his honor. Xiao Ningxiang, sensing the escalating situation, grasped his arm tremblingly. Please, young master. Where are you going? That old scoundrel at the Xianbao Pavilion dares to cheat me. I'm going to have my vengeance, Wu Daliang declared, dragging Xiao Ningxiang outside. Young master, please calm down, Xiao Ningxiang pleaded, gripping his arm tightly. The Xianbao Pavilion is rumored to be affiliated with the Celestial Court. Even our city lord would not dare to offend them. I care not for the Celestial Court or its minions. Those who wrong me must pay, Wu Daliang retorted, continuing to pull Xiao Ningxiang toward the exit. At that moment, Xiezhong rushed over, breathless. Young master, we have just received news that the young city lord has left the city, but not toward Black Crow Mountain. Upon hearing this, he noticed their awkward position and raised an eyebrow. What is going on here? Xiao Ningxiang's face flushed crimson as she quickly released her grip. Wu Daliang suddenly regained his composure. If he were to storm the Xianbao Pavilion now, he risked jeopardizing his chance at celestial fortune, possibly forcing him to flee prematurely. He glanced at the communication stone in his hand, realizing that the intricate lines did not stem from the stone's material, but rather indicated the advanced functionality of its enchantment. This city is indeed fraught with traps. I would be better off returning to the countryside. Only the second day after descending the mountain, and he had already been severely duped. My hard-earned money is not easily deceived. That old rogue should brace himself. Once I attain my celestial fortune, I shall empty his wretched shop. Wu Daliang swore vehemently in his heart, exhaling deeply before speaking again. Maintain the extraordinary vigilance of our scouts. Do not concern yourselves with the young city lord for now. Should you discover his whereabouts, inform me immediately. Understood, Xiezhong replied, casting a knowing glance at Xiao Ningxiang before departing with a hint of amusement. Upon returning indoors, Wu Daliang resumed his inquiries about the communication stone's usage. Xiao Ningxiang explained each aspect in detail, and he quickly grasped its operation. It functioned similarly to a storage pouch, requiring mental focus to engage the runes inscribed upon it. However, activating the enchantments for friend requests necessitated spiritual energy. Concerned that his inner strength might shatter the stone, he refrained from testing it himself and requested Xiao Ningxiang to add him as a friend. Wu Daliang promptly utilized his telepathic abilities, communicating through the runes of the communication stone as per Xiao Ningxiang's instructions. Hello. Soon, a response arrived. Hello. Wu Daliang sent another message. Have you eaten? The reply came swiftly. Have you eaten? As he engaged in this exchange, Wu Daliang felt a surge of excitement. It was akin to chatting via text messages, dispelling his earlier boredom. The only drawback was that his communication stone was of a low grade, limiting its range to about 1,000 miles. In this world, 1,000 miles was roughly the extent of a city, reminiscent of a telegraph in his previous life. Observing Wu Daliang's amusement, Xiao Ningxiang felt a smile tugging at her lips, yet the burdens weighing on her heart thwarted her joy. As Wu Daliang experimented further, he discovered that his telepathy was significantly more effective than his spiritual awareness, allowing him to copy and paste messages. Typically, messages were sent through spiritual awareness, tailored to the recipient's spiritual characteristics. However, his newfound ability enabled him to directly replicate and resend the text arranged by another's spiritual awareness, an unexpected delight. Perhaps, at a pivotal moment, it would yield surprising results. Excellent. Wu Daliang nodded in satisfaction. He had intended to converse with the two esteemed individuals he had met earlier, but hesitated, fearing it might impede his pressing matters for the day. After dinner, while Xiaoning Shuang was engaged in conversation with him, news suddenly arrived of the young lord's departure from the city once more. Wu Daliang sat quietly at the table, his fingers unconsciously tapping the edge, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation, resembling a wolf in feigned slumber. The members of the Xia family across the table hesitated to speak, ultimately withdrawing slightly, wary of disturbing this enigmatic youth who consistently brought them unexpected fortunes. Immediately order everyone to withdraw. There is no need for further surveillance or investigation. From this moment forth, the entire Xia family shall maintain its usual activities without any extraneous actions. Wu Daliang's sudden pronouncement left the others momentarily bewildered. After having significantly increased the wages of their guards and servants over the past 2 days, how could they suddenly retract everything? Understood. After a brief contemplation, Xia Hongba acquiesced to this unforeseen request. If it were not for this young man before them, the Xia family would have already crumbled. He had no reason to doubt him. Wu Daliang glanced at Xia Hongba and Xie Zhong beside him, then looked over at the bewildered Xiaoning Shuang, and finally spoke. Miss Xia, would you accompany me for a stroll? Chapter 21. The Lord's Son, Death? Xiaoning Shuang was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue, and a flicker of excitement danced within her heart. Ever since Wu Daliang arrived at the Xia residence, he had maintained a rather indifferent demeanor towards her, and this was the first time he had mentioned her name, suggesting a stroll through the nightscape of Luoxia City. Xia Hongba and Xie Zhong exchanged a knowing glance, realizing that Wu Daliang's intentions were not as simple as merely taking a leisurely walk. However, since Wu Daliang remained reticent, they chose not to press further, nodding in agreement. Shuanger, do be sure to accompany young Master Wu well, and should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform your father. All right. Xiaoning Shuang buried her head in her chest, gently nodding. Wu Daliang couldn't help but smirk at the sight. Is this what your family has come to? And yet you find time to indulge in infatuation? Do you truly believe this is a date? Nevertheless, he found her bashful demeanor rather charming. In a swift transition, the two found themselves amidst the enchanting night scene of Luoxia City. As they strolled along the streets, their striking appearances drew the attention of passers-by, most of whom were captivated by Xiaoning Shuang's breathtaking beauty. Meanwhile, Wu Daliang became the subject of envy, with some individuals even clicking their tongues in disapproval, muttering derogatory remarks. One particularly cutting comment likened him to a flower growing in dung, which nearly provoked Wu Daliang into drawing his weapon. For heaven's sake, I'm not lacking in charm, am I? He muttered under his breath. Once I achieve a fair complexion, I'll dazzle you all. Upon overhearing the comments, Xiaoning Shuang felt an unexpected thrill of secret delight. But noticing Wu Daliang's darkened expression, she discreetly edged closer to him. Young master, ahead lies Fengshe Street, where there's a place called Falling Leaves Pavilion, a gathering spot for the youth. Shall we visit? Wu Daliang's eyebrow twitched. Do you genuinely think this is a date? I have little taste for crowds lately. Let's venture outside the city. You lead the way. Outside the city? Xiaoning Shuang was momentarily stunned, but she quickly regained her composure, her face blossoming into a deep crimson, not from shyness, but from embarrassment. So you seek to retrieve the spiritual rice, while I foolishly assumed. The more she pondered, the more awkward she felt. Is it towards Black Crow Mountain? Wu Daliang nodded, and they commenced their leisurely stroll towards the city gates. As they passed by the 5-story Inju Lu, a little creature named Yu Qiong shouted in excitement while munching on snacks, his eyes suddenly sparkling with enthusiasm as he attempted to dart outside. Yet, just as he reached the door, the quick-witted Qin Jiro caught him effortlessly. What mischief are you up to at this hour? Yu Qiong squirmed in her grip, his tiny legs flailing and his nostrils snorting in protest. You better behave, or there will be no more treats for you, Qin Jiro admonished while soothing him. Meanwhile, Su Guangqiu glanced at Yu Qiong, set down her book, and approached the window. Spotting Wu Daliang and Xia Ningshuang walking side by side, toward the city gates. Upon reaching the gates, Wu Daliang suddenly felt an uncomfortable sensation, as though he were being scrutinized by unseen eyes. Thus, he chose not to follow the crowd out of the city, but instead ventured to a secluded corner. After surveying his surroundings and confirming that no one was paying attention, he inquired, "Do you recognize the young city lord?" "Indeed," Xia Ningxue nodded. Renming Yang was a year her senior. They often played together in their youth. Although they had drifted apart as they grew older, they occasionally attended gatherings together. By nightfall, with her 6th level of qi refinement, recognizing him posed no challenge. "Will you carry me, or shall I carry you?" Wu Dalong suddenly posed the question. "Huh?" Xia Ningxue was momentarily taken aback, uncertain why he had asked such a thing. In the next instant, Wu Dalong made the decision for her, wrapping his arms around her waist and soaring into the air. With a whoosh, they found themselves 100 meters outside the city. It was only then that Xia Ningxue let out a startled cry, not due to Wu Dalong's actions, but rather the astonishing speed. The scenery before her shifted in an instant, and she was outside the city. It was her first encounter with such rapid movement. "Don't let go." Wu Dalong's voice brought her back from her stupor, prompting her to hastily release her grip from around his neck, remembering the masculine aura she had felt at her nose. Her cheeks flushed crimson. "Let us go. Lead me to the necessary path to Haya Mountain," Wu Dalong remarked before setting off. Xia Ningxue hurriedly followed, eager to inquire about Wu Dalong's sudden exit from the city. Surely, was he intending to capture the young city lord or stealthily infiltrate Haya Mountain? Yet, the question lingered on her lips, unspoken. Wu Dalong's strides were swift, and despite her efforts, Xia Ningxue struggled to keep pace. He was compelled to reduce his speed. His agility stemmed from the martial art duo Zhuanu Yi, taught by the shoemaker Wu Yi from the martial god village, a discipline he had mastered to perfection over the years. After all, one cannot wander through the martial world without encountering danger. If one cannot fight, one must flee. Speed is of the essence. Thus, he had diligently trained for a decade. Now, capable of leaping to heights of 100 zhang and gliding 500 to 600 meters with the aid of aerodynamics. On solid ground, he could traverse considerable distances with a single step. Such velocity made it a marvel that Xia Ningxue, at her 6th level of qi refinement, could keep up at all. After half an hour of travel, they halted at the crucial intersection leading to Haya Mountain. Wu Dalong carefully observed their surroundings, noting no abnormalities. Yet the symptoms of acclimatization still lingered. He promptly concealed the breathless Xia Ningxue behind a small slope 100 meters from the intersection. "Young master, what are we about to do?" Xia Ningxue could not suppress her curiosity any longer. Wu Dalong regarded her, noting the sheen of exertion on her brow, and handed her a water pouch. "Do not ask, just wait." Xia Ningxue cast a glance at him, hesitating to press further, then looked at the water pouch. Blushing, she opened it and took a few sips. "Miss Xia, who is stronger, you or the young city lord Renming Yang?" Wu Dalong suddenly inquired. Xia Ningxuang did not hesitate and replied directly, "If I am not mistaken, his current cultivation level should have reached the 9th stage of qi refinement. I'm no longer his match." Wu Dalang appeared somewhat surprised. At the dining table, he had heard Xiezhong boast about this girl's talent, which was said to rank among the top 10 within 100,000 miles. How could she possibly be unable to contend with the slightly older young lord? Xia Ningxuang noticed the confusion in Wu Dalang's eyes and awkwardly explained, "After all, he is the son of the city lord. His training conditions and resources are far beyond what our small family can compare." Wu Dalang, however, remained unconvinced. If her rare talent truly existed, such an advantage would undoubtedly compensate for the lack of resources in cultivation. Furthermore, even if the city lord's residence was exceptionally wealthy, the Xia family could still stand on equal footing. The disparity was not insurmountable. The fact that Ren Yongming could surpass her by such a considerable margin likely involved more than mere advantages in resources. A cultivator's success fundamentally relies on 3 factors: resources, talent, and luck. It is possible that this young man has encountered some extraordinary opportunity. Wu Dalang pondered silently for a moment, and suddenly his gaze sharpened, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes as a bold and audacious plan instantly took shape in his mind. with a fierce glint in his gaze. He turned his attention towards Haya Mountain. Miss Xia, are you certain that Qi refinement cultivators can only fly with the aid of magical artifacts? Yes. Xia Ningshuang nodded. Without the assistance of magical artifacts, a Qi refinement cultivator would exhaust more than half of their spiritual power within 300 miles. No cultivator would willingly put themselves in a weakened state in the wilderness. Wu Dalang nodded, simultaneously fixing his gaze on the heavens and the earth. Moments later, the sound of the hoofbeats, crisp and powerful, echoed through the air, breaking the tranquility of the small grove as it approached rapidly. Miss Xia, please confirm whether the approaching figure is the young lord. If it is, inform me immediately. Xia Ningshuang nodded, gripping the long sword at her waist, her entire being on high alert as she fixed her gaze ahead. The sound grew increasingly louder, and the figure of a man on horseback became clearer to both of them. It was not until he was about 30 meters away that Xia Ningshuang nodded and said, "Although he is disguised, I have known the young lord since childhood. There is no mistaking it. He is the young lord, Ren Mingyang." As soon as she finished speaking, Wu Dalang swiftly drew the long sword from Xia Ningshuang's grasp. In the next moment, he leapt from the horse's back, a severed head accompanied by a spray of blood thudding to the ground with a heavy sound. Immediately, the startled brown horse reared up, letting out a frightened whinny as it threw the headless body to the ground and turned to flee. Xia Ningshuang's scream caused the brown horse to quicken its pace even further. Her face turned pale, and she stood there as if struck by lightning, stunned. How could he dare to do such a thing? This was the son of the city lord. Chapter 22. The Power of Breaking Through Boundaries. Wu Dalang cast a cold glance at the galloping horse, showing no intention of pursuit. It was merely an ordinary steed, devoid of any spiritual essence, and fortuitously headed back toward Black Crow Mountain. Xia Ningshuang approached timidly, her silver teeth chattering. This is the only son of the city lord. Why did you kill him? How can we quell the lord's wrath? Wu Dalang furrowed his brow, turning to grasp her neck, his voice chillingly icy. You asked me why I killed him, and why should I assuage his fury? Coughing. The suffocating pain jolted Xia Ningshuang into full awareness. She gazed into Wu Dalyang's eyes, which radiated murderous intent, causing her heart to tremble violently. Was this still the boy who had rescued her from bandits? Was this the same youth who had repeatedly aided the Xia family in times of crisis? She felt that this individual, who had emerged from the mountains and occasionally exhibited childishness, was fundamentally not of her ilk. His decisive ruthlessness and his cold-heartedness revealed a connection to an enigmatic and dark world she could never comprehend. Yet, as she reflected, a pang of guilt surged within her. If he truly were a reckless man, how could he dare to wade through the treacherous waters of the Xia family? Why would he repeatedly assist them through their tribulations? Was it merely a matter of fate that bound his destiny to the precarious Xia family? His current resolve was evidently a gamble of life and death for future outcomes. Yet, she had doubted him, interrogating him with reproachful tones. In that moment, she recognized how foolish her actions had been. Though her throat ached from his grip and her vision darkened, she could still discern the frigidness in his gaze, a blend of cruelty and rationality. I grant you 3 minutes to contemplate. Tell me why you killed him. If you cannot provide an answer, I shall surrender myself to the city lord's residence, and you may manage the affairs of the Xia family as you see fit. Wu Dalyang released her, withdrawing his murderous intent. These individuals lived within the confines of rules, always contemplating regulations, consequences, and how to placate those in power. They had ingrained the notion of unbridgeable divides between themselves and the heavenly court deep into their bones, having long forgotten to seek the essence of matters. If she could not comprehend the world beyond the rules, if she remained ensnared within them, willingly becoming a pawn to be slaughtered, then she and he were fundamentally incompatible, and he could offer her no assistance. There was no need for him to return to the Xia family, for such individuals would inevitably bring about his downfall. The 3 minutes served as a test for her, a glimmer of hope for the Xia family. Whether she could seize this opportunity rested solely upon her shoulders. Wu Dalyang's gaze fell upon the headless corpse on ground. Meanwhile, at the gathering of Immortals Pavilion in Luoxia City, Qin Zhuro, having successfully calmed the tumultuous Yuqiong, suddenly noticed Su Guanxiu standing at the window, furrowing her brow as she stared outside. Curiously, she approached to peer at the street below, finding nothing particularly intriguing. She extended her consciousness once more, enveloping the direction in which Su Guanqiu was gazing, and in an instant, she captured the traces of two individuals 100 miles outside the city. Is that not the charlatan? Accompanied by a beautiful woman in the dead of night. Could it be a clandestine rendezvous? She shook her head, glancing again at the headless corpse on the ground. Wow, who would have thought this fellow was also a robber of cultivation, venturing out at such an hour to conduct business? Qin Zhuro appeared to have discovered a kindred spirit, a glimmer of excitement illuminating her eyes. She turned her head to look at Su Guanqiu beside her, as if she had uncovered something of great significance, a smile tugging at the corners of her eyes. And, so this is your preference? Su Guanqiu withdrew her gaze, glaring. Preference? That one? A rogue, brash and audacious, of course. Those refined, young gentlemen from the capital. You have never even cast a glance at them. Yet, the fellow outside the city has been the focus of your attention for 2 consecutive days. Your eyes are nearly glued to him. Oh dear, it hurts. Be gentle. Be gentle. Su Guanqiu tugged at her ear once more. Go practice your cultivation. Day after day, you ponder such nonsensical thoughts. If you dare to speak recklessly again, I shall send you straight back. I was wrong. I was wrong. I'll go cultivate. I shall cultivate. Su Guanqiu released her, and she scurried away, yet her heart continued to murmur. On days when I don't speak nonsense, I have never seen you act this way. I think you are. Just at that moment, Wu Daliang suddenly realized that the malady of acclimatization had resolved itself. He crouched down and rummaged through Ren Mingyang's belongings, discovering a storage pouch. With delight, he opened it to inspect its contents. Inside were merely a dozen bottles of unfamiliar elixirs, a long sword, and several spirit stones. He searched again, but found nothing extraordinary aside from a communication stone he would need soon. This shouldn't be. With this lad's mediocre stature, how could he possibly advance so rapidly without an extraordinary opportunity? He could feel that this young man had already achieved the peak of qi refinement, with one foot firmly in the foundation establishment stage, surpassing even Xianing Shuang's father by a significant margin. He promptly activated his divine eye. A beam of golden light flashed across his pupils, and he immediately discerned something unusual. What on earth? Why does this young man bear 2 colors of lines? Ren Mingyang's half-body exhibited the usual blue lines, yet interspersed among them were strands of gray lines, particularly dense around the Dantian area. This was the first time Wu Daliang had witnessed 2 different colors on the same entity. Could it be that this lad possesses a rare constitution? After pondering for a moment, he shook his head in denial. The colors observed by the divine eye were indicative of different types. While constitution was a part of the body and should, in theory, not be related to color. At that moment, he noted that the gray lines on Ren Mingyang's body were gradually diminishing as the vitality dissipated. When a cultivator perishes, their spiritual energy flows away in this manner. Once all spiritual energy has completely vanished, the cultivator will become merely a blue silhouette, devoid of any lines. This suddenly sparked a possibility in his mind. The gray lines on Ren Mingyang's body must represent a source of power beyond mere spiritual energy. Contemplating this, Wu Daliang reached out to touch the area of Ren's Dantian. What on earth? He abruptly withdrew his hand. At the moment, his fingers brushed against the gray lines of Ren Mingyang's Dantian. His blood surged within him as if it were parched earth welcoming a long-awaited rain, inexplicably invigorated. It felt as though something long dormant was poised to emerge from the depths of his veins, akin to a famished wolf detecting the scent of blood. This sensation was entirely foreign to him. What essence of power could this be, resonating so profoundly with me? Wu Daliang marveled at the phenomenon. After a brief hesitation, he slowly placed his hand back upon Ren Mingyang's Dantian. To his astonishment, the internal cultivation technique Wu Jigong imparted to him by the old village chief began to operate autonomously, absorbing those gray lines and instantaneously transforming them into internal energy. The long stagnant pinnacle of his realm began to loosen. Indeed, it was loosening. His realm was shifting. After years of stagnation, his internal energy, upon contact with these gray lines, began to grow once more, propelling him towards a new elevation. Xianing Shuang stared blankly at the corpse on the ground, oblivious to Wu Dalong's actions. Even if she had noticed, she would not have comprehended the significance. Wu Dalong trembled with anticipation. 5 years, an entire 5 years. His realm had reached its zenith 5 years prior, and despite his relentless efforts, he had been unable to make even the slightest advancement or absorb any further internal energy. Yet, at this moment, he rediscovered that sensation. His realm was gradually ascending. He sensed that if he continued absorbing for merely half a day, he could step into a new and unknown dimension. Was it the path of the immortal, or perhaps a different martial way? He could not ascertain, only aware that his current realm was certainly not the pinnacle. He simply had not yet discovered the means to transcend it. Wu Dalong was on the verge of tears from exhilaration. However, at that instant, the pace of his absorption abruptly halted. Upon closer inspection, he realized the gray lines on Run Mingyang's body had been nearly exhausted. Wu Dalong's expression darkened. All gone? He examined his own strength and found that his internal energy had indeed increased by 1%. While this may seem trivial, that single percent, 5 years ago, would have required an entire month of arduous cultivation. Yet just moments ago, he had accomplished this in less than 10 breaths. The speed was astonishing. He regretted having squandered time earlier, which resulted in the dissipation of 9/10 of the gray lines into the ether. Otherwise, his strength could have risen by at least 10%. He attempted to explore other areas on Ren Mingyang's body, activating Wuji Gong once more, but still failed to absorb even a fraction. He searched within himself, but found no source for this newfound power. He speculated that it must be a force cultivated through a unique technique. Reluctantly, Wu Dalong stood up and turned to the quaking Xianing Shuang. Upon meeting his gaze, she felt a shiver run through her. Chapter 23. Did the Black Crow Mountain take my son? Provide me with an answer. Wu Daliang spoke softly. His voice was faint, yet to Xianing Shuang, it felt as though an eternal glacier was crawling up her spine, causing her blood to freeze in an instant. I. Xianing Shuang realized her voice trembled uncontrollably, and she hurriedly took a deep breath before speaking slowly. I understand that what you are doing is the only way to help the Xia family reclaim the spiritual rice. And it is also the sole means of safeguarding our family. Wu Daliang fixed his gaze intently upon her eyes. After 3 breaths, he exhaled, swiftly approaching Ren Mingyang's lifeless body and tapping on it a few times. Then, he clapped his hands against the ground, erasing any traces left by the 2 individuals before he spoke. Let's depart. Xianing Shuang remained rooted in place, paralyzed by fear. Only when Wu Daliang shot her a glare did she slowly follow. Suddenly, Wu Daliang darted towards her at great speed. She instinctively shut her eyes, bracing for death. However, in the next moment, she felt not death, but the howling night wind, tousling her hair and stinging her cheeks. As she gradually opened her eyes, she discovered Wu Daliang had wrapped his arms around her waist, leaping through the forest beneath the full moon, occasionally bounding off treetops, covering hundreds of meters in a single leap. Within moments, she caught a glimpse of the flickering candlelight in the distant city. She turned her head to gaze at his handsome profile illuminated by the sun, her heart filled with myriad emotions. Is this truly a youth just emerging from the mountains? His almost demonic intelligence, his decisive actions devoid of hesitation, and that piercing gaze capable of seeing through everything, coupled with his untamed spirit, were remarkable. One might say that even a scion of a prestigious ancient family or a saint from a top-tier sect would pale in comparison. Realizing Wu Daliang's breath brushed against her face, she lowered her head in embarrassment. Yet, what astonished her even more was that, amidst the impending storm, she felt an unparalleled sense of security. Even with the tempest approaching, it seemed that as long as he was by her side, that reassurance could not be washed away. Wu Daliang was filled with a mix of anger and frustration. At such a critical moment, how could she still be lost in infatuation? Deep down, he understood that this girl had not grasped the true purpose of his actions. Fortunately, he could see trust in her eyes, as well as a determination to break free from the constraints of rules, if she lacked the courage to confront the oppression of those rules. Even her beauty would not warn him, leaving behind a potential hazard. This was the realm of cultivation, not a mere martial world. He could not afford to harbor even a shred of compassion. What he required were companions who could adapt beyond the rules, not burdens tamed by them. As for the Xia family, he would only grant them a single night. If the elder of the Xia family and Xia Hongbo were equally short-sighted cowards, he would not wait until dawn. In just a matter of breaths, Wu Daliang arrived at the foot of Luoxia City. He chose not to return to the city immediately, but instead rummaged through Ren Mingyang's storage bag, retrieving a communication stone that appeared to be of a higher grade than his own. However, he was not in the mood for comparisons at that moment. Wu Daliang swiftly rummaged through the information within the communication stone and soon found several key phrases. Father, Black Crow Mountain, me, hurry. He employed his mental connection to replicate these words continuously. Subsequently, he located the contact mark of the city lord, Tianxing, within the communication stone, pasted the phrases, and sent, Father, Black Crow Mountain, hurry, me. After sending the message, he crushed the communication stone in his hand, embraced Xianing Shuang once more, soared into the air, vaulted over the city wall, and seamlessly blended into the throngs of returning townsfolk. Within the city lord's residence, the dim glow of lamps flickered. At that moment, the city lord wore a grim expression, pacing restlessly in his study. He had already received word from his son regarding the existence of 100,000 pounds of spiritual rice at Black Crow Mountain. Now, he awaited his son's safe return to confirm the information, after which he could promptly initiate the purge against the Xia family. What a cunning ruse it was! When had the Xia family produced such a figure? Even the entire falling Sunset City remained oblivious to it. It was precisely for this reason that he refrained from issuing commands hastily. To devise such a brilliant plan and execute it flawlessly, the Xia family could not possibly possess such capabilities, even if they racked their brains 100 times over. Therefore, he needed to hear the confirmation directly from his son before he would believe in the Xia family's potential. Just then, a jade pendant at his waist began to flicker wildly. He picked it up and discovered it was a message from his son. He quickly read the contents. Father, Black Crow Mountain, hurry, me. Though it was merely a series of fragmented phrases, it was evident that this message had been sent in haste. Furthermore, it had been interrupted during transmission, resulting in the omission of crucial details. His expression changed abruptly, and he halted in his tracks. This was bad. His son was in danger. He hurriedly contemplated 1,000 possibilities flashing through his mind, all pointing towards Black Crow Mountain. Without time to hesitate, he immediately dispatched dozens of messages and, in a swift motion, exited the loft. Soon after, the city lord's residence was ablaze with light as various department heads, alerted by the messages, hurried into the estate, followed closely by a large contingent of city guards rapidly assembling. Simultaneously, the gates of falling Sunset City were sequentially sealed. A transparent barrier materialized with a hum as one of the city gates closed, enveloping the entire falling Sunset City, resembling a massive bowl inverted upon the earth. At that moment, not even a mosquito could hope to enter, let alone a fly escape. An atmosphere of grim foreboding engulfed the entire city, as if even the night itself had been frozen by this invisible pressure. Several townsfolk, roused from their slumber, peered through their windows, witnessing the cold glow of the grand formation in the night sky and the armored guards racing down the streets. A suffocating sense of dread spread silently. Many had never witnessed such a display in their lifetimes, yet they all understood. Something monumental was unfolding. In the Ju Xian Tower, Qin Zhiro was disturbed by the hurried and synchronized footfalls echoing through the streets, rendering her unable to find peace. She concluded her practice and leaned against the windowsill, observing the throngs of city guards. With a huff, she exclaimed, "What is the meaning of this? Gathering at such a late hour? If I were to lose my mind, I could very well take you all down with me." Suddenly, she noticed that the direction of their assembly seemed rather peculiar. Wasn't that the direction of the troublemaker? As Qin Zhiro pondered this, she overheard the whispers of the townsfolk nearby. "You may not know, But I just heard from my brother-in-law in the city guard that the Lord's son has been killed. What? Who possesses such audacity to slay the Lord's son? Shoo! Keep your voice down. The situation remains unclear, and you might find yourself accused of a crime. The Lord's son, Chinjiro, was momentarily taken aback. Recalling the headless corpse she had seen earlier, it certainly appeared quite youthful. She surmised that her instincts were correct. The victim was likely the Lord's son. That rascal actually dared to murder the Lord's son. Does he not realize that the Lord's family is connected to the celestial realm? Engaging in such heinous acts in the dark, he has crossed the line. She seemed to have stumbled upon something significant and rushed into the adjoining room. As she pushed the door open, she found Su Guanchuan standing by the window. Aunt, you won't believe this. Oh wait, it seems that the one he just killed was indeed the Lord's son. Do you think he's been emboldened by some wild courage after his mountain escapades to descend and commit murder, particularly against the Lord's offspring? Su Guanchuan regarded her with a hint of admiration for her excitement, but then shot her a disapproving glance. This is none of your concern. Mind your own business. Oh, Chinjiro puffed up her cheeks, her dark, glimmering eyes darting about. But we are witnesses. The celestial realm has rules. Those who fail to report knowledge of a crime are treated as accomplices. Does that mean I would become a murderer too? Chapter 24. The hidden blade of Wu Dalang. Then go to the city lord's mansion to provide your testimony. At that time, I shall apply for commendation on your behalf, ensuring your father rewards you handsomely. Su Guanqiu remarked casually. Really? Chinjiro tilted her head, casting a sidelong glance at her. Noticing Su Guanqiu's expression gradually turning cold, she quickly corrected herself. Oh, I was just joking. I wouldn't be so boring. Nonetheless, returning to the matter at hand. This individual appeared to be exceedingly unfortunate. Having just ascended the mountain to commit robbery, he had inadvertently targeted the city lord's mansion. Moreover, he had taken a life. Should this be discovered, even if he managed to flee, once marked on the heavenly court's list of wanted individuals, it was likely that no refuge would remain for him in the entire realm of cultivation. Su Guanqiu turned her head, inquiring, how did you deduce that he intended to rob, rather than pursue some other objective? Chinjiro puffed her cheeks. What else could he possibly be doing out in the wild at this late hour, if not to commit robbery? Is he so tired of living that he would deliberately seek to kill the city lord's son in a quest for death? With a resigned shake of her head, Su Guanqiu replied, how do you know that he did not intend to specifically slay the city lord's son? Intentionally? Chinjiro paused, her curiosity piqued. Aunt, why would he deliberately seek to kill the city lord's son? Spirit rice. Su Guanqiu exclaimed, exasperation evident in her voice. Spirit rice. Chinjiro was even more perplexed. Wasn't that taken by the mountain bandits? Shouldn't he be going after those bandits instead? What does killing the city lord's son signify? With a sigh, Su Guanqiu approached the table and sat down slowly, speaking softly. Let me ask you, if you were a member of the Xia family and had lost 100,000 pounds of spirit rice to robbery, with no chance of recovering it, leading to the potential annihilation of your entire family, what would you do? Chinjiro pondered for a moment, raising her small fist. I would certainly charge into the bandits' lair to reclaim it. But what if your strength were insufficient and you were completely overpowered by those bandits? Su Guanqiu continued her inquiry. Chinjiro had never contemplated such a scenario, having been raised in abundance, with the finest resources and cultivation materials. She had only ever bullied others. Who would dare to bully her? Realizing that if she were part of the Xia family facing such dire straits, it seemed she would have no choice but to await death. No, I am a genius. How could I possibly be without a solution? She propped her chin on her hands, mulling over her predicament, but despite her efforts, no answers emerged. Ultimately, she could only reluctantly change the subject, saying, but this fellow cannot seek revenge against the lord of the city. Can he? Su Guanqiu's eyelid twitched, and with a sense of helplessness, she replied, the fact that those bandits have managed to survive outside the city for 200 years suggests that they share some vested interests with the lord of the city. Otherwise, with a mere decree from the lord, even if formidable beings were to reside in the bandit den, they could be swiftly eradicated by the celestial realm. Thus, The Xia family's attempt to reclaim the spiritual rice faces not merely a mountain bandit, but also the formidable power of the city lord's estate. The enduring alliance between the bandits and the lord is rooted in mutual benefit. But what if their interests were to transform into animosity? The vendetta for a slain son. Considering the might of the city lord's estate, how long do you think those bandits could endure? Qin Jiro stood frozen in place, momentarily at a loss for words. What a brilliant strategy, to use another weapon to kill. Bang! Qin Jiro slammed her hand on the table. Rising abruptly, her face illuminated with a sudden epiphany. How did I not think of such a clever scheme? Simply eliminate the city lord's son, frame those bandits, incite the lord's wrath over his lost child, and compel him to dispatch troops against the bandits, effortlessly reclaiming the spiritual rice without losing a single soldier. This plan is simply exquisite. What a genius! No, I must take this fellow back to the imperial capital. As she spoke, she moved to retrieve him. Stop right there. Su Guanwu Ingtajistit Hadtinkev. Are you bringing him back to the imperial capital to have him accompany you in a life of idleness? Or to make him your scapegoat, ultimately leading to his demise in the royal prison? Or perhaps to meet an untimely end at the hands of your suitors? Qin Jiro stuck out her tongue, feeling embarrassed. I'm merely valuing talent. Never mind, let him hone his skills a bit longer. I want to observe how he plays his next move. However, she inquired, Aunt, is this fellow truly just descended from the mountains? Regarding this question, Su Guankyu fell silent for a few seconds before shaking her head. I do not know. This youth is unafraid of authority and acts without regard for consequences. Yet, upon deeper reflection, one discovers he possesses a meticulous mind. Such behavior is certainly not characteristic of a novice in the realm of cultivation. Upon hearing this, Qin Jiro gazed at her in astonishment. It was the first time she had heard this renowned beauty from the eastern wilderness, ranked among the top 10, speak so highly of someone. Aunt, you can't possibly. Su Guankyu shot her a sharp glance, prompting Qin Jiro to quickly hush, sticking out her tongue. I believe that fellow simply lacks worldly experience, which emboldens him to act so recklessly. If he were in a larger city, he would likely be a corpse by now. Su Guankyu chose not to engage in that line of conversation. Wu Daliang was someone she had seen descend from the mountain herself, and the spiritual rice plan was something she had witnessed evolve step by step, deceiving the heavens and crossing the sea, utilizing another weapon for murder. Every facet appeared to disregard consequences, yet each was laced with intricacy, and he executed every step with remarkable precision. Such insight is not possessed by ordinary individuals, nor can it be achieved by a mere rash youth. Who exactly is this young man? Why must that presence establish a teleportation array beneath the martial god mountain? What? In the study of the elder of the Xia family, Xia Hongbao's sudden exclamation reverberated through several courtyards. He exhaled sharply, trembling as he grasped Xia Ningxuang's delicate shoulder, whispering with a quiver in his voice, Shuang, is this truly the case? Though still fraught with tension, Xia Ningxuang felt less fear than before. She glanced at her father and then at the elderly gentleman seated at the head of the table. The old man, furrowing his brow, yet exuding a semblance of kindness, had his silver hair meticulously tied back, adorned in a flowing white robe that draped elegantly over the chair. In his hand, a cup of steaming tea released wisps of vapor, emanating an aura of quiet authority. This man was none other than Xia Jinyue, the elder of the Xia family, who had hastily returned just an hour prior. Xia Ningxuang nodded earnestly, lowering her voice as she continued, Grandfather, father, I witnessed young master Wu decapitate Rin Mingyang with my own sword. She produced her long sword, devoid of bloodstains. Yet the discerning senses of the cultivators present could still detect a faint trace of blood's essence. Xiezhong trembled visibly. Rin Mingyang was the sole son of the city lord, destined to inherit power in Luoxia City, already recorded by the Celestial Court. Should this incident come to light, how could the humble Xia family withstand the wrath of the city lord? How could they escape the retribution of the Celestial Court? Alas, what shall we do? Xia Hongbao exclaimed, slapping his thigh in despair. He understood that Wu Daliang possessed a reckless audacity. Yet he had not anticipated such boldness as to slay the son of the city lord, having lived here for a century. They were acutely aware of the city lord's ruthlessness, which was deeply ingrained in people's hearts. Decades ago, the young master of the Zhao family, once on par with the Xia family, had merely been rumored to have an affair with the city lord's concubine. The next day, he was accused of fictitious crimes related to demonic practices, leading to the annihilation of his entire household of 137 souls, with even infants in swaddling clothes not spared. The enmity of losing a son was likely enough to condemn the Xia family tenfold. Bang! Elder Xia Jingyue suddenly slammed his palm upon the table, causing the tea set to topple. He admonished sternly, "What are you panicking for? Does your face bear the mark of a murderer? Is this the demeanor befitting a family head? How can you fall short of even Shuang?" The unexpected reprimand startled Xia Hongbo and Xie Zhong, prompting them to glance at the timid yet gentle girl. To their surprise, she appeared merely anxious, without any signs of fear or trepidation. The elder, composed and steady, regarded Xian Ning Shuang with warmth, urging her gently, "Shuang, please recount in detail the actions of young Master Wu this evening, including any words he shared with you along the way." Chapter 25. The actions of this young man are terrifying. Indeed, Xian Ningxue recounted the events of the night, beginning with their shopping excursion and culminating in Wu Dalang carrying her back to the city. After listening, Xia Hongbo and Xie Zhong felt a slight calmness, yet the bewilderment on their faces remained unabated. They could comprehend Wu Dalyang's sentiments. Why should I kill him? Why should I quell his fury? However, to eliminate the son of the city lord so decisively seemed rather extreme, did it not? Yet upon hearing this, the elder Xia Jingyue abruptly rose, pacing back and forth in the room, at times stopping in shock, and at others nodding in disbelief. Could it be that a youth just emerging from the mountains possesses such insight? Is this truly the resoluteness one would expect from a novice in the world? Was this young man's demeanor excessively formidable? Although Xia Hongbo could not quite catch what the elder was muttering, the look on his face did not suggest concern, but rather an unprecedented exhilaration. Listening to the rhythmic footsteps of the city guards and the raucous discussions outside, Xia Hongbo could not help but interrupt the elder. "Father, what should we do next?" Xia Zhen suddenly halted, his gaze piercing into his seemingly ineffectual son, advancing to tap his dry finger against his forehead. You are truly even less capable than Ningxue. She knows to unconditionally trust that young Master Wu. Here you are, the head of the family, incessantly asking what to do. Xia Hongbo cast a glance at his daughter, who maintained her composure, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Yet, he remained perplexed, unable to fathom the significance of Wu Daoyang's actions. In truth, he could not be blamed for his short-sightedness. As the family head, his thinking was constrained by the notions of considering the greater good and weighing risks against benefits. With a sigh, Xia Jingyue stated, "We need not take any action. Young Master Wu has already completed what must be done. We simply need to trust him unconditionally." "What?" Xia Hongbo and Xie Zhong exclaimed in shock. Were it not for their knowledge of the elder's usual astuteness and foresight, they might have thought him senile. "What nonsense are you spouting?" The elder glared fiercely at the two. "If I am not mistaken, young Master Wu's strategy is to use a blade to kill from a distance." Using a blade to kill from a distance? Xia Hongbo and Xie Zhong exchanged glances, each finding a glimmer of understanding in the other's eyes. Meanwhile, Xian Ningxue remained innocently gazing at the elders, convinced that simply believing in young Master Wu was sufficient. The elder Xia continued, "Haishan has been growing steadily for 200 years near Luoxia City. Anyone with eyes would not believe there is no connection with the city lord. My Xia family has seamlessly acquired the transportation of spirit rice, and I have been managing affairs in the shadows, yet we still encountered calamity. If it were merely the bandits of Haishan, how could they possess the capability to erase my family's foundation so thoroughly?" Xia Hongbo and the others felt a jolt within. The implication was clear. The enemies of the Xia family were not merely those bandits, but rather the city lord himself. Only the city lord possesses the capability to ascertain the celestial quotas held by the Xia family, orchestrate the acquisition of spiritual rice, and manipulate the bandits. Indeed, the celestial quotas in the possession of the Xia family along with those of the Liu family, which is affiliated with them, have been concealed from all, making it implausible that they could be hidden from a mere bandit. In truth, they had contemplated this possibility before, yet dared not voice it. For if it were indeed true, their fate would be akin to offending the king of hell, with a conclusion that could only lead to utter annihilation. Now, do you understand the intentions behind young Master Wu's actions? The elder gazed at the three, who, upon hearing these words, suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Their pupils constricted, and they trembled, not out of trepidation, but out of an indescribable excitement. This is nothing short of genius. To slay the city Lord San, frame it upon the Black Crow Mountain, thus sowing discord and using another's blade to strike. Flawlessly executed. One must ask, does the Xia family have any other recourse? None. This is not merely a scheme, but a decisive act of slaughter. Even if they could see through the essence of it, would they dare to slay the city Lord's son? Gradually, the three regained their senses. Finally, comprehending the elder's earlier fervor and why he had pointed an accusing finger at Xia Hongba. At that moment, Xia Nixuang realized why Wu Daliang had so tightly grasped her earlier. He bore the fate of the entire Xia family upon his shoulders, shouldering all risks while ensuring that their plan was watertight. How foolish she had been to blame and question him. Tick-tock. Unbeknownst to her, 2 streams of tears cascaded down her cheeks. At this moment, Xia Ningxuang's heart was filled with self-reproach and guilt, rendering her oblivious to her father and Uncle Xia, who were beside themselves with excitement. How meticulous is this young man's mind? Xia Hongba exclaimed in awe once more. Uncle Xia nodded in agreement. Without such resolute measures, any other individual would have left the Xia family to await their doom. The faces of the group were etched with genuine admiration and gratitude. Xia Jinyue sighed deeply, stroking his beard. This young man's talent is truly unparalleled. The Xia family's acquisition of such support is indeed a fortuitous blessing. Xia Hongba pondered for a moment before expressing his concern. Father, what of the outside? Fear not, if you can conceive of it. Young Master Wu can certainly envision it as well. As long as we do not reveal any flaws or incriminating evidence, there shall be no trouble. Moreover, at this juncture, the city lord is unlikely to act recklessly. The loss of his son is a personal matter. If he cannot provide evidence and resorts to wild accusations, who would dare conduct business in Luoxia City thereafter? Water can both support and capsize a boat. Should he lose the people's trust, his reign as city lord would come to an end. Xia Hongba exhaled a sigh of relief. Indeed, Luoxia City belongs to the heavenly court, and the Xia family has always been a law-abiding merchant. A mere pretext could unleash a calamity upon the Xia family, rendering Luoxia City no different from a den of bandits. It is astonishing that Wu Daliang had anticipated even this step. Uncle Xia, feeling inadequate, lamented, "Alas, the grace of young Master Wu is such that even if our Xia family were to exhaust all our resources, we could never repay it. Indeed, the favor bestowed upon us by young Master Wu is such that I, Xia Hongba, would find it impossible to repay even a fraction of it." Xia Hongba nodded in agreement. As soon as these words were spoken, the elder cast a meaningful glance at Xia Ningxuang, who nodded in sudden realization, while Xia Hongba appeared enlightened, yet slightly apprehensive. Sensing an unusual atmosphere, Xia Ningxuang raised her head, only to hear the elder calmly suggest, "Let us proceed to young Master Wu." Meanwhile, outside the city, hundreds of city defense soldiers tightly sealed off the entire intersection. The oppressive aura silenced the chirping of insects and the calls of birds in the forest, as if even the wind had momentarily stilled. City Lord Tianxing, clutching a headless corpse, wept bitterly, trembling like a flickering candle in the wind, a low growl escaping his throat akin to that of a wild beast. "Tomorrow, it was my negligence that caused your demise. Fear not, I shall ensure that whoever is responsible pays a heavy price. My lord, based on the temperature of the young master and the evidence at the scene, the time of death aligns precisely with when he conveyed the message to you," a judicial officer reported cautiously while holding an array plate. "Are there any clues regarding the perpetrator?" the city lord demanded sharply. Chapter 26. The development of Black Crow Mountain over 2 centuries. The judicial officer was inclined to inquire, Did you not previously mention bandits? However, upon witnessing the profound sorrow etched upon the man's visage, he refrained from voicing his question. Just then, from a distance, Commander Jiang, having assessed the scene, approached with purpose and clasped his fist solemnly, addressing the lord of the city. My lord, based on the analysis of the wound, it appears that the young master was beheaded by a single stroke of a sword, executed with such precision that not a drop of blood was shed. It is evident that the perpetrator is a master swordsman, a rarity within 1,000 miles of Luoxia City. A swordsman? The city lord's brow furrowed. Indeed, few could be deemed masters of the sword in this region. Within Luoxia City, there were but two, himself and Commander Jiang, alongside the head of the Wang family. Beyond them, one could count the chief, the third chief, and the fifth chief of Black Crow Mountain. Suppressing the grief that threatened to overwhelm him, the city lord knitted his brows in contemplation. Could it truly be the work of Black Crow Mountain? Meanwhile, Commander Jiang discreetly frowned. All evidence pointed towards Black Crow Mountain. Yet the city lord lingered in doubt. He understood well that while the city lord had some acquaintance with the chief of Black Crow Mountain, it was a mere casual association, far inferior to the bond he shared with his own son. Yet now, the city lord's suspicious demeanor seemed to disregard the message sent by his son before his untimely demise, as well as the irrefutable proof presented by Jiang. The city lord suddenly commanded, "You all withdraw 50 meters." Commander Jiang, snapping back to attention, immediately ordered, "As you wish." Once the others had retreated, the city lord raised his hand to cast a barrier spell. He then bent down and, invoking a secret technique, placed a hand upon his son, Ren Mingyang's dantian. In the next moment, his pupils constricted sharply, and he gritted his teeth, growling, heavenly black. "It is indeed you. How dare you harm my son? I, Ren Tianxing, vow here and now that I shall not rest until one of us is no more." The tide of sorrow receded, replaced by an overwhelming wave of wrath. Previously, he had been skeptical of the message stone, doubting its authenticity due to the potential for coercion. He had also questioned the timeline of death and the sword wound, for he knew that hidden sword masters could achieve similar feats. However, at this moment, he discerned that Ren Mingyang's dantian had been violated, and the power within him had been forcibly drained, leaving not a trace behind. Such power, if not absorbed by another, would retain some residue even after a day. In this world, the only individuals capable of consuming such power, aside from himself, were none other than Heavenly Black. The knowledge of Ren Mingyang's secret was confined solely to himself and Heavenly Black. The power has been drained. It was undoubtedly targeted at it. Ren Tianxing's fingers dug deeply into his palms, blood trickling down his wrist. Who else could it be but you? Tearing away the barrier, Ren Tianxing commanded, "Return to the city and prepare for an expedition to Black Crow Mountain." Commander Jiang felt a jolt of shock. Such fury had not emanated from the city lord in a century. This time, he was truly enraged, the kind of fury that stained the land for 300 miles. "As you command." Standing before the windowsill, Wu Dalang, enveloped in the profound energy of the 8 Nian Tong Xiangong, could effortlessly discern the conversation between the 4 elders of the Xia family, 200 meters away. He silently exhaled a sigh of relief. Acknowledging the astuteness of the elder Xia, who had skillfully led his family through perilous times, Wu Dalang had been prepared to resort to drastic measures, contemplating silence through violence. But fortunately, the elder Xia had timely interjected. With such a clever ally, the subsequent plans would undoubtedly unfold with greater ease. Soon, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard, followed by a gentle knock on the door. Wu Dalang, still stationed at the windowsill, called out, "Come in." The door creaked open to reveal Xia Jingyue, who stepped in first, followed by Xia Hongbo, Xie Zhong, and the tearful Xia Ningxuan. Upon entering, the elder Xia's gaze fell upon Wu Dalang, his eyes shimmering with approval as he approached with a hearty laugh. "Young Master Wu, having lived over half a century, I pride myself on having encountered many remarkable talents. Yet, a figure as poised, gallant, and both daring and astute as yourself is truly a rare phenomenon." "Oh, you flatter me, esteemed elder. I am merely ordinary, Wu Dalang replied, a smile gracing his lips as he waved a dismissive hand. Xia Jingwen nodded in satisfaction, admiration evident in his eyes. He had initially presumed Wu Daliang to be a solemn and aloof individual, yet found him surprisingly affable and carefree. To an unacquainted observer, he might easily be mistaken for an inexperienced youth. "Young Master Wu, is your stay at the Xia residence comfortable?" Wu Daliang glanced at Xia Ningxuang, whose head was bowed shyly against her chest, and replied, "Indeed, it is certainly more comfortable than my abode in the mountains. If there are any grievances, please do not hesitate to voice them." The elder Xia beamed, "Absolutely, absolutely. Now, let us not remain standing. Please take a seat." Once everyone was seated, Xia Ningxuang fidgeted with her clothing, suddenly recalling something. She darted to the side, casting a furtive glance at Wu Daliang, and quietly produced her newly acquired spiritual tea. "What plans do you have next, young Master Wu?" After exchanging pleasantries, the elder Xia redirected their focus to the matter at hand. Wu Daliang, shedding his earlier jovial demeanor, pondered briefly before inquiring, "Elder, could you elaborate further on the situation regarding Black Crow Mountain?" He had previously heard detailed accounts from Xia Ningxuang and Xie Zhong, but given the life-threatening implications, he felt it prudent to seek the elder's insights once more. Xia Jingwei promptly nodded, stating, "Black Crow Mountain is situated outside the city, having been established 200 years prior, even predating the current Lord's ascension by 20 years. Over these 2 centuries, it has developed into a formidable force. The mountain is home to a band of 5,000 outlaws, with all 8 leaders possessing foundational cultivation, among whom 4 have reached the advanced stages. Most alarmingly, their chief, He Wuyin, was already at the pinnacle of foundational cultivation a decade ago, nearly stepping into the Golden Core realm. Presently, their strength rivals that of a third-tier sect." Wu Daliang nodded, finding this information largely consistent with his prior understanding. Amidst the unfolding events, an unexpected revelation emerged. The lord of the city had ascended to power 2 decades later than the bandits. This information took him by surprise, yet it bore significant weight. Furthermore, the city lord was fundamentally a core operative of the celestial realm, entangled within an intricate web of influence, where even a single action could reverberate throughout. He found it imperative to prepare meticulously, ensuring absolute certainty in his endeavors. Wu Daoyuan furrowed his brow in contemplation before articulating, "This transcends a mere campaign against bandits. It bears striking resemblance to an assault on a sect. Even if the city lord's residence dispatches troops, it is unlikely they will mobilize swiftly." Xia Hongba nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "Let us not even mention the preparations. Merely coordinating resources and assembling personnel will likely require more than a day." Wu Daoyuan continued, "No one can predict the occurrences of the coming days. To preempt any unforeseen complications, the servants within the Xia residence should continue their duties as usual. Xia Patriarch and Steward Xia, you must closely monitor the external developments, ensuring transparency in your actions, no clandestine maneuvers. Should any significant developments arise, communicate them promptly. Complacency is not an option." Though Xia Hongba and the others were somewhat perplexed, they nodded earnestly. "Old Master, it appears you may have little time to rest. Moving forward, your responsibility will be to navigate among the prominent families within the city. Employ whatever means necessary, whether through deception or financial persuasion, to forge closer ties among them. It is crucial that we unify our efforts, as this will significantly influence our ultimate success or failure." Chapter 27. Discovering a New Realm. Young Master, have some tea. Xia Ningxuang gracefully presented the freshly brewed spirit tea to Wu Dalang. Upon receiving the cup, Wu Dalang inhaled its fragrant aroma, reminiscent of the previous occasion. His gaze shifted momentarily to the newly opened jar of tea on the table, but after a moment's contemplation, he decided it was not appropriate to indulge without reciprocation. He took a small sip and praised, "This tea is exquisite." Xia Ningxuang's face brightened at his commendation. The elder's eyes twinkled with amusement as he observed the pair. Yet, he soon fell into deep thought, his greatest concern being whether the city lord would detect any inconsistencies upon encountering the bandits. However, upon further reflection, he dismissed his worries. An hour had already passed. Had the city lord been able to uncover any clues, he would have likely pursued the matter by now. Wu Dalang's audacity in framing the bandits indicated his certainty in diverting the city lord's attention toward Heya Mountain. The subsequent focus would likely rest upon the families he intended to engage. As the night deepened, even the death of the young city lord, which had shaken the very foundations of Luanxia City, could not compete with the dimming lights throughout the city. The clamor gradually dissipated into silence. Although many feigned indifference, some found themselves restless, unable to sleep. After all, in this city, lives were as fragile as flickering flames, extinguished with the slightest breeze. Who could claim to be immune to such peril? The Liu family found themselves in the midst of a family meeting, the grand hall filled with men, women, and children alike, convening late into the night. Father, has the Xia family truly acquired a connection to a prestigious sect? Liu Zhongnan, the head of the Liu family, posed the question, directing the attention of all present toward the elderly figure seated at the head of the table. This elder, though frail, exuded an aura of authority that demanded respect, akin to an ancient pine weathered by countless storms. He was Liu Xianming, the patriarch of the Liu family. After taking a delicate sip of tea, he nodded slightly and spoke in a measured tone. Despite my numerous attempts to extract information from Xia Zhenyue, I have gleaned some insights from his actions and past connections. If I am not mistaken, the Xia family's fortune appears to be linked to the assistance of our master's acquaintance. A collective sigh escaped the crowd. It was indeed true that the elder had ties to Xia Zhenyue, yet the latter's silver tongue was well known. While he could charm and deceive, the Liu family lacked such talents. It seemed the chance for celestial fortune had slipped away. Beside them, Liu Qingmei pouted in envy, her expression a mixture of admiration and resentment. However, do not lose heart. If my intuition serves me well, the Xia family's recent acquisition of 100,000 pounds of spirit rice may have encountered some unforeseen circumstances, the elder interjected, reclaiming the attention of the room. What? The assembly was momentarily taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances, perplexed by his statement. They had witnessed the spirit rice being delivered to the Xia residence. What calamity could possibly have befallen it? Surely it could not have been consumed by rodents in the span of just 2 days? Clearing his throat, the elder continued. Just the day before yesterday, I received alarming news indicating that the spirit rice had been stolen. Though he managed to conceal it in time, how could my lifelong companion, Xia Zhenyue, possibly deceive my discerning eyes? Really? Indeed. Old Master Liu nodded. Instantly, the members of the Liu family collectively exhaled, their faces shedding the gloom that had accumulated over the past few days due to the prospect of transcendent fortune. 100,000 pounds of spiritual rice is no trifling sum. Even selling the Xia family several times over would not compensate for such a loss. Excellent. They began to revel in their misfortune. Liu Qingmei's eyes sparkled with delight, resembling crescent moons. Although the old master may lack in some respects, his keen eyesight is beyond reproach. He never misjudges what he has witnessed. At that moment, the jade talisman at old Master Liu's waist suddenly flickered. Upon inspection, his face transformed into a radiant blossom of astonishment. As I surmised, this old fellow immediately began to forge connections upon returning home, presumably in an effort to gather funds to navigate through the impending crisis. Liu, the family head, interjected. Father, does this not mean the Xia family is in imminent peril? Liu Qingmei also rose, stating, Grandfather, I believe we can seize this opportunity to propose certain conditions, persuading them to relinquish that transcendent fortune, thereby aiding them through their tribulation. After a moment's contemplation, old Master Liu nodded in agreement. Your idea is commendable. I shall give it a try. Applause erupted from the crowd, the sound resonating across numerous courtyards. Suddenly, old Master Liu's fierce gaze swept over them. Are you courting death? The city lord's son has just perished, and you celebrate here? The crowd instinctively recoiled, glancing outside. Although Liu Qingmei wore an expression of excitement, thoughts of the Xia family reminded her of that scoundrel, Wu Daliang. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. Even after mentally berating Wu Daliang 100 times, her fury showed no signs of abating. Scoundrel, you dare to take advantage of me, gaze upon my form, and still deceive me? Just wait, I shall gouge your eyes out. Meanwhile, After bidding farewell to Xia Jinyue and his companions, Wu Daliang lay in bed, with no intention of sleeping. His concern did not lie with the transcendent fortune, but rather with pondering the true extent of his own strength. Earlier, he had compared the internal lines of old Master Xia's body through his divine sight. Aside from the different colors, their quantity was merely over half of his own. Yet, he sensed that even the combined might of 10 old Master Xias would not rival him. Contemplating further, he realized that without practical experience, he could not confirm his suspicions, so he cast aside that uncertainty. By the way, what exactly is that mysterious gray line? In truth, this gray line was not a novel sight for him, as he, too, possessed such lines within, and not just in gray. While others exhibited green lines, his body contained not only gray but also white and black lines. However, the strength of these three colors could not be discerned. Nonetheless, he sensed that the gray line within Renming Yang was neither internal energy nor as potent as his own, yet it surpassed that of spiritual energy. What perplexed him even further was that this power could be directly absorbed and transformed into internal energy, enabling him to break through to new realms. However, spiritual energy proved incapable of such a feat. Although the spirit stones contained a faint trace of internal energy, he discovered, upon practicing the infinite technique, that the conversion rate of spiritual energy from the stones was exceedingly low, almost negligible. It remained unclear whether this was due to the limitations of his mental cultivation or the fact that his internal energy had already reached its peak and could accommodate no more. Wu Dalang pondered for a considerable time without arriving at any conclusions, eventually shaking his head and murmuring to himself. Fortunately, this experience had indeed opened a new door for him. As long as he could find a few individuals with gray auras to absorb from, or uncover the source of this power, transcending to a new level would pose no challenge. Such optimistic thoughts led him to believe that the path of internal cultivation might also thrive within the realm of immortality. Wu Dalang felt a renewed sense of joy. Naturally, the chance for celestial fortune was indispensable. If he could cultivate both martial and immortal paths simultaneously, it would be even more splendid. By the way, could the source of this power be derived from some mysterious technique? The thought struck Wu Dalang suddenly, causing him to sit up with excitement. Indeed, if I can manifest internal energy through my cultivation in the realm of immortals, what reason do others have for not developing other forms of power? This might very well be a unique technique akin to the infinite technique. A broad grin spread across Wu Dalang's face, reaching almost to the back of his head. As long as I can obtain Ren Mingyang's technique, my path of martial cultivation will be unobstructed. With this thought, Wu Dalang found sleep eluding him. He excitedly leaped around his room, as if he had breached the cosmos and uncovered a profound secret. Early the next morning, Wu Dalang awoke with dark circles under his eyes. He had not heard the news of the city lord's expedition against the bandits, which was not unexpected. Thus, he immediately immersed himself in the study of the Xia family, seeking books that could shed light on the source of this extraordinary power. Chapter 28. Since they wish to donate money, let us accommodate them. Wu Daliang spent an entire day in the study, immersing himself in the vast knowledge of the cultivation realm. Although he gained profound insights, he found himself at a loss regarding the enigmatic forces at play. Among the texts, he discovered several ancient secrets. Upon examining the concepts of demonic energy, ghostly aura, and malevolent qi, he discerned that they were not what he was seeking. It appeared to be a type of power akin to internal energy. Musing aloud, Wu Daliang remarked, "It must be so." He adjusted his stiff neck and stifled a yawn. Subsequently, he rummaged through Ren Mingyang's storage pouch, yet still found no techniques pertaining to this mysterious power. It seemed he would have to turn his attention to the city lord. Ren Mingyang was the sole heir of the city lord and, as rumor had it, rarely strayed from Ren Tianxing's watchful gaze over the years. It was likely that the city lord was well acquainted with the cultivation methods his son practiced. With this thought, Wu Daliang smiled contentedly. His day in the study had not been fruitless after all. At the very least, he had gained a clear direction, moving forward, and even uncovered 2 foundational qi refining techniques. Attempting to practice them, he found himself at a loss. It was unclear whether the texts were merely whimsical or if he was employing the techniques incorrectly. Regardless of whether he executed them backward or forward, his body remained unresponsive, akin to a stagnant pool of water. As dusk approached, Wu Daliang finally rose from the study. Upon exiting, he encountered Xia Hongbo and his daughter, both stationed anxiously at the door, seemingly awaiting his arrival. "What has transpired?" Wu Daliang inquired. Xia Hongbo stepped forward, saying, "Young master, you have labored all day. Please, join us in the hall for some food and water. My father awaits you there." "Very well," Wu Daliang nodded. After sitting for an entire day, he felt both famished and sore. Upon reaching the hall, he grasped a chicken leg in his left hand and a duck leg in his right, savoring a sip of fine wine before turning to Xia Jinyue. "Old sir, what has happened?" Xia Jinyue's countenance was likewise grim. He too had spent the day in pursuit, his aging legs weary from the exertion, yet the outcomes had not been favorable. In light of the city lord's son's demise, most families have chosen to remain silent observers. I've visited over a dozen clans, yet none were willing to form alliances at this juncture. Fearing excessive attention, the elder recounted the day's setbacks in detail. Wu Daliang nodded in understanding. After all, given the current circumstances and the uncertainty surrounding the Xia family's intentions, it was only natural for apprehension to arise. "Is there anything else?" Xia Jinyue exchanged a glance with his son, both displaying a hint of guilt. The elder paused for a moment before stating, "During my recent travels with the elder of the Liu family, we may have inadvertently revealed some vulnerabilities, leading them to uncover the matter of our celestial opportunity as well as the theft of the spiritual rice." "Oh," Wu Daliang replied, somewhat taken aback. He had assumed that Xia Jinyue was a shrewd individual, yet it seemed the elder of the Liu family was no less formidable. As he bit into the chicken leg, he contemplated further and asked, "Did they propose any conditions to you?" Xia Jinyue and his son exchanged shocked glances. Indeed, they had anticipated this outcome. "Young Master Wu, they have indeed put forth certain conditions. They suggested that if the Xia family relinquished the celestial fortune, they would provide financial assistance to help us through our difficulties and even allow us to command them in the campaign against the bandits." Relinquish the celestial fortune. Wu Daliang pondered for a moment, then a mischievous smile crept upon his lips. Since they desired it, why not grant it to them? "What?" Xia Hongbo was taken aback, somewhat confused. "However, it must not be given away freely." Wu Daliang added, "How much wealth does the Liu family possess?" Seeing Wu Daliang's relaxed demeanor, old Master Xia let out a sigh of relief, knowing that Wu Daliang had a plan. The Liu family's business and strength were on par with the Xia family, generating a profit of approximately 1,000 spirit stones annually. Although their expenditures exceeded ours, they possessed at least 10,000 spirit stones in liquid assets. 10,000 spirit stones? Wu Daliang's heart leaped with joy. "Very well. Let us sell the celestial fortune to them for 10,000 spirit stones." "Sell it to them?" Xia Hongbo and his daughter looked utterly bewildered. "If sold to them, wouldn't our efforts during this time be in vain?" Xia Jinyu, observing his surprised expression, glowered in exasperation. "Do you have no ambition? Listen to what young Master Wu has to say." Xia Hongbo then realized, since Wu Daliang had proposed it, there must be sound reasoning behind it. Wu Daliang continued, not only selling to the Liu family, but also inquiring whether the Wang family has an interest in this celestial fortune. If they do, let them bid based on their assets. Moreover, consult other families as well. If they are interested, let them make an offer. If all else fails, we could sell it for 800 or 1,000 spirit stones. The prerequisite is that they must be mobilized by the Xia family within the next 10 days. The three were momentarily taken aback. Is it possible to play it this way? However, Xia Jinyu soon grasped the situation. The reason these families were unwilling to heed the Xia family's allure was not primarily due to pressure from the city lord, but rather their lack of vested interest, preferring not to get embroiled at this time. In simple terms, the compensation offered was insufficient. Once the celestial fortune was transferred to them, it would bind their interest to the Xia family. Thereafter, when the Xia family claimed that spirit rice equated to celestial fortune, they would undoubtedly aid us. Initially, it seemed impossible to win over those families, yet the Liu family had indeed rendered a significant service by opening up a breakthrough. Xia Jinyu, with a smile, stroked his beard as he regarded Wu Daliang. His eyes filled with admiration. It was indeed a stroke of genius. But what if they discover we are selling the same item multiple times? Xia Hongba inquired anxiously. Xia Jinyu reassured him. There is no need for us to worry about that. Celestial fortunes are unlike ordinary treasures, with only one or two available every decade. They are likely more concerned about being discovered than we are. It was our lack of confidentiality that led to the city lord discovering our fortune prematurely, wasn't it? As long as they wish to avoid repeating the Xia family's predicament, they will undoubtedly keep our dealing secret. Indeed, Xia Hongba and his daughter came to a sudden realization. However, he was still somewhat concerned about how to mend this lie later. Yet, upon seeing the mischievous grin on Wu Daliang's face, they suddenly realized that those families were likely in for a considerable misfortune. Well then, as for how you will convince them of the celestial connection, you shall ponder that yourself. If any other matters arise, do inform me, Wu Daliang advised while munching on a chicken leg. Xia Jinyue, shaking off his previous gloom, smiled brightly and said, Young Master Wu, you need not worry about this. I possess a celestial contract from a prestigious sect, and I already have a plan in mind. Frost, please accompany young Master Wu during his meal. We shall be off to attend to our tasks. Xiaoning Shuang nodded gently, her ears turning pink as she hurriedly went to prepare tea. Wu Daliang observed her bashful demeanor, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. How could he not understand the intentions of the Xia family? He had aided them significantly, and while he expected no reward, they still wished to burden him with a responsibility. Nevertheless, a stroll through the gardens might not be so bad. Young master, please enjoy this tea. Xia Ningxuang presented the brewed spiritual tea to him. Wu Daliang accepted the tea, his roving eyes unabashedly scanning her figure. Xia Ningxuang felt her ears flush, burying her face in her chest, instantly becoming anxious. Sister Ningxuang, come sit with your elder brother. Wu Daliang smirked, grasping her small hand and pulling her to sit upon his thigh. Chapter 29. Fairy, you are the most beautiful woman I have ever encountered in my life. Wu. Young master, Xia Ningxuang's small face flushed as if it might drip with water. After all, she was an unwed maiden, just beginning to experience the stirrings of affection. How could she withstand such a direct expression? At this moment, she felt as though her very breath was aflame. Why, young master? I have matters to attend to. With a swift motion, Xia Ningxuang withdrew her small hand, seeking an excuse, and fled as if from a tempest. Ha! Wu Dalang nearly doubled over with laughter. Indeed, there was an undeniable charm in teasing such a pure and innocent girl. Having indulged himself sufficiently, Wu Dalang returned to his quarters. It is often said that the calm before the storm is palpable, and he found himself feeling somewhat bored. Suddenly inspired, his eyes brightened as he retrieved the communication talisman. How could I forget? I too possess a pager now. Upon inspecting the communication stone, he discovered 4 contact marks, 2 from those exquisite beauties, and 1 each from the girl wielding a formidable weapon in Xia Ningxuang. He quickly composed a message. Fairy, you are the most beautiful woman I have ever encountered in my life. With a swift motion, he sent it directly to Qin Jiro. Contemplating for a moment, he replicated the message and sent it as a group message to Su Guanxiu, as well as to the girl with the weapon and Xia Ningxuang. After a brief wait, a light flickered on the communication stone. He hastily pulled it up, only to feel his lips twitch in disbelief. What? This woman has blocked me? Is it merely because her weapon is somewhat formidable? What is so remarkable about that? Meanwhile, Lu Qingmei, having blocked Wu Dalang, furiously wiped the communication stone as if it had fallen into a cesspit. You scoundrel, taking advantage of me and still trying to flirt? No chance. After blocking him, she immediately lay back on her bed, giggling to herself. My dear senior sister, I shall graciously accept your celestial fate. On the other side, Qin Jiro, feeling utterly bored as she tossed and turned on her bed, suddenly noticed an additional message on her authority token. She picked it up and read, Fairy, you are the most beautiful woman I have ever encountered in my life. Her eyes sparkled with delight, and she murmured to herself, You rascal. You do possess some discernment. Glancing towards the adjacent room, A smile tugged at her lips as she crafted a response. Really? I am more beautiful than my aunt? Wu Dalang quickly received her first reply and sat up in excitement. After a moment's contemplation, he composed another message. Your aunt is not what one would call beautiful. Back in my hometown, she would be referred to as the uneven mannequin, utterly mismatched. She cannot compare to even half of your loveliness. You have truly captured my heart. Sending it off, he thought to himself, Humph, you are quite astute. Should you dare to claim she is more beautiful than I shall see to your reckoning. Upon reading his message, Qin Jiro felt her ears flush slightly before bursting into a fit of laughter. However, she mused to herself that this rogue was rather clever, even bestowing her aunt with the moniker of the uneven mannequin. To be fair, it did hold some truth. Her aunt's curvaceous figure was indeed unmatched in the imperial capital. She bit her lip, her eyes glimmering with a blend of pride and cunning as her fingertips lightly tapped against the communication stone. What do you think I am the most beautiful? On the other side, Xia Ningxiang held the stone, recalling the earlier dinner scene. Her heart raced like a startled deer, beads of sweat forming in her palm, making the stone feel almost scalding. She repeatedly edited her message, writing and deleting, feeling that no response was sufficiently modest, yet fearing that silence would seem too aloof. Finally, she bit her lip, her fingers trembling as she sent a message. And master, how could that be? You yist. After sending it, she quickly tucked the stone into her sleeve and buried herself under the covers, her toes curling in embarrassment. Meanwhile, Wu Daliang received 2 messages simultaneously. After a moment's contemplation, he began to compose his reply. Your eyes are the most exquisite I have ever seen, resembling the starry river of night, drawing one in irresistibly, willing to drown in their depths. Finding it cumbersome to respond individually, he simply copied the message and sent it to both. Qin Jiro, upon reading the message, touched her flushed face and murmured, This guy is far more honest than those young masters in the imperial capital, unlike those pretentious ones who pretend to be aloof while their eyes are glued to me. She then tapped her fingers. Besides being a supermodel, in what other aspect does my little aunt surpass me? In the adjacent room, Su Guanqiu had already seen Wu Daliang's message, yet she was all too aware of his subtle intentions. After a moment's thought, she chose to delete it, preferring to keep her heart untroubled. She then set aside her authority token and picked up a book from her table, engrossing herself in its pages. On the other side, Xia Ningxiang trembled slightly as she held the stone, her fingers unconsciously caressing its surface, struggling to find a fitting response to such overtly romantic words. She bit her lower lip and finally managed to reply in a flustered manner. Master, please do not tease Ningxiang. Wu Daliang glanced at the communication stone in his hand. He truly wished to entice Su Guanqiu, yet after such a long wait, she had not responded. Nevertheless, the fact that she had not blocked him was a minor victory. This served as a decent test of waters. He then began to casually probe into Qin Jiro's background. What the heck? A teleportation array? Upon reading this message, Wu Daliang leapt from his bed, nearly dropping the communication stone. The revelation startled him. This was a matter of transcending space. How could they establish something he had never comprehended in his past life? At this moment, Wu Daliang was utterly convinced that they hailed from some department of the celestial realm. He realized he had drastically underestimated the identities of these 2 women. Wu Daliang continued to extract information about their specific identities, but Qin Jiro seemed to catch on, responding with vague and uninformative remarks. Once he achieved his most advantageous goal, Wu Daliang shifted into a mode of casual indifference, unwittingly drifting off to sleep. The night deepened, and the Lord's mansion was steeped in an atmosphere of foreboding. In the past, the once brightly lit attic now lay shrouded in darkness, with doors and windows tightly shut, allowing not a single ray of light to seep through. The copper bell at the eaves swayed gently in the wind, yet curiously emitted no sound, rendering the entire attic eerily silent and unsettling. Inside the attic, the flickering candlelight cast shadows on the gaunt visage of City Lord Ren Tianxing, who sat quietly at his desk, rhythmically tapping his fingers against the surface, the dull sound echoing harshly in the stillness of the room. His gaze frequently darted towards the closed door, awaiting someone significant enough to warrant his personal vigil at this late hour. Before long, a ripple of air heralded the approach of a figure, a cloaked individual emerging from the shadows. Ren Tianxing hastily rose to his feet, bowing respectfully. "I pay my respects to the Shadow Walker." The figure raised a hand slightly, indicating that no further formalities were necessary, their voice low and urgent. "I cannot linger long. Let us be succinct. The organization disapproves of your assault on Black Crow Mountain." "What?" Ren Tianxing's expression darkened instantaneously, struggling to suppress the raging fury within. His voice hoarse. "Why? That was my only son who perished." The Shadow Walker replied coolly, "I have inquired with He Wuyan, and he stated that your son was not responsible for his death." "Impossible," Ren Tianxing vehemently countered. "In our organization, only the three of us possess the same martial arts. The malevolence within my son was siphoned away by someone else. If not him, then who could it be?" "Siphoned away?" The Shadow Walker paused in surprise. Ren Tianxing spoke with gravity. "Do you think I would deceive the organization? My son's remains are within the estate. You may verify at any time." Unbeknownst to the Shadow Walker, this development was indeed unexpected. The malevolence could only be absorbed by corresponding martial arts, a feat unattainable by others. He could only shake his head with a sigh. "The organization understands your feelings, but Black Crow Mountain is a seed cultivation stronghold, established at a tremendous cost and over 2 centuries. The timing for its activation is critical. Sacrificing it now would not only meet my disapproval, but would also be unacceptable to higher authorities." "Is it due to celestial fate?" Chapter 30. The secret conversations of the demonic organization Ren Tianxing's endeavor to secure the celestial destiny of the Xia family was undertaken at their behest. Although the celestial destiny was anonymous, it could only be utilized within the confines of Luoxia City. He surmised that this celestial destiny was likely needed by the Black Crow Mountain. Thus, he casually chose the Xia family's celestial destiny. Indeed, the Shadow Walker nodded. Since Ren Tianxing had deduced the truth, he had no intention of concealing it and spoke plainly. "Let me be frank with you. We have been plotting for 2 centuries. Besides cultivating a persona for the organization to infiltrate, the most crucial objective is to position an immensely significant individual within the immortal sect. In truth, your position as city lord and the establishment of Black Crow Mountain were both intended to create a suitable identity for that person to infiltrate the immortal sect. Whether your son perished at the hands of He Wuyan or not, we cannot allow your personal grievances to jeopardize our 2 centuries of planning." Ren Tianxing clenched his fists tightly, the knuckles turning pale. The flickering candlelight reflected his cold rage. "Are you aware that Luoxia City is about to construct a teleportation array?" "A teleportation array?" The Shadow Walker was taken aback, quickly inquiring, "Please elaborate. What is the situation?" Ren Tianxing continued with urgency. "A few days ago, 2 significant figures from the celestial realm descended, intending to establish a cross-border teleportation array in Luoxia City. Once completed, our city will be connected to the outside world, and my value will soar. Subsequently, I will be able to control a cross-border teleportation formation for the organization. Does that not hold more significance than that person entering the immortal sect?" After a brief silence, the Shadow Walker replied, "This matter is beyond my authority. Please wait a moment while I consult with my superiors to see what they decide." With that, the Shadow Walker vanished into the darkness without a sound. Ren Tianxing exhaled deeply, patiently awaiting his return. When the Shadow Walker reappeared, an hour had passed. After an urgent meeting with the higher-ups, he conveyed, "They still do not approve of you confronting Black Crow Mountain." "What?" Ren Tianxing slammed the table, his eyes bloodshot, his face contorted with fury. "Are you truly forcing me to betray the organization?" He realized he had underestimated the status of that significant individual. Even a teleportation array could not outweigh that person's influence. Simultaneously, he felt his own insignificance. The Shadow Walker took a slight step back, his hand discreetly resting on the dagger at his waist, yet his voice remained icy. "Ren Tianxing, watch your words. Do not forget the organization's methods." Upon hearing this, Ren Tianxing suddenly let out a low laugh. his rage ebbing away like a receding tide as he returned to his seat. "Huh, you are right, Shadow Walker. I have lost my composure." The Shadow Walker observed him for a moment, sheathing his dagger, and sighed. "Tianxing, I have worked alongside you for over 200 years. And Ming Yang is a child I watched grow up. While the world labels us as the dark path, I can empathize with your feelings as a father. Please trust me. Once this task is completed, I shall personally deliver the head of He Wuyan into your hands. Furthermore, though I remain unaware of the identity of the individual who entered the Celestial Gate, I can sense that once our plans come to fruition, we shall swiftly transition from darkness to light. At that juncture, we shall no longer need to conceal ourselves, but rather walk boldly in the world, allowing you to pursue any endeavor you desire." Ren Tianxing, upon hearing this, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips, though a fleeting hint of derision flickered in his eyes. "Very well, I shall wait a little longer." The Shadow Walker nodded, his form gradually fading, leaving behind an ethereal reply. "Fear not, that day is not far off." Once the room fell into complete silence, the warmth on Ren Tianxing's face vanished abruptly. He waved his hand, extinguishing the candlelight, plunging the room into darkness. Moving toward the light. The following morning, Wu Dalang arose from his slumber, realizing he still clutched the communication stone in his hand. Upon inspection, he found it contained 99 messages. A glance revealed that 97 were sent by Qin Zhuro. "Damn Dalang. Praise my intelligence. Damn Dalang, commend my beauty. Damn Dalang. How could you ignore me? Next time we meet, I shall make you regret it." Wu Dalyang's lips twitched in irritation. Were it not for her continued usefulness, he would have eagerly blocked this little ancestor. He casually perused the remaining 2 messages, both from Xiaoning Xue. The most recent was sent 2 hours prior. "Young master, you are quite handsome as well." It was evident that the girl had not slept a wink the previous night. This was reminiscent of his own early days of courtship. "Goodness, have I inadvertently become too charming?" Wu Dalyang was momentarily taken aback, then tucked away the communication stone. Just as he rose, he sensed 2 presences outside the courtyard. Opening the door, he found Xia Hongbo and Xia Zhong standing there, their faces etched with concern. "What troubles you, Master Xia?" Wu Dalyang inquired. "Young master, early this morning, the city lord abruptly halted the mobilization of resources, and the 2,000 city defense soldiers have returned to their respective posts," Xia Hongbo replied. Wu Dalyang was momentarily stunned. The city lord could tolerate the murder of his own son? Setting aside pride, how could one endure such humiliation? He suddenly realized that the situation was more complex than it appeared. "Let's discuss this inside," he suggested. Once seated, he resumed his inquiries. "Has the city lord issued any announcements regarding this matter?" Xie Zhong responded, "Not yet. The only information we have gathered from the city defense soldiers is that there is insufficient intelligence regarding Haya Mountain, and they require time to collect further details." No specific time frame was provided. Additionally, over a dozen shops in the city were suddenly sealed by patrolling soldiers this morning, and the staff were detained on charges of collusion with bandits. Xia Hongbo nodded, adding, "These merchants dealt in various goods, including mountain products, grains, and spiritual herbs. Their owners have always been shrouded in mystery, and I suspect that Haya Mountain is behind this." Wu Dalyang nodded thoughtfully, lost in contemplation. 2 days ago, as described by Xia Zhenyue, Haya Mountain arrived 2 decades before the city lord, and he realized that their relationship was likely more complex than it appeared. However, he never imagined just how intricate it truly was. Undoubtedly, this was not a mere connection. Even the strongest of bonds could not overlook the murder of a beloved son. He perceived that the city lord must have been under the duress of some formidable force, compelling him to forego vengeance for the time being. The destruction of those shops by the city lord indicated that he was not genuinely inclined to spare those bandits. Rather, the opportune moment had yet to arrive. Who could possibly exert such influence over him, stifling his rage and quelling his desire for retribution? Could it be someone within the city lord's court? Wu Dalyang pondered this, feeling it unlikely. With a housing 3,000 cities and the commanding an equal number of petty factions, did he truly need to cultivate mountain bandits? That could merely serve as the city lord's shield, possessing little regard for those inconsequential bandits. At this moment, Even Wu Daliang, skilled in analysis, found himself somewhat bewildered by this outcome. He had initially presumed that the bandits and the city lord were merely using each other for mutual gain, only to discover that a mysterious force lurked behind them, acting as an arbiter. Clearly, the sparks between them had been extinguished by this enigmatic power. Wu Daliang furrowed his brow. Although he had been psychologically prepared for this surprise, the results still exceeded his expectations. If he continued down this path, there would be no turning back. Yet, one must venture into the tiger's den to seize the tiger's cub. He realized that to attain a new realm, he must engage with the city lord. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Wu Daliang's eyes. Since someone was coercing you and preventing you from avenging your son, I shall lend you my assistance. You may express your gratitude to me in your next life. He promptly commanded, Master Xia, please procure for me a lion dog, a female with long fur. I have grand plans for it. Chapter 31. Inviting Su Guanzu to take action, Xia Hongba swiftly issued his orders. However, it was not he who brought the lion dog, but rather the oversleeping Xia Ningxuang. Clutching a brown lion dog, she approached Wu Daliang's courtyard. Her demeanor shy as she said, Daliang, I found the lion dog you wanted. What do you think? Daliang. Wu Daliang's eyelid twitched. Goodness, such an affectionate address. Last night had indeed been rather flirtatious. He regretted being lazy and using such a clitch to charm her. Could she not be a bit more reserved? As Xia Ningxuang noticed Wu Daliang's unabashed gaze upon her, she bashfully buried her head into her plush chest. Wu Daliang hastily replied, It suits me well. Could you also help me find an iron rod about the thickness of a finger? He feared that if he did not shift the topic, this girl might utter another endearing nickname that would leave him utterly flustered. Xia Ningxuang softly murmured, MHM, Moments latte. She returned with an iron rod in hand. Wu Daliang accepted it, his eyes falling on the brown lion dog at his feet. It was merely an ordinary pet dog, its size comparable to Qin Zhirou's lion dog, yet lacking the spirit and vivacity. Nevertheless, with a little modification, it could serve as a companion for her lion dog without issue. Subsequently, Wu Daliang harnessed his inner strength and thrust one end of the iron rod forcefully, transforming it into a curling iron heated to 300 degrees. The sizzling sound resonated in the air as, in no time, the previously fluffy lion dog was transformed into a curly-haired teddy. He had never encountered a teddy in this world, nor was it even documented in the Encyclopedia of Spiritual Beasts. This one before him was likely a unique specimen, though it lacked the spirit of Qin Zhirou's lion dog. Rarity conferred value, and pairing them together posed no problem. Wow, so beautiful! Xia Ningxuang exclaimed, her astonishment apparent. She had not anticipated that a lion dog could be styled in such a way. It was utterly adorable. Surely, the young ladies would be clamoring for it. Could it be a gift for me? Her gaze shifted to Wu Daliang, who was trimming the dog's fur. When he met her eyes, she shyly diverted her gaze, quietly anticipating. All done. Wu Daliang nodded with satisfaction. Women accustomed to straight-haired dogs were most susceptible to the charm of curly-haired ones. Miss Xia, prepare yourself. Let's go out for a stroll together. Xia Ningxuang paused, contemplated for a moment, then joyfully nodded. Daliang, please wait for me. With that, she scampered out of the courtyard. Women could be troublesome, Wu Daliang muttered under his breath, beginning to play with the teddy. Before long, the two had become quite familiar with each other. He could even command it to perform simple actions like sitting and standing. Just then, Xia Ningxuang returned, and Wu Daliang's eyes brightened. No wonder she had taken so long. She had gone to groom and adorn herself. She had changed out of her typically modest, plain long dress and donned a captivating pale pink chiffon gown that was truly enchanting. Though she did not reveal much, her figure, poised and ready to bloom, was accentuated in a most exquisite manner. Adorning her hair were some previously unseen ornaments, enhancing her demeanor with an additional touch of charm and allure. Truly, she possessed an irresistible temptation. Alas, this girl seems to be ensnared. Wu Daliang felt an overwhelming sense of urgency and quickly took hold of Teddy, turning to say, Let us go. Oh, Xia Ningxue hastily followed suit. As they walked down the street, she would often steal glances at Wu Daliang. Noticing him amusing the poodle, she refrained from interrupting, merely drawing closer to him, silently trailing along. Fortunately, Most onlookers were captivated by the novelty of Teddy, and there were few who pointed fingers at them. Before long, they found themselves standing beneath the Juxian building. With so many people around, Xia Ningxue felt a twinge of shyness and hesitated to call out to Dalang, instead opting to ask, "Young master, what brings us here?" Wu Dalang shot her glance. Thinking it was obvious he was here for business, was he to suggest they rent a room? To visit two friends. Visit friends. Xia Ningxue was taken aback, but her spirits brightened immediately. She had heard from her mother that when a man is fond of a woman, he introduces her to his friends. A declaration of possession that announces her presence to all. Quickly suppressing her inner glee, she adjusted her attire, ensuring there was no disorder, and stepped closer to Wu Dalang as they approached the Juxian building. Wu Dalang felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. He had intended to say a few words, but thought better of it, considering the pressing matter at hand. Last night, he had discerned the whereabouts of Qin Zhiro, who resided in this very inn. The two strode purposefully to the counter. "Excuse me, is Miss Qin Zhiro residing here?" "Miss Qin." The old innkeeper raised his head, his cloudy eyes scrutinizing the pair. Although he was not well versed in her identity, he was aware that she was the most esteemed guest of the city lord's residence. Not daring to be remiss, he promptly instructed a server to relay the message to the Tianzi room. Soon, Qin Zhiro came rushing down the stairs. Her cheeks puffed in irritation. Xia Ningxue, witnessing Qin Zhiro's unparalleled beauty that rivaled her own, felt alarm bells ringing in her mind and instinctively tightened her grip on her sleeves. How could he have met such a stunning beauty in just a few days? Thinking it over, she was astonished by her own audacity to stand so close to Wu Dalang in such a public setting, nearly linking arms with him. Clearly, she too was making a declaration of her own. "Dalang, why did you ignore me last night?" Qin Zhiro demanded, hands on her hips. Wu Dalang glanced at the delicate figure beside him and awkwardly replied, "I was practicing last night and got injured." Who would believe that? Qin Zhiro noted Xia Ningxue beside her. She had encountered her a couple of times before and was somewhat familiar, yet the positioning of the two was decidedly peculiar. Wu Dalang sensed the scrutiny in her gaze and felt a jolt of panic. This was about to become a fiery predicament. He quickly pulled Teddy forward. "Miss Qin, come and see. This is a companion I found for Ho-Ho." Upon encountering the charmingly curly-haired puppy she had never seen before, Qin Zhiro's eyes instantly sparkled with delight. "What breed is this? Why have I never laid eyes on it before?" "This is called a Teddy. Isn't it adorable?" "Indeed," Qin Zhiro nodded, her eyes gleaming like crescent moons. This was her first encounter with such an endearing, curly-haired pup, and she couldn't resist crouching down to gently stroke its fur. However, beside her, Xia Ningxiang felt a twinge of displeasure, accompanied by a hint of awkwardness. She had initially believed this was a gift intended for her, only to discover otherwise. "Let's go upstairs," Qin Zhiro declared as she bounded up the stairs, cradling the Teddy in her arms. Wu Dalang felt a surge of joy and promptly followed, bringing along the pouting Xia Ningxiang. The fifth floor of Juxian building contained but a single suite, known as the Tianzi room, which was indeed Qin Zhiro's residence. As the trio ascended, they were greeted by Su Guangqiu, who emerged from the room, cradling a squirming creature that was making incoherent sounds. "Andy, look, a Teddy. A new breed I've never encountered before," Qin Zhiro exclaimed as she approached with the puppy. "Fairy Su, it's been an eternity. How have you been?" Wu Dalang remarked with a broad grin, clasping his fists in greeting. Chapter 32. Qin Zhiro's rampage. Su Guangqiu paid no heed to Wu Dalang, allowing him to feel the sting of rejection. Instead, her gaze fell upon Xia Ningxuang. Upon witnessing Su Guangqiu's ethereal beauty, Xia Ningxuang felt an immediate pang in her heart, instinctively retreating a half-step behind Wu Dalang. Could there truly exist a woman so transcendent and exquisite? She realized that standing there, she had momentarily lost her own radiance, and a profound sense of crisis surged within her. No longer able to indulge in jealousy, she quickly composed herself. Su Guangqiu then glanced at the trembling Teddy lying on the ground. With her keen instincts, she could detect a burnt odor wafting through the air. Yet, she chose not to address it, opting instead to observe this fellow's true intentions. Thus, she replied coolly, Young Master Wu, you are quite thoughtful. Ah, Misu, you are too kind. I have a fair amount of knowledge regarding animals. My little howl often exhibits temperamental behavior. I suspect it is in heat. Perhaps finding it a companion could lead to a delightful union, Wu Daliang said with a grin. Suddenly, he noticed the three women appearing somewhat uncomfortable, realizing he had misspoken. Forget about the heat. My howl is still in its juvenile phase for many years to come. Chinjiro rolled her eyes in exasperation, yet refrained from exposing the identity of the celestial howl. Ahem, let us allow them to play together. Wu Daliang awkwardly shifted the topic. Su Guanqi gently set down the wriggling celestial howl. Upon touching the ground, it bounded around Wu Daliang, playfully tugging at his pant legs with its little short legs, occasionally leaping up to lick the back of his hand, as if he were its long-lost master. It paid no mind to the immobile Teddy on the ground. Xiaoning Shuang, witnessing such a lively pet for the first time, could not help but steal a few glances. She intended to approach for a gentle touch, but as she drew near, the celestial howl bared its teeth in a snarl, causing her to swiftly retreat behind Wu Daliang in fright. Chinjiro, observing this scene, felt her anger rising. She had yet to experience such affection from the celestial howl, nor had she seen it protect her in this manner. Wu Daliang, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the antics of the creature, quickly redirected the conversation. Look at you all. You've kept this little one cooped up. I've told you repeatedly that it's important to take it out for walks. Why do you never listen? Gulme, let us take both little ones out for a stroll. Chinjiro's face lit up with joy, exclaiming, Yay! Auntie, let us go out shopping. Su Guanqiyu's eyes sparkled as she regarded Wu Daliang, beginning to grasp his underlying intentions. After a moment's contemplation, she chose not to intervene, stating, You may go. I have matters to attend to. Let us go, let us go. Chinjiro eagerly tugged at Wu Daliang, ready to dash downstairs. Having been there for several days, she had yet to embark on a proper outing, primarily due to Su Guanqiyu's watchful eye. Now, she had found her excuse. Jiro, do not cause me any trouble, or I shall send you back to the capital tonight. Su Guanqiyu warned telepathically. Understood, Chinjiro responded, her voice a mere whisper meant for their ears alone. Following closely behind, Xiaoning Shuang appeared contemplative as she observed the chattering Chinjiro, when suddenly a spark of realization lit up her eyes. It dawned on her that his approach toward Miss Qin was for serious matters. How could she have mistaken it for something else? Upon this revelation, her delicate cheeks flushed crimson, and she felt an overwhelming urge to find a crevice to hide in. Upon descending the stairs, Wu Dalang placed Teddy on the ground, only to find it lying motionless. Goodness, could it have been scalded just now? Chinjiro chuckled lightly and teased. Aren't you a veterinarian? Hurry and treat it. Wu Dalang activated his divine sight and, upon inspection, discovered that the creature was in perfect health. Could it be that it was merely intimidated by the howling? He had read that spirit beasts possess the ability to suppress ordinary animals. However, such suppression typically occurs only after a display of might. Unless this howling beast's lineage surpassed that of a spirit beast, reaching a terrifying level, it would not inherently possess such dominance. As his thought crossed his mind, Wu Dalang's eyes glimmered with intensity. Yet, recalling the prowess of these two women, he swiftly quelled the unseemly notion. My Teddy is perfectly fine. It's simply tired from play. Let it rest for a while. Oomph. Chinjiro pouted, asserting that even rare spirit beasts would exhibit such behavior in the presence of her howling. She refrained from further comment, tenderly cradling Teddy, despite its ordinary lineage. It was undeniably adorable. Wu Dalang then casually lifted the infernal howler from the ground, placing it in Xiaoning Shuang's hands, discreetly signaling her to care for it. Miss Xia, take good care of it. We shall explore ahead. The infernal howler glanced at Wu Dalang and then at Xiaoning Shuang, nodding in agreement. Eager to proceed, Xiaoning Shuang, being innocent yet not naive, recognized the significance of these two individuals and promptly grasped Wu Dalang's intention. She approached Chinjiro and walked alongside her. Sister Xia, let's wander ahead. Yes, that sounds delightful. Chinjiro, like a bird freed from its cage, quickly bonded with Xiaoning Shuang. The two of them laughed and chatted as they followed behind Wu Dalang. He appeared to survey his surroundings casually, yet his gaze was intently searching for someone. Suddenly, he noticed a squad of patrolling soldiers approaching from a distance. With a swift movement, he quickened his pace, reaching the soldiers and adopting an expression of deep-seated enmity, exclaiming, "What are you looking at? What is your problem?" The soldiers were momentarily taken aback, then smirked derisively. They were accustomed to being the ones causing trouble. It was a rarity for someone to confront them, especially a mere mortal. Were they seeking death or simply tired of living? In the next moment, Wu Dalang dashed to Qin Jiro's side, his face contorted with fury, declaring, "Jiro, these ruffians just said you have cross eyes." Cross eyes. Qin Jiro was momentarily stunned, then puffed up her cheeks, hands on her hips, and retorted angrily, "Say that again if you dare." Her eyes were her most cherished feature, and she would not tolerate such an insult. The patrolling soldiers were taken aback, their eyes widening in realization. Blocked from seeing the two beauties earlier, they were now captivated by their presence. Upon closer inspection, several individuals immediately revealed lewd smiles. The leader rubbing his hands together, exclaiming, "Oh dear, young lady, you are beautiful in every way, but your eyes are particularly captivating. I must admit, I'm quite fond of your enchanting gaze." This remark left Wu Daliang momentarily speechless. Did one not require instruction to grasp such nuances? He had prepared a plethora of retorts for a spirited defense. Qin Jiro, however, could scarcely endure such insolence, especially in the absence of her aunt. She unleashed her fury, raising her hand to summon a long purple whip. With a swift flourish, the whip lashed out like a dragon, ensnaring the 5 patrolling soldiers in an instant. With another flick, they were hurled against a roadside stall, crashing down with a resounding thud. Their agonized screams echoed throughout the street, akin to the wails of slaughtered pigs, sending nearby merchants and passers-by fleeing in terror. Who dares to be so audacious? How brazen to assault the patrol? Indeed, the last individual foolish enough to cause such a commotion had their family's grave overgrown with weeds. Qin Jiro paid no heed to such musings. After a month of pent-up frustration, she could hardly let the opportunity to deliver retribution pass by. Stepping forward, she struck, "Take that, you blind fool." With each lash of the whip, a crimson line appeared across their bodies, blood splattering upon the ground. Fortunately, the injuries were superficial, yet Wu Daliang could only watch in astonishment, his heart racing. My goodness, this lady is ferocious. I must keep my distance from her in the future. Who knows what might happen if I provoke her ire? He quickly pulled the bewildered Xia Ningxiang aside. Soon, the assailants lay crumpled in a heap, wailing for their mothers. "Clear the way! Clear the way!" At that moment, a squad of patrolling soldiers rushed forth, led by a burly figure clad in heavy armor, each step resonating with a thunderous sound against the ground. By his appearance, Wu Daliang quickly recognized him as Commander Jiang, whom the elder had previously introduced. Who dares to cause a disturbance here? Chapter 33. The Summoning of the Dark Organization. Once more, who do you think I am? Is there a problem? Qin Jiro turned her head and scolded playfully. Commander Jiang had just unsheathed his blade, but upon recognizing her visage, he froze in place. Wasn't she one of the 2 crimson figures who had stood above the high ranks, and had even received the city lord's respectful greeting during the exploration of the teleportation array yesterday? A wave of concern washed over him as he quickly said, "My apologies, Lady Qin. It is my negligence in discipline that has led to this offense against you. Guards, take these rascals and throw them into the dungeon." Yes. A few city defense soldiers stepped forward, dragging the howling patrolling soldiers away like dead dogs. Commander Jiang wished to say something further, but was interrupted when a young man stepped forward. "Jiro, our Commander Jiang is generally a decent fellow. Perhaps he has been preoccupied with subduing bandits lately and has neglected his duties. Come, let us go to my home. I shall help you calm your nerves." "Your home?" Commander Jiang was taken aback, his gaze darting around. Qin Jiro felt something amiss, but could not pinpoint the reason. Was it the way he addressed her? Yet, this fellow had called her Jiro just last night. Shaking her head, she excitedly picked up the teddy bear on the ground and, pulling Summer Ningxuang along, said, "Sister Xia, let us go play at your house." Commander Jiang watched as the 3 departed, fully aware of their remarkable backgrounds, which surpassed ordinary imagination, as did their tempers. Such beauty accompanied such brutality. Thankfully, the young man had spoken a few kind words on his behalf. However, he could not afford to be careless, should he show any neglect. His position as commander would surely be at risk. This matter must be reported to the city lord. Wu Dalang, leading Qin Zhiro back to the Xiao residence, immediately requested some beef and a dozen side dishes, setting up his large black pot. Next, he retrieved the special seasoning he had brought from Wu God village and began heating the oil. In no time, a spicy aroma wafted through half of the Xiao residence. The two young maids, lured by the delightful scent, rushed over, their mouths watering as they curiously inquired, "Wu Dalang, what kind of soup is this? It smells divine. I have never seen anything like it." "This dish is called malatang. In my hometown, it is beloved by all beautiful women, and it is known for its beauty-enhancing properties, especially for soothing the eyes," Wu Dalang casually explained. "Oh." The two maids nodded in agreement, their excitement palpable. Soon, Wu Dalang had prepared a full pot of malatang. The maids indulged, their mouths slick with oil, beads of sweat glistening as they savored each hot breath. Qin Zhiro, especially, was exclaiming with delight, "Delicious. Indeed, this is a culinary masterpiece, far superior to those spiritual delicacies. How exhilarating." Seizing the opportunity, Wu Dalang discreetly slipped away, retreating to his own courtyard, never to reappear. Before long, Summer Jinyue and his son arrived uninvited. "My lord, what are your orders?" They both understood that Wu Dalang had been out for a while and returned with a stranger, likely to orchestrate something. His sudden summons indicated there was significant instruction to impart. "Has the fairy fate been sold?" Wu Dalang eagerly inquired. "Yes." Old Master Xia smiled broadly and nodded, promptly producing a storage bag. "Young master, we have sold to 11 families, garnering a total of 45,000 spirit stones. Among them, the Liu family contributed 10,000, the Wang family 15,000, and the rest of the families able to pay are included here." Wu Daoyuan accepted the storage bag and, upon opening it, was greeted by a sparkling mound of spirit stones. "Excellent," he exclaimed, his smile stretching from ear to ear. After just a few days out in the world, he had become the wealthiest in the city. Who could rival him? He unceremoniously poured all the spirit stones into his own storage bag and then spoke. "We should now inform those families that the Xia family's fortune was exchanged for spirit rice, and you have just learned that your son concealed the spirit rice, which was seized by the Black Crow Mountain. If they wish to attain the fortune, they must urge the city lord to eradicate the bandits." This revelation startled Xia Hongba. If those families discovered that the Xia family's spirit rice had been taken, coupled with previous creditors, they would surely trample their doorstep. Xia Zhiyue glared at him in frustration and explained, "Regardless, our spirit rice is in the bandit den. As long as the city lord leads a campaign against them, we can reclaim it. What does it matter if the creditors find out? Will they kill us and forego their money? Moreover, the families already have the fortune within their grasp. All they need to do is pressure the city lord to eliminate the bandits. Once the bandits are vanquished, the fortune is as good as theirs. Would they be foolish enough to let it slip away?" Xia Hongba instantly understood, nodding sheepishly. Wu Daoyuan also admired the old man's insight, recognizing how quickly he grasped the situation. However, it was Xia Zhinyue who was most astonished. He had not anticipated that Wu Daoyuan would go to such lengths to ensnare those families, and the brilliance of the plan was undeniable. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal point was his counter-strategy. The interests of the city's major factions had already intertwined with the Xia family. If the city lord refrained from acting against the bandits and allowed them to wreak havoc outside the city, who would dare conduct business within? This struck at the heart of the matter. The city lord had been deftly maneuvered by this young man. Then, the old man became pensive again, his greatest concern being whether the city lord might link the spirit rice to Ren Mingyang's death and implicate the Xia family, along with the subsequent issue of the fortune's realization. However, upon further reflection, he dismissed the notion. Since Wu Daoyuan dared to act thus, he must possess a keen insight that would keep the city lord oblivious and ensure the families were convinced. To orchestrate such a scheme, one could hardly be a mere brute. Wu Daoyuan urged, "Enough of this. There are no doubts. You must disseminate the news immediately. The sooner, the better." Yes, the two intended to inquire about the guest at home, but as Wu Daoyuan did not broach the subject, they did not dare to ask. Once they had departed, Wu Daoyuan closed the door, poured out all the spirit stones, and lay atop them. Though it was somewhat uncomfortable, lying there brought him immense peace of mind. With this sum, his future ventures in the realm of cultivation would be considerably easier. And he must not forget the room full of treasures at the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. He needed to pack those as well before leaving. The affair of the Xia family's celestial connection within the bandit lair swiftly spread, thanks to the incessant visits of Xia Zhan and his father. Upon receiving this news, the various clans initially erupted in fury, denouncing the Xia family for their unscrupulousness. However, they soon hesitated and ultimately found themselves resigned to a reluctant compromise. At this moment, 11 families gathered in front of the city lord's mansion, urging him to expedite the extermination of the bandits. Some even resorted to mocking and derisive taunts. These bandits had entrenched themselves for 2 centuries. Surely there must be some hidden agenda at play. Otherwise, why were there no bandits in other regions? At this moment, Ren Tianxing paced back and forth in his study, his emotions fluctuating between surprise, anger, and confusion. He was pleasantly astonished that this time, the organization might be unable to suppress his decree to eradicate the bandits. He felt a seething rage over his unavenged son, further exacerbated by the audacity of the clans outside, who dared to meddle and presume to instruct him on his duties. Yet, his confusion did not stem from those outside. For nearly 200 years, he had disregarded those clans. What truly weighed heavily on his heart was the recent report from Commander Jiang, revealing that the 2 dignitaries involved in the construction of the teleportation array were, in fact, connected to the Xia family. This was momentous news, rivaling the significance of the bandit extermination. He was acutely aware that the Xia family's celestial fortunes lay within the bandits' den. Should those 2 dignitaries indeed possess any ties to the Xia family, tracing the connections could yield catastrophic consequences. Not only would the bandits face dire repercussions, but he himself might also fall under scrutiny. Once he entered the purview of these prominent figures, the implications could be dire. The more he contemplated, the darker his expression grew, the veins on his forehead pulsing ominously. Finally, he abruptly retrieved a special communication talisman from his waist, gripped it tightly, and with a decisive snap, shattered it. The talisman's light flickered briefly before vanishing. He sank heavily into his chair, his gaze fixed intently on the void, patiently awaiting what would come next. Chapter 34. The Demonic Organization's Compromise and Dispatch to Eliminate Bandits. On the side of the Xia family, the 2 young ladies astonishingly polished off an entire pot of spicy hot pot. Particularly, Qin Zhuro, if her stomach had not reached its limit, she would have indulged in the broth a bit longer. Wu Daliang was left dumbfounded upon hearing this news. How dare they lure me out without even offering to send me back? With her distended belly, Qin Zhiro mumbled to herself while letting out satisfied burps. Xiaoning Shuang was equally overstuffed. She was not a glutton by nature, but she sensed that Qin Zhiro held an extraordinary status, and thus felt compelled to accompany her to the end of the meal. Moreover, the spicy hot pot was indeed delectable, each bite inciting a desire for more, leading to an unintentional state of fullness that hindered her movement. After escorting Qin Zhiro to the foot of the Jushin building, she waved her hand in farewell. Sister Qin, do come to my Xia family again when you have time. Burp. Certainly, no problem, Qin Zhiro replied, clutching her 2 dogs and wobbling her way upstairs, still murmuring to herself. That scoundrel Wu Daliang. Zhiro, such a sweet name, it's just a bit of hot pot. As if I would be impoverished by sharing a meal with you. What a nuisance. And avoiding me when it was time to send me back. What are you mumbling about? Qin Zhiro looked up at the sound and found her aunt standing at the door, glaring at her. Oh dear aunt, you truly missed out today. I must tell you, you have missed a culinary delight. Look at you, a young lady, and what a sight you are. Su Guanqiu pointed at the grease stains all over her. Qin Zhiro had not even noticed. She quickly performed a cleansing technique to remove the stains and continued. Haven't you heard of spicy hot pot? Do you realize you are being sold and still counting the money for others? Qin Zhiro paused, confused. What do you mean? I am perfectly fine. How could I be sold? Who would dare? Aunt, How much did they sell me for? Su Guanqiu felt a twitch at the corner of her eye. This little troublemaker, running rampant in the capital, instilling fear in everyone, had finally encountered her nemesis. Have you never considered why you, a respectable young lady, would come into conflict with the patrolling soldiers? Qin Jiro pondered, touching her forehead. She had sensed something amiss earlier. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed rather abrupt. Was Wu Daliang intentionally trying to provoke her? It seemed unlikely, as he bore no grudge against her. Why would he wish her harm? Furthermore, if he intended to, he was far too inexperienced. Why couldn't I restrain myself from thrashing those soldiers? Nevertheless, and this doesn't seem so significant, I dared to pummel the earth-shattering army of the capital. Isn't it merely a few patrolling soldiers? Could it be that my blows were too gentle? Oh, had I known, I would have struck harder. How dare they insult me? Qin Jiro lamented, striking her forehead in frustration. In the next moment, Su Guanqiu seized her ear. Hurry and digest the food in your stomach. Do you not know that to break through to the next realm, you must maintain your purity? How dare you consume such a variety of food? Tomorrow, the Celestial Engineering Division will send personnel to arrange the teleportation array. Remain here and focus on your cultivation. Do not embarrass me. Once the array is set, we shall return. Oh dear, yes. Gently now. After confining her in the room, Su Guanqiu sat at the table, exasperatedly rubbing her temples. She realized she had underestimated that individual. Initially, she thought he merely sought to establish a rapport, to create a foundation for his forthcoming endeavors. Yet, that fellow merely ventured out for a brief stroll, extracting every ounce of value from this foolish girl, and managed to do so willingly, even leaving her yearning. His methods are indeed quite adept. Furthermore, the families surrounding the Lord's residence are likely ensnared by him as well. This is precisely why she intended to confine Qin Jiro. She feared that if she did not control Qin Jiro, their convergence might culminate in chaos. Seated at the table, Su Guanqiu gazed at the flickering candlelight, casting her exquisite, coldly beautiful visage in a dance of shadows. Suddenly, she recognized that Wu Daliang had exploited every available resource, leaving only herself untouched. Would he truly let her be? She sensed that she would be his next target. A person as meticulous as he would not overlook any resource within reach. I am curious to see how you intend to utilize me. As the night deepened, the candlelight within the Lord's residence flickered. The Lord sat alone at his desk, his fingers lightly tapping the surface, waiting until midnight when a subtle noise emerged from the shadows. He glanced sideways, and the shadow walker emerged slowly from the darkness. Tianxing, what compels you to invoke the urgent command? Tianxing stood and addressed him directly. Are you aware that the families demanding I dispatch troops to eliminate the bandits have cornered the Lord's residence? The shadow walker exhaled slowly, responding coldly. They have pressed you to eliminate bandits more than once or twice, have they not? Do not tell me you resorted to the urgent command merely because of their coercion. Tianxing retorted irritably, I would not dare. I summoned you here to request an investigation into the identities of the two officials from the Celestial Luck Division who are coming to establish the teleportation array. The Celestial Luck Division. The Shadow Walker appeared visibly surprised. This name is rarely heard among their ranks. Yet within the celestial realm, anything associated with division is never trivial. What prompts the inquiry into them? Tianxing elaborated, it is a lengthy story. After the upper echelons issued the celestial fate task, I acquired special intelligence indicating that the patriarch of the Xia family has recently utilized his connections within the sect to obtain an inner disciple spot at the esteemed Qingxian sect. Furthermore, the condition to exchange for celestial fate was precisely the procurement of 100,000 pounds of spiritual rice. Consequently, I set my sights on the Xia family within the city. A few days ago, as they were acquiring and transporting the spiritual rice, I relayed this information to He Wutian. Their 100,000 pounds of spiritual rice are currently located at Heya Mountain. 100,000 pounds of spiritual rice. The Shadow Walker murmured softly, suddenly struck by a thought, interrupted by a question. Could it be that your son is among those they have slain? Impossible. Setting aside the question of their audacity, the mere act of absorbing the devouring evil was beyond their capabilities. He had contemplated this possibility long ago. But no matter how he analyzed or theorized, the Xia family lacked such power. If they truly possessed that level of audacity and cunning, how could they have remained hidden for a century, crushed under his dominance? The only plausible explanation was that He Wuyin had formed some sort of pact with the Xia family. He would assist them with strategies, using the Sand strategy to obscure the impending crisis. Simultaneously, they could deceive him into sending his son, seizing the opportunity to absorb the devouring evil. Yet, regardless of the truth, he would never spare the Xia family. The Shadow Walker intended to inquire further, but seeing Ren Tianxing consumed by intense rage, he raised his hand and said, "Please continue." Today, one of the senior officials of the Tianlu division has been seen with the sole daughter of the Xia family. They roamed the city for half the day and returned to the Xia estate after playing until nightfall. My concern is that if I do not dispatch troops to eliminate the bandits soon, those two officials may take matters into their own hands. Once they act, the consequences, as you should know, could be dire. The Shadow Walker felt a jolt within. Could this be true? Ren Tianxing's voice lowered ominously. The entirety of Luoxia City witnessed it. You may investigate for yourself. The Shadow Walker's brow furrowed deeply, his expression fraught with anxiety. They might not grasp the terrifying nature of the Tianlu division, but he was all too aware this was the direct department of the Supreme One. Even a single division commander from within could sweep through the land like a colossus. This unexpected news exceeded his capacity to bear. He quickly replied, "I cannot decide this matter. Please hold on a moment while I consult with my superiors." The Shadow Walker hastily uttered a line, then vanished into the darkness, disappearing from the room. When he reappeared, it was 3 hours later. Tianxing. After an emergency meeting lasting 3 hours, the upper echelons have agreed to your request for troop deployment against the bandits, but they have stipulated 3 conditions. Ren Tianxing's brow relaxed slightly, and he immediately clasped his fists, saying, "Lord Shadow, please enlighten me." Chapter 35. A chilling atmosphere. Troops mobilized throughout the city. In this operation, take along those families within the city that can be brought along for the cleansing, but the daughter of the Xia family must be left alive. The higher-ups have decided to cultivate her as a chosen one. The thought of a chosen one made Ren Tianxing furrow his brow. In the organization, the chosen one is designated for the role of either a saintess or a saint. His son's abilities and talents are exceptional within the organization, yet he has never been considered a potential candidate. How could Xiaoning Shuang be so fortunate? Could it be due to her connection with Tianlu division? He realized that this Tianlu division was likely more complex than it appeared, especially considering the identities of those 2 dignitaries. The organization intended to use the Xia girl to infiltrate Tianlu division. Otherwise, they would not have incurred such costs. Master Walker, this is not an issue. These families know too much. I had not intended to stay long anyway. This is a perfect opportunity to reshuffle the deck. The Shadowless Walker nodded inwardly. Initially, the organization had recognized his ruthlessness and decisiveness, investing heavily to place him in the position of City Lord. It was precisely this ruthlessness and decisiveness that had allowed Black Crow Mountain to endure for 2 centuries. The Shadowless Walker glanced at Ren Tianxing, then turned serious. "Once you commence, neither I nor the organization will intervene. Only one of you and Black Crow Mountain can survive." "What do you mean?" Ren Tianxing's expression froze in surprise. The Shadowless Walker continued. "According to intelligence received from above, the 2 figures in Tianlu division are likely beyond your imagination. Consequently, in order to avoid exposure, I and the organization will sever contact with you and Black Crow Mountain. Regardless of the outcome, we will only reveal ourselves afterward. Therefore, we cannot intervene in your conflict. If you annihilate Black Crow Mountain, you will remain the city lord, and we will further employ hidden cards to support you as the governor. But if..." At this point, the Shadowless Walker paused, his gaze fixed on Ren Tianxing, his voice heavy. "If you are slain by Black Crow Mountain, we will also employ hidden cards to support him as the city lord of Luoxia City. This is the 2nd condition of the organization." "You." Ren Tianxing's complexion darkened, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles cracking under pressure, a chill racing up his spine. What a predicament to only allow one side to survive. After nearly 2 centuries of management, countless brushes with death, and constant anxiety, he discovered he was not even worthy of a modicum of support. Suddenly, Ren Tianxing's expression shifted as he recalled the recent actions of He Wuyan. No wonder He Wuyan had targeted his own son. His true aim was to usurp his position as city lord. All the previous doubts, the elusive motives and troubles, suddenly became clear. He Wuyan's scheming with the Xiao family was intended to orchestrate his son's demise at his hands, thus igniting a conflict for the city lordship. He had thought himself a master strategist, only to realize he was already ensnared in the scheme. Had he not insisted on attacking Crow Mountain, he might still be blissfully unaware. He had devoted himself to serving the organization while they were eyeing his city lordship. Ren Tianxing's eyes were bloodshot, and an aura of increasing intensity enveloped him, causing the very air to warp around him. The Shadow Walker observed Ren Tianxing's contorted expression, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his gaze. Slowly, he raised his hand, making a gesture to halt. Tianxing, it seems you have misunderstood something. Ren Tianxing turned his head, the anger on his face dissipating in an instant. My dear Walker, it is you who have misunderstood. I am not angry. Do you have any other matters to attend to? Tianxing, the Shadow Walker intended to say more, but was abruptly interrupted as Ren Tianxing raised his hand. If you have no other business, then please take your leave. I must prepare for the bandit extermination tonight. The Shadow Walker fell silent for a moment, ultimately sighing as he once again melted into the shadows. Some matters he could influence, yet others were beyond his control. Whether success would come depended solely on fate. Ren Tianxing resumed his seat at the table with a heavy thud. But do you think this will bring me down? You underestimate me, Ren Tianxing. With that, he produced a silver-white longsword, pointing it at the blade. Buzz! A dark, ethereal glow flickered, and a series of black runes emerged on the sword's surface, swirling around before quickly vanishing into it. Underworld sword, prepare yourself for a feast. As his words fell, the underworld sword began to tremble ominously. The following day, before the dawn broke, the morning fog of Luoxia City had yet to dissipate, and an oppressive atmosphere of impending violence permeated the air. Various departments of the city lord's manor busily maneuvered carts laden with spiritual materials through the streets, converging towards the city gates. On the streets, rows of armored city defense soldiers trampled through the thin mist, clad in iron, their heavy footsteps resonating like a symphony heralding a storm. The sharp clinks of swords and blades echoing in the stillness. The townsfolk closed their doors and windows tightly, with a few daring souls peeking through the cracks, only to quickly retreat into the shadows. Such a spectacle was something many had never witnessed in their lifetimes. Yet they could all surmise that something significant was about to transpire. The various families within the city received news promptly, realizing they had been duped by the Xia family into supporting the expedition. They regretted their earlier sarcastic remarks at the city lord's manor. That old scoundrel from the Xia family was far too cunning. At this moment, they were all cursing vehemently, lamenting their entanglement with the Xia family schemes. As mere merchant families, what difference was there between aiding in the eradication of bandits and courting death? Nevertheless, thoughts aside, they dared not defy the city lord's orders. After all, in this place, the city lord was akin to heaven. Having vented their frustrations, they began to gather supplies and organize the expeditionary forces. The Xia family, now under scrutiny, also received the deployment orders without delay. At this moment, Wu Daliang, freshly attired in combat gear, was awakened by Xianing Shuang. Young master, the city lord has commanded the Xia family's main force to depart at noon. So soon? Wu Daliang rubbed his bleary eyes in surprise. He had expected the city lord to take at least a day or two to deliberate with his backers, not anticipating such urgency. There could only be one explanation. The pressure they faced was greater than they had imagined, necessitating swift action to cover it up. It appears I have underestimated the identities of those 2 women accompanying Qin Zhiro. Had I known, I would not have dismissed that young girl yesterday. I have missed the opportunity to deepen my acquaintance with her. Wu Daliang muttered to himself, rising to wash his face, and quickly tidying up before hurrying to the main hall under the company of Xianing Shuang. Along the way, He observed carts of supplies being urgently packed and teams of household servants gathering in a state of urgency. Each individual's eyes shimmered with determination and resolve. Wu Daliang inwardly nodded, recognizing the old master's capabilities. It was evident that these subordinates had been rigorously trained by the Xia family, instilling in them such courage and loyalty. Several key figures, including Xia Jinyue, had already donned their battle attire and were now polishing their weapons, the blades reflecting the morning light upon their faces, exuding an atmosphere of grim resolve. Wu Gongzi, has Shuang'er informed you about the expedition? Upon seeing Wu Daliang, they immediately clasped their hands in greeting. Wu Daliang picked up a piece of breakfast from the table, took a bite, and nodded slightly before turning his gaze towards the inner hall. There, he discovered Madame Xia, who had been absent until now, seated with a group of women, all clad in battle attire, diligently polishing their hidden blades. Noticing his gaze, Madame Xia quickly offered a warm smile and nodded, saying, Wu Gongzi, greetings. What brings you here? Chapter 36. The Mysterious Lines on the City, Lord Young Master. This matter concerns the very survival of the Xia family. We must gather every ounce of strength we can muster, Xia Hongba declared with a resolute expression. Wu Dalang twitched the corner of his mouth. Did they intend to bring the entire Xia family to ruin? There's no need. Taking them along will not alter the outcome, and the city cannot be left unguarded. Xia Jinyue and the others nodded in agreement. What are your plans, young master? Wu Dalang pondered for a moment, glancing at Xia Hongba and then at the women of the Xia family. He then spoke. The women and the head of the Xia family shall remain behind to monitor the situation within the city. I have received word that a teleportation array will be established in the southern part of the city, possibly within the next couple of days. Should it be completed, notify me immediately. A teleportation array? The group expressed their surprise. They had only encountered such constructs in ancient texts. How could one suddenly be built here? Xia Jinyue nodded, understanding the urgency of the situation, and refrained from inquiring further about the teleportation array. Xia Hongba rose at once, assuring, rest assured, young Master Wu. I will keep a vigilant watch over both the city and the southern area. Suddenly, Xiaoning Shuang stepped forward, her gaze unwavering as she looked at Wu Dalang. Young Master. I wish to go as well. Wu Dalang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this seemingly naive girl possessed such courage, willing to partake in perilous ventures. Yet, she had previously exhibited traits of being a liability. He was reluctant to be entrapped by her folly at a critical moment. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Xia Jinyue and the others exchanged glances and chimed in, Young Master Wu, why not take Xiaoning Shuang along? This is an opportunity for you young ones to experience the trials of life and death. Indeed, such opportunities are rare, Xia Hongba interjected. As the saying goes, a jade must be carved to become a gem. A cultivator must be tempered to attain the Tao. Allowing her to accompany you for experience would be beneficial. Rest assured, I will look after the young lady, Xie Zhong added, supporting their argument. Their true intention was to create an opportunity for the two. It is only through the crucible of life and death that true feelings can blossom. They had all witnessed Wu Dalang's capabilities and understood that to gain such talent, sacrifices must be made. Wu Dalang discerned their ulterior motives. They sought to leverage their own kin to ensnare him. Yet, he refrained from voicing his objections, only offering a stern warning. You may proceed as you wish, but let me make myself clear. Once combat ensues, I will not be distracted by aiding anyone. From that point on, each must rely on their own fate. After a moment of hesitation, they nodded in agreement. Xiaoning Shuang held no resentment toward his words. Strangely, whenever she thought of embarking on this mission, Wu Dalang's image would materialize in her mind, leaving her uneasy at the thought of not following him. Furthermore, she had received word early that Lu Qingmei would also be joining the expedition, and if she faltered in battle, she would never be able to lift her head in her presence again. Subsequently, Wu Dalang detailed the plan, which encompassed the marching formation of the Xia family, communication signals, and other arrangements to ensure smooth cooperation and minimize casualties. Upon hearing the words, astonishment adorned the faces of the listeners. If they were not already aware of his age and background, they might have mistaken him for a seasoned warlord, articulating the myriad risks of the battlefield and survival strategies with remarkable clarity. Even they felt a renewed sense of confidence in their own survival. As these discussions concluded, sunlight streamed into the hall. Wu Daliang surveyed the ranks before leading 500 men, fully prepared, to assemble at the city gate square. Upon their arrival at the city gate, they were greeted by a throng of people. The square was filled with personnel from various families accompanying the troops, though most wore expressions of anxiety, especially in contrast to the unwavering demeanor of the Xia family. Surrounding the square, thousands of citizens had gathered to bid farewell. After all, the bandits of Haya Mountain had tormented Luoxia City for over 200 years, and now that the time for action had come, the populace naturally yearned for their triumphant return. The air was alive with a cacophony of cheers and hubbub. Wu Daliang's gaze swept over the faces of the various families, noting the tension in their furrowed brows. Suddenly, he felt a sharp discomfort, akin to being pricked by needles. Turning his head, he caught sight of Lu Qingmei, her eyes wide and fixed upon him with intensity. He smiled broadly and nodded in her direction. Lu Qingmei, incensed, fumed silently. "You scoundrel, just wait. The city lord has arrived." With this exclamation, everyone instinctively turned their attention to the elevated platform in the square. A middle-aged man, his eyebrows sharp as swords and exuding an air of authority without rage, ascended the platform, flanked by a retinue. Ren Tianxing scanned the crowd and was taken aback to discover that the various families had assembled no less than 4,000 people, almost matching the number of his city defense troops. It was astonishing to realize such power resided within the city, unbeknownst to him. This revelation made him reluctant to retain these families any longer. "Everyone, silence," Ren Tianxing commanded, raising his hand, and the assembly fell silent. He continued, "Today, the entire Luoxia city pledges its strength to obliterate Haya Mountain. This battle is not for personal vendetta, but to restore peace to the populace." Wu Daliang felt a surge of fervor at the city lord's words. However, his excitement was not for the vacuous rhetoric, but rather for the profound techniques he contemplated. After a moment's thought, he made a discreet mark under his left eye, activating his divine sight. Casting his gaze upon the city lord, his pupils constricted sharply. Good heavens! This individual possesses those mysterious markings as well. Wu Daliang's breath quickened, not merely from the sight of those markings, but from the dense cluster of gray lines within his dantian, at least 10 times more than Renming Yang's. If he could assimilate this energy, it would undoubtedly lead him to a new realm of existence. It was an unexpected stroke of fortune. His eyes gleamed with fervor. "Young master, what is the matter?" Xianing Shuang noticed his unusual expression and inquired with concern. "Nothing." Wu Daliang quickly suppressed his excitement. If he startled Ren Tianxing, it would spell trouble. During this period, he had conducted a thorough analysis of his internal energy. At this stage, his internal energy, without employing any martial arts techniques, should be at the initial level of foundation establishment. However, should he choose to utilize his martial arts expertise, such as the Golden Bell Shield, the Bone Transformation Palm, or the Puppet Flower Acupoint Strike, the outcome would be uncertain. He has come to realize that his martial arts techniques belong to an entirely different system from the spiritual arts utilized by others. Although lacking in flamboyant effects, they are undeniably lethal skills, with their power and efficacy contingent upon the amount of internal energy expended. For instance, the defensive strength of the Golden Bell Shield is determined by the quantity of internal energy used. Theoretically, as long as he channels a sufficient amount of internal energy, his defense will be formidable. Even the attacks of Golden Core true beings can be effortlessly thwarted, albeit for only a limited number of strikes. Once his internal energy is depleted, he would be left vulnerable. The Bone Transformation Palm could potentially slay a nascent soul. Yet the consumption of internal energy remains an unpredictable factor. In simple terms, his martial arts techniques are unrelated to his realm, as long as his internal energy is boundless. He could attain invincibility. This underpins his excitement. If he could uncover new realms with sufficient gray lines, his power would undoubtedly experience a significant leap. The city lord continued to speak incessantly, while Wu Dalang and the others grew increasingly impatient. Fortunately, even the mightiest must eventually quench their thirst. As Ren Tianxing's throat grew parched, He finally waved his hand and issued a command. All troops, march forth. The atmosphere erupted in fervor. Amidst the applause of the surrounding populace, various teams began to prepare and gradually exit the city. As the city lord mounted a warhorse, he suddenly felt a presence, turned his head, and briefly met Wu Dalang's gaze before shaking his head and leading the army onward. Wow, this fellow possesses remarkable strength, Wu Dalang thought to himself, astonished that merely gazing at him had drawn his attention. Young master, mount your horse. Xiaoning Shuang led forth a tall, white steed. Wu Dalang stepped onto the horse, not hurrying to depart, but instead making his way to the city gate. He then activated his divine eye, which currently had a range of less than 20 meters. Standing there, he could observe each participant in the anti-bandit operation. He aimed to discern if there were any hidden talents or valuable assets among the ranks. Chapter 37. The Assault on Black Crow Mountain. After spending half an hour surveying all the teams, Wu Daoyang's divine eye reached its limit. It was time to depart. Rubbing his tear-streaked eyes, he felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. He realized that apart from the city lord, who possessed that distinctive gray aura, there was no one else of note. In fact, he had not spotted a single individual beyond the blue lines. However, he did gain a comprehensive understanding of the strength of this army. To his astonishment, when combined with the power from his family, they had mustered over 50 foundation-building practitioners. The lowest cultivation level among the other subordinates was at the second layer of qi refinement, with not a single ordinary person present. Even Xiaoning Shuang's abilities were considered a vital asset within this group. Nonetheless, the majority of the foundation-building practitioners were on the side of the city lord, apart from himself and Captain Jiang, who were at the pinnacle of foundation building. In addition, there were over 2,500 captains and a dozen hundred captains, all uniformly at various stages of foundation building, with even 4 at the later stages. Each family had dispatched 2 to 3 foundation-building practitioners, including the Xia family, which sent 3, counting 2 summoned from afar as honored guests. It seemed that Black Crow Mountain was not as simple as it appeared. Wu Daliang speculated privately. He was aware that the heads of Black Crow Mountain were all at the foundation-building stage, but who could tell how many more foundation builders lay beneath them? With a scale of 5,000, if they had a breakthrough each year, that could amount to dozens over the decades. Why dwell on such thoughts? Wu Daliang shook his head, continuing to rub his dry, cracked eyes. Having come this far, if things went awry or exceeded his plans, he could always retreat. He had confidence in his speed when it came to fleeing. And let us just take a quick look, just a glimpse, okay? Early in the morning at the gathering celestial tower, Qin Zhiro clung to Su Guangqiu, eager to witness the commotion, claiming she wanted to learn about bandit suppression techniques. But no matter how she persisted, Su Guangqiu remained resolute in her refusal. Not only did she refuse, but she also sealed off all of Jiro's spiritual energy. This left her parched, relying on water to soothe her throat. Aunt, that scoundrel is so cunning. Don't you want to see how he deals with the bandits? Not at all. Su Guangqiu replied casually, engrossed in an ancient text, flipping to another page. Qin Zhiro pouted her lips, thinking, who would believe that? Standing by the window early in the morning watching him, do you think I'm blind? It was clear to her that she was concerned for him. Suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration struck her, and she continued, Aunt Wu Daliang is quite a talent. If we could recruit him to the Qin family or the heavenly court, he would undoubtedly become a formidable asset. Wouldn't it be a pity if he were to fall to those bandits? Don't you feel any sorrow? Su Guangqiu abruptly set down her ancient book and turned to fix her gaze on her. Qin Zhiro stuck out her tongue, realizing she had been too blunt, and quickly added, I merely wish to witness the excitement. I have absolutely no ulterior motives, nor do I wish to engage in any conflict or meddle. Su Guangqiu did not set aside her book due to the words spoken, but rather because of the name mentioned. What did you say that fellow was called? Wu Daliang. Are you not aware? Qin Zhiro pondered. Her aunt had hardly exchanged more than a few words with Wu Daliang, and she seemed to have forgotten to inform her. A surname of Wu? Su Guangqiu contemplated, recalling his descent from Washington, and yet he bears the surname Wu? She sat quietly for a moment, enveloped in silence, before once again picking up the ancient text to read. Qin Zhiro was taken aback. What does this mean? She had thought her aunt was about to agree. Aunt, we have been out for a month now, and I have scarcely witnessed any minor events. Surely, I may be permitted to observe this grand occasion? Noticing her aunt's indifference, Chinjiro pouted and continued, if this is the case, I might as well return to the imperial capital. You can handle the subsequent tasks on your own. I shall not accompany you. With that, she turned her head in a huff, resembling a sulky child denied a sweet. After observing that Su Guangqiu continued to ignore her, she cast a furtive glance, only to find the same disregard. Just as she was about to make another bold statement, Su Guangqiu abruptly set down her book, stating, once the Tiangong Bureau arrives, and I have arranged the teleportation array's location, I will take a look. However, let me make it abundantly clear that regardless of what transpires, you are forbidden from intervening. If you do not wish to return, I shall ensure your return. As for the extraordinary treasure that evolved your constitution, let your father devise a solution. Hooray! I knew Annie would treat me the best. Chinjiro exclaimed joyfully, pulling Su Guangqiu close and planting a peck on her cool, delicate face. Su Guangqiu swiftly pushed her away, releasing her seal and instructing, the city lord and the others will not reach Haiwushan until tomorrow at the earliest. You must diligently return to your training. Yes, yes. Chinjiro nodded eagerly and bounced away. Meanwhile, she mused to herself, I knew you had an eye for that young man. Otherwise, why would you accompany me to witness the spectacle? I have never seen you so leisurely before. Su Guangqiu approached the window, gazing towards the direction of the city. She had a foreboding that Wu Daliang would attempt to manipulate her, and her reluctance to let Chinjiro venture out was to prevent her from falling into his trap. Yet, thus far, she had uncovered no signs of his schemes. Even with her extensive experience in discerning people, she found it difficult to comprehend Wu Daliang's stratagem. I shall observe how you intend to ensnare me. On Wu Daliang's side, it was indeed the following day at dawn when they finally arrived at the foot of Hayama. The treacherous terrain of Hayama, with its sheer cliffs resembling blades and axes, served as a natural fortress for the bandits nestled within. This provided them with an inherent defensive advantage. Should any cultivator attempt to invade from the air, they would be swiftly obliterated by the various array formations flanking the cliffs. Even a golden core cultivator would likely find no favor here. This is precisely why, over the years, no passing cultivators had come to eradicate the bandits. To conquer this den of thieves, a sheer force of numbers was required. On a colossal rock, Wu Dalang stood resolutely, invoking the eye of insight from the eightfold path of profound understanding, peering through a transparent barrier. Gradually, the scene within unfolded in his mind. At that moment, the cliffs and valleys were fortified with 3 layers of defenses, alongside various war chariots and massive crossbows, creating a formidable impression. However, this was merely the conflict at the chi refinement stage. If it escalated to the foundation establishment level, those war machines would be as useless as scrap. Surveying the entire encampment, Wu Dalang gained a clearer understanding of the bandits. A comparative analysis left him feeling quite disheartened. Indeed, there were only 5,000 men on the side of Black Crow Mountain, stagnant in number over the years, evidently limited by resources. This area could sustain only so many. Furthermore, he sensed that at least 70 of them had reached the foundation establishment stage. In contrast, although there were nearly 9,000 people on the side of falling Sunset City, they lacked individual combat prowess. It is crucial to note that more than half of the individuals there were merchants, ill-equipped for battle, many of whom likely had never witnessed bloodshed. Those bandits, however, thrived on the edge of a blade, their courage, combat experience, and temperament operating on an entirely different level. Wu Dalang hastily contemplated how he might refine his strategy. He was not one to toy with his own life. Without absolute certainty, he would never wade into such treacherous waters. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he gazed upon the imposing figure of Captain Jiang on the hillside, a bold plan taking root in his mind. I hope you do not disappoint me, my friend. At that moment, the city lord was also surveying the distant canyon. After retracting his gaze, he issued a command to Captain Jiang. Jiang initially protested, but upon witnessing the lord's fury, he reluctantly acquiesced, moving to the rear and calling out to the throng of nearly 10,000 behind him. The lord has decreed, all gather for a full-scale assault. His powerful voice echoed through the ravine. What? Upon hearing this command, the crowd erupted in chaos. The treacherous terrain of Black Crow Mountain rendered a direct assault tantamount to suicide. Instantly, dissent arose, with some preparing to abandon their posts. Wu Dalang furrowed his brow. Could this fellow be attempting to eliminate these families under the guise of battle? Forcing these unmotivated merchants into a headlong charge was no different than sentencing them to death. He had anticipated a more strategic approach. Observing the unrest, Captain Jiang unsheathed his long knife, proclaiming with authority, "Deserters will be treated as bandits and executed on the spot." Chapter 38. Are you interested in the position of City Lord? Upon hearing Commander Jiang's ominous threat, an immediate silence enveloped the crowd. Nevertheless, whispers persisted among some members of the family factions. Soon, the heads of these families, brimming with indignation, approached the Xia family to voice their grievances. "What shall we do now, old Xia? If you drag us into this, you must take responsibility." Xia Jinyue cast an awkward glance at Wu Dalang. Having reached this juncture, Wu Dalang shed all pretense and laid his cards on the table. "If you wish to survive, follow me. I cannot guarantee the safety of all, but I assure you that the pivotal members of your families will return unscathed. Who are you?" The collective gaze of the assembly fell upon Wu Dalang. Xia Jinyue stepped forward, his voice sharp as a blade. "Do not be disrespectful. The identity of this young master is not for you to speculate upon." Xia Jinyue's timely intervention quelled the heads of families. They turned their attention to Wu Dalang, scrutinizing him closely. Noticing his extraordinary demeanor, with an air of superiority that suggested he deemed this assembly beneath him, they observed his tranquil eyes, which seemed unfazed by the life and death stakes at play. What was most disconcerting was the complete absence of spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from Wu Dalang. All present were foundational cultivators, with two having reached the latter stages. The only beings capable of eluding their perception were either ordinary mortals or those of the golden core stage who surpassed them significantly. Could a mere mortal venture here to meet their demise? Moreover, Xia Jinyue addressed him as young master. Could he truly be a golden core cultivator? A wave of shock rippled through the assembly as they exchanged glances. Even if Wu Dalang were not a master, the Xia family's ability to casually dispense celestial opportunities implied a formidable backing. Furthermore, the genuine reverence in Xia Jinyue's eyes indicated that the Xia family would never gamble the lives of their entire clan. With this understanding, the crowd exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Lu Xianming from the Lu family, well acquainted with Xia Jinyue, recognized his prudence and took the lead in offering a respectful gesture. "Forgive us, young master. We merely objected to the city's reckless approach. We are willing to follow your guidance." Wu Dalang nodded, instructing them to keep close to the Xia family's ranks, to obey Xie Zhong's commands, and to band together above the foundational level, avoiding the dispersion of their strength. "All esteemed family heads may follow me." Witnessing Wu Dalang's succinct and effective orchestration of the situation, it was evident that those unaccustomed to grand affairs would never possess such composure and meticulous planning. The heavy weight of anxiety that had burdened the assembly gradually lifted. Nearby, Xie Zhong and Xianing Shuang exchanged knowing glances and nodded slightly before making their way to the Xia family formation. Xianing Shuang's gaze swept across the Lu family, landing on Lu Qingmei. Their eyes met, and they simultaneously scoffed, turning their faces away, embodying an unmistakable neither shall yield stance. At a distance, Commander Jiang had already noted the commotion, his gaze lingering on Wu Dalang for a brief moment before a flicker of familiarity sparked in his eyes. After a moment's contemplation, a look of realization crossed his face. "Isn't that the young man who spoke on my behalf before the esteemed Lord Tianlu? What brings him here?" Just then, Wu Dalang seemed to sense something and turned his gaze. As their eyes met, a faint glow emanated from the communication stone at his waist. With a swift motion of his sleeve, Wu Dalang discreetly grasped the stone. After perusing its contents, a surge of joy filled his heart. He then swiftly approached Commander Jiang, clasping his fists in greeting. "Commander Jiang, it's been a while." Although Commander Jiang could not precisely discern his identity, he recalled Wu Daoyang's previous endearing reference to a certain noble Azuro, indicating a rather unique relationship between them. Thus, He returned the gesture, asking, "Young brother, what is your name?" Wu Daliang, came the reply, followed by a lowered voice, "Commander Jiang, are you interested in the position of city lord?" At this, Commander Jiang's heart jolted. Just as he was about to express his anger, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to furrow his brows and respond in a hushed tone. "Brother Wu, what do you mean? Are you attempting to sow discord?" "Not at all." Wu Daliang chuckled lightly, continuing, "My sister Su mentioned that the city lord harbors bandits. Fearing it may compromise the safety of the teleportation array she has arranged. She asked me to inquire on her behalf." Even Commander Jiang, seasoned in the face of tempests, felt as if struck by lightning. His hand, gripping the hilt of his sword, began to tremble involuntarily. He recognized the name Su, given her status. Even the lord of the manor would likely reverently bow in her presence. Yet, he still found it hard to believe Wu Daliang's words. Of course, Wu Daliang did not afford him another opportunity to speak, swiftly returning to his original position and calling out, "Heads of families, prepare yourselves." This was merely a test for him. Commander Jiang was astonished to see him commanding all the families, his heart shaken once more. Noticing the city lord glancing over from a distance, he hastily shook off the turmoil within, his gaze sharpening as he commanded in a deep voice, "All troops, advance." With the command given, everyone held their breath, alert and focused, their eyes fixed on the valley ahead. The sound of unsheathing swords and blades echoed throughout the gorge as the troops began to advance. Wu Daliang also brandished his 2-meter-long guillotine, eliciting astonishment from the group of family heads behind him. Why bring a guillotine to a fight? The onlookers examined the guillotine, though they could not discern its significance. They noted its weight, clearly exceeding 500 pounds. The ease with which Wu Daliang wielded it suggested he was no ordinary man. This realization settled the minds of the crowd, prompting them to follow him, gradually making their way toward the valley. Wu Daliang trailed behind the regular troops, vigilant and attuned to his surroundings, ready to flee if the situation warranted. Fortunately, they encountered no anomalies until they reached the mouth of the valley. However, venturing further would mean entering the bandits' den, effectively encroaching upon the encirclement. Yet the leading regular forces showed no signs of halting. Wu Daliang contemplated the situation, glancing at the city lord ahead, unwilling to relinquish this opportunity for a breakthrough. Thus, he continued onward. As the entire troop approached the encirclement, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. He could distinctly sense that numerous figures were stealthily utilizing the tunnels between the towering cliffs to encircle them from behind. This was dire. Wu Daliang's gaze sharpened, and he immediately commanded the heads of the various families behind him, "Issue the order to accelerate our pace and merge into the ranks of the regular army. We must not lag behind." The family heads exchanged glances, hesitating momentarily, but recalling Wu Daliang's enigmatic prowess and the imminent danger, they gritted their teeth and relayed the orders. Wu Daliang led the way, guiding everyone into the midst of the regular army, subsequently heightening their vigilance and maintaining a watchful eye on their surroundings. Should the situation take a turn for the worse, he would abandon his objectives without hesitation and retreat swiftly. After all, survival offered the chance for future opportunities. One could always seek out fortune anew. However, as the entire contingent entered the encirclement and arrived before a colossal stone door, the bandits remained eerily still. What was the meaning of this? He found himself at a loss. Shouldn't they be closing in and striking decisively? Halt! The lord of the city, mounted on a white warhorse, suddenly raised his hand. At his command, all regular troops took up defensive positions. Wu Daliang felt an urge to scoff. Do they even know how to fight? Shouldn't they be forming a battle array for defense? Fortunately, Xiezhong from the Xia family began to follow his earlier instructions, organizing their people into defensive formations by family units. Just then, a resounding rumble echoed. A fissure appeared in the stone wall ahead, gradually widening to reveal a vast open square beyond. Following this, a troop emerged from the cavern, advancing slowly. Leading them was a middle-aged man clad in a white robe, tall and handsome. Had it not been for the long sword at his waist, he might have been mistaken for a scholar. Behind him stood a dozen formidable cultivators, their gazes cold and piercing, each a master in the mid to late stages of foundation establishment. Even more alarming was the sight of archers lining the cliffs on either side, their arrows glinting ominously, aimed at the throng below. The crowd, suddenly besieged, was taken aback with shock. "Steady! Form a defensive formation." Commander Zhang's thunderous shout resonated, instantly quelling the unrest among the ranks. "My lord, I apologize for the wait." The man in white surveyed the assembly before speaking in a chilling tone. Chapter 39. Abundance of experience. Infants. The city lord, Run Tianxing, exhibited no fear as he rode forward on his majestic steed, pointing towards the ambushes concealed on either side of the cliff, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "Haiwan, is this a grand gift prepared for me, the city lord?" Haiwan suddenly sighed. "If I were to claim that I only seek self-preservation, would you believe me?" "Oof." Ren Tianxing sneered, his voice icy. "Haiwan, I am well aware of your intentions. There is no need for pretense. After 2 centuries, it is time for us to settle the score." While they engaged in their verbal sparring, Wu Dalang stealthily advanced a few steps, activating his divine eye, his pupils abruptly narrowing in shock. What on earth? So many? He was astounded to see 3 gray energy entities, particularly the mass within Haiwan's dantian, which was on par with that of the city lord. The gray lines within the dantian of the middle-aged men flanking Haiwan, while not as formidable, were still remarkably powerful. These were pure, unadulterated experience infants. If I could absorb them all, I would soar to new heights. Wu Dalong's heart raced furiously. He had initially intended to flee. However, with such enticing experience infants before him, the temptation to seize this opportunity was overwhelming. If this small place harbored such energy spheres, how much more could the vast world outside offer? Why pursue the path of immortality when martial prowess could lead to boundless heights? Wu Dalong's eyes gleamed with golden light, his breath quickening. Haiwan, noticing the look of a naive child on Wu Dalong's face, briefly scanned him before dismissing him as an inconsequential minor character. He then turned to Ren Tianxing, mocking, "Fool, you're being used as a pawn and remain oblivious. 2 centuries? Have you truly lost your wits? Whether you believe it or not, your son was not slain by my hand." A pang of anxiety struck Wu Dalong. This was precisely the concern that haunted him. Fortunately, Ren Tianxing disregarded the explanation entirely, drawing his sword with resolve. "Enough talk, let us fight." With this declaration, the atmosphere became charged with lethal intent, the tension palpable. Fight indeed. The surrounding bandits revealed sinister smiles, roaring as they drew their blades, the echoes of impending violence reverberating through the cliffs. The members of various families, caught off guard by the sudden onslaught of murderous intent, turned pale, retreating in fear, some trembling so violently that they nearly collapsed. Observing this scene, Haiwan smirked with derision, raising a hand to signal his men to halt. He then spoke in a deep, measured tone. "Let us do this. Each of us shall send forth 20 men to battle within the stronghold, regardless of the outcome. No one shall interfere in the ensuing conflict. What say you?" The people of Luoxia City were momentarily taken aback. What did this mean? Instead of launching an all-out assault, he proposed a duel with just 20 men? Was Haiwan not fully awake? With our superior numbers, why engage in such roundabout combat? Eyes turned towards the city lord, awaiting his decision. Wu Dalang, too, felt a sense of confusion. Was Haiwan truly intoxicated, opting for a duel? Upon deeper reflection, he sensed something amiss. A bandit king who had thrived under the watchful eyes of the heavenly court for 2 centuries could not simply be a brute. A flicker of understanding crossed Run Tianxing's gaze. He understood that He Wuyan wished to conceal their identities. Their identities were not meant to be exposed to the light of day, nor could they be known by anyone. Should they engage in a full-scale confrontation in public, their true natures would inevitably be revealed. At that point, even in victory, they would find no refuge within the entire realm of cultivation. Therefore, it was prudent for these top-tier experts to first determine a victor among themselves, exhausting their strengths before assessing the situation below. This was the most sensible course of action. Moreover, the pinnacle powers of both sides were of comparable realms and strengths, rendering it the fairest approach, exactly to my liking. Ren Tianxing's lips curled into a subtle smile, fortuitously. He also needed to address some troublesome matters, thereby avoiding future complications. What? The surrounding heads of families and the commanders of the regular army were taken aback. We have the numerical advantage, and our elite fighters are clearly outnumbered. Are you suggesting we play this way, effectively handing victory to them? The city lord contemplated carefully. Commander Jiang, he urged, you must select additional top-tier foundational cultivators to make up a total of 20. Commander Jiang wished to contest further, but, upon seeing the lord's cold demeanor, could only clench his teeth and clasp his fists in submission. Understood. Wu Daliang felt a surge of joy. Having been at a loss for opportunity, and now it presented itself. Observing the various families turning to him for assistance, he lowered his voice. There is no need for concern. I will stand with you. After a moment of hesitation, the crowd placed their hopes on this young man, praying that the old fox, Xia Jinyue, would not betray them again. Meanwhile, 100 miles away, atop a mountain peak, Qin Jiro sat upon a massive stone. Her gaze fixed intently on the unfolding scene, urging them impatiently, hurry up and fight. What are you dawdling for? I'm growing quite impatient. The absurdity of the battle, akin to children playing house, irked her. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she turned to her quietly standing companion, Su Guanxiu. Aunt, let us move a bit closer. It's too far, my eyes are straining. Su Guanxiu discerned her intentions, suspecting she merely wished to meddle. If you don't want to watch, we can head back. The teleportation array is nearly ready. Oh no, my eyes are perfectly fine. Qin Jiro insisted, her gaze unwaveringly fixed ahead. Su Guanxiu, however, shared her anticipation. She could see the situation at Haya Mountain clearly and understood that the powers of both sides were not on the same level. Although Wu Daliang's side had a numerical advantage, nearly half of them were merchants ill-suited for combat. Furthermore, there was a significant disparity in the number of foundational cultivators. It is well known that an ordinary foundational cultivator could easily face 100 minor chi cultivators. Now, it remained to be seen how Wu Daliang would navigate this challenge, and she was eager to see how he would utilize her as well. Once Wu Daliang completed his preparations, he joined the ranks of the 20-person team. The city lord's gaze swept across the group, landing momentarily on him. Mistaking him for a young clan leader from one of the families, he paid him little heed. Others prepared for battle. Without my command, none are permitted to act independently. Understood. The two centurions remaining behind clasped their fists in salute. He Weiyan issued a similar command and then turned to Ren Tianxing, his voice laced with malice. My lord, please. With that, he led a meticulously chosen group of 20 mid to late-stage foundation establishment cultivators back to the mountain stronghold. Wu Dayuo followed closely behind the city lord, accompanied by a group of solemn-faced clan heads. As they passed through the stone gate, he deliberately slowed his pace, reaching out to gently caress the heavy stone surface. Those around him paid little heed, dismissing it as mere curiosity. Once everyone had entered, a thunderous rumble echoed. The stone gates began to close slowly. Wu Daoyuo surveyed his surroundings. The gate loomed like a colossal blade, cleaving the entire canyon into two distinct realms. The inner and outer landscapes bore a striking resemblance. Save for the multitude of caves dotting the southern cliffs, clearly the dwelling places of the bandits. He activated his perception to scan the area, discovering that there were indeed no ambushes. Can the bandits be so trustworthy? After proceeding a short distance, both parties halted, gripping their weapons tightly, instantly assuming a standoff position. Ren Tianxing no longer concealed his intentions and summoned the ghostly sword. He Weiyan's pupils dilated in shock, clearly recognizing the blade, and he demanded sharply, "How did this sword come to be in your possession? What, is it not befitting of me?" Ren Tianxing retorted with a cold smirk. Wu Daoyuo, consumed by curiosity, quietly activated his divine eye. The moment his gaze fell upon the sword, his breath caught in his throat. The sword's exterior shimmered with a yellow hue, while its interior was entwined with a dense network of gray threads, writhing as if alive. Good heavens! This is a fortune. Could it be a Supreme Tao artifact? He had learned from texts that a fine Supreme Tao artifact sword could be worth millions of spirit stones, perhaps even priceless. He Weiyan's pupils constricted sharply, a flicker of panic crossing his face as he instinctively recoiled a step. Clearly, the terror of this sword surpassed his capacity to endure. He immediately declared, Ren Tianxing, your son's death has nothing to do with me. His power is not something I absorbed. Otherwise, I would have already broken through to the golden core stage. You must see that my cultivation has made no progress, right? Ren Tianxing furrowed his brow, seemingly weighing the veracity of these words. This is bad. Wu Daluo felt a sudden jolt of alarm. His gaze turned cold as he tightened his grip on the guillotine blade. Noticing that the crowd was captivated by the ghostly sword, he swiftly leaped forward. With a sickening thud, a head soared into the air, crashing onto the hard rock, followed by a headless corpse clutching its sword, collapsing to the ground with a dull thud. It was none other than Ren Tianxing. The onlookers were petrified, standing frozen as if struck by lightning. Chapter 40. The battle has yet to begin, yet you have already executed the city lord? The crowd stared in shock at the headless corpse. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Dalang swiftly approached Commander Jiang and spoke. Commander Jiang, the city lord has been slain by these bandits. You are now the highest-ranking officer here, and it falls upon you to assume the position of city lord. Rest assured, reinforcements are on their way. Commander Jiang immediately grasped the gravity of the situation, his breath growing rapid with excitement. He had coveted the position of city lord for over a century. Initially, he believed that only after outlasting the current lord would he have a glimmer of hope. He never anticipated that the opportunity would present itself so swiftly. Naturally, he had no doubt about Wu Dalang's words, for few were privy to the matter regarding the teleportation array. If he were not well acquainted with those two esteemed individuals, he would never have had access to such information in advance. Furthermore, he had long harbored disdain for the city lord. Wu Dalang's voice resonated, pulling the onlookers from their stupor. Their gazes gradually shifted from Ren Tianxing to Wu Dalang. It was he, this unassuming youth, who had the audacity to slay the city lord. He held a mere junior official position within the celestial court. Was he truly willing to risk his life? The bandits, too, widened their eyes in astonishment, regarding Wu Dalang with incredulity. This lad bore a greater resemblance to a bandit than they did. Did he truly dare kill? Yet, if he had slain the city lord, what purpose did it serve to frame them? Especially for He Wuyan, his expression was one of utter disbelief. Even he would never dare to kill the city lord unless absolutely necessary. Yet, this boy had acted without hesitation, swiftly executing the lord without a trace of reluctance. Could it be that he was the son of a governor? Noticing the bandits' attention, Commander Jiang called out, Everyone, reinforcements are imminent. This group of bandits has murdered our city lord. As long as we can hold them off, we will avenge our lord once support arrives. Attack! The surrounding families, hearing this rallying cry, exchanged bewildered glances between the bandits and the composed Wu Dalang and Commander Jiang. What should they do? Whom should they trust? Xia Zhenyue, equally astonished, quickly regained his composure and led the charge. These bandits are devoid of humanity, daring even to slay the city lord. Friends, let us assist Commander Jiang in buying time for reinforcements to arrive and avenge our lord. The crowd soon realized that the identity of the killer was inconsequential. Survival was paramount. They immediately began to channel their spiritual energy. Attack! The bandits, unwilling to back down, raised their long knives in unison. Boom! In an instant, both sides clashed, and the air was filled with the dazzling lights of blades and swords. He Wuyan remained rooted in place, his gaze fixed on Wu Dalang. Although he was unaware of why Wu Dalang had killed Ren Tianxing, he recognized that this young man was no ordinary individual. That strike had been so swift that he had nearly failed to react in time. Of course, the city lord's inexplicable demise suited him perfectly. If he could eliminate these individuals, no one would be left to divulge the secrets, and the organization would undoubtedly employ covert means to elevate him to power. As a bandit leader, he had long since grown accustomed to such a life. It was indeed time for him to occupy the seat of the city lord. He narrowed his eyes, drawing his long sword with a sharp clang, and charged towards Wu Daliang with the intent to eliminate this threat. Seizing the opportunity amid the chaos of their fierce battle, Wu Daliang swiftly concealed the body of Ren Tianxing and retreated to the rear, promptly retrieving a communication stone to draft a message. However, before he could send it, a flash of blade light struck, interrupting his efforts. He deftly sidestepped and raised his guillotine, delivering a powerful strike. Bang! He Weiyan was sent flying by the force of the blow, crashing against the cliff yet sustaining little injury, though his eyes were filled with astonishment. It was important to note that he was at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, merely a layer of paper away from the golden core stage. And even some newly promoted golden core cultivators might not match his prowess. Yet Wu Daliang had effortlessly sent him flying with a single strike, and most notably, a gash had appeared on his mid-grade magical weapon. What kind of weapon is this? He gazed in disbelief at the guillotine in Wu Daliang's grasp. Ignoring him, Wu Daliang continued to compose his message. He needed to adhere to the plan and seek assistance from Su Guanqiu. Otherwise, he would either be crushed by these bandits or face insurmountable challenges in the heavenly court. Wow, that fellow is incredibly fierce, even daring to attack the city lord. I like him so much. Qin Zhiro, witnessing this scene, clapped her hands in delight, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Su Guanqiu was equally taken aback by his audacity. She could hardly fathom that Wu Daliang would have the gall to confront the city lord. Although to her, a mere city lord was no more significant than an ant. Her position of power and absolute strength rendered reason unnecessary. Yet Wu Daliang was just an ordinary mortal. Even a city guard was not someone he could afford to offend. Nevertheless, his strike was swift, precise, and ruthless, executed without the slightest hesitation or delay. Did he truly not comprehend the heavenly court's authority, courting death? Clearly not. Wu Daliang was a meticulous thinker. He would not act so recklessly without being certain of his strength. Suddenly, she understood something. As she had anticipated, the authority token at her waist and Qin Zhiro's began to flicker simultaneously. Su Guanqiu picked it up and felt a jolt at the corner of her eye. Su Fairy, something terrible has occurred. The bandits have slain the city lord and boldly proclaimed this territory as theirs. Tomorrow, they plan to dismantle the teleportation array you just set up, taking the materials and fleeing with the spoils. She had never imagined Wu Daliang would drag her into this predicament in such a manner. The materials used to establish the teleportation array were all of extraordinary grade. Even a small piece could be worth a fortune. With the city lord's death, Luoxia City would become a lawless land, and these desperate bandits would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to invade after her departure. If she would have finished setting up the teleportation array only to have it destroyed immediately thereafter, how could she account for that to her superior? Even if a new city lord were appointed, it would take at least a month. Of course, given her status, she could expedite the appointment of a new city lord. But whether that person could withstand these bandits remained uncertain. If she did not eliminate these bandits now, they would surely hide away, re-emerging once she had left. No matter how one contemplates the situation, the most prudent course of action is for her to personally intervene and eliminate this band of marauders, subsequently appointing a new lord of the city. This approach not only saves time and effort, but also ensures the stability of the teleportation array moving forward. How dare this scoundrel plot against me? Even she, revered as the ascetic sword immortal of the celestial observation, could not suppress a surge of expletives within her mind at this moment, especially as her eternally serene and alluring visage now bore a hint of ire. She had never anticipated that this individual would ensnare her in such an inextricable trap. The only way out would require the expenditure of precious resources to establish a defensive formation. Even if she were willing to set it up, the spiritual stones required to sustain such a formation were not something an ordinary person could afford. Damn it, Aunt. Those brigands intend to excavate the teleportation array you have established, Qin Zhiro exclaimed, hastily approaching while clutching the jade scepter at her waist. Upon raising her gaze, she noticed Su Guanqiu's face awash with anger, causing her heart to quiver. She had never witnessed such fury before. Could it be directed at me? Her round, glistening eyes darted, and suddenly a thought struck her, prompting her to exclaim, "Oh, I must have misinterpreted the situation." She quickly retreated to her vantage point atop the boulder. Resuming her watch over the bandit den, Su Guanqiu's gaze lingered on her. It was only now that he understood why Wu Daliang had managed to manipulate the situation so effectively. Evidently, this girl's tongue was unrestrained, spilling forth all that should and should not be said. She had underestimated the depths of this fellow's cunning. Fortunately, she had witnessed the truth firsthand. Otherwise, she might have been betrayed, only to find herself counting coins for him. Very well. You wish to wait for my intervention? Then you may await until tomorrow. I hope you can endure until then. Chapter 41. With a swift stroke, the experienced baby is acquired. At Black Crow Mountain, the battle reached a fever pitch in an instant. Yet, surprisingly, there were no casualties on either side. The air was filled with the thunderous roar of spells, while several centurions from falling Sunset City bore wounds. The reason for this peculiar situation was that the clan heads were not inclined to fight to the death. Their sole desire was to survive. At this moment, over a dozen clan leaders huddled together, recklessly casting expensive defensive talismans as if they were worthless. Despite the bandits exerting every ounce of their strength in a fierce assault, they could not breach even the flimsiest of defenses. On the side of Wu Dalang, messages had already been dispatched, all the while he was evading Black Wuyin and awaiting reinforcement from the higher-ups. However, after waiting for a considerable time, the two powerful figures were still nowhere to be seen. What was going on? Why hadn't those two women arrived? Did they truly not care about the teleportation array? He was well aware that the array only pertained to space and held no defensive capabilities. Even a single Foundation establishment cultivator could easily dismantle it. This was perplexing. Whoosh! As he pondered, a blade of light cleaved through the air. Wu Dalang executed a double shift, shrinking the distance to a cave entrance several hundred miles away in mere steps. What kind of movement technique was this? Black Wuyin, bracing himself with a large blade against the ground, gasped for air as he fixed his furious gaze on Wu Dalang, his anger almost palpable. He had presumed the opponent merely possessed innate strength, but he was astonished by the sheer speed displayed. Even more terrifying was the seemingly boundless strength of this youth. For a full quarter of an hour, he exerted himself to the utmost in pursuit, yet he had not even brushed against the hem of Wu Dalang's garment. Instead, he felt as if he were being toyed with, much like a dog being walked. How could this be? I possess strength comparable to that of an early Golden Core cultivator. Even more unsettling was the aura radiating from Wu Dalang, which clearly indicated he was merely at the chi refinement stage. Yet his ghostly agility and ferocious power were more formidable than that of typical peak Foundation establishment cultivators. Particularly striking was his youthful visage, which could not exceed the age of 16. When had falling Sunset City produced such a prodigy? The more Black Wuyin contemplated this, the more alarmed he became. Regardless of whether Wu Dalang was at the chi refinement stage, the fact that he could exhibit such terrifying speed at merely 16 years of age was a talent that could be described as one in a million. If he were to ascend to the position of city lord and allow such a prodigy to remain in falling Sunset City, how could he expect to enjoy a prosperous future? This youth was far too dangerous to be left alive. Black Wuyin's expression hardened as he called out to his comrades in the fray. Second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, come here, let us eliminate him first. The 6 leaders, receiving the signal, promptly withdrew from the battle and converged towards him. 7 Foundation establishment experts. Let us see how you evade us. Meanwhile, Wu Dalang continued to await the support of Su Guanxiu. What was happening? Was the communication stone malfunctioning? He quickly retrieved the stone and replicated the message once more, sending it out again. It became evident that the stone was not the issue. Given the realms of those 2 women, they could arrive here in the blink of an eye. A quarter of an hour passed without any sign of them. There could only be one explanation. They had sensed that he had misled them and were now enraged. Did they truly intend to inflict a self-destructive loss of 10,000 while only wounding 800 of the enemy, disregarding these bandits? The reason he refrained from confronting He Wutian directly was due to his concern over excessive depletion of his inner strength. Should an unexpected event arise, he might lack even the energy to flee. Primarily, his inner strength could only be replenished through the practice of Wuji Gong, leaving him without alternative methods. Currently, Tom was not on his side. Did he truly have to retreat to the village? Having slain the city lord and lacking a strong ally, he would inevitably become a target for the Heavenly Court's pursuit, leaving him no choice but to hide in the depths of the mountains and forests until he regained his invincibility. Those insufferable women, how petty they were! Wu Dalang cursed vehemently, only to see a myriad of dazzling spiritual lights rushing towards him, which he deftly evaded with a swift movement. His gaze sharpened as he observed the 7 formidable leaders closing in on him. It seemed he could only retreat with 4 experienced companions for now. Wu Dalang uttered a remark, gripping his guillotine tightly, and with a single step, his form became like a wraith, leaving behind a fleeting shadow as he darted through the crowd. With a swift motion, a chilling light flashed, and a head soared high into the air, crashing down to the ground and rolling several feet away. Old 6. The remaining leaders were taken aback as they beheld the headless corpse of their 6th comrade collapse with a thunderous thud, their assault suddenly faltering, hearts racing with shock. They had never anticipated that a heavy blade could be wielded with such finesse, moving with a speed untraceable even to their keen eyes. It dawned on the few standing behind He Wuqian why the chief had deemed it necessary to eliminate him first. If allowed to continue utilizing his blade techniques from behind, they would surely meet a tragic end in the northwest. "You brat, come and face me." The leader's eyes widened with fury, their rage igniting like wildfire as 6 weapons, imbued with an overwhelming intent to kill, slashed towards him from all directions. Wu Dalang deftly evaded the lethal strikes, his gaze fixed on He Wuqian. To escape successfully from this predicament, he needed to ensure he retained sufficient inner strength. Engaging them in a protracted struggle would only deplete his reserves. Even if he managed to break free, evading the heavenly court's pursuit would be exceedingly difficult. As the saying goes, one cannot walk by the river without getting their shoes wet. Unexpectedly, he found himself ensnared by those insufferable women once again. It was time for swift resolution. Wu Dalang tightened his grip on the guillotine, fully channeling his energy into the 18 deadly blades. This technique, taught to him by the butcher of Wu God Village, was one of his most formidable skills. Comprised of 18 strikes, each was a forceful assault. The first 6 strikes emphasized 3 principles: speed, precision, and ferocity, each strike delivering a decisive blow to the skull. Since emerging from the mountains, he had executed 3 strikes, each obliterating a foe, their power unquestionable. However, with his current strength, he could only muster the initial 6 strikes. The subsequent 12 would drain him completely if attempted, thus he temporarily set them aside. Seizing the opportune moment, he cleaved the 5th leader aside, then directed a strike towards He Wuqian. He Wuqian's pupils constricted, leaving no time for hesitation as he raised his long blade horizontally across his chest. A deafening clash erupted as the blades collided, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. The long blade of He Wuqian shattered with a resounding crack, sending him hurtling several dozen meters until he collided with the sheer cliff behind him. A warm sensation surged in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. What immense strength! He could sense that Wu Dalang had not employed any spiritual energy. It was merely raw power that had inflicted internal injuries upon him. Particularly, his tiger's mouth was bleeding profusely, and his entire arm had lost sensation. Had this been any late-stage Foundation establishment practitioner, he would have likely been killed by a single strike. Do not confront him directly. Disperse and employ ranged attacks. He Wuqian cautioned, drawing forth a new magical long knife. The others heeded his warning, scattering to their respective positions to initiate their incantations. "How astute of you," Wu Dalang remarked with a smirk, his gaze fixated on the 3rd chief. This individual was undeniably one of the 4 experience-bearing members. "Then I shall claim you first." As his voice faded, he vanished in a blur. The 3rd chief's expression shifted dramatically as he realized Wu Dalang was charging toward him. Yet he had no time to react before the blade swiftly pierced through his neck. Swoosh! With a swift strike before the head could even touch the ground, Wu Dalang raised his hand to collect the body, his eyes now locked onto another experience-bearer. "Old 3, He Wuqian cried out, momentarily disregarding the death of the 3rd chief as he rushed forward to warn, "Old 2, be cautious." Upon receiving the alert, the 2nd chief activated a 2nd-tier defensive talisman and positioned his sword protectively before his chest. Bang! At the moment of collision between the blade and the sword, the 2nd chief felt an overwhelming force crashing upon him. The defensive shield of the talisman was torn apart as if it were made of paper, and the sword shattered inch by inch. The distant battle group heard the commotion and turned their gaze this way, collectively gasping in shock. They beheld the second chief spewing blood, his body hurtling backward like a kite with severed strings, crashing heavily into the mountainside, breathless and on the brink of death. How? How is this possible? A family head from Moashia City widened his eyes in disbelief. The second chief was a seasoned late-stage Foundation establishment practitioner. Leader Jiang and the others also stared wide-eyed, utterly astonished that this unassuming youth possessed such capabilities, single-handedly challenging the seven chiefs. Not only holding his ground, but dispatching them with a single strike, leaving them in a state of rage. This boy excels in assassination techniques, brothers. Gather together and do not allow him an opportunity, He Wuyan commanded, and the remaining four chiefs immediately regrouped, summoning their most powerful magical artifacts, fully focused, their murderous intent surging. Chapter 42. How could he master the stellar absorption technique? Wu Dalang was taken aback. How had they regrouped so swiftly? His assassination technique was remarkably efficient. The inner force expended in those few strikes was negligible. However, should the enemy consolidate their position, he would be compelled to employ area attacks, which would significantly deplete his strength. It seemed unlikely he could conserve his energy under such circumstances. The crux of the matter was that these individuals remained tightly clustered, showing no intention of advancing toward him. Time could not be squandered. He needed to conclude this swiftly to buy himself an escape. Wu Dalong's gaze sharpened, and he tightened his grip on the guillotine. Return to the firmament. Slash. He raised the guillotine, channeling the third move of the 18 utterly fatal blades, the return to the firmament. A translucent blade, shadow, burgeoned from the blade, instantaneously forming a transparent body several meters long, descending vertically upon the group. The clustered individual's pupils constricted in sudden fear, instinctively attempting to disperse, but it was already too late. Boom! The blade's shadow swept past, cleaving the air asunder, creating a piercing sound akin to tearing silk. The three individuals at the center had barely a moment to scream before they were reduced to mere pulp, as if they were decayed wood, with blood yet to spatter. Only Haiwan, employing some unknown agility, managed to evade in a panic and even rescued one of his comrades, though that person was left grievously injured by the residual blade energy. On a mountain range a myriad of miles away, Chinjiro danced with excitement. Chop. Yes. That's the technique. Her cheeks flushed with exhilaration. She yearned to join the fray and strike a few blows herself, her voice ringing out fervently. Hurry. Cut them all down. And what is this technique? Simple yet astonishingly powerful. I've never encountered such a spiritual blade art before. If only I could be taught. Then that would be. Her round eyes darted, but upon catching a glimpse of her aunt's still fuming expression, she quickly stifled that impure thought. Su Guanxiu also felt a sense of surprise. This technique was evidently not a spiritual art, as she sensed no spiritual energy. Yet its might surpassed that of any blade technique reliant on spiritual force. What astonished her most was that she perceived the essence of the blade within the technique. The essence of the blade, akin to that of the sword, represented the pinnacle of momentum. The heart united with the sword, the spirit fused with the moves. Each stance transcending mere form, wielded by intention and breaking the enemy through force. The essence of the sword is often referred to as the sword heart. Only those who grasp the sword heart may tread the path of sword cultivation. As a sword immortal herself, she understood the rarity of the sword heart. In the realm of cultivation, among countless sword wielders, often only one person can comprehend the sword heart. From 1,000,000 who grasp the sword heart, only 1 or 2 might do so before establishing their foundation. And among those 1,000,000 who achieve the sword heart, individuals like Wu Dalang, who touch the threshold of the sword heart before the age of 30, are exceedingly rare. Such individuals are deemed the sons of the sword path. Any son of the sword path is no less formidable than those endowed with divine bodies. More importantly, the art of the saber emphasizes grand, sweeping motions, while the sword embodies agility and adaptability. Thus, the essence of the saber often harbors greater depth than that of the sword. Yet, once perfected, its brilliance surpasses all. She simply could not fathom that this fellow was in fact a child of the saber. As her gaze flickered, her anger dissipated considerably. Nevertheless, she would not easily let him off the hook, for she had just overheard Wu Dalang insult her, calling her a wretched woman. This was the first time in her life she had been insulted, the first time she had been deceived, and indeed, the first time she felt such fury. This time, he must face the consequences. Qin Zhiro, noticing his sudden calmness, approached quietly. "Aunt, shall we lend him a hand? What if those bandits flee, and upon our departure, return to dismantle our teleportation array?" Su Guanqiu's expression turned cold once more. "How many times must I tell you? Do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Furthermore, if you cannot keep your mouth in check, do not accompany me in the future." Qin Zhiro recoiled, hastily retreating. It dawned on her that Wu Dalang must have sent a message to her aunt, who was now irate with him. Though her aunt appeared icy and stern, once provoked, it was a mere wish to escape her wrath. Many in the imperial capital trembled at the sound of her name. The thought of inciting her fury was far too daunting. She could only silently wish good fortune upon Wu Dalang. In the distance, Wu Dalang unleashed a single strike, and the world seemed to fall into silence. The bandits, previously engaged in battle, along with the citizens of Luoxia City, froze in place, their eyes wide with terror. They had encountered fierce individuals before, yet had never witnessed such a domineering blow. Without any ornate brilliance or intricate maneuvers, a mere vertical cleave obliterated 3 men as if they were mere chaff. It was important to note that each of those 3, if unleashed, could reign supreme within 1,000 miles, yet they were effortlessly reduced to pulp by his hand. Even more astonishing was how swiftly he dispatched the 7 leaders, rendering them mere shadows of their former selves, leaving only one chief standing. "Who on earth is this lad?" A bandit quivered. Though they were outlaws, they often disguised themselves to revel in Luoxia City, yet they had never encountered a figure of such caliber. The heads of the various factions, shaken from their astonishment, turned their gazes towards Xia Jinyue. He donned an air of nonchalance, his long sleeves swaying gracefully. "The identity of this young master is not for you to speculate. Focus on what you must do." Indeed, the crowd nodded in agreement. Their priority was survival, and the rest was of no concern to them. Only Commander Jiang felt a surge of excitement. He was aware of Wu Dalang's connection to the 2 individuals and was astounded by his prowess, suspecting he might be someone from a grander locale merely here for amusement. "My position as lord of this city is surely secured." Suddenly, the previously composed He Wen appeared utterly unperturbed, devoid of sorrow or even a hint of anger, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. "Everyone, eliminate him first." Yes, the bandits in the distance swiftly disengaged from combat, racing towards this direction. In the city of Luoxia, the pressure on the populace is suddenly alleviated, and they collectively exhaled in relief. From here on, they merely awaited reinforcements, leaving everything else to Wu Daliang. Observing this scene, Wu Daliang was momentarily taken aback. Did they truly hold me in such high regard? Should I consider fleeing? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a throng of bandits encircled him, swiftly trapping him within their midst. While these individuals were relatively easy to handle, the enigmatic He Wuyan was a different matter altogether. This fellow not only survived his 3rd strike, but also managed to save another. This indicated that He Wuyan had been concealing his true strength, never employing his full power. Moreover, the peculiar agility he had just displayed was quite unsettling. Had he not maintained his perception, Wu Daliang would have been utterly unable to discern his movements. Clearly, he was no ordinary Foundation establishment practitioner. The distance to Wushan village was several thousand miles, traversing treacherous mountain paths. Thus, Wu Daliang knew he must conserve his strength to escape. With a decisive glimmer in his eyes, he opted to retreat. His 2 experience points were nearly sufficient for him to attain that new realm. He stepped forward and, in the blink of an eye, found himself before the colossal stone gate, raising his guillotine and striking it forcefully. The crowd in Luoxia City was momentarily stunned. What was he attempting to do? "This is bad. He intends to flee." He Wuyan was the first to react. If he were to escape, would that not be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains? How could I maintain my position as lord of the city in such comfort? What? The hearts of the people in Luoxia City sank. What would they do if he got away? In an instant, panic swept through them. Fortunately, before Wu Daliang could deliver a second strike, He Wuyan lunged forward with a blade of his own. Wu Daliang sidestepped, swinging his weapon to sever the two mid-foundation establishment bandits who had surged towards him, blood splattering across the ground. He Wuyan was taken aback yet again, fearing that he might escape and leave future troubles, but also realizing he could not contend with him. He pondered his next move. His gaze swept across the terrified faces of the Luoxia crowd. These individuals posed little threat, and it was time to reveal his true identity and unleash his full power. Second in command, no need to hide any longer. As soon as his words left his lips, the rocky cliffs in the distance erupted, dark energy surging forth. The second in command, whose fate had been uncertain, coughed up blood and floated towards them. He raised his hand and unleashed a surge of black, demonic energy, drawing a nearby corpse into his grasp. The body rapidly shriveled before the eyes, while his pallid complexion visibly improved at an astonishing rate. My goodness, does he also possess the ability to absorb stars? Wu Daliang was momentarily taken aback. But wait, why does his star-absorbing technique appear to be black? Chapter 43. The real deal. The onlookers in the distance were momentarily stunned by the scene before them. What kind of secret technique was this, so unsettling? Only Commander Jiang furrowed his brow. The dark mist enveloping the second deputy bore a resemblance to the legendary demonic aura. However, the Heavenly Court's relentless suppression of the demonic path was as formidable as a thunderclap, leaving no trace behind after even the slightest disturbance. He had not heard the term demonic path in decades. What were the odds that he would encounter a pure-blood demon cultivator? Thus, he shook his head, dismissing the implausible thoughts swirling in his mind. This aura seems strangely familiar. In the distance, Qin Zhiro, upon noticing the demonic energy surrounding the second deputy, furrowed her brows in contemplation, suddenly recalling something, her pupils constricting. Little ant, that seems to be demonic energy. Su Guanqiu had been alert to the situation, her expression growing grave. She felt that nothing in her life had matched the events of today. Not only had she been infuriated beyond measure, but she had also encountered a prodigious swordsman, a child of the Tao of the Blade, a rarity in a millennium. More importantly, she had laid eyes upon a demon cultivator, causing a stir in the cultivation world. Clang! Qin Zhiro abruptly drew a long sword, ready to take flight. But Su Guanqiu seized her arm. What do you think you're doing? Of course, I am here to exterminate the demonic presence. It is the duty of every righteous cultivator, Qin Zhiro retorted sharply. That is not for you to decide. Su Guanqiu shot back, her eyes wide with concern. While struggling, Qin Zhiro attempted to explain, "Oh, dear aunt, I have never vanquished a demon before. You know I have harbored a heart for righteous extermination since childhood. Can you not allow me to fulfill my dream?" Worried she might attract trouble, Su Guanqiu waved her hand, enveloping Qin Zhiro in a surge of spiritual energy that pinned her in place. Do not bring trouble to your Qin family. Do you understand what the demonic path entails? Demonic. Qin Zhiro stammered, her complexion paling as she recalled something, yet she could not articulate her final thought. Aunt, demon cultivators often possess strength surpassing that of their peers by a whole realm. What will happen to Wu Dalang? Just take care of yourself. Let me remind you once more, do not provoke the Qin family. Otherwise, you shall never step outside again. Su Guanqiu issued a solemn warning before producing a unique token from her waist, lifting her delicate hand to grasp at the air. Buzz! The heavens trembled as a sword-shaped rune materialized in her palm. She then pointed decisively, embedding the rune into the token. After a flicker of golden light, she muttered to herself, "Consider yourself fortunate, kid." He. As soon as the second deputy's injuries healed, he fixated on Wu Dalang, revealing a grotesque grin. They had endured for over 200 years without striking a decisive blow. Today, they intended to unleash their wrath and revel in it. Boom! Yet before he could finish his sinister laugh, Wu Dalang delivered a strike that sent him flying. Holy smokes! Wu Dalang was astonished. Had this fellow taken some sort of enhancement? How could he be this resilient? The second in command crashed against the mountainside like a cannonball, causing rocks to explode and dust to soar into the sky. Yet, in the next moment, he astonishingly emerged from the rubble. His body shrouded in a peculiar layer of black armor, even the blade of the guillotine merely slicing through this enigmatic shield. Furthermore, his aura had surged to over 5 times its previous intensity. Were he an ordinary cultivator at the late foundation establishment stage, that strike would have reduced him to a mere pulp. This was alarming. Something was amiss with this individual, and a hasty retreat was imperative. Wu Dalang muttered to himself, his figure flickering as he dashed towards the colossal stone door, raising his hand for another strike. Clang! The material of this stone door was indiscernible, for after 2 vigorous slashes, he could only carve out 2 profound fissures without any sign of it shattering. A jolt of realization struck Heyu Yan. This stone door was indeed a mid-grade magical artifact. Wu Daoyang's previous strike had led him to suspect the invocation of some secret technique. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned that it was merely that unassuming guillotine in Wu Daoyang's grasp that possessed extraordinary qualities. Could it be an extraordinary treasure? Only a treasure of such caliber could slice through a magical artifact as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. He momentarily held his breath, channeling his demonic energy as he swiftly maneuvered past. Wu Daoyang sensed a powerful force surging towards him, and at the critical moment, he evaded with a deft movement. Boom! Heyu Yan's palm struck the stone door, precisely landing between the 2 fissures, causing the center to concave inward. If he were to deliver 2 more strikes, it would perfectly form a character, thereby creating a door in the middle of this massive stone structure. Wu Daoyang felt a surge of optimism as he raised his guillotine once more. Yet, before he could bring it down, Heyu Yan unleashed another wave of black palm wind. He was forced to retreat. From a distance, he glanced over and noticed the family heads and captains, all wide-eyed and staring in their direction. 2 elderly men were even leisurely sipping from their wine flasks, as if they were merely enjoying a casual gathering. Good grief! Young Master Wu, I shall assist you. Xia Jinyue, upon catching Wu Daoyang's gaze, promptly stepped forward. Yet in the next instant, a bandit sent him sprawling back with a single palm strike. Spurt! Xia Jinyue coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, crashing back into the crowd. Lu Xiaming hastily helped him up and advised, Old Xia, why create more chaos? Just leave it to the young master. Exactly. We can only complicate matters further. Let us simply observe. The crowd nodded in agreement. A twitch at the corner of Wu Daoyang's eye revealed his frustration. After all this time, these individuals remained stationary. All the bloodshed and the first kill were solely credited to his earlier strikes. Thankfully, he had never placed his hopes on this group. Otherwise, it would have driven him to exasperation. As he beheld the second-in-command and Heyu Yan preparing to flank him, he realized he could no longer afford to be frugal with his internal energy. It was evident that these 2 had likely harnessed the gray power within them to enhance their physical might. If he continued to squander time, he might truly miss the opportunity to escape. Wu Daoyang flicked his hand, retracting the guillotine. Heyu Yan and the others were momentarily taken aback, puzzled by his intentions. Chapter 44. What is this infernal technique? This blade has already slain half of their brethren. Why has it been suddenly sheathed? Are they preparing to surrender? A wave of joy surged within the crowd. This young man possesses immense strength. With a mere crude knife, he has wielded it with the grandeur of a divine weapon. If he were truly to capitulate, it would be splendid. They collectively exhaled in relief. Then, Wu Dalang rolled up his sleeves and assumed a posture typical of the martial world. Please enlighten me. The crowd was left in utter bewilderment. Hai Yin felt a chill run down his spine. It dawned upon him that the young man had previously wielded the large blade merely to conserve energy, not revealing his true prowess. Now he was truly ready to engage. However, he did not voice his concerns and promptly commanded, attack. Instantly, 10 cultivators in the later stages of foundation establishment surrounded him. Wu Dalang gestured with his hands, forming the shape of a large watermelon, then beckoned them with his right hand. The crowd recoiled in shock. Could they not act more swiftly to save time? With a disdainful smirk, Wu Dalang stepped forward. Bang! With a single palm strike, he sent one flying. The unfortunate soul had no time to scream before crashing against the cliff, splattering into a gruesome puddle of gore. Those watching from a distance were taken aback, aghast at the sheer brutality of this technique. Wu Dalang offered no respite, swiftly executing another lateral movement, striking a cultivator in the later stages of foundation establishment. The bandit erupted into a mist of blood. Hai Huyen was alarmed. What manner of technique was this? Its power was evidently magnified tenfold compared to his previous swordplay. Even with his full magical prowess, he dared not confront it head-on. Fortuitously, he had refrained from engaging directly. Nonetheless, he could not permit this massacre to continue, for his subordinates were not only the pinnacle of strength in his Black Crow Mountain, but also the vital force maintaining the stronghold's operations. Hai Huyen swiftly formed seals with his hands, conjuring a swirling mass of dark energy that transformed into dozens of pitch-black crow apparitions, screeching as they lunged toward Wu Dalang. Crows of the soul devouring. Wu Dalang sensed a wave of deathly aura approaching and struck out with the palm. However, those crow apparitions were not corporeal. They effortlessly pierced through the gust of his palm, directly invading his orifices. A sudden shock coursed through him. What in the world was this infernal technique? Wu Dalang evaded with a swift retreat, yet he was still a moment too late, allowing several black crows to invade his nostrils. Contrary to his expectations of rupturing into a sanguine mess, he found instead that the internal energy he had previously expended was gradually replenishing. What was happening? Wu Dalang's expression morphed into one of confusion. Upon inspecting his body, he found no anomalies. In fact, with only 60% of his internal energy remaining, it was now on the verge of recovering to 70%, thanks to the influx from the crows. Could it be due to the gray strands wielded by this fellow? He was indeed capable of absorbing the gray strands, and the attacks derived from them could be converted into internal energy. This made sense. With this realization, Wu Dalang's heart swelled with elation. If that is the case, then from now on, I shall nurture a few of these experienced babies as my power banks, each day allowing them to unleash 10,000 flying crows on my behalf. Wouldn't that dramatically enhance my prowess, akin to soaring on a rocket? Indeed, these living power banks seem far more effective than the lifeless experienced babies. Wu Dalang's heart raced with excitement. While others require spirit stones for their cultivation, he merely needs to cultivate a group of power banks. The most significant aspect is that this resource is renewable, endless, and inexhaustible, and importantly, environmentally friendly. He could achieve invincibility while hidden away in the mountains. What a windfall! Wu Dalang glanced at the approaching bandits and suddenly gasped. Bang! He collapsed to the ground, then raised a trembling hand, pointing at the black crow. What kind of sorcery are you employing? The crowd halted in their tracks. Hai Huyen, too, appeared bewildered. He was well aware of the lethal power of crow soul devouring heart. Even a cultivator in the early stages of Golden Core would meet their demise if struck. Yet this young man still had the strength to point at him. In the distance, Captain Jiang and his party became anxious. Why had the reinforcements arrived yet? If Wu Dalang were to perish, they might be the next to fall. However, upon seeing the dark aura enveloping Hai Huyen, none dared to rush forward to assist. Xia Jinyue wished to help, but was firmly restrained by the old rascal Lu Xianming. Junior brother, we must conserve our strength. Reinforcements will arrive shortly. If you were to die, what would become of your Xia family? Meanwhile, the 10 bandits collectively exhaled in relief, finally managing to subdue this young man. Hai Huyen sensed something was amiss. Could it be that his unique constitution allowed him to withstand part of the attack, preventing him from being torn apart by crow soul devouring heart? Then, I shall deliver another blow. Chapter 45. Retreat. Upon this realization, his gaze sharpened as he raised his hand, unleashing the raven soul devourer, and struck once more towards Wu Dalang. Be careful, young master, Xia Jinyue cried out, but it was too late. A swarm of black ravens darted toward Wu Dalang's face, swiftly infiltrating his 7 orifices. Wu Dalang's expression contorted in agony, yet his heart soared with joy as he felt his internal energy rapidly replenishing, restoring to 70% in an instant and edging toward 80. Fearing that Hai Huyen might notice a flaw, he clapped one hand against the ground, propelling himself backward with great force. Then, trembling, he pointed at He Wuyin, his voice quavering. What kind of dark sorcery is this? Why is it so powerful? He Wuyin, bewildered, raised his hand to observe, thinking it should have worked. After enduring 2 rounds of the Raven Soul Devour, not even a mid-stage golden elixir cultivator could hope to breathe, let alone Wu Dalang, who appeared merely in pain, but somehow seemed more vigorous than most. This was not the demeanor of someone on the brink of death. Could it be that I have miscast the Raven Soul Devour? He Wuyin's gaze narrowed as he aimed a palm towards the onlookers led by Captain Jiang. Their pupils dilated in horror, and they could only think, my life is forfeit. Be cautious. In a moment of desperation, Wu Dalang suddenly sprang to his feet, leaping forward to shield the crowd. Bang! The raven-infused palm struck his chest directly. Ah! He screamed as he crashed into the throng, quickly assessing that his internal energy had surged to 90% from that blow. With one more strike, he would achieve his peak condition. Young master. The crowd rushed to support Wu Dalang, their hearts moved to tears by his selfless act. Had he not intercepted that blow, half of them would likely have perished. In an instant, various elixirs and potions were offered to Wu Dalang without hesitation. Young master, you must hold on? Yes. Quickly, bring forth the second-tier elixirs. As Wu Dalang swallowed and converted his internal energy, he soon found himself completely satiated. However, due to the limitations of his current cultivation, he could not absorb the medicinal power. It was merely a meal for him. From a distance, He Wuyin stood stunned. After enduring 3 doses of the Raven Soul Devour, not only had Wu Dalang survived, but he also had the strength to eat and chew, with the expression of pain vanishing from his face. Noticing the fury on He Wuyin's countenance, Wu Dalang's heart sank. Oh no! How could I forget my injuries? With another cry, he unsteadily rose to his feet. You all step back. I will handle this. All right. The crowd nodded, swiftly retreating 100 meters, leaving this space for him. Wu Dalang grimaced. Could he not show a little courtesy? He Wuyin realized he had been outmaneuvered. Even if he had not been tricked, he could no longer cast the Raven Soul Devour. The soul of the crow can extract 1/5 of his magical energy in a single strike. Time is of the essence, and there is no opportunity to replenish the expended energy. We must reserve our strength to deal with those remaining individuals. Everyone, come together and give it your all. Otherwise, the world will no longer have Black Crow Mountain. Upon hearing this, the bandits tightened their grips on their weapons, their expressions growing grave. They alone understood the implications of the absence of Black Crow Mountain. Its endurance over 2 centuries was not solely due to the protection of its lord. Although they had never laid eyes on the mysterious figure behind it, over the years, they all sensed his presence. Otherwise, they would not enjoy such a privileged life, reaping the benefits of a 3rd-tier sect. If Black Crow Mountain were to fall, it would be their negligence, and that figure would undoubtedly not let them off the hook. Even if they could evade the Heavenly Court's pursuit, survival would be impossible. The group stared intensely at Wu Dalang, their eyes ablaze with fury. The words of their chief were crystal clear. This person before them was far from simple. Black Crow Mountain stood at the precipice of life and death. What are you staring at me for? Wu Dalang felt a sense of foreboding. Recovering to 90% of his power seemed sufficient. He decided to return to the village, regroup, and capture a few experience-gaining creatures to serve as energy reserves. A plan formed in his mind, and with a swift movement, he headed towards the stone gate. Block him! He Wuyin bellowed, raising his long sword and charging after Wu Dalang. The second-in-command's eyes flickered with an imperceptible darkness as he swiftly conjured a spell to follow suit. As He Wuyin saw Wu Dalang about to draw the guillotine, he hastily struck out with his sword. Whoosh! A wave of dark energy surged forth, but Wu Dalang sidestepped, and the energy struck the stone gate, leaving it unscathed. It seems I must resort to my ultimate technique. Wu Dalang prepared to unleash the iron sand palm once more. Just as he was about to strike, the second-in-command cast a spell, thrusting his long sword towards Wu Dalang's heart. A sudden jolt surged through Wu Dalang as he realized his body was ensnared by an invisible force, rendering him unable to evade. Chapter 46. Squandering an experienced baby. In a moment of dire peril, Wu Daliang swiftly activated the Wuji Gong, instantly refining the curse that had been cast upon him. He pivoted and struck out with his palm. Sensing the impending force of his attack, the second-in-command felt a chill of dread wash over him. He recognized that this technique was the very same that had claimed the lives of 2 others previously. Just as he contemplated retreating, it was already too late. Bang! The resounding impact landed squarely on his chest, and in an instant, he was obliterated into a mist of blood. Second, He Wuyan's pupils constricted sharply, and his heart lurched violently. This was the loyal subordinate he had cultivated for over 2 centuries. From an unknown individual to the second-in-command of Black Crow Mountain, he had survived countless life-and-death battles. Yet now he had been reduced to nothingness by a single strike. Scoundrel! He Wuyan's eyes blazed with fury, his voice hoarse as if dragged from the depths of hell. With the death of the second-in-command, Black Crow Mountain had effectively lost a crucial limb. This was not only due to his formidable strength, second only to He Wuyan himself, but also because he held dominion over the entire formation, hidden assets, and financial routes of Black Crow Mountain. With his demise, even if the mountain survived this day, chaos would inevitably follow. Kill! Someone kill him! He Wuyan had completely lost his sanity, screaming in a frenzy. At this moment, he harbored but one thought: to ensure that Wu Daliang paid in blood. Even if it meant sacrificing every last member of Black Crow Mountain. Wu Daliang paid him no mind, observing the pool of blood on the ground. He shook his head and sighed, alas. A wasted experience, baby. He then activated the iron sand palm once more. This time, He Wuyan allowed the remaining subordinates to charge forward without interference, for he understood that their combined strength was insufficient to eliminate Wu Daliang here. The stone door was now ajar, revealing over 50 foundational subordinates and various lethal formations, not to mention more than 4,000 followers outside. Escape would not be a simple affair. However, in order to conceal his identity, he could no longer act recklessly. He intended to wait until Wu Daliang was utterly exhausted before delivering a decisive blow. Boom! Wu Daliang's palm struck the stone door, and the previously dented section could no longer withstand the force, exploding outward to form a shaped entrance. He dashed through, immediately recognizing the throngs of soldiers and bandits outside. Xiaoning Shuang spotted him amidst the crowd, her eyes alight with joy as she hurriedly pushed through the throng towards him. Yet, upon noticing the bandits following closely behind Wu Daliang, her heart sank. Grandfather, why hasn't he emerged? She had assumed victory was theirs, only to find so many bandits still present, with Wu Daliang as the sole survivor. Lu Qingmei was equally shaken. Only that scoundrel has escaped. Well, my grandfather. Realizing the bandits were in pursuit, Wu Daliang did not waste a moment. With a swift movement, he made for the valley's exit. Stop him. No merci. He Wuyan's thunderous command shattered the tense atmosphere. The people of Luoxia City, still grappling with the unfolding situation, found themselves on the brink of another conflict. Boom! In an instant, various formations were simultaneously activated, engulfing the area in toxic mists, surging earth spikes, and a deluge of arrows. The entire valley was transformed into a battlefield, a scene of utter chaos. Xiaoning Shuang found herself separated from her family members, right in the heart of the fray, alongside Lu Qingmei. As they witnessed the venomous spikes approaching, the sorrow for their lost loved ones fueled their resolve. Each summoned a barrier talisman, which instantly enveloped them in a protective shield. Seeing the bandits charging from afar, they grasped their swords at their waists, refusing to cower, and surged forth alongside the soldiers. In an instant, the air was filled with the harrowing cries of the fallen, the cacophony deafening. Wu Dalang was too preoccupied to concern himself with their fates. Yet, as he reached the exit, he inadvertently collided with a transparent barrier, rebounding off it in surprise. What in the world is this? He exclaimed, feeling the surface and realizing it was a sealing formation. Contemplating for a moment, he drew his guillotine blade, but before he could wield it, a horde of bandits rushed at him with savage roars. Wu Dalang sidestepped, twisting the blade in his hand, and struck out fiercely. With a thunderous boom, the blade's energy cleaved through the ranks of bandits, causing them to explode in a mist of crimson. These fledgling cultivators were far easier to dispatch than those at the foundation level. He raised his guillotine blade once more, bringing it down upon the formation, which could not withstand the onslaught and shattered. As he stepped forward, he discovered yet another layer of formation ahead. Cursing under his breath, he growled, "Charge! Don't let him escape." In the distance, He Wu Yin, who had been waiting for Wu Dalang to tire, could no longer remain still. He had not anticipated that such a peculiar guillotine could cleave through even a second-tier formation. While it would typically require a golden core cultivator considerable time to breach such a barrier, Wu Dalang had accomplished it effortlessly. Realizing he could not afford to wait any longer, He Wu Yin understood that if Wu Dalang managed to flee, his identity would inevitably be exposed. To protect their secrets, the organization would abandon him. With a steely gaze, He Wu Yin raised his long knife and swiftly advanced towards Wu Dalang. Xiaoning Shuang caught sight of this scene, and her heart raced, urgently warning, "My lord, be careful." Hearing her voice, He Wu Yin glanced sideways and caught sight of the bloodied Lu Qingmei fighting valiantly. "What a fortunate lad," he mused, "to have such a beautiful woman concerned for you." With that, he reached out and seized Lu Qingmei in his grasp. Quite the alluring figure," he remarked. Lu Qingmei felt her body betray her, being drawn back, and upon looking up, she found herself face to face with a youthful man. Just as she prepared to unleash a torrent of curses, she recalled having seen him in her family's portraits. He was none other than the notorious leader of Black Crow Mountain, He Wu Yin. A shiver ran down her spine, her fair complexion drained of color as she struggled desperately. "You, let me go!" Yet, no matter how fiercely she fought, it was as futile as an ant attempting to shake a tree, her efforts yielding no results. Chapter 47. Keep your distance and do not splatter me with blood. Wu Dalang repelled the foundational bandit before him with a swift stroke of his blade. Casting a glance towards the distant tumult, silently lamenting the unfortunate circumstances, with his own safety at stake, he lacked the inclination to play the savior. Once more, he raised his guillotine and brought it crashing down upon the enormous formation. Boom! The array shattered once again, and, as he lifted his gaze, he was taken aback. How could there be yet another layer? He Wu Yin sensed impending doom, for only the final layer of the formation remained. Grasping Lu Qingmei, he swiftly dashed towards Wu Dalang. Upon witnessing Lu Qingmei's capture, Xia Ningxiang's heart brimmed with remorse, realizing that her earlier outcry had summoned this calamity. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and with a fierce glint in her eyes, she charged at He Wu Yin. He Wu Yin halted 20 meters behind Wu Dalang, a sinister smile curling upon his lips. "Young man, if you wish to spare your woman's life, cease your actions at once. Step back and do not splatter me with blood," Wu Dalang retorted, slicing through two encroaching foundational bandits before advancing toward the final layer of the formation. "You!" Lu Qingmei, initially astonished by Wu Dalang's formidable prowess, felt a wave of regret for her earlier disdain. Yet, witnessing his ruthless demeanor, her face flushed with indignation. "Are you not a man?" Just as Wu Dalang took a step forward, his peripheral vision caught sight of Xia Ningxiang wielding a long sword. Lunging towards He Wu Yin's back, shouting, "Release Qingmei! You foolish girl! Do you seek to announce your ambush to the world? You deserve to die!" Wu Dalang's face contorted with fury as he strode towards the formation. He Wu Yin had already detected the rush of wind from behind, with a flick of his left hand. He conjured a layer of dark magic, countering Xia Ningxiang's strike with a swift motion. "Ningxiang, be careful!" Lu Qingmei exclaimed in alarm. Though the two had always been rivals, competing in all matters, they stood united in the face of adversity. Yet, Lu Qingmei never anticipated that Xia Ningxiang would act so recklessly against a foe as formidable as He Wu Yin. Sensing the encroaching aura of death, Xia Ningxiang froze momentarily, instinctively shutting her eyes. In that instant, she realized the folly of her actions, understanding that as a foundational cultivator, she was foolishly attempting to challenge a being akin to a golden core expert. She couldn't fathom why she had rushed towards danger, but it was too late for regrets. Bang! After a brief pause, Xia Ningxiang discerned that she had not perished. Trembling, she cautiously opened her eyes, only to find a familiar silhouette standing protectively before her. Having absorbed the deadly force of the attack, The fabric of his robes fluttered violently from the residual energy. "Young master," she exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion as tears streamed down her cheeks like a broken dam. "Young, what the hell? If you wish to court death, could you not do so right before my eyes?" Wu Dalang cursed vehemently, realizing he had acted foolishly by returning to shield her from that strike. Perhaps it was his upbringing beneath the crimson banner that compelled him, or perhaps he sought merely to replenish his own inner strength. Yes, to restore his energy. After enduring a strike from He Wuyan, his previously depleted internal energy surged back to 90%. Xian Ningxue, startled by his furious roar, instinctively recoiled, her voice trembling as she stammered, "Master, I'm so sorry." Wu Daliang chose to disregard her. "Are you not aware of your own capabilities? How dare you attempt to save others?" He realized that this woman was nothing but a burden, perpetually ensnaring herself in trouble. He Wuyan gripped Lu Qingmei by the throat, taking a step forward with a cold smirk. "Youngster, have you played your part enough? If you wish for her to live, then seal your dantian." Coughing violently, Lu Qingmei emitted a series of strained gasps, her complexion shifting from a flushed red to a deep purple, her pupils gradually losing focus. "Seal your own sister? If you have the strength, then use it." Before Wu Daliang could finish his sentence, a heavy dread settled in his heart. An abrupt warning surged within the realm of 8 Nian Tong Xian as hundreds of black-armored soldiers, exuding an overwhelming aura, approached an alarming speed. "This is bad. The heavenly soldiers have come to capture me." A chill ran down his spine. To his astonishment, barely half an hour had passed since he had slain the city lord, and the celestial realm's pursuit was already upon him with such swiftness. Without the slightest hesitation, he channeled all his internal energy and forcefully shattered the ground beneath him. Leaping into the sky, He Wuyan sensed the impending danger, releasing his consciousness with a jolt of alarm. He could no longer afford to issue threats. Discarding Lu Qingmei, he transformed into a streak of shadow and fled desperately. The two had scarcely traversed a few dozen zhang when boom. Countless dark chains erupted from the earth like a colossal serpent from the abyss, intertwining instantaneously to form a web that blotted out the sun. Each chain crackled with crimson lightning, enveloping the entire Haya mountain. The ancient trees atop the mountain succumbed to the onslaught of the chains, crashing down amidst a shower of debris, as the very heavens seemed to be ensnared by an invisible hand. Within the valley, various formations crumbled under the oppressive weight, shattering layer upon layer. In that moment, everyone halted their actions, gazing up in terror at the sky, utterly bewildered. For a brief instant, even the wind seemed to hold its breath. Seriously, is it necessary to take such extreme measures for the death of just one city lord? Chapter 48. The Demon Slayer. Wu Dalang realized he had underestimated the situation. The Heavens Court's protective measures shattered his expectations. He had anticipated merely a contingent of guards dispatched to pursue him. Instead, this group had afforded him such grandiose treatment. The sheer momentum, the iron net, sufficient to annihilate a high-level sect, it seemed. Wu Dalang felt a twinge of confusion. Logically speaking, had the Heavens Court truly become so earnest that a mere city lord could incite such a mobilization? Yet, he lacked the luxury of time for contemplation or to fathom the underlying reasons. Regardless, he had engaged the city lord, and if captured, his fate would be sealed. Wu Dalang no longer held back. Buzz, buzz, buzz. He simultaneously activated several supreme techniques, employing agility, state enhancements, and the consummate golden bell shield. Ascending into the heights, as he neared the colossal net, he tightened his grip on the guillotine and unleashed a torrent of inner power. Heaven's Return, slash. Wu Dalang executed the sixth strike of the 18 deadly blades. The blade's aura pierced the air, causing the iron net to tremble. Hundreds of chains, akin to venomous serpents, constricted towards him, yet upon contact with the blade's energy, they shattered one by one, only to rapidly mend themselves, their speed unabated. Wu Dalang surmised these chains were likely some form of extraordinary treasure. Seizing the moment while the severed chains had yet to fully restore, he employed the celestial shift technique, teleporting outside the web. Upon looking up, he beheld a legion of black-armored heavenly soldiers, standing like iron towers upon the clouds. Beneath their dark iron visors, a chilling intent radiated, and their long spears gleamed with an icy light, forming the legendary heavenly net. What kind of standard is this? Wu Dalang felt a shiver run down his spine. The black-armored soldiers were equally astonished. Their demon suppression net could render even millennial demons powerless in an instant. Yet this youth had not only breached it with ease, but had also escaped outright. Many among them had never witnessed such a phenomenon in their lifetimes. Wu Dalang stood atop the dark chains, gathering momentum to make a swift escape. Just then, he spotted Su Guanqiu and her companion gliding towards him from a distance. And he called out, "Sister Su Zhiro." However, before his voice could fully carry, he sensed a terrifying aura approaching. Lifting his gaze, he saw a middle-aged man clad in dark iron armor swiftly closing in, an oppressive malevolence coalescing around him, as if even the air had thickened under the weight of his presence. The man's countenance was chiseled and severe, his eyes as unfathomable as a cold abyss. Before Wu Dalang could react, the man struck with an open palm, the gust of his attack laden with a foul aura aimed directly at his face. Wu Dalang's heart sank, and he instantly activated the golden bell shield to its fullest. Bang! A colossal force crashed against the shield, shattering it in an instant, plunging him back into the clutches of the heavenly net. Damn it! The demon slayer, Luo Xiao, furrowed his brow, realizing he had underestimated this youth's prowess. A mere Qi refinement practitioner could not only evade the suppression of the demon suppression net, but also withstand 60% of his palm strike without perishing. He chastised himself inwardly. However, regardless of one's strength or bravado, escaping from this predicament would not be so simple. Within the confines of the demon hall, the formidable adversary captured the living, while the fates of others were of no consequence. As soon as he issued the command, a cacophony erupted from the distance. "Are you out of your mind? How dare you harm someone without even inquiring first?" Ro Xiao furrowed his brow and turned to see a petite beauty rushing towards him, incessantly pointing at his nose and chattering away. His demon hall was a part of the demon subjugation division, yet it bore its own proud spirit. Directly overseen by that person, even royal family members would not dare to speak to them with such disdain. He glanced again into the distance, where Su Guanqiu was approaching slowly. Although he was unaware of their identities, it was clear from the upper echelon's discourse that the clues regarding the demonic cultivators were likely provided by these two significant figures. He suppressed his anger and spoke in a deep voice. "I kindly ask you to exercise restraint. We are merely adhering to the rules of our duty." Qin Zhiro's face flushed with indignation as she placed her hands on her hips, retorting, "Restraint? Do you even know who I am?" "You." Ro Zhao's expression darkened, and he felt a surge of spiritual energy in his palm. "Zhiro, silence yourself." At last, Su Guanqiu spoke up. Her initial delay in revealing herself was intended to let Wu Dalang experience some hardship. Naturally, she had no intention of allowing Wu Dalang to perish here. However, she was taken aback to witness that Wu Dalang required no assistance. He single-handedly withstood Ro Zhao's strike. It was a blow that even Qin Zhiro would not dare to meet head-on, yet he accomplished it seemingly unscathed. She realized that she had underestimated this individual. From her distant observation, she had thought she understood Wu Dalang's capabilities and his peculiar skills. Yet, she now recognized that she had greatly misjudged the nature of those extraordinary abilities. The protective barrier, seemingly ordinary, adjusted its defense in accordance with the intensity of the attack. Such an enigmatic skill was beyond her comprehension, undoubtedly complex. It was Wu Dalang who unearthed those demonic cultivators. This fellow not only fails to express gratitude, but also seeks to harm him. What is the demon subjugation division about? Can it truly repay kindness with enmity? Furthermore, there was this individual who had attempted to strike her moments ago. With this thought, Qin Zhiro leaped back towards Ro Xiao, challenging him, "Come on, hit me. Go ahead. I dare you." Ro Zhao's expression turned ashen. He had never encountered such an arrogant and overbearing young lady. Anger flushed his face, and he raised his hand. "Wait." Suddenly, he recalled Wu Dalang's last exclamation, "Sister Su." The surname Su? A realization dawned upon him, and he quickly turned to Su Guanqiu, sensing an intangible aura of sword intent. His heart jolted. Even the hall master referred to her as Milady, and with the surname Su, coupled with her swordsmanship, there was but one individual in the heavenly realm, legendary sword immortal. Moreover, she was much more than a mere sword immortal. Ro Xiao dared not delve deeper into his thoughts. His mind was in turmoil, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He had injured someone of her caliber, and should such a person become enraged, even the hall master would suffer the consequences. He hastily pondered how to quell their ire. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him, and he had an idea. As the adage goes, ignorance is bliss, and one can only feign unawareness. Luo Xiao promptly spoke up. Ahem, what these celestial beings have stated is indeed reasonable. We are the demon slayers, not the fiends themselves, and we must not repay kindness with enmity. Summon the men, capture the demonic cultivators alive, while the others shall return to Luoxia City for a thorough investigation. Chapter 49. How did I become a labor reform prisoner? Cough, cough. Wu Dalang was forcefully struck back by Luo Xiao, crashing heavily onto the ground, and began to cough violently. Young master, are you all right? Xian Ningxiang exclaimed, shielding him, her eyes brimming with tears upon witnessing his agonized expression. However, Wu Dalang was not in pain. Rather, he felt a deep sense of discomfort. The blow he received had completely drained him of all his internal energy, leaving him utterly powerless, save for his sturdy physique. Fortunately, in the final moment, he had spotted Su Guanqiu and her two companions rushing to his aid. He still had a glimmer of hope. Wu Dalang now understood that the black-armored soldiers might very well have been brought by them. With Su Guanqiu's formidable strength, she could easily rescue him with a mere flick of her finger. Her inaction surely indicated her displeasure. He hastily contemplated how to seize this slender chance of survival. Just as he pondered, his peripheral vision caught sight of the immobile figure of He Wuyan in the distance. A surge of joy filled his heart as he prepared to capture this valuable opportunity. At that moment, the entire world trembled. The dark chains in the sky rapidly retracted, and the heavens above revealed themselves, along with hundreds of black-armored soldiers. Everyone on the ground felt a jolt at the sight of this black-armored battalion. Although Wu Dalang did not recognize these warriors, they were the stuff of nightmares, known as the Demon Extermination Guard. The mere mention of the Demon Extermination Guard sent shivers down everyone's spine. Wherever they appeared, there were invariably demonic cultivators. True to their nature, the Demon Extermination Guard would not hesitate to slay thousands to ensure not a single foe escaped. Particularly, the heads of families who emerged from the stone gate were engulfed in terror, their eyes filled with profound despair as their minds screamed in denial. Impossible! How could there be demonic cultivators here? Only Captain Jiang suddenly recalled the spiritual techniques employed by the previous leaders. Could it be? His body weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. After coveting the position of city lord for over a century, he finally had a chance, only to find himself entangled with demonic forces. Could his misfortune deepen even further? Suddenly, he had a revelation. Wu Dalang was his only hope now. Just as Wu Dalang lifted his leg, he witnessed a group of black-armored soldiers plummeting from the sky. Initially thinking they were coming for him, he soon realized they were headed for He Wuyan. Luo Xiao approached the immobilized He Wuyan, producing a black formation plate and directing it towards him. A flash of golden light illuminated the scene, and Luo Xiao's heart soared with joy as he commanded, "Take him away." Then, his gaze shifted toward Wu Dalang. Wu Dalang felt a jolt of apprehension, but he was relieved to see Su Guanqiu descend. He rushed forward, tears and snot streaming down his face. Sister Su, at last you have arrived. You have no idea how close I was to never seeing you again." Luo Xiao felt a weight in his heart, sensing the impending crisis. Just when Wu Dalang was within 3 meters of Su Guanqiu, an invisible force obstructed his advance, preventing him from moving even an inch, no matter how hard he tried. Oof. Qin Zhiro huffed and turned her head away, ignoring Wu Daliang. He had expected Wu Daliang to call out to her, but his attention was solely on her aunt, leaving her feeling overlooked. A wave of inexplicable sadness washed over her, stirring an impulse to weep. Adults. Luo Xiao rushed over, intending to clarify the situation. However, Su Guanqiu interjected, "I do not know him. You may handle the matter as you see fit. Wu Daoyang's heart tightened at her words. Goodness, this woman is rather petty. Isn't she? He thought, quickly calling out, Jiro, I've missed you terribly. Upon hearing this, Qin Jiro's ears flushed with warmth, her anger dissipating significantly, and she glanced at Su Guangqiu like a child guilty of mischief. Noticing her indifference, she began to wink vigorously at Wu Daliang. Luo Xiao, having lived for millennia, was adept at reading the room. Although he was unaware of Wu Daliang's true identity, he recognized that their relationship was far from ordinary. To avoid offending either party, he promptly ordered, arrest them all and conduct a thorough investigation. Qin Jiro remained silent. While she enjoyed mischief, she was not foolish. She could reprimand the demon slayers and blame them, but she must not interfere with their decision-making during a mission. Doing so would undoubtedly jeopardize the operation, even if her father intervened, leading to a mess. However, she softly reassured, Daliang, you need not worry. They will not make things difficult for you. Upon hearing her words, the weight in Wu Daliang's heart finally lifted. Su Guangqiu furrowed her brow, casting a complex gaze at Qin Jiro. A captain, upon receiving his orders, tossed a small vessel into the air, which instantly transformed into a warship stretching 1,000 meters in length. Wu Daliang's eyes reddened. This was a true treasure, comparable to an aircraft, one he had coveted for 2 lifetimes. Yet, before he could fully appreciate it, several captains employed a displacement technique, moving the trembling crowd onto the warship, and he was among the first. Once aboard, Wu Daliang found himself placed directly into the ship's prison. His expression darkened. What on earth? Why had he become a convict? Fortunately, he was in a solitary cell, separated from the others. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted that other prisoners were crammed into cells with dozens of people. Not far away, he caught sight of Xiaoning Shuang and Lu Qingmei, who were tightly embracing each other, sobbing incessantly, their eyes swollen as if they feared they would never see the sun again. Is there no sense of resilience? It's merely imprisonment. Is it truly worth such fright? Wu Daliang muttered, observing that the heads of various families were also being herded into a cell, arguing vehemently. He couldn't fathom what could possibly be worth such a commotion. After ensuring there were no abnormalities, he withdrew his thoughts. At this moment, he possessed no inner strength, leaving him utterly devoid of security. He needed to conserve his spiritual awareness. He stepped forward to examine the ebony prison door, which, though merely composed of precious materials, was adorned with engraved runes that elevated its quality to that of an extraordinary artifact. Escaping from this place proved to be quite challenging, yet not entirely impossible. However, to devise a means of escape, one must first regain their full strength. Chapter 50. The long-awaited breakthrough. He pondered inwardly, realizing that his solitary confinement clearly marked him as a focal point of scrutiny. Once the investigation commenced regarding his slaying of the city lord, it was inevitable that the heads of families and bandits would expose him. His original scheme had been to employ Su Guangqiu's assistance to eliminate those bandits, subsequently leveraging the situation to elevate Commander Jiang to the position of city lord, thereby obscuring the crime of the city lord's murder. However, he had miscalculated, as this woman had proven to be a stumbling block. He could no longer place his hopes of escape in those 2 women. After all, they shared no substantial connection with him, and the intentions of such formidable figures were inscrutable. They could easily cast him aside as a pawn. In their eyes, he was but an insignificant insect, and any leverage he might have had was already stretched to its limits. The coldness in Su Guangqiu's gaze indicated that if he pushed too hard, she might indeed crush him. Ultimately, he had to rely on himself. Regaining his focus, Wu Daliang seized the body of the 3rd boss while the black armored army continued to escort prisoners. He needed to restore himself to his peak condition in the shortest time possible, preferably achieving a new realm. This way, even if Su Guangqiu chose not to protect him, he would possess sufficient strength to escape. Placing one hand on the dantian of the 3rd boss, he noticed the gray threads dissipating. Fortunately, his own realm was high enough that it was not vanishing as rapidly as Renming Yang's. With a hum, the gray chains began to flow into his body through his palm, causing his physique, akin to a deflated balloon, to gradually become robust. 3 minutes later, after absorbing half. His internal energy was perfectly restored. With newfound strength, a sense of security surged within him. Wu Daliang stood up, observing the situation outside once more. Noting that the black armored army continued to escort personnel. Unperturbed, he sat cross-legged, placing one hand on the dantian of the third boss, intending to make a concerted effort to break through to a new realm. With a hum, as his mind focused, the Wuji gong circulated, gray energy flowing through his arms and into his limbs. His aura slowly ascended, blood coursing within him like molten lead, his bones resonating with a metallic clang. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He had not anticipated that the breakthrough would be so excruciating. Yet, he understood the principle of no pain, no gain. His internal cultivation had stagnated for 5 years without any transformation. It was not a flaw in his mental technique, but rather an issue with his physical form. He could distinctly sense his body undergoing a profound metamorphosis. Crack, crack, crack. His bones began to fragment with a brittle sound, and, after breaking, they quickly reformed under the influence of a mysterious inner force. With each cycle of fragmentation and reassembly, the joints emitted a metallic luster, and the healing fractures formed ancient patterns. Wu Daliang clenched his teeth, a primal roar escaping from his throat. Every muscle in his body tensed like steel. The pain was unbearable. The torment he had endured over 10 years of arduous training paled in comparison to the agony of this single moment. Suddenly, he noticed that the gray threads within the third boss's dantian were nearly exhausted. With a sudden force, he struck the storage bag and extracted Rin Tianqing's lifeless body, once again pressing his hand against the dantian. A robust gray line surged forth along his arm, transformed by the limitless skill into a pure essence of inner strength that coursed through his limbs and bones. As the last of the gray lines absorbed their fill, his skeletal structure continued to evolve. Unbeknownst to him, the night slipped away. Bang! Wu Daliang collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat, resembling someone who had just emerged from a river. Ha ha ha! I have succeeded. At last, I have achieved it. He laughed joyously, his aura erupting around him. Yet, he sensed that his bones had undergone an unprecedented metamorphosis. His once mundane skeleton had taken on a pale golden hue, adorned with countless intricate inscriptions. What astonished him most was the revelation that inner strength could now reside within his bones, in addition to the usual meridians and muscles. In that moment, he had become a veritable crucible of inner power. He recalled a text he had once perused in the martial god village, authored by the teacher Wu Hong, which spoke of the human body as a microcosm containing the universe within. It described the meridians as stars, with the cosmos unfolding infinitely. Meridians, bones, and flesh could all be refined into a divine foundation. If one could unseal the hidden chambers of the body, it would be akin to creating a small world, teeming with life, a bridge to the heavens. He had once thought this to be mere fiction penned by an old sage, but now he realized the profound truth behind those words. His breakthrough must have unsealed the hidden chambers of his body, completing his transformation. Wu Daliang hastily rose to his feet, channeling his limitless skill, and discovered that his inner power could indeed gradually increase. The barrier that had previously obstructed his advancement had vanished. Chapter 51. Alarm. This rascal has escaped. No wonder he had made no progress over the past 5 years. It turns out the hidden chamber had not been opened. Wu Daluang's lips stretched back to his ears in disbelief. Of course, the contribution of those gray lines was significant. He still could not comprehend the nature of this enigmatic power, yet it was evident that it surpassed spiritual energy by several degrees. Although he could also convert spirit stones into internal energy, the efficacy paled in comparison to the power emanating from the gray lines. It felt as if there was a stark contrast between a mere engine and a nuclear power plant. The energy of those gray lines appeared to be tailor-made for him. Moreover, he had finally discerned the reason behind his prolonged stagnation in seeking a new realm: the absence of a colossal force to shatter his constraints. The gray lines were akin to a nuclear power plant, providing sufficient kinetic energy to force open the long-sealed door of his body's hidden chamber. In simpler terms, His body craved an extraordinarily profound strength to breach that barrier, unlocking the hidden chamber and completing his baptism. A sudden thought struck him. 5 years ago, he had not encountered such a bottleneck, perhaps due to the village doctor, Wu Fu, constantly shoving potent pills into his hands. After consuming those pills, he felt invigorated, akin to a rejuvenated rooster. It was precisely after exhausting those peculiar pills that his cultivation had stagnated, as they had unknowingly assisted him in unblocking the previous hidden chamber. Once he regained his composure, Wu Daoyuang sprang up from the ground and unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! The entire cell trembled violently, the surrounding walls buckling under his might as the formation activated, its runes flickering incessantly. Astonishingly, his internal energy had doubled in potency. Wu Daoyuang stared at his fists in astonishment. Not only had the density of his internal energy surged, but its capacity had also ascended to a new tier. If he had previously been akin to a water tank, he was now a reservoir. Furthermore, he could distinctly sense that this reservoir would continue to expand with his cultivation, potentially transforming into a lake or even an ocean. He would no longer need to fear prolonged battles depleting his internal energy. Undoubtedly, the most significant gain was the fact that henceforth, no invisible walls would obstruct his path, for he had opened a new door. As long as he continued on this journey, he could grow ever stronger. Wu Daoyuang struck a few more blows, observing closely. In addition to his breakthrough in realm, his physical strength had increased tenfold, particularly the bones within him that radiated a soft golden light. Should he face off against He Wuyan again, he could undoubtedly overpower him with sheer physical prowess, even without relying on internal energy. If he were to utilize his internal energy, he would be invincible within the Foundation establishment realm, effortlessly dominating any coalition of bandits without concern for exhausting his internal reserves. Suddenly, as he prepared to test the damage his martial skills could inflict, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside. It was likely the commotion he had caused that attracted them. Moments later, the iron door of the outer compartment swung open, and a group of armored soldiers entered, led by none other than the individual who had shattered his golden bell barrier. Wu Daoyuang was completely focused, secretly channeling his inner strength, ready to take risks at any moment. Luo Xiao glanced at Wu Daoyuang, then at the two decapitated corpses on the ground, his brow furrowing slightly. Wu Daoyuang felt a jolt of panic. How could he have forgotten about them? Fortunately, he was adept at beheading, leaving no heads behind, or he would have been recognized. Open, Luo Xiao commanded. One of his subordinates immediately produced a formation plate, manipulating it briefly until the prison gate shone with golden light and opened automatically. Wu Daoyuang quickly interjected, "Hey, big guy, let me tell you I have a connection with Qinjiro, so think twice before you act against me." The cold demeanor of Su Guanxiu was difficult to navigate. He could only leverage the influence of the charming young lady. Qin? Luo Xiao's heart tightened. It was no wonder that the girl was so audacious. Only the Qin family could foster such a little tyrant. Suddenly, Luo Xiao broke into a grin. "My young friend, do not misunderstand. I merely intended to inquire about the details of today." His captain was about to question Wu Daoyuang regarding the demon cultivator when Luo Xiao continued. "All right, that's enough. You may return now, but do not leave the city. If necessary, I shall visit you again." Wu Daoyuang exhaled in relief. It seemed the influence of these two ladies was indeed effective. "Thank you, sir," he replied with a smirk, cupping his fists in gratitude before swiftly exiting the cell, taking the corpses with him. Luo Xiao observed his retreating figure without obstruction, as he remained uncertain about the nature of Wu Daoyuang's relationship with Qinjiro. Moreover, he had no intention of offending a significant figure over a mere minor character. "My lord, shall we not inquire further? The latest reports indicate that this brat escaped with He Wutian. He is highly suspicious." A slap rang out as Luo Xiao backhanded the speaker, sending him crashing against the prison door, teeth scattering across the floor. "Are you instructing me on how to conduct my duties? I dare not. I dare not. Please spare me, my lord." The man, blood trickling from his mouth, frantically bowed. "Oomph. You can teach me when you reach my position." Luo Xiao scoffed, pointing at the corpses on the ground. dispose of the bodies, and proceed to interrogate the others. I expect to see all information within 3 days. He had just taken a step when he abruptly halted, summoned the governor to me, and investigate why there have been demon cultivators in his territory for 200 years. Is he truly blind, or is he willfully complicit? Yes. The subordinates immediately knelt, cupping their fists in acknowledgement. Wu Daliang approached the cell of Xiaoning Xiong, curiously peering inside, only to find the two women staring blankly, lost in thought. He chose not to disturb them and continued forward. As he neared the family head cell, he could hear the commotion inside. We cannot let the news of our young master slaying the city lord leak out. Xia Jinyue protested. Xia, old fool, have you lost your mind? That brat is not even acquainted with the prominent figures mentioned by Captain Jiang. Did you not see that woman personally deny it? If we do not make some contributions, we shall all perish. Indeed, behind us lies a family. Do you truly intend to sacrifice the entire clan for him? Wu Daliang's expression darkened. Had he known, he would have dealt with it beforehand. Nevertheless, it is imperative to flee. He hastened his pace and darted towards the exit. The heads of the families, witnessing his fleeting figure, were taken aback, unable to believe their eyes. This is disastrous. The young man has escaped. Chapter 52. What do you want with my aunt? Oh no, someone has escaped from prison. Help! A group of clan leaders, envious and disgruntled, shouted in outrage, their jealousy palpable. Their cries soon drew the attention of Luo Xiao and others. Sir, Wu Daliang has broken out of prison. We must capture him. Several clan leaders clung to the prison bars, shouting in excitement. Luo Xiao cast a dismissive glance at them and waved his hand, ordering silence. The crowd fell silent, taken aback. Suddenly, a series of sharp slaps echoed through the air. Moments later, the clan leaders who had been clamoring at the bars found themselves on the ground, nursing their injuries and howling in pain. They had hoped to secure a great achievement and, in the process, reveal the plot to eliminate Wu Daliang and save their families. However, it was now evident that this figure was likely protecting Wu Daliang, making their path to glory and safety exceedingly difficult. Outside the prison, Wu Daliang stood at the edge of the warship, gazing upwards to see that the vessel had returned to Luoxia City, now hovering high above and casting a shadow over the entire city. Just as he prepared to leap down, he suddenly sensed a formidable pressure bearing down upon him. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Luoxia City was enveloped in a golden array, resembling an inverted celestial bowl, with runes swirling and an overwhelming force emanating from it. Several birds that ventured within 100 meters were instantly transformed into misty blood. A jolt of alarm shot through Wu Daliang. What is this formidable array? He recognized the precariousness of his situation, but had no time to ponder. Given the oppressive might of the array, its rank was undoubtedly no less than 4th tier. Even if he could breach it, he would struggle to withstand the ensuing annihilation. He had to devise another escape plan. After a moment of contemplation, a spark of inspiration flickered in Wu Daliang's mind. He would rely on those two women. He directed his gaze toward the gathering immortals tower beneath him and, with a mighty leap, plunged from nearly 1,000 meters above. Expecting to require some assistance to land safely, he was astonished to find that after his breakthrough, the capabilities of his battle shift had ascended several tiers. From that height, he landed effortlessly without a hint of impact. Wu Daliang surveyed his surroundings, noting the pervasive atmosphere of oppression and desolation within the city. The once vibrant and bustling scenes were replaced by the sight of a few desperate souls emerging to procure food. It was no wonder. With such a colossal threat looming overhead, he was anxious. How could others remain calm? Without further delay, Wu Daliang located a floral shop, crafting a bouquet of fresh flowers himself, and made his way to the gathering immortals tower. Shopkeeper, are King Xianzi and Suck Xianzi in? The old shopkeeper scrutinized him for a moment, recalling that he had visited a few days prior with a beautiful woman and a dog to see King Xianzi. Nodding, he replied, "They're on the 5th floor. Please wait a moment. I will send someone to inform them." Wu Daliang exhaled in relief. Soon, upon the announcement by a server, Qin Zhiro hastily descended from the upper floors, her skirt trailing behind her. Upon spotting Wu Daliang, her face lit up with excitement. "Wu Daliang, how are you?" I knew you would be all right. Wu Daliang smirked, nodding slightly. Yes, Jiro, I didn't expect you to read those fellows so accurately. You are truly remarkable. Moreover, the moment I mentioned your name, they immediately released me. It was to see who I truly am. Qin Jiro placed her hands on her hips, proudly raising her swan-like neck. Suddenly, Wu Daliang produced a bouquet he had painstakingly crafted himself, presenting it with a smile. Take a look and see if you like it. This is a gift I made just for you. Qin Jiro gazed at the vibrant assortment of flowers in his hands, momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. What is this you created? Dogtail grass, paired with wild chrysanthemums. And is that a carrot inserted in the middle? She poked the oddly placed carrot, yet her eyes sparkled with mirth. However, when bound together like this, it's rather charming. She embraced the bouquet, feeling a peculiar warmth inside. Stealing a glance at Wu Daliang, her ears flushing red as she lovingly caressed the flowers, unable to part with them. Noticing her joy, Wu Daliang seized the opportunity to inquire, by the way, is your aunt around? Upon hearing this, Qin Jiro's smile faltered. She had just boasted about being more attractive than her aunt, and now, just 3 sentences later, he was asking about her. What did this mean? She immediately adopted a serious demeanor, displeased, and replied, What do you need her for? Ah, you both have helped me immensely. I ought to express my gratitude to her, don't you think? Wu Daliang sensed her irritation and quickly stepped forward, gently holding her small hands that cradled the flowers. Gazing at her with affection. Jiro, she is your aunt, but she is also mine. Since I'm here, I must pay my respects to her. If I don't leave a good impression, then in the future, as he spoke, he intentionally leaned in closer. A warm breath brushed against Qin Jiro's face, as if it had touched her very heart, causing her to feel a fluttering sensation within. Ahem. The old shopkeeper suddenly cleared his throat from a side. Qin Jiro quickly released Wu Daliang. Her cheeks flushed, burying her face in her chest as she murmured, All right, I'll take you to her. Wu Daliang gave the old shopkeeper a knowing glance, then followed Qin Jiro as they hurried upstairs. The old shopkeeper watched the two ascend, filled with nostalgia. If he had possessed half of this lad's eloquence and audacity back in his day, perhaps he wouldn't have lost that noble lady to another, and he certainly wouldn't have ended up as an old shopkeeper. Sigh. Wu Daliang followed Qin Jiro to the 5th floor, entering a study where he immediately spotted Su Guanxiu, seated by the window, engrossed in a book. Sister Su, thank you for saving my life. Chapter 53. Am I also a cultivator? Su Guanxiu set down the book in her hands, casting a sidelong glance at Wu Dalang and then at Qin Jiro, who wore a bashful expression while holding a bouquet of fresh flowers. Furrowing her brow slightly, she finally turned her gaze back to Wu Dalang and said coldly, Speak plainly if there is something to discuss. Wu Dalang felt a twinge of embarrassment. Indeed, his little schemes were only effective on this girl. Before such a prominent figure, he felt rather inexperienced. After a moment's contemplation, he reluctantly produced the long sword, an artifact seized from Ren Tianxing. This sword was not merely an artifact. Within its blade resided a dense mass of gray threads, enhancing its power far beyond that of ordinary artifacts. Its practical and research value would undoubtedly pique the interest of this formidable individual. Reluctant to part with it, he found himself with little else of worth to offer. Perhaps this item might persuade her to assist him in navigating his current predicament. Suppressing his discomfort, he managed a smile and said, Sister Su, this is a treasured sword passed down in my family, said to be sealed with a fragment of celestial power. Unfortunately, I am but a clumsy sword wielder, and it has never exhibited any peculiarities until the day I laid eyes on you, after which it has trembled incessantly through the night. I believe it has found its true master. As he spoke, he extended the sword towards her. Qin Jiro glanced at the sword on the table, then at the hybrid flowers in her hand, her lips pouting in discontent. Why don't you give me this sword? No, wait, why not give me everything? Meanwhile, Su Guanqiu's eyes twitched slightly. She refrained from touching the sword and asked casually, Are you certain this sword is a family heirloom? Well, Wu Dalang sensed she might have caught onto a flaw in his story, and he awkwardly replied, I suppose so. Do you even know what kind of sword this is? Su Guanqiu pressed further. Wu Dalang nodded. Yes, It's a top-tier artifact, but its power far exceeds that of an ordinary top-tier artifact. Su Guanqiu's expression grew cold. Indeed, it is a top-tier artifact, but it is also a demonic weapon. Did your ancestors tread the path of darkness? Wu Dalang nodded, suddenly feeling a sense of unease as he recalled the demonic circumstances previously encountered with Xian Ningxiang. He was struck with alarm and quickly scratched his head, saying, "Oh, I seem to have mixed things up. I think I found this sword in High Mountain." Think again, observing his flustered demeanor. A hint of amusement flickered in Su Guanqiu's eyes. She had witnessed this fellow retrieving the sword from the city lord, and now he claimed it as a family heirloom without a moment's hesitation. Truly, he spoke without a script. Of course, had she not known the sword's true origins, she would have already taken him down a notch. Are you not the one who handles matters with great acuity and enjoys calculating others? Was gone awry. Seeing Wu Dalang's predicament, the anger she had felt earlier dissipated significantly. Suddenly, a thought struck Wu Dalang, causing his heart to sink. If this sword, adorned with gray lines, is indeed a magical artifact, then the bandit leader, the second in command, the third in command, and even the city lord, are they not all practitioners of the dark arts? It was only at this moment that he fully grasped the situation. No wonder they had orchestrated such a grand spectacle and summoned a multitude of black-armored soldiers. It was not aimed at him, but rather at these dark cultivators. Previously, he had sensed something amiss, but the urgency of the situation left him no time for contemplation. However, these details were not the crux of the matter. The key point was that those gray lines might very well represent demonic energy. Goodness, demonic energy? His pupils constricted sharply, and a chill raced up his spine. By absorbing those gray lines, had he essentially absorbed demonic energy? Could it be that he, too, was a practitioner of the dark arts? While he was uncertain about many things, one fact was abundantly clear. Without the dark arts cultivation methods, it would be impossible to refine demonic energy. Yet his boundless technique was capable of consuming magical power. No wonder his conversion rate for spirit stones was merely 1%, while for demonic energy it stood at 60%. This meant he was indeed a practitioner of the dark arts. He had long struggled to comprehend the nature of his internal power, and it now seemed quite possibly to be demonic energy. Everything began to make sense. Upon his first encounter with the gray lines, he had felt as though this power was tailor-made for him. The second-in-command practiced the star absorption technique, and he, too, was able to wield the same sinister arts. Most importantly, when he used his divine eye to observe himself, although his outline differed from others, appearing in shades of purple, the lines within were three distinct colors: black, gray, and white. He had initially thought that his internal cultivation was what set him apart from the villagers of Martial God Village, attributing the additional colors to his unique training. This was precisely why he had never associated those gray lines on the city lord and others with demonic energy. But in hindsight, was this not the essence of the dark arts? No wonder Martial God Village sought seclusion and isolation. Perhaps their ancestors were indeed dark lords. Wu Daoyang's heart raced wildly, as if it would burst from his chest. This path of the dark arts was perilously narrow, even if he were to tread upon it. There would be no prospects for the future. He must disperse his energy and begin anew. Initially, he had contemplated forsaking his celestial destiny, planning to venture outside to acquire some treasures for enhancement once the situation here calmed. Yet now it seemed futile. After all this, he discovered that he was, in fact, a child of the dark arts. Quickly, Wu Daoyang masked his shock and feigned a sudden realization, exclaiming, "Ah, I remember now. This sword appears to belong to the city lord." He then added in astonishment, "Oh no, if the city lord possesses a demonic sword, could it be that he is also a practitioner of the dark arts?" Chapter 54. Investigation Results. The Demon Path. Qin Zhiro was momentarily taken aback, suddenly finding the situation intriguing. If the city lord was indeed associated with the demon path, then there would be quite a spectacle to behold. But wait, hadn't he been slain by him? Wu Daoyang pondered this very point. The city lord, a practitioner of the demon path, had already met his demise at his hands. He bore no responsibility in this matter and might even garner some credit for it. This hurdle had been successfully navigated. However, he now had to use this to his advantage, concealing his own identity as a practitioner of the demon path. Otherwise, should it be uncovered, he would find himself an enemy of the entire populace. Su Guangqiu was well aware of his cautious thoughts. "Are you certain?" she inquired. Wu Daoyuang nodded earnestly. "I sensed something amiss with that old rascal long ago. He turned out to be a practitioner of the demon path. Sister Su, please spread the word. There may be other demons lurking within the city, and we cannot allow them to escape." Su Guangqiu furrowed her brow, a look of shock flickering in her eyes. If Wu Daoyuang had been entirely unaware that the city lord and the bandits were practitioners of the demon path, then had he single-handedly dismantled a network that had taken 2 centuries to establish? Such an accomplishment was beyond even the most esteemed officials and palace lords. It was well known that the organizations of the demon path were notoriously united, and internal strife would not be instigated merely due to the actions of the city lord's son. After contemplating this, she chose not to voice her thoughts. The city lord's betrayal to the demon path was indeed a matter of grave significance, warranting prompt communication. Thus, Su Guangqiu produced a jade slip and sent a message, reminding him, "All right, for the next couple of days, refrain from causing any disturbances. Return and await their investigation and eradication efforts." "Understood." Wu Daoyuang nodded and swiftly departed. He feared that lingering even a moment longer would reveal his true identity to Su Guangqiu. Qin Jiro, clutching a bouquet, angrily pursued him, intending to question the scoundrel as to why he presented her with flowers instead of a sword. However, just a few steps out, she was halted by Su Guangqiu's call. "What do you intend to do?" She shot a resentful glance at Wu Daoyuang's retreating figure, quickly hiding the flowers behind her back and explaining, "I plan to see him off." "Yes, see him off." Su Guangqiu was not oblivious to the girl's intentions. Matters of the heart were not her concern. Yet she could discern that Wu Daoyuang had taken an interest in her identity and was toying with her, while the girl seemed to be taking it seriously. She had never anticipated that Wu Daoyuang would be a source of trouble wherever he went, even daring to provoke this little princess. Reflecting on this, a complex expression crossed her features, but she ultimately chose not to expose the truth. He is too deeply entangled with the demon path. Until the investigation is complete, it will be best for you to keep your distance, lest you impede the demon extermination hall's efforts and bring unnecessary trouble upon yourself. He is not a practitioner of the demon path. What harm could come from my proximity?" Qin Jiro retorted, dissatisfied. Su Guangqiu's expression grew stern. "Whether Wu Daoyuang is affiliated with the demon path is not for us to decide. Only the Demon Extermination Division holds that authority. The reason the demon path can conceal itself in the world without detection is that every practitioner possesses a secret technique to mask their dark aura from prying eyes. To distinguish clearly, apart from the exclusive demon probe of the Demon Extermination Division, one must personally inspect the Dantian. Of course, there exists a more straightforward method. Simply observing whether an individual emits demonic energy during battle can swiftly determine their affiliation with the demonic path. The reason these two did not harbor suspicions towards Wu Daoyuang was that they had already witnessed his combat prowess, which assured them he was not a practitioner of the demonic arts. "I understand." Qin Jiro nodded repeatedly. This course of action was indeed for his benefit. It would allow the higher-ups to conduct a thorough investigation, ensuring he would not be susceptible to any incriminating evidence in the future. Su Guangqiu offered a reminder, then gazed out the window, murmuring to herself. In less than half a month since his emergence from seclusion, he had dismantled a demonic network that had been meticulously constructed over 2 centuries. How many more abilities remained concealed within him? In a grand hall atop a pavilion on the warship, a startling report reached Luo Xiao. "What? The city lord has betrayed the demonic path?" His heart trembled as he abruptly rose from his seat. Although betrayals of this nature were not unprecedented in the realm of the heavenly court, it was a first for him. This case was becoming increasingly intricate. Based on past experiences, it was evident that the city lord was entangled in a mature web of demonic machinations. At this moment, he felt both astonished and elated. The joy stemmed from the prospect that uncovering this thread could elevate his position. The astonishment arose from the potential consequences if he failed to extract any valuable information. "Report to the subordinate lord. We have completed the soul search on He Wuyan." A voice suddenly echoed from outside the door. Luo Xiao turned his head to see his capable subordinate, Wang Tongwei. He immediately commanded, "Enter. Have you gleaned any insights?" Wang Tongwei knelt, clasping his fists respectfully. "Subordinate lord, I utilized a secret technique to bypass the restrictions within He Wuyin's sea of consciousness, but I could only retrieve a third of the information. Fortunately, most of the useful details were acquired. Rise and elaborate." Luo Xiao gestured with his hand. "Yes." Wang Tongwei stood upright and began. "The leader of the bandits at Haya Mountain is named He Wuyin, who established himself here 208 years ago through the machinations of the demonic organization, the Shadowless Walkers. During this time, he cultivated 2 loyal followers, both of whom were brought under the demonic banner. Moreover, at this juncture," the captain paused momentarily before continuing, "he shares a brotherly bond with Tian Xing, the city lord of Luoxia." Luo Xiao was not surprised by the city lord's affiliation with the demonic path. Rather, he was astonished that this intricate web had remained undetected for over 2 centuries. However, a troubling thought crossed his mind. If they were all part of the demonic path, why were they engaged in such ruthless infighting? The more he pondered, the more he felt something was amiss. Given the demonic path's capacity for concealment, and with the city lord serving as a shield, it was unlikely that such a betrayal would have been revealed unless they had suddenly turned on one another. The unity of the demonic organizations was renowned throughout the eastern wilderness, and he had never heard of any internal strife. It seemed implausible that such violent conflict could arise without cause. How truly peculiar. Filled with curiosity, continued to inquire, "Have we ascertained how the forces of the city lord and the black eunuch engaged in conflict?" Chapter 55. The puppet master cleared up. Wang Tongwei nodded emphatically. "Please speak quickly." Luo Xiao was eager to understand how the conflict had escalated between them. "Through our soul-searching of He Wuyin and the testimonies gathered from the upper echelons of the city lord's mansion, we have finally pieced together the truth. It all began 10 days ago. 10 days prior, Haya Mountain forged an alliance with the city lord's mansion to plunder 100,000 pounds of spiritual energy from the Xia family within the city. However, the Xia family cunningly mixed 100,000 pounds of sand with the spiritual rice and returned to Luoxia City, successfully deceiving everyone. The city lord believed he had been outmaneuvered by He Wuyin, so he sent his son to verify the truth. Unfortunately, on his way back, his son was beheaded by an assassin who deliberately framed He Wuyin, inciting a feud between the 2 factions. Ultimately, the Xia family revealed that the spiritual rice had been stolen by mountain bandits and replaced with sand. Under public pressure, the city lord, Ren Tianxing, led his troops out of the city to eradicate the bandits. What followed is what we have witnessed. Hiss! Luo Xiao felt a surge of astonishment. With his keen insight, he immediately discerned that a hidden hand was orchestrating events behind both parties, leading them into a trap of mutual destruction. "Sir, I suspect the city lord has been manipulated by someone." Wang Tongwei articulated his suspicions. "Indeed, I share your doubts." Luo Xiao nodded in agreement. "The demonic factions are notoriously united. This scheme is far from simplistic, or else it would not have provoked such fury among them. Have you uncovered who is orchestrating this behind the scenes?" Wang Tongwei pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Currently, we have only investigated the bandits and officials of the city lord's mansion. We have yet to initiate inquiries within the city." Suddenly, Luo Xiao recalled something and quickly inquired, "By the way, what of Ren Tianxing? Why has he not been apprehended?" Ren Tianxing was decapitated by that brute Wu Daliang, who also killed the second-in-command of Haya Mountain and took the bodies away. "What?" Luo Xiao was taken aback, and suddenly a realization dawned on him. "Those 2 headless corpses in the prison. Bring them here at once." Wang Tongwei quickly responded. Having seen the 2 headless bodies alongside Luo Xiao, he immediately issued an order. Soon, the 2 headless corpses were brought forth. Luo Xiao approached the remains, retrieving a demon-detecting disc, and pointed it at the surface. With a hum, a beam of golden light burst forth from the array, instantly activating the device. He directed the disc towards the 2 headless corpses, and 2 black runes materialized on the disc. Luo Xiao flipped his hand, stowing the demon-detecting disc, and nodded affirmatively. As expected, both individuals are of demonic origin. though their demonic energy has completely dissipated, likely due to their cultivation methods. He then commanded, immediately interrogate those within Luoxia City. I wish to know every detail of this bandit eradication campaign, and it would be most beneficial to identify the architect of this scheme. Yes. Several subordinates clasped their fists in acknowledgement. Wang Tongwei paused for a moment before adding, Sir, our leads have thus far led us to the Shadow Walker, and we have reached a dead end. Even at the enigmatic Black Wind, our knowledge remains limited. It seems this thread cannot be entirely uprooted. Luo Xiao paced back and forth in the Grand Hall. His contemplation did not revolve around whether this thread could be severed, nor did he concern himself with the manner of the city lord's demise. Rather, he fixated on the extraordinary talent before him, a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. The information gleaned earlier clearly indicated that a master strategist had orchestrated the machinations of these demonic factions, inciting discord among them. He had encountered many adept tacticians, yet to find one capable of manipulating demonic forces to the extent of inciting mutual slaughter was indeed a rarity. Though the demon extermination guards appeared to bask in glory, they were, in truth, perpetually ensnared in the schemes of the demonic sects, tirelessly pursuing their whims. Yet today, he witnessed firsthand an individual who could deftly maneuver the demonic forces as if they were mere puppets. If he could enlist this person into his ranks, there would be no need to expend great efforts in capturing demon cultivators. He could simply lead this prodigy to lay traps throughout, waiting for the demons to ensnare themselves. By the way, have those from the Xia family been captured? Luo Xiao suddenly inquired. Wang Tongwei paused, momentarily taken aback. Should he not be contemplating this thread instead? Why the sudden inquiry about the Xia family? However, given the notoriously irascible nature of his superior, he dared not delay and promptly responded, Yes, my lord. They have been captured. I shall bring them forth for your personal interrogation. A wave of joy surged within Luo Xiao. At once, Wang Tongwei clasped his fists in acknowledgement and swiftly departed. Before long, he arrived at the raucous prison, admonishing a group of squabbling clan heads. Which of you belongs to the Xia family? Upon hearing his authoritative voice, the crowd fell silent, glancing at Wang Tongwei before their gazes collectively settled on the visibly agitated Xia Zhenyue. After a moment's hesitation, Xia Zhenyue stepped forward and clasped his fists, declaring, My lord, I am Xia Zhenyue of the Xia family. Wang Tongwei gestured to his subordinate beside him, instructing them to escort Xia Zhenyue out. Yes, in no time, Xia Zhenyue was led away alone. The remaining clan heads exchanged glances, their expressions rife with confusion. They had been detained for half the day without any interrogation, and now, just as someone arrived to question them, they singled out Xia, a man who had consistently opposed revealing the identity of Wu Dalang in the murder of the city lord. If he were to speak freely, how could they secure their own lives and merits? Lu Xianming, struck by sudden thought, brightened and immediately said, My lord, he is my junior brother. We grew up sharing the same pants. You may inquire of me regarding any matter. Wang Tongwei regarded him, then turned his gaze to Xia Zhenyue, contemplating briefly before raising his hand to signal both to be taken along. Chapter 56, Dragged Out and Executed. Although the other clan leaders were unaware of why Lu Xianming had emerged, they understood the principle that those who were first to be interrogated would be the first to earn merit. Consequently, they clamored at the prison door, exclaiming, My lord, I too participated in the campaign against the bandits alongside Xia Zhenyue. Every detail of today's events is etched in my memory. Indeed, and I too. Xia Zhenyue and I are close friends. I know that his chickens lay eggs daily. And I was involved in the entire operation against the bandits. I am well versed in the history of the Xia family for generations. In an instant, the cacophony echoed throughout the prison, causing Xia Zhenyue's white beard to tremble with indignation. Even the two maidens, Xia Ningxuang and her companion, curiously peered through the prison bars to witness the commotion. Silence. Wang Tongwei bellowed. The prison fell into an immediate hush. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Tongwei realized that Luo Xiao sought to inquire about the mastermind behind the plot. These individuals had been involved throughout and possessed some knowledge of the circumstances, so it was permissible to bring them along. With a sweeping gesture, he ordered them all taken away. The crowd rejoiced internally, promptly bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, my lord. We shall speak openly and exhaustively." Wang Tongwei then inquired, "Are there any other members of the Xia family?" "Yes, yes." The various clan leaders eagerly chimed in. "There's also a maid from the Xia family, confined in isolation." Thus, guided by their hints, Wang Tongwei had Xia Ning Shuang brought forth, and Lu Qingmei seized the opportunity to assert her familiarity with the situation. After all, one more person made little difference, so Wang Tongwei included her as well. Subsequently, the group proceeded grandly towards the upper floors of the warship. Upon entering the main hall, they beheld the imposing figure of Luo Xiao, and all present fell to their knees. "Your humble servant pays his respects, my lord." Luo Xiao, surprised to see a dozen individuals, all at the Foundation establishment stage, in attendance, queried, "Are they all from the Xia family?" "No." Those clan leaders shook their heads vigorously. "We are not, we." Slap! Luo Xiao struck the loudest among them, sending him sprawling. "What business do you have here?" The assembly fell silent, kneeling in place, paralyzed with fear, while Xianing Shuang and her companion trembled in terror. However, their presence was fortuitous, as it allowed for an indirect investigation of the genius's strategic intricacies, from which he might glean valuable insights. Hence, Luo Xiao did not dismiss them and declared, "I will pose questions, and you shall respond. Any ambiguity, hesitance, or inability to articulate will result in immediate execution." Clang! Several demon extermination guards unsheathed their long blades, fixating their predatory gazes upon the crowd. The clan leaders felt a chill run down their spines, realizing they may have ventured into treacherous waters. This lord appeared decidedly unhinged. It would have been wiser to await a gradual interrogation. "Now, speak. Who is the mastermind behind your campaign against the bandits?" Luo Zhao's voice resonated with authority. The crowd was momentarily stunned. Was such a question necessary? Was it not the city lord who led us? Certainly. They were aware that the answer was far from the simplicity they had anticipated. Otherwise, they would not have awaited their turn to respond. After a brief silence, and witnessing the lack of conversation, Luo Xiao pointed directly at an elderly patriarch in front, intending to set an example through a harsh punishment. "Drag him out and behead him," he commanded. The elderly patriarch's pupils constricted as he hastily bowed his head to the ground, exclaiming, "My lord, spare me. Please, my lord." As he saw the executioner's blade approaching, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he desperately shouted, "My lord, I wish to report a matter of great importance to you." Upon hearing this, Xia Zhenyue abruptly raised his head, sensing the gravity of the situation. A matter of great importance? Luo Zhao's interest piqued, and he smirked slightly, inquiring, "What is this significant matter? Speak swiftly." "My lord, the lord of the Luoxia city has been slain by Wu Dalang." Luo Xiao nodded thoughtfully. The faces of the other patriarchs darkened. They had intended to leverage this incident for their own gain, only to have it preemptively disclosed by him for the sake of survival. How could they now claim credit? They had recklessly approached, and faced with such a ruthless lord, they realized that failing to provide useful information could very well lead to their demise. The elderly patriarch exhaled a sigh of relief, but the next moment, Luo Xiao waved his hand, commanding, "Drag him out and behead him." Huh? Everyone gasped in shock. They realized that this lord was not merely irritable, but rather a madman, treating human life as if it were mere fodder. How could one kill at the slightest disagreement? Today, it seemed their fate was dire. As the patriarch was dragged to the door, he finally came to his senses from the shock and desperately shouted, "My lord, spare me, spare me, I implore you." A dull thud echoed from outside, followed by the sound of a head rolling, abruptly silencing the patriarch's cries. A chill ran down the spines of the onlookers, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Even Xianing Shuang and her companion, who had long been accustomed to the cycle of life and death, felt their faces pale, gripping their garments tightly, their breaths caught in their throats. They had witnessed many lifetimes extinguished, yet the reality that a single word could lead to death was overwhelming. In this moment, they became acutely aware of the cruel nature of their world. Luo Xiao surveyed the room. Those who met his gaze were filled with dread. He glanced at the elderly men and then at the two young women before finally speaking. Since you have all gathered here, why is there such silence? Chapter 57. Is Wu Dalang related to the demonic cultivators? Upon uttering these words, he pointed directly at the eldest patriarch at the forefront. You, being the most senior here, should possess the most knowledge. Pray, enlighten us on who is orchestrating this bandit eradication from behind the scenes. The old patriarch, suppressing the terror within, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, unwilling to delay. He understood that conversing with a person of such a shadowy disposition could result in dire consequences if his responses were not swift enough. Thus, he immediately indicated toward Xia Jinhua, stating, "Our family participated in the bandit suppression under his directive." Luo Xiao followed the direction of his finger, landing his gaze on Xia Jinhua. "And who directed you?" Xia Jinyue's heart trembled as he lifted his head, hastily contemplating. Suddenly, he felt a constriction in his pupils. The mastermind sought by this dignitary could very well be Wu Dalang. The unfolding events were indeed the result of Wu Dalang's machinations. However, Wu Dalang had extended kindness to his family, and now, the only one capable of saving the Xia family was none other than Wu Dalang himself, who had already been let go. At this moment, betrayal was out of the question. Otherwise, the entire Xia family would perish due to their association with the demonic cultivators. The fate of the individual who had just been executed was a grim reminder of this reality. He had perished merely for giving the wrong answer. As long as he provided the correct direction, he would be safe. "My lord, I was instructed by the city lord to participate in the bandit suppression. The dispatch order is still in my possession." With that, he promptly produced the dispatch order sent from the city that very night. Luo Xiao received the order and examined it, noticing the word Xia family inscribed upon it. He then inquired, "So you are indeed a member of the Xia family?" Xia Jinhua, unable to refute, nodded vigorously. "Yes. This official asks you, who conceived the idea of using sand to create a counterfeit?" Luo Xiao pressed eagerly. Once he determined the source of this scheme, he would be able to pinpoint the individual he sought. Yet before Xia Jinhua could respond, another patriarch interjected, I know. Luo Xiao turned his attention to the speaker, contemplating. He sensed a connection between that mastermind and the Xia family, and he could discern the glint of concealment in Xia Jinyue's eyes. Unable to ascertain the precise relationship between them, he refrained from pressuring the Xia family, lest he leave a negative impression and jeopardize his pursuits. Thus, he nodded and encouraged, "Very well, you may speak." It was his son who devised the plan. Due to the theft of the spirit rice, Xia Hongbo, fearing he could not fulfill his obligations, conceived this foolish idea, the old patriarch explained. Luo Xiao had already gathered a general understanding of the current head of the Xia family from the previous discussions, summarizing it succinctly, utterly unfit for significant tasks. A person capable of orchestrating such a grand scheme could hardly be content managing an inconsequential family. Take him away and behead him. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. The old patriarch was left dumbfounded. Yet before he could plead for mercy, the sound of rolling heads echoed from outside. In the blink of an eye, 11 patriarchs had dwindled to 9, with 8 of them utterly terrified. Given the chance, they would never have chosen to join this tumultuous affair. It seemed improbable that they would leave alive today. If granted another opportunity, they would rather die than partake in this endeavor for glory. Luo Xiao surveyed the assembly, his demeanor calm, and remarked it would be futile to gather here again. The envoy was not one to easily resort to violence, offering them one final opportunity to reveal the orchestrator behind the recent eradication of bandits, promising that he could facilitate their early return home. A flicker of hope ignited within the crowd, yet upon deeper reflection, they were struck by the absurdity of their situation. Were they not all lured by the deception of the Xia family into this campaign against the bandits? The only instigator they could conceive of was none other than the old wretch from the Xia clan. Lu Xianming bowed his head in contemplation. This esteemed individual's duty was to vanquish evil. His persistent inquiries about the mastermind clearly indicated a connection to dark forces. Identifying this architect of chaos would be tantamount to achieving a monumental feat. He hastily retraced the events surrounding the bandit suppression, and a suspicious figure emerged in his mind, Wu Dalang. His most dubious act was the sudden assassination of the city lord. It was inconceivable that he had no ties to the demonic sect. Who else would dare to challenge the celestial court? Furthermore, Wu Daliang had appeared abruptly in Luoxia City a fortnight prior, coinciding with the Xia family's unexpected capitulation, followed by a series of inexplicable occurrences. There was no one else but him. Realizing this, Lu Xuanming's breath caught in his throat as he exclaimed, "My lord, I have discerned the identity of the mastermind." "Oh!" Luo Zhao's heart stirred with excitement as he urged, "Do share. It is Wu Daliang. He appeared in Luoxia City 10 days ago, coinciding with the day the spiritual grain was misrepresented, and subsequently, Lu Xianming divulged all he knew and speculated, recounting the events in detail. Xia Zhenyue's face darkened. He had always placed immense trust in this senior brother, yet he never anticipated that, in this life-and-death moment, he would so readily betray the Xia family. Beside him, Xia Ningxuang's eyes were filled with anxiety. After hearing Lu Xianming's account of Wu Daliang's deeds, Luo Xiao could essentially ascertain that the one orchestrating the scheme was indeed Wu Daliang. The timing, location, and details all aligned with the necessary conditions of the ruse. However, he remained unclear about the exact relationship between Wu Daliang and Su Guanxiu. If he truly were affiliated with Su Guanxiu, it would complicate matters regarding his recruitment. This represented a pivotal juncture in his career. With such a prodigious talent at his side, he would undoubtedly ascend to great heights. Regardless, he was determined to explore the possibility. At that moment, upon hearing Lu Xuanming's revelations, the gathered families finally grasped that the mastermind sought by the envoy was none other than Wu Daliang. Could it be that Wu Daliang was entwined with the dark practitioners? A wave of realization washed over the crowd. No wonder this scoundrel had slain the city lord. It was all connected to the demonic sect. Indeed, who else would dare to defy the celestial court and execute the city lord? Recognizing that an opportunity for glory had arisen, several individuals eagerly stepped forward. "My lord, I have further details to add regarding Wu Daliang." Chapter 58. "Bring him here, behead him. Speak." Luo Xiao nodded. "During our skirmish today, that Wu Daliang, without any provocation, executed the city lord. Someone, eager to earn merit, could not refrain from interjecting. Indeed, after slaying the city lord, he went so far as to frame the bandits, claiming it was they who had delivered the fatal blow. Does he take us for fools? This young man dares to kill even those from the celestial court. I suspect he is either of the demonic path or has colluded with them." Another echoed in agreement. At that moment, the elder head of the Wang family could no longer hold his tongue. Moreover, this fellow is particularly adept at beheading. The city lord's son was indeed decapitated, and I have grave suspicions that he was also the one responsible for that murder. Precisely. He must have long been in league with the demonic path, deliberately stirring trouble to lead the city lord to Black Crow Mountain, where he would be ambushed. One after another, the crowd exchanged heated remarks, and, astonishingly, their analysis was quite on point. Nonsense. Suddenly, a sharp voice interrupted the tumultuous gathering. Luo Xiao, engrossed in the discussion, turned his head in curiosity. He saw the pallid face of Xia Ningxuang rising slowly, while Lu Qingmei strained with all her might to hold her back, to no avail. "You speak nonsense. How could the young master possibly be of the demonic path? He merely resorted to such drastic measures to aid my Xia family in reclaiming the spiritual rice. The city lord deserved his fate, having allowed bandits to run rampant outside the city for over 200 years. What the young master did was merely to rid the people of a menace, and yet you all cast aspersions upon him. Are you even human?" Her words left the crowd flushed with shame. Yet they were indeed the kind of people who would act the same way, given another chance. After all, this is a world where the strong prey upon the weak. Luo Xiao felt a surge of joy through Xia Ningxuang's rebuttal. He was finally convinced that the mastermind behind this was undoubtedly Wu Daliang. He had also unraveled the entire sequence of events surrounding this incident. What he did not anticipate was that Wu Daliang's scheme was far more intricate than he had imagined, truly a masterpiece of strategy. Initially, he sowed confusion, uncovering those who colluded with the bandits. Upon identifying the conspirators, he did not shy away from their connection to the city lord. but rather devised a plan to eliminate him by proxy. His meticulousness and audacity were commendable. By directly executing the city lord's son, he successfully incited discord among them. In the end, he capitalized on the allure of celestial fortune to stir the greed of these heads of families, applying public pressure on the city lord, which ultimately led to a successful mobilization of troops. From beginning to end, one could say his execution was flawless. Of course, Luo Xiao understood that this scheme was far from simple. For instance, the beheading of the city lord, given his intellect, would not have been a senseless act. It must have held deeper significance. He analyzed it carefully. Suddenly, a spark of realization lit up his eyes as he recalled the newly completed teleportation array within the city. Smacking his thigh, he exclaimed, "Brilliant!" With his 2,000 years of experience, he quickly discerned that Wu Dalyang's assassination of the city lord was indeed a means to an end. With the city lord dead, the teleportation array would be left unguarded, and those two lords would undoubtedly intervene. This also makes sense. It explains why those two gentlemen were the first to learn of the dark forces at Black Crow Mountain. They must have recognized those malevolent entities while addressing the bandit issue. What a prodigy! Indeed, a remarkable genius, a marvel of the ages. Beside him, Wang Tongwei discerned the underlying reason as well, his astonishment mirroring that of Luo Xiao. A mere youth, having descended the mountain for less than 10 days, single-handedly dismantled a den of evil that had festered for over 2 centuries. One must ponder how many could achieve such a feat. Meanwhile, the families were utterly bewildered. Shouldn't they have ordered the capture of Wu Dalyang? Wasn't the slaying of the city lord supposed to incite their wrath? Why then were they all in such a state of agitation? Suddenly, a chilling realization gripped their hearts. It dawned upon them that Wu Dalyang might not be a practitioner of dark arts, but rather a hero who had unveiled the true malevolent forces. Indeed, Luo Xiao's gaze sharpened, and with a swift gesture, he commanded, "Let the Xia family remain. The rest, drag them out and behead them." A collective shock coursed through the crowd, their faces drained of color, legs trembling, nearly collapsing to the ground. They finally understood that their cowardice had led them to the gates of doom, and at this moment, they likely had no chance to plead for mercy. Lu Xuanming's face too paled, and he hastily implored, "My lord, Xia Jinyue and I grew up together, sharing the same trousers." "I understand," Luo Xiao interrupted impatiently, waving his hand. "Someone, take him out and execute him first." He held a particular disdain for those who would stab others in the back. He was not averse to getting blood on his own hands. Xia Jinyue had reached a point of utter disappointment with his senior brother, showing no inclination to plead for his life. Xiaoning Shuang felt similarly disillusioned with these individuals, yet her heart ached for Lu Qingmei, who faced an unjust demise. Amidst the looming dread, Lu Xianming suddenly noticed Xia Ningshuang's gaze directed at the now-dazed Lu Qingmei, and his eyes brightened. My lord, my granddaughter is a friend of Wu Dalyang. We beseech you for a chance." "Oh, how can you prove your friendship with Wu Dalyang?" Luo Xiao inquired coolly. Lu Qingmei snapped back to reality, realizing this was her sole opportunity for survival. Suddenly, she recalled having added Wu Dalyang as a friend and quickly retrieved her communication stone. In a flash, she remembered something else, her heart sinking as a shadow fell over her eyes. I blocked him? She felt her strength wane. Chapter 59. Lordly upon observing her seemingly indifferent reaction, Luo Xiao turned his head, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. Indeed, the young lady possessed an undeniable beauty, complemented by an innate charm that perhaps linked her to Wu Dalyang. In his youth, he had encountered many like her. Typically, young men found it difficult to resist the allure of such an enchanting figure. After some contemplation, concerned that eliminating them might hinder his efforts to win over Wu Dalyang, he raised his hand and declared, "You may stay. The rest shall be dragged out and executed." Lu Xianming felt a surge of elation, exclaiming, "Thank you, my lord." "Thank you." Lu Qingmei, aware of Luo Xiao's gaze upon her, understood the reason for her survival, likely due to the influence of a certain individual. "Thank you, my lord," she echoed. The other 7 elder clan heads were thrown into disarray, with a few even experiencing a moment of panic. Suddenly, the head of the Wang family had a thought and quickly interjected, "My lord, I, too, have a stunning granddaughter whom I intend to betroth to young Master Wu, and I am currently making arrangements." Before he could finish, the other clan heads chimed in. "I have a pair of twin granddaughters I wish to introduce to young Master Wu." Luo Xiao felt overwhelmed by the cacophony. "Enough," he exclaimed. At that moment, Wang Tongwei, standing nearby, whispered, "My lord, since you have arrived, might it not be wise to grant them an opportunity? We should avoid the complete annihilation of these influential families, as it could lead to unrest in the city, complicating my forthcoming investigations." With a resigned wave of his hand, Luo Xiao commanded, "Get out of my sight." "Thank you, my lord. Thank you." The clan heads were instantly filled with joy, their heads knocking against the ground in reverence before they scurried away in a flurry. Xiao Ningxiong stood, stunned, observing the scene unfold. At that moment, she grasped the true meaning behind Wu Daoyang's earlier inquiries. To survive in this world, one must perceive it clearly. In the eyes of these powerful figures, life was reduced to a mere gesture. To escape the grasp of fate dictated by others, one must transcend the existing norms and strive to become as formidable as possible. Lu Qingmei remained rooted to the spot, her mind racing with the revelations of the day, seeing the world from an entirely different perspective. The girl has left. Lu Xianming, receiving Luo Zhao's signal, seized Lu Qingmei's hand, urging her to flee. Once the others had departed, Luo Zhao's serious demeanor transformed into a warm smile. Elder Xia, is it? No need to stand. Please have a seat." He helped Xia Jinyue into a chair and courteously poured a cup of spirit tea. "I dare not." Xia Jinyue, taken aback by the honor, accepted the tea and immediately stated, "My lord, please feel free to speak your mind." "Oh, it is nothing of great importance. I merely wish to inquire about young Master Wu's background." As he spoke, Luo Xiao gestured invitingly to Xia Ningxiong, "My dear, do come and join us. Do not be shy." "Thank you, my lord." Xia Ningxiong nodded, her body trembling slightly. "My lord, please ask. I shall speak candidly," Xia Jinyue replied, acknowledging that this noble man bore no ill will toward Wu Daliang or the Xia family. With the information they possessed already divulged by others, there was little left to conceal. Subsequently, all the inquiries posed by Luo Xiao were met with thorough and candid responses. A quarter of an hour later, having gleaned the necessary information, he personally escorted them out. There was both disheartening and encouraging news. The unfavorable revelation was that Wu Dalang indeed held a connection with those two esteemed figures, while the favorable tidbit was that their acquaintance lasted no longer than half a month. This was due to the fact that Wu Dalang had been observed descending from the mountains under the auspices of the Xia family. Luo Xiao felt a measure of admiration for Wu Dalang, who had managed to forge connections with two prominent individuals in less than half a day, seemingly establishing a commendable rapport. Yet, he was acutely aware of Wu Dalang's capabilities, and it was likely that the two esteemed figures were equally cognizant. Thus, enticing him away would pose a considerable challenge. "Reporting to you, my lord," Lord Li awaits outside the building, interrupted a demon exorcising guard, breaking Luo Zhao's train of thought. Upon hearing this, Luo Zhao's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly gestured, "Let him in." "Ah, my lord Luo, how could you arrive at my humble abode without prior notice? It is a breach of decorum indeed." The newcomer was a stout, middle-aged man of average height, with a round belly that swayed with each step, resembling two restless water bags stuffed with sheep's skin. His face, glistening with oil, bore an exaggerated smile as he rushed in, grasping Luo Zhao's hand as if he were reuniting with a long-lost son after 800 years. Luo Xiao brusquely swatted his hand away, his expression stern and commanding. "Lord Li, your jurisdiction has been plagued by demonic forces for over 200 years. Do not feign ignorance. If you cannot elucidate the matter today, I fear it may be my duty to relieve you of your head on behalf of the heavenly court." Chapter 60. The onset of paranoid persecution. Lord Li's smile faltered, his corpulent belly quivering as he furrowed his brow and inquired, "Lord Luo, what do you mean by this? I oversee 3,800 cities. Must I guard them all personally every day?" Although Lord Luo held a rank superior to his, their jurisdictions differed. As long as matters did not pertain to the demonic path, they were beyond his reach. However, should there be any connection to the demonic realm, not only would his position be jeopardized, but the lives of his entire household, 10,000 souls, would also be at stake. For now, he could only muster the courage to distance himself from the situation. "Umph," Lord Luo coldly interjected. "I anticipated you would respond thus. Bring him forth." Before long, the corpse of Run Tianxing was presented, thudding heavily onto the ground. "Do you recognize him?" Lord Li stared blankly at the headless body, bewildered. "How could I recognize him without a head?" "I knew you wouldn't," Lord Luo retorted, flicking his sleeve. "This individual is Run Tianxing, the city lord of Wanxia City, a dormant demon cultivator for nearly 2 centuries. "What?" A jolt of surprise coursed through Lord Li. His subordinate, the city lord, was indeed aligned with the demonic path? He genuinely had no prior knowledge. Had he known, he would have never ventured here. Wait. His keen eyes swiftly discerned a possible path for negotiation. Otherwise, Lord Luo would have already been apprehended and sent for interrogation. He hastily produced a storage ring and tossed it onto the ground. "Ah, Lord Luo, it appears you have dropped something," he said. Lord Luo looked down to see a high-grade storage artifact lying at his feet. He waved his hand, retrieving it, and sighed. "Alas, I seem to have been losing things more frequently of late. Please, take a seat." Lord Luo gestured grandly, personally pouring him a cup of spirit tea. Their familiarity with this social exchange indicated that it was not their first encounter of such nature. Suppressing the discomfort in his belly, Lord Li grinned and asked, "Lord Luo, what exactly is the situation with this demon cultivator? How could one have remained hidden in my jurisdiction for over 2 centuries?" Upon hearing this, Lord Luo's expression turned icy. "It is advisable that you refrain from delving into matters concerning the demonic path. I fear you may not withstand the truth." Indeed, I'm merely curious." Lord Li awkwardly patted his ample belly, feeling the weight of the conversation. He understood that as a lord, he could only manage the affairs of his domain. Matters of the demonic path were off limits, lest he overstep his bounds. To be slain by the demon extermination guards would be in vain, which is why everyone feared them. "Rest assured, Lord Luo, I will fully cooperate with your investigation. Please ensure my brother's innocence is established." Alas, Lord Luo suddenly sighed, causing Lord Li's heart to tighten. Had he not provided enough? He had already offered up a century's worth of resources. This situation might prove troublesome. These demonic cultivators had operated here for over 200 years, likely entrenching themselves deeply. If they could not be uprooted entirely, not only he, but also Lord Li, would face repercussions. Lord Li's heart sank. He realized that this individual was scheming against him. Yet, to extricate himself from this predicament, he promptly followed up with, "What shall we do now?" Luo Xiao gathered his spirits and gazed at him, realizing there was indeed a way forward. Lord Li sensed the impending trouble and, with a stern visage, inquired, "Lord Luo, what solution do you propose? Please speak plainly." Luo Xiao replied nonchalantly, "A prodigy has emerged in Luoxia City, and you ought to express your gratitude towards this individual. Had he not taken the initiative to subdue those malevolent beings, we would not have been able to trace the origins of the demonic path. You might have already been taken away by the authorities." "What do you mean by that?" Lord Li expressed a burgeoning curiosity. Luo Xiao meticulously recounted the recent exploits of Wu Dalang, including the impeccable strategy employed on that fateful day. Incredible. Such a talent exists in this world, capable of manipulating the demonic path with such finesse. Lord Li marveled, astonished, feeling a stirring desire to recruit him. Luo Xiao continued, "If we wish to absolve ourselves of blame, our only recourse is to enlist his aid in uprooting this demonic network that has persisted for over 2 centuries, thus achieving a significant merit." It finally dawned on Lord Li that he had been maneuvered into this position, being asked to lend his strength. "Your schemes for financial gain, if only they were directed towards capturing the demonic path, would have prevented its emergence in my jurisdiction." Nonetheless, he could only ponder this thought. For the time being, he had to fully cooperate, lest he find himself entangled in the consequences. After all, The presence of the demonic path beneath his very nose might incite severe repercussions from the higher authorities. "Lord Luo, how may I assist you?" he inquired earnestly. Luo Shao furrowed his brow, and the two began to converse in hushed tones. Meanwhile, Wu Dalang, having secured a room at the Gathering Immortals Pavilion, lay on the bed, restless, feeling as though each passing second stretched into eternity. He had anticipated that by taking refuge beside Su Guanxiu, he could evade the scrutiny of the demon-slaying guard. Yet, within less than an hour, a long-flying vessel had anchored outside the city, indicating that more individuals had arrived. If this continued, the prominent figures in the Luoxia city would multiply, and even with Su Guanxiu's protection, it would be increasingly difficult to conceal his demonic identity. He had just ventured out to gather intelligence on the investigative tactics employed by the demon-slaying guard. Physical examinations and soul searches were merely standard procedures. The most terrifying aspect was that they might even delve into ancestral histories for scrutiny. As a scion of the demonic path, he could hardly withstand such inquisition. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The true concern lay in their methods of dealing with those affiliated with the demonic path. It was said they would first extract the soul, then refine the spirit, ultimately casting it into the abyss for eternal suppression, ensuring no chance of rebirth. As these thoughts consumed him, Wu Dalang's paranoia intensified, rendering him taut with anxiety. "No, I must devise a plan to flee the city, return to the martial god village, lie low for a few years, and only emerge once the storm has passed." Suddenly, a knocking sound echoed from outside the door, jolting Wu Dalang upright from his bed like a startled bird. He brandished his 2-meter-long broadsword and shouted, "Who goes there?" Chapter 61. The Visit of Luo Shao. Creak, creak. The noise at the door grew increasingly pronounced. Wu Dalang hastily opened the door to find that the lion dog had come running over. He stepped forward, opened the door, and the dog, Yu Qiong-ho, dashed in, immediately clinging to his pant leg, snorting incessantly as if to express its grievance over his prolonged absence. "Get lost!" Bang! Frustrated, Wu Dalang kicked the creature away and shut the door, collapsing back onto his bed, plagued by existential doubts. He could not fathom how he had inexplicably veered onto the path of demonic practices, thus ruining his promising future. He had aspirations of dominating the realm of cultivation and managing the 3 palaces and 72 courtyards. Lost in thought, he found 2 reluctant tears slipping down his cheeks. Creak! Creak! Yu Qiong-ho had returned, incessantly pawing at the door. What a resilient little pest. Wu Dalyang's expression darkened. The reason he had squandered his funds on a private room at Ju Xianlu was to conceal himself from others. Yet, this clingy creature had betrayed his hiding place. Suddenly, a disquieting thought struck him. If this dog could find him, then those other individuals likely could as well. Wu Dalyang quickly contemplated his options, and then, with a flicker of inspiration, pondered whether to employ a captivating allure. After careful consideration, he concluded that only by elevating his status above those demon-slaying guards could he instill fear and avoid meticulous scrutiny. It seemed this was the only path available. Thus, he promptly opened the door, pulling the dog inside. However, the creature persisted in clinging to him, either licking his arm or tugging at his pant leg. He couldn't strike too harshly, yet the incessant annoyance was unbearable. Consequently, he procured a rope and suspended the dog in the room. Yu Qiong-ho swung back and forth joyfully, thoroughly entertained. Wu Dalyang reclined on the bed, patiently awaiting the inevitable. Bang! Suddenly, the door was kicked open. "You scoundrel! Come out at once! How dare you steal my howl?" Wu Dalyang looked up to see Qin Jiro storming in, her expression a mix of fury and relief upon spotting him. Dalyang, why are you staying here?" Qin Jiro exclaimed, her initial joy giving way to confusion. Clearing his throat, Wu Dalyang sprang from the bed, feigning excitement as he grasped her delicate hand with heartfelt sincerity. "Jiro, I missed you so much that I decided to move closer." Qin Jiro, gazing into Wu Dalyang's earnest eyes, felt her cheeks flush, and she shyly buried her face into his chest. Just as she was about to utter a word, her peripheral vision caught sight of Yu Qiong-ho suspended in the room. "What is it doing?" "Oh, I'm just giving it a swing. It's a way to help pets stretch their limbs," beneficial for its development. The dog seemed to nod in agreement. Chinjiro, half convinced, nodded hesitantly. Suddenly, she felt a warmth on her lips, causing her to shudder, standing there in a daze. Wu Daliang licked his lips and inquired with a gaze full of affection, "Jiro, have you missed me?" At this moment, his only recourse was to employ his charm to win over the girl, ensuring that those ruffians would refrain from probing into his soul. I. Although Chinjiro was typically playful, this was her first encounter with romantic feelings, rendering her speech somewhat disjointed as her heart raced. Nonetheless, she found the experience exhilarating, akin to opening a door to an enchanting new world. I do. After uttering those words, she bashfully buried her head in his chest. Wu Daliang intended to seize the moment and solidify their bond, but just then, ahem! Wu Daliang turned his head, his heart sinking as he spotted Luo Xiao accompanied by a stout man and a retinue blocking the entrance, making escape impossible. Goodness! They've come to capture me so swiftly? Chinjiro sensed the newcomers and hurriedly glanced towards the door, relieved to find it was not her aunt. Letting out a discreet sigh, for some inexplicable reason, she felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Just as she contemplated dismissing the intruders, Su Guanxiu's voice reached her ears, prompting her to embrace her irate pet and bid farewell to Wu Daliang. "Daliang, you handle your affairs. I shall seek you out later." She then turned her attention to the group outside, adding, "Rest assured, they wouldn't dare lay a finger on you. Otherwise, my father would not let them off lightly." Indeed, Wu Daliang felt a surge of joy at her words, bringing him a sense of relief. Li Fujian, overhearing her tone, was taken aback. Speaking so boldly before the demon slayer, who was her father, was no small matter. Chinjiro approached them, casting a fierce glare, having just experienced an exhilarating moment. It was now marred by their intrusion. Had this been in the imperial capital, she would have ensured they face consequences. "Miss Qin, take care." Luo Xiao quickly nodded in courtesy, not only due to her status, but also because of Wu Daliang's association. Their relationship was evidently established, or else they would not have been so intimate in broad daylight. While he was not well-versed in the Qin family, he was aware of their illustrious reputation, which compelled him to show respect. Noticing Luo Xiao's deference, Li Fujian realized her identity must be significant and hastily offered a smile. "Miss Qin, please take care." Chinjiro cast a lingering glance at Wu Daliang before huffing at Luo Xiao's entourage and making her way upstairs. Shortly after, Luo Xiao produced a compass, directing it towards Wu Daliang. This routine check was mandated by Su Guanxiu. Without her directive, they would not have located him. Wu Daliang, concealed here, had been swiftly discovered by Su Guanxiu. Although she did not comprehend why he feared the demon slayer's scrutiny and sought refuge, she felt compelled to resolve the matter before he could deceive Chinjiro. Wu Daliang, observing the demon probe in Luo Xiao's hand, suddenly recalled his previous encounter with Yi Wuyan, and his heart sank. As the street rumor suggested, they first examined the body before probing the soul. He swiftly stepped forward and seized the demon probe disc from Luo Xiao's grasp. "Oh dear, you're being far too courteous. There's no need to bring gifts when you visit," he remarked. As he spoke, Wu Daliang effortlessly stowed the demon probe disc into his storage pouch. Luo Xiao was momentarily taken aback. However, the color revealed by the array earlier, although an unfamiliar shade of purple, was thankfully not the malevolent black associated with dark arts. Indeed, purple, there seems to be some mention of it in ancient texts. Luo Xiao pondered, yet the specific details eluded him. So he dismissed the thought and smiled apologetically. "My young friend, you are too kind. It is merely a small token. I'm glad you appreciate it." Lordly nodded in agreement, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you. I truly like this gift." Wu Daliang clasped his fists in acknowledgement, then shifted the conversation. "If you have no further matters, I shall retreat to tend to my injuries." These two individuals possessed unfathomable prowess, seasoned veterans at that. He must not linger in their presence for too long, lest they uncover any clues. Just as Wu Daliang was about to close the door, Luo Xiao hurriedly clasped his fists and declared, "Young Master Wu, I have come specifically to express my gratitude for your significant contributions to the extermination of the demonic threat." Indeed, It is truly commendable that you single-handedly dismantled a demonic lair that has existed for over 2 centuries. Truly a remarkable young hero, one to be reckoned with. Lordly praised, though a glimmer of scrutiny flickered in his eyes. Significant contributions? Wu Daliang was rendered speechless. Hadn't they come specifically to investigate him? No. These individuals were clearly embellishing his deeds, likely due to Qin Jiro's status, aiming to indirectly probe him. How cunning! He almost fell for their ruse, but fortunately, his reflexes were sharp. With a resounding bang, Wu Daliang slammed the door shut, his paranoia surging. Chapter 62. Journey to the Gathering of Immortals. Look! The two exchanged incredulous glances, their faces etched with astonishment. They had never anticipated that, despite their esteemed identities, they would be met with a closed door. Yet, it was understandable. Those of great stature possess an inherent pride. If they lacked such temperament, their names would have long echoed throughout the world. Lord Luo. This individual is rather slippery and shares a close rapport with Miss Qin. If we wish to solicit his assistance, we may need to employ extraordinary measures, remarked Lord Li, shaking his ample belly. After pondering for a moment, Luo Xiao found merit in his words and responded accordingly. Lord Li, you are adept at socializing and winning hearts. I entrust you with devising a plan. Lord Li's face twitched, cursing himself inwardly for speaking out of turn. However, this was not the time for evasion. If they did not exert some effort, the suspicion of collusion with the demonic path would likely remain unshakable. His mind raced, and suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He leaned closer and suggested, Lord Luo, shall we not arrange a banquet at the Xianyan Pavilion? After all, the youth are often quite understanding. Luo Zhao's eyes brightened. Indeed, the thoughts of one skilled in social finesse were distinctly different. Agreed. I leave this matter in your capable hands. Lord Li was taken aback. Hosting a banquet at the Xianyan Pavilion was no trifling expense. Renowned throughout the realm of cultivation, the pavilion had branches scattered far and wide. Even in this obscure town, where celestial flavors and spiritual beauties could be summoned from distant realms, the minimum expenditure began at 10,000 spirit stones, and a feast typically commenced at a base of 100,000 spirit stones. Should they desire additional courses, the cost could soar without limit. Why must I entertain such a dubious suggestion? Lord Li could only nod through misty eyes. Very well. Luo Xiao squinted at him, noting his overly eager agreement. It seemed this rotund fellow had profited handsomely in the past. A flicker of regret crossed his mind for not having extracted more from him today. However, matters of importance took precedence, and he immediately called out to the tightly shut room, Young Master Wu, tonight, I shall host a banquet at the Xianyan Pavilion to express my heartfelt gratitude for your monumental efforts in vanquishing the demons. I sincerely hope you will grace us with your presence. Inside, Wu Dalang paced back and forth, turning a deaf ear to the calls. He had to devise a strategy to deceive them into dismantling the 4th-level grand formation outside, allowing him to slip back to the mountains undetected. The persistent urging from outside was unrelenting. Grinding his teeth, Wu Dalang resolved, with no other options available, I must take a gamble. Thus, he raised his voice, declaring, Very well. Luo Xiao and his companion felt a surge of joy, and after allowing a moment to pass, they exited the gathering of Immortals Pavilion. Wu Dalang let out a sigh of relief and extended his awareness to probe the outside, only to discover that Luo Xiao had stationed a contingent of guards outside the room. Anxiety clawed at him, and cold sweat trickled down his brow. He was a man profoundly lacking in a sense of security. Even the slightest hint of threat or uncertainty would trigger his paranoia. This was precisely why he had clung to the safety of Wushan Village for so many years, only venturing out into the world when he deemed his strength sufficient to wield a sword in the vast expanse beyond. Ultimately, it was a fear of inadequacy, a dread of receiving harm. Relying solely on Qin Jiro's identity was insufficient. He needed to prepare several contingencies. Wu Daliang contemplated momentarily before swiftly opening his storage bag, emptying the 17 treasures he had brought from the martial god village onto the ground with a clatter. He meticulously examined each item. Though the quality of these treasures remained uncertain, they were undeniably the only orange-hued objects he had encountered thus far, implying their extraordinary nature. For instance, the large black pot in his hands showed no signs of damage even after being struck with a cleaver. Regrettably, he had yet to decipher its function and could only utilize it as a makeshift shield for the time being. Wu Daliang set the black pot aside, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances that might arise that night. Next, he picked up a black iron pestle, measuring over 1 meter in length, which Aunt Lu from Martial God Village commonly used for rolling dough. Of course, it was sometimes employed to deliver a sharp rap on her husband's head. Its appearance was unremarkable, but striking a person with it would indeed cause considerable pain. Even his golden bell shield would require a depletion of 2/10 of his inner strength to withstand a blow from it. He placed the pestle aside as well. Finally, his gaze fell upon the incantations inscribed on the treasures as he endeavored to discover a path to extricate himself from the clutches of the demonic arts. Alas, despite having studied these incantations countless times, he had yet to uncover any new insights. At this moment, he felt a sense of futility. Was he truly destined to disperse his energy? Wu Daliang murmured in resignation, once again stowing away these items. In truth, he possessed another treasure, the black disk residing within his mind. However, he had been unable to devise a method to extract it, rendering further investigation impossible. Moreover, months had passed without any sign of activity. He was left pondering whether it was indeed a malevolent object or, as his elders claimed, a celestial artifact. If it were not, the object exhibited a certain sentience. Yet since it had entered his mind, it had behaved like an inanimate entity. Regardless of the means he employed, summoning or calling, it remained unresponsive. After organizing the items, Wu Daliang reviewed the 18 supreme techniques once more to prepare for any unexpected events that might arise. Upon completing this task, he felt his paranoid delusions diminish significantly. With these treasures, supreme techniques, and his newly achieved realm, he believed he could confront any anomalies without significant issues. The outcome would be determined tonight. Should he bid farewell to the Xia family? Perhaps it was the prolonged absence of meat since descending the mountain that triggered thoughts of that girl, Xia Ningxuan. He had already observed that the heads of the families had disembarked from their battle vessels, likely having completed their investigations, which revealed no ties to the demonic arts. After some consideration, he decided against it. It would be prudent to avoid any potential repercussions that might arise should they discover his identity associated with the demonic arts. As time swiftly passed, evening descended. The setting sun bathed the sky in blood-red hues, and the final streaks of dim light slanted through the window, casting long shadows on the. A series of knocks echoed, bang, bang, bang. Wang Tongwei arrived as scheduled, rapping on Wu Daliang's door. Sitting beneath the candlelight, Wu Daliang took a deep breath, opened the door, and found it was Wang Tongwei, a subordinate who had come with Luo Xiao. "Young Master Wu, I am Wang Tongwei, a subordinate of Luo, here to extend a special invitation for you to visit the gathering of Immortals Tower." As Wu Daliang flashed a smile, he strode forward. "Young Master Wu, please." Wang Tongwei gestured invitingly. Wu Daliang casually draped an arm over his shoulder, resembling brothers in arms. Little Wang, what progress have you made in your investigation of the demonic sect?" Wang Tongwei was taken aback by his sudden warmth. He had always regarded Wu Daliang's brilliant strategies with awe, recognizing that fostering a good relationship with him would be advantageous. Moreover, Luo Xiao was already attempting to win him over. Noticing Wang Tongwei's keen interest in the demonic affairs, he began to speak. "We have nearly gathered all the necessary information for the investigation. We are currently organizing it to see if we can uproot this demonic influence that has been entrenched for 2 centuries. Before long." He elaborated on their current progress in detail. Wu Daliang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Observing Wang Tongwei's eloquence, he subtly probed for additional information. Unfortunately, the latter did not concede to their suspicions. Thus, the two continued their conversation as they walked, soon arriving at the foot of Xianyan Tower. Wu Daliang looked up, recognizing this as the very place he had previously indulged in, yet had refrained from returning due to limited circumstances. "Young Master Wu, please come inside. We have reserved the entire Xianyan Tower," Luo Xiao called out from the entrance, waving enthusiastically at Wu Daliang. Yet, This declaration tightened Wu Dalang's heart. Could it be that they had set a trap akin to a Hongmin banquet? Chapter 63. The Pulsation of the Black Disc. Before Wu Daliang could confirm his suspicions, Luo Xiao and the others had already surged forward, their faces adorned with eager smiles. Their demeanor resembled that of welcoming a victorious comrade. For a moment, Wu Daliang felt too bashful to decline their hospitality. "Oh dear, brother, you're being too extravagant," he exclaimed. "What extravagance is this? To befriend a person of such stature as young Master Wu is a blessing," Luo Xiao generously replied. Beside them, Li Fujuan's countenance twitched slightly, realizing that it was not Luo Xiao's own expenditure. He had already spent 2 million spirit stones and was uncertain of the additional cost to come. Come, brother. The food and wine are ready, and we have even invited an immortal maiden to perform a melody just for you." Li Fujun gestura timbitingly. An immortal maiden? Wu Daliang was taken aback. Many had not even heard of such a figure, and he had only come across references to them in the secret chronicles of the Xia family. It was recorded that Xianyun Building and Xianbao Pavilion were of equivalent status. Although they fell under the jurisdiction of the Celestial Court, they were not directly part of it. Even the Celestial Court would hesitate to offend them, as their origins were shrouded in mystery. The immortal maidens within were akin to the courtesans of brothels, offering art without offering their bodies. Yet those in Xianyun Building were far from ordinary courtesans. To merely catch a glimpse was a financial ruin for common folk, and to hear a performance required the expenditure of a lifetime's savings. Wu Daliang pondered in silence. Could it be that these individuals genuinely wished to express their gratitude? Regardless of their intentions, he needed to enter to fulfill his own plans, so he waved his hand grandly. "Brothers, please lead the way." Soon, Wu Daliang was escorted to the top floor of Xianyun Building. As he stepped out, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy enveloped him, causing every pore of his body to involuntarily expand. He looked up to find a round table, 2 meters in diameter, laden with nearly 100 exquisite dishes he had never encountered before. The spiritual energy emanated from these delicacies. Wait, just a moment ago, he sensed a vibration from the black disc within his mind. What was happening? He carefully attuned his senses, but detected no anomalies. Could it be the result of this spiritual energy? Seeing Wu Daliang standing in a daze at the entrance, Luo Xiao promptly introduced, "Brother, these are the delicacies we specially prepared for you. None are mundane. All are superior spiritual items and the flesh of spiritual beasts." "Indeed," Li Fujun exclaimed, pointing to a platter of translucent meat slices with a smug expression. "This is the flesh of the Xianbing Jiao, which has attained a millennium of cultivation. Just this dish alone is worth 200,000 spirit stones." 200,000 spirit stones? Wu Daliang's pupils constricted. He had never even laid eyes on such wealth, and now he was expected to partake? "And this here is the purple jade spirit ginseng, cultivated for 500 years, valued 150,000 spirit stones per piece. Just a single slice can extend a mortal's lifespan by a decade." Li Fujuan continued with his introductions. Wu Daliang involuntarily swallowed hard, not out of greed, but discomfort. With such riches, how splendid it would be if they were bestowed upon him. Enough. Quickly take your seats, lest the spiritual essence dissipates," Luo Xiao urged. Yes. Li Fuyun nodded repeatedly, swiftly raising his hand to gesture, "Please, my dear brother." Wu Daliang promptly sat down, not waiting for further invitations, and directly took a plate of exquisite ice serpent delicacy. With a loud smack, he seized a large, translucent piece of serpent flesh and stuffed it into his mouth, his cheeks bulging like a famished glutton starved for 3 days. A refreshing essence cascaded down his throat, exploding within him like a surge of spiritual resonance that shot straight to the crown of his head, causing him to shudder. Quite delightful. Indeed, at that moment, the black disc in his mind trembled once more, transforming the spiritual resonance within him into pure inner strength. What on earth is happening? Wu Dalong thought, startled, as he took several more hearty bites. The black disc vibrated again, continuing to convert the essence into the inner strength he sought. Could this disc be a converter? Wu Dalong nearly leaped from his seat in excitement. It must be correct. The Wujigong technique originated from this black disc. Its function might indeed be akin to a power absorption and conversion device. Does this mean I can upgrade without absorbing demonic energy? However, he shook his head inwardly, recognizing that while this method was significantly more efficient than directly absorbing spirit stones, it still did not absolve him from the possibility of being aligned with the demonic path. After all, demonic cultivators could similarly absorb spirit stones to convert them into demonic power. Moreover, relying on such rare spiritual treasures for upgrades was hardly practical. Nevertheless, it was not without value. At least the conversion rate of spiritual energy had reached 40%. Furthermore, he had only tested it with spiritual power. Perhaps other types of energy could also be converted. He sensed that this disc possessed far more capabilities, but his current low strength limited his ability to uncover them. Noticing his companions staring in bewilderment, Wu Dalang awkwardly said, "Brothers, please do not stand on ceremony. Let us eat together." "You are too courteous, my dear brother," Luo Xiao replied with a smile, promptly taking a piece of the spiritual meat to savor. Given their status, such feasts were commonplace, and these spiritual treasures held little significance for their current level of cultivation. They merely served to satisfy their palates. "Young Master Wu, what are your thoughts on the demonic path in this region?" Luo Xiao suddenly inquired. Wu Dalang's heart skipped a beat. "Damn, I nearly forgot. I am also associated with the demonic path." He hastily replied, "It is nothing extraordinary." Upon hearing this, Luo Xiao exchanged a glance with Li Fuyan, elated at the implication that Wu Dalang appeared confident, viewing this demonic lair as inconsequential. This suggested he felt assured about rooting out the problem entirely. "Bring forth the drunken immortal brew." A moment later, a remarkably graceful maid entered, carrying a jar. As she uncorked the jar, a stream of seven-colored radiance flowed forth, enveloping the entire loft in an intoxicating aroma that could bewilder the senses. "Oh, what fine wine!" Wu Dalang exclaimed, seizing the jar and taking a hefty swig. Once again, a surge of exquisite spiritual resonance rushed to his crown, swiftly transforming into inner strength. He gulped it down vigorously, letting out a satisfied belch. What a splendid wine! Chapter 64. The fated kindred spirit, both Luo Xiao and his companion were taken aback. The renowned drunken immortal brew was known for its intoxicating potency, and this particular jar was of medium quality, akin to a half-glass intoxication. Even they would hesitate to consume it in one gulp. Yet, Wu Daliang downed it in a single swig, exuberantly shouting, "What manner of constitution is this?" Burp! Wu Daliang emitted a hearty belch, and the swirling black disk in his mind momentarily paused, the dizziness fading away. Turning his head, he noticed the two men staring at him with wide eyes. "Brothers, why are you not?" Realizing he had finished the drink alone, he awkwardly shifted the topic, saying, "Let us eat." "Indeed." Luo Xiao and his companion nodded, once more grasping their chopsticks, making it seem as though Wu Daliang were the host and they the guests. Luo Xiao spoke again. "Lord Li, please bring another jar for young Master Wu." Lord Li, suppressing his discomfort, called out once more, "Bring forth another jar of drunken immortal brew." They had scarcely begun feasting, and already 300,000 spirit stones had vanished. "Lord Li, has the Lord himself graced us with his presence?" Wu Daliang was momentarily taken aback. The Lord was the highest authority in the city. What brought him here? Could it be that my paranoia has misled me? This is rather suspicious. Upon contemplation, he realized he may have misjudged them. If they truly intended to set a trap for him, would they host such a high-profile banquet? The spiritual items present, he roughly estimated, were worth no less than 200,000 spirit stones. Yet, he remained vigilant, regardless of his alignment with the demonic path. The fact that he could absorb demonic energy was unalterable, and in the eyes of the world, that equated to being of the demonic path. Life is singular. One must never be careless or take it lightly. "Young Master Wu, we have arranged a special performance for you to enjoy while dining," Luo Xiao announced, clapping his hands. Soon after, a breathtakingly beautiful woman, veiled in sheer silk, entered, cradling an ancient zither. Clad in a flowing white gown, her garments danced without wind, enveloped in a gentle ethereal mist. With each step she took, an illusory lotus blossom bloomed beneath her feet, only to vanish moments later. Wu Daliang was captivated. Although her face remained obscured, her aura, her enchanting presence, and her exquisite figure were nothing short of perfection. One might even suspect measurements taken with a microscope. She was so flawless that she could rival Su Guangqiu, yet this celestial maiden's advantage lay not in size, but in her grace and the perfect proportions of her form. She truly struck a chord within his heart. Wait, does this woman harbor a grudge against me? As the enchanting maiden passed by, she cast a glance in his direction. Wu Daliang, with his keen perception, caught a fleeting glimpse of sorrow in her eyes. It seems I have not wronged her in any way. Before he could ponder further, the celestial maiden approached the inner hall, cradling her zither, and with a slight bow, her voice flowed like a clear spring. I am Bai Yuchan, honored to meet you all. You may call me Xiao-chan. Luo Xiao chuckled heartily and promptly made the introduction. Young Master Wu, the enchanting fairy Qingyin happened to pass through this realm, and we have expended a fortune of 1,000,000 spirit stones to invite her here, solely to perform the piece Jiu Shaoyin for you. It is said that this composition can elevate a cultivator's comprehension. Such an opportunity is rare, and after this performance, who knows when we might encounter fairy Qingyin again. Initially, they intended to summon a spirit maiden, but fearing the inadequacy of their selection, they fortuitously encountered fairy Qingyin passing through the Chongyang realm, and thus decided to extend the invitation. Upon hearing this, Wu Daliang's heart raced. 1,000,000 spirit stones for just a single melody? Surely, her fingers must be adorned with diamonds. He widened his eyes to observe Bai Yuchan, whose hands were bare and devoid of adornment, causing him to curl his lip in response. Indeed, it is rumored that if someone resonates with fairy Qingyin-esque music, she may choose to bind their fates together. Lordly teased, then turned to Bai Yuchan and inquired, "Is there any truth to this, fairy Qingyin?" Bai Yuchan's face flushed crimson as she glanced at Wu Daliang before nodding. There is truth to that. In this life, my heart is entwined with my zither, and my soul with my melodies. If someone can genuinely comprehend my music, then that person is destined to be my kindred spirit. As her words faded, her fingers deftly plucked the strings, and a stream of crystalline notes resonated, causing the air in the grand hall to feel as though it had solidified. Wu Daliang exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his musical ear was lacking. Otherwise, if she took an interest in him, it would spell trouble. Not that it would truly be trouble, but rather, he feared he could not support such a delicate songbird. The most suitable companion for him remained someone gentle and charming like Xianing Shuang. How could he allow such thoughts to intrude while he was here enjoying himself? Wu Daliang quickly shook his head. However, the melody was indeed pleasant to the ears, though he felt no enhancement in his comprehension. Perhaps his innate understanding was already extraordinary, leaving no room for further growth. Once assured that his identity as a demon cultivator had not been uncovered, a weight lifted from his heart. Luo Xiao and the others remained immersed in the music, while Wu Daliang sat aside, indulging in the exquisite feast, consuming meat and sipping wine, as a means to quell his nerves. After all, the banquet before him, valued at 1,000,000 spirit stones, deserved to be savored in its entirety, lest he betray his own heart's desire. As for the music, it merely flowed in one ear and out the other. Suddenly, Luo Xiao came to his senses, recalling matters of importance, and spoke up. Young Master Wu, I have an urgent request, and I hope you will lend me your assistance. Bai Yuchan, with a glimmer in her eyes, cast a glance at Wu Daliang and subtly tuned in. Wu Daliang, with his mouth full, waved his hand dismissively. My brother, no need for formality. Your matters are my own. Speak freely of what you require. Luo Xiao's expression turned grave as he sighed. Alas, this place has been a stronghold for demonic forces for over 200 years, a failure on our part as exterminators of demons. The higher-ups have issued a strict mandate to uproot them. Otherwise, my position as an exterminator may soon come to an end. Chapter 65. The Eradication of the Demonic Path. Wu Daliang secretly rolled his eyes. He had already discerned that these two individuals, willing to spare no expense in hosting a banquet, must have ulterior motives. However, being in a position of indebtedness, he found it difficult to refuse their hospitality. Moreover, he recognized the necessity of ensuring that these individuals did not suspect his true identity. He needed to take certain actions to dissociate himself from the demonic faction. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Dalang spoke. Eradicating them at the root is, in fact, quite simple. Luo Xiao and his companion were elated, promptly pouring a cup of wine for Wu Dalang, urging him to elaborate at his leisure. Drawing upon the information he had previously gathered and his instincts, Wu Dalang began to weave a web of persuasion. Whether they could eradicate the demonic sect would ultimately depend on their fortune. Indeed, these demons were akin to rodents, sever one generation, and another would inevitably arise the following year. To eradicate them completely, one must first understand their habits and identify points of vulnerability, rather than blindly attempting to block their burrows. With a sudden thump of his thigh, Luo Xiao grasped Wu Dalang's hands fervently. "Ah, brother, your analogy is spot on. In my years with the Demon Extermination Guard, I have always pursued the sources of these rodent holes. After 2 millennia in the Demon Extermination Palace, I have achieved little, yet have been worn down like a dog, constantly facing reprimands from above. You must assist me." Lord Li's eyes glimmered with understanding. Though he was not part of the Demon Extermination Guard, he was well acquainted with the habits of the demonic faction, which scurried about like those wretched rodents, hiding day and night. Bai Yuchan, upon hearing this analogy, raised an eyebrow, but maintained her composure, her delicate fingers continuing to play a melodic tune. "Brother, if you can aid me this time, I will surely reward you handsomely," Luo Xiao declared with excitement. Though his demeanor was exaggerated, he genuinely recognized Wu Dalang's capabilities. This analogy struck at the heart of the matter. Without sufficient insight, one could never perceive these truths. Having finished a plate of spirit beast meat and taken a hearty swig of the intoxicating brew, Wu Dalang continued, when discussing the habits of rodents. One must consider their environment. Typically, they settle where crops and grains abound. However, to the outside world, Luoxia City is merely a remote and impoverished corner, aptly described as so poor that one could eat dirt. Yet this group of rodents has chosen a nest in such a desolate place. Surely, it cannot be out of altruism, seeking to engage in development and construction, can it? Upon hearing this, Luo Xiao's mind sparked with insight, as if he had grasped something significant. Yet upon further reflection, the clarity eluded him. After years of extermination, he had never contemplated such nuances. He usually just charged in to slay at any sight of the demonic path. Capture and recognition would earn merit, while failure would result in punishment. This was the very reason his career had stagnated for over a millennium. "Brother, my mind works slowly. Please elucidate." At this point, Wu Dalang realized he had momentarily lost his words. After a moment of contemplation, a memory from a past life involving espionage suddenly resurfaced, prompting him to reflect on similar scenarios. He then synthesized the previously gathered information and, raising his voice slightly, proclaimed, "I suspect they are undoubtedly establishing some sort of seed program." "Seed program?" Luo Xiao exclaimed, utterly bewildered. "How do we shift from mice to seeds?" Meanwhile, Bai Yuchan, upon hearing the term seed program, felt a jolt of anxiety, her eyes briefly flashing with urgency, though she quickly masked it. "The seed I'm referring to is not the agricultural kind," Wu Dalang clarified, continuing, "Well, I mean by seed pertains to roots and identities. Consider a grand tree and a humble blade of grass. Both originate from a single seed planted in a specific location, allowing them to grow gradually. This is what we call knowing one's roots. The seed program aims to cultivate a clean, rational, and substantiated identity that can withstand scrutiny and examination." At this juncture, Wu Dalang posed a question. "Tell me, what does the demonic path fear most?" Li Fujian immediately responded, "Identity flaws." Luo Xiao nodded in agreement. Wu Dalang, satisfied, acknowledged that these two were not entirely foolish. Indeed, it made perfect sense. They were hidden away in this remote area, a city lord and a bandit, one righteous and one wicked, working in concert. They were neither driven by greed for wealth nor aspirations for dominance, nor were they engaged in development and construction. Their true intention was to exploit the advantages of this locale to fulfill their objectives. The advantages here were closely aligned with mortals, steeped in rich cultural heritage. Coupled with their dual identities, they could effortlessly craft countless plausible personas, allowing them to infiltrate the vast world outside. Such identities could withstand scrutiny and withstand the test of cosmic calculations. Would you not agree this resembles a seed cultivation plan? Upon hearing this, Luo Xiao and his companion were momentarily rendered speechless, their minds racing in astonishment. He had never contemplated that the demonic path could employ such a method to transport talents outward. Following this line of thought was chilling indeed. No wonder the demon extermination guards tirelessly roamed the first, second, and third-tier cities, perpetually apprehending one wave, only to have another emerge. A seemingly endless cycle of capture and execution. The root of it all was right here. Luo Xiao shifted to other analytical perspectives, but found none as cogent as Wu Daoyang's reasoning. He could uncover no alternative motivations for their entrenchment in this place. Beside him, Bai Yuchan appeared increasingly flustered. The music she played began to exhibit discordant notes, though the three outsiders failed to perceive it. Wu Daoyang's assertions were entirely accurate. Luoxia City was indeed a stronghold for seed cultivation, and Bai Yuchan herself was a victim of Wu Daoyang's machinations, a seed of the demonic path. Chapter 66. What on earth are these black lines? The outpost of Luoxia City has been established for over 2 centuries, specifically for her, originally intended to craft the persona of a bandit's daughter to infiltrate the celestial sect. The plan was to eradicate the bandit den and thoroughly conceal her identity. However, just as she had prepared everything, an unforeseen incident occurred, causing her plan to enter the celestial sect to fall apart. Consequently, she was abandoned by the organization, allowing others to partake in that scheme. Left with no choice, she temporarily assumed the identity of the previous generation's Qingyin fairy in the Xianyang, becoming a celestial maiden. Her entire life, her promising future, was thus ruined by Wu Daoyuo. Her current task is to investigate the reasons behind the destruction of the Luoxia City outpost and to avenge the grievances she has suffered. To her astonishment, this individual is remarkably astute. He accurately details everything, as if he had participated in the entire seed plan. Even the overlooked nuances and flaws were articulated by Wu Daoyuo. Such meticulous reasoning is terrifying. If he were to live, what hope would the demonic path have? This individual must not be allowed to survive. Oh, miss, why have you ceased playing? Wu Daoyuo's sudden voice startled Bai Yuchan, jolting her back to reality, only to discover that she had unknowingly halted her performance. Yet, she displayed no sign of panic. Instead, tears welled in the corners of her eyes. My lord, I am merely overwhelmed by emotion, reminiscing about my family. Observing her pitiable demeanor, Wu Daoyuo felt a twinge of discomfort. 1,000,000 spirit stones for this? What a loss. He wanted to demand a refund from this woman. My dear brother, you may not be aware, but it is said that this Qingyin fairy was once a distinguished young lady, renowned for her talents throughout the Wangyue realm, with suitors lining up endlessly. However, for reasons unknown, a demonic organization set its sights on her family as treasures, leading to the tragic demise of 1,131 individuals overnight. The Lord of the Leaf family lamented with a heavy sigh. Indeed, I was also involved in that case at the time, Luo Xiao added. Such misfortune. Wu Daoyuo was taken aback, not expecting this woman to have such a tragic background, which stirred his sympathy. Luo Xiao and the others were momentarily speechless. Was it not supposed to be tragic? Bai Yuchan sniffled, quickly wiping away her tears. I apologize for the inconvenience, esteemed guests. To express my regret, allow me to present a piece entitled Luo Xia Gu Wu. Agreed. Wu Daoyuo nodded, continuing, rest assured by fairy, in my lifetime, I, Wu Daoyuo, shall root out the demonic forces in Wangyue City and reclaim your treasures. Luo Xiao and the others were momentarily taken aback. Was it not revenge that was to be sought? However, since Wu Daoyuo had declared it, did this not mean they could merely await their rise to power and fortune? Excitement surged within them, and Luo Xiao immediately shouted towards the outside, bring forth another jar of drunken immortal brew. Lord Li, with a head full of excitement, shouted joyously, Perhaps it was not your money being spent? Beside him, Bai Yuchan was taken aback, wondering how she had inadvertently brought calamity upon the organization. No, she must swiftly inform the higher-ups. This individual must not be allowed to remain. With a tinkling sound, Bai Yuchan's eyes sparkled as she suppressed her murderous intent and began to play intently. Wu Daliang, grinning widely, took a hearty swig of the newly arrived drunken immortal brew, exclaiming, "What a fine wine! Brother, drink slowly. If it's not enough, we can always get more," Luo Xiao reminded with a smile. He genuinely feared that Wu Daliang might drink too much and collapse onto the table, leaving many details unasked. Wu Daliang nodded in acknowledgement. This was a rare opportunity, and one must seize it fully. If he misjudged, he might never encounter such fortune again. "Brother, do you have any plans regarding the seed project?" Wu Daliang inquired, gulping down another mouthful of the brew and grabbing a plate of spirit beast meat, savoring it before continuing, "To eradicate the demonic path seed project. It would be quite simple. However, my brother, if you seek to achieve great merit through this, you must not confine your vision to the trivial gains of the seed project." Luo Xiao, filled with excitement, asked, "What do you mean by that?" Bai Yuchan, attentive, perked up her ears. "You understand this is the seed project, right? Since it is a seed, it has yet to mature and is merely an inconsequential fry. Even if we capture these lurking fry, it will only result in a minor achievement. We should aim for the big fish and establish a substantial merit." Both Luo Xiao and Wu Daliang nodded in agreement, relieved that Anai had not hastily set things in motion, which would have led to a significant loss over trivial matters. Next, they should use a long line to catch a big fish. There was no need for rash actions. They merely needed to monitor the movements, purposes, and trajectories of these small fries. By following this lead, they would inevitably uncover the roots of the seed project beneath. Once they identified these roots, they could further delve into the old forest of the organization. When they had grasped the full network of the demonic path, they would be able to uproot it entirely. Just imagine the accolades that would follow. A sharp intake of breath escaped Luo Xiao. He was genuinely astonished by the depth of this strategy. In the past, when capturing the demonic path, he had always rushed to eliminate any signs of trouble without considering the benefits of a more patient approach. Thankfully, they had refrained from acting impulsively. This seed line, if utilized wisely, would undoubtedly allow them to dismantle the demonic organization that had thrived for millennia in the moonwatching realm. Just thinking about it made his breath quicken. Regaining his composure, Luo Xiao gazed in awe at Wu Daliang. Could this truly be a 16-year-old youth? He had encountered prodigies, seen monsters, and even those ancient beings who had lived for thousands of years, strategizing with unparalleled prowess. Yet, never had he witnessed anyone dissecting the machinations of the demonic path so vividly with just a few words. A prodigy of the ages? He found the title somewhat belittling. If he were merely an extraordinary genius, the demonic organization would have likely been uprooted long ago. As for allowing these demons to persist in the eastern wilderness for hundreds of thousands of years without perishing, Luo Xiao yearned to extend an invitation now, to seize him firmly in his grasp. Yet he understood the necessity of patience. Such a prodigy, if pressed too closely, might harbor resentment, a gamble he dared not take. He must carefully nurture this ancient genius. Fairy Bai, why have you ceased playing?" Wu Daliang's voice jolted the dazed crowd back to reality, their gazes converging on the equally bewildered Bai Yuchan. A sudden pang gripped Bai Yuchan's heart, yet her professionalism forbade any outward display of her inner turmoil. "Esteemed lords, I apologize. I was merely overwhelmed with excitement." Her fingertips hovered over the strings of the guqin, and she suddenly broke into a sorrowful smile. "Considering the impending demise of the demonic path at your hands, as a departed ancestor, I could find peace beneath the 9 springs. In this moment, I found it difficult to contain my emotions, overwhelmed with joy and tears. My apologies for disturbing your elegant gathering. Allow me to perform another piece." "Very well." Luo Xiao and his companion nodded nonchalantly. Bai Yuchan gently caressed the strings, adjusting her breath to restore her serene demeanor as a celestial being. However, within her heart, tumultuous waves surged. She realized she had underestimated the terror embodied by this individual. Having undergone various specialized training since childhood, she should have remained unperturbed in all matters. Yet in the face of his exceptionally rare insight, maintaining composure proved exceedingly challenging. She could hardly fathom what actions he might take next. No, this person must not be allowed to remain. She longed to act decisively, but feared the consequence of failure. If this information perished with her, it would spell disaster for the demonic path. Swift communication with the upper echelons was imperative. Wu Daliang scrutinized her from the corner of his cold gaze, sensing something amiss with her demeanor. After some contemplation, he discreetly traced a line over his right eye, activating his divine sight. Instantly, he was taken aback. What on earth? Why are the black lines? Chapter 67. Could Bai Yuchan be of the demonic path? At this moment, in Wu Daliang's divine perception, Bai Yuchan's outline appeared in shade of yellow, identical to that of Su Guanxiu and Qin Zhiro. However, the lines within her dantian were as dark as ink, dense and chaotic, suggesting that her realm was at the pinnacle of foundation establishment. What could these black lines signify? Previously, he had encountered Ren Tianxing and He Wuyan, both displaying gray innate colors, while ordinary cultivators exhibited a blue hue. This black was a sight he had never witnessed before. Could she truly be of the demonic path? The thought sent a jolt through Wu Daliang's heart. If this woman belonged to the demonic path, it would spell significant trouble. He had been speculating blindly. Should he happen to guess correctly, it would undoubtedly offend the demonic path gravely. Noticing Wu Daliang's intense gaze upon her, as if he sought to unravel her very essence, Bai Yuchan felt an ominous premonition rise within her. Hastily, she activated a special secret technique. Wu Daliang was taken aback as the black lines on her body transformed into yellow. He blinked quickly and looked again, discovering that these yellow lines were veiled by a thin mist, clearly indicating they had been disguised. Initially uncertain about her suspicious nature, her cautious maneuver compelled Wu Daliang to doubt her identity. Even if she were not of the demonic path, she was undoubtedly unorthodox. Could it be true that she was of the demonic path? Wu Daliang pondered, yet he remained hesitant to draw conclusions. Each line upon him comprised a mixture of black, gray, and white. What should he do? He contemplated notifying his companion, Luo Xiao, to verify this woman's identity, but upon further reflection, he abandoned the idea. If he revealed his suspicions about her, it would expose his ability to discern the identities of those from the demonic path. Should such a talent be uncovered, neither the celestial court nor the demonic path would spare him. In that eventuality, there would be no refuge for him in this world. This danger was far greater than merely being associated with the demonic path. After all, if he managed to escape, the celestial court would only pursue him for a while. While the moment his ability was discovered, the celestial court would dig deep to unearth him for study, and the demonic path would spare no effort to eliminate him, seeing him as a threat to their existence. His gaze sharpened. He contemplated taking a risk and eliminating her. But as he prepared to act, he hesitated, as doing so would similarly unveil his ability to recognize the identities of the demonic path. The wisest course of action now was to feign ignorance. Damn it! May my wild guesses be entirely erroneous. I hope this woman is not of the demonic path. Otherwise, I would have offended both the righteous and the demonic. Wu Daliang felt a surge of despair. A simple meal had birthed an immense dilemma. Brother, could you elaborate on the details and points of caution? Luo Xiao suddenly interjected. Certainly. Wu Daliang nodded, swiftly devouring the most spiritually enriched dishes on the table, before raising a half jar of drunken immortal brew and downing it in one gulp. Excellent wine, he exclaimed loudly, only to collapse forward onto the table, unconscious. Has he drunk too much? Luo Xiao was taken aback. Having realized the gravity of the situation, Wu Daliang lamented inwardly, wishing he had abstained from alcohol. He lay sprawled on the table, muttering to himself, what nonsense! If he continued down this path, his life might truly be at stake. For now, feigning unconsciousness was his only recourse. Upon witnessing Wu Daliang succumb to slumber, Bai Yuchan silently exhaled a breath of relief. If he persisted in his reckless remarks, their centuries-old stronghold in the Wangwei realm could very well be obliterated in an instant. The immediate priority was to relay this information. However, The external formation possessed a sound-blocking function, leaving her with no choice but to wait until the Moro to depart, or until the formation was activated to communicate with those above. Luo Xiao rose and called out to the outside. That person escort young Master Wu back to the inn. After arranging this, he hastily exited the Xianyun pavilion. Next, he needed to promptly report the strategy devised by Wu Daliang. Such a monumental matter, such a significant contribution, was far beyond what a mere subordinate could hope to bear. Initially, he had intended to include Wu Daliang's remarkable talents in his report, but upon further reflection, he hesitated. He could not ascertain the precise nature of Wu Daliang's relationship with Su Guanxiu, whose status was leagues above his own. Given that the esteemed individual had remained silent, it would be akin to slapping their face to claim credit. Furthermore, such an extraordinary talent should not be carelessly exposed unless absolutely necessary. Should the demonic sect become aware of his abilities, assassination would surely follow. How could he then leverage Wu Daliang's talents for his own advancement? Meanwhile, accompanied by Wang Tongwei, Wu Daliang exited the Xianyun Tower, and the group made their way toward the Jushin Tower. The streets remained steeped in a stifling atmosphere. Yet since the return of the anti-bandit forces, the air felt less lifeless. Indeed, some individuals had begun to view the notorious Zumo Wai with a modicum of respect, as reports indicated that their presence had not culminated in rivers of blood, and given the current circumstances, such a scenario appeared unlikely. Feigning inebriation, Wu Daliang suddenly lifted his head and exclaimed, "Oh, how did I end up here?" Wang Tongwei was taken aback. Having heard tales of Wu Daliang single-handedly consuming 3 jars of mid-grade Zhuai Xian wine, how could he be so alert so soon? Truly, he was a formidable character. Suppressing his astonishment, Wang Tongwei quickly explained, "Young Master Wu, you had a bit too much to drink earlier, and the esteemed envoy instructed me to escort you back to the inn." "No need. No need," Wu Daliang interjected, feigning a mix of drunkenness and wakefulness. "I still have some personal matters to attend to. Young Wang, you may return and kindly extend my gratitude to Brother Luo for his hospitality." With a dismissive wave, he slipped away from the crowd before Wang Tongwei could respond, vanishing into the streets. Left with no choice but to watch him depart, Wang Tongwei led the others as they leaped onto the warship suspended in the sky. Wu Daliang chose not to return to the inn, primarily due to the anxiety that if he were correct, if Bai Yuchan truly belonged to the demonic sect, then his loose tongue could spell danger. The forces of the demonic sect would undoubtedly seek retribution. While he was not entirely familiar with their methods, he knew they were adept at lurking in the shadows, ready to strike without warning. The inn, bustling with people, was simply not a safe haven. Upon reflection, Wu Dalang's paranoia flared up instantaneously. It would be unwise to underestimate this woman. Should she indeed be a practitioner of dark arts, I would be faced with yet another formidable adversary, a peril that must not be allowed to persist. Wu Dalang abruptly halted his steps, turning to gaze at the 5-story Xianyun building ahead. His eyes glinted with murderous intent. Just as he contemplated taking action, a powerful consciousness, rivaling that of Luo Xiao, suddenly swept toward him from the front, brushing against him. He swiftly suppressed his murderous inclination, pivoted, and continued onward. What on earth? How could there be such a formidable expert in Xianyun building? He realized he had underestimated this establishment. Previously, when passing by, he had perceived no extraordinary individuals. He surmised that this person might be linked to Luo Xiao's culinary endeavors, likely an upper echelon member escorting ingredients. Alternatively, they could be a bodyguard assigned to protect Bai Yuchan. It appears that silencing her would indeed be unfeasible. Wu Dalang sighed. Given his capabilities, while he could potentially infiltrate Xianyun building, whether he could eliminate Bai Yuchan remained uncertain. After all, she was a cultivator at the Golden Core stage. If he were to succeed, it would be advantageous. However, should he fail, he would find himself with yet another foe, Xianyun building. For now, it is prudent to retreat and deliberate further, Wu Dalang murmured to himself as he swiftly made his way toward the Xia residence. Chapter 68. A visit to the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. As Wu Daliang turned the corner, he caught sight of a figure lingering before the Xia family entrance, hesitating in her steps as if burdened by unspoken thoughts. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than the young lady, Xian Ningxuang. He approached her with curiosity, inquiring, "Miss Yao, what brings you here?" Upon hearing his voice, Xian Ningxuang's face brightened with delight as she hurried a few steps closer, exclaiming, "Young master, you have returned." If one were to scrutinize her closely, they would notice a visible relaxation in her demeanor, akin to a heart that had finally found solace. With the corners of her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Do you not welcome my return?" Wu Daliang jested deliberately. "And no, of course not." Xian Ningxuang quickly shook her head. With a playful smirk, Wu Daliang continued, "You are here in the dead of night. Are you not waiting for me specifically?" Xian Ningxuang glanced up at him, nodding shyly. "Yes." With that admission, she bashfully buried her face in her chest. Wu Daliang felt a flicker of surprise at her innocence. He had intended merely to tease her to alleviate his own stress, yet she proved to be easily flustered. "Where are your elders?" He redirected the conversation. "Ever since their return, they have been waiting at home for you. I was just about to notify them," she replied, preparing to send a message. "Never mind." Wu Daliang interrupted with a wave of his hand. "We can discuss it tomorrow. I still have matters to attend to." "All right." Xiao Ningxuang nodded. "Young master, I have prepared a late-night meal. Please wait in your room. I will bring it to you. More food? I will be ill if I indulge further." He had already consumed a substantial portion of the evening feast, and even if he were to abstain from food for 10 days, hunger would not plague him. He promptly declined. "No need. I've already eaten something outside. You should return and rest early." With that, Wu Daliang uttered a parting remark and deftly made his way back to his room. It was not that he was insensitive. Rather, he was concerned, worried that Xian Ningxuang was drawing too close, unable to withstand the tempest that surrounded him. With her audacity to attempt the assassination of the formidable Heyu Tian, her proximity to him could ultimately lead to peril. Xian Ningxuang stood in a daze, watching as Wu Daliang disappeared from view. She remained rooted in place for a considerable time, lost in her own thoughts, before eventually retreating to her training chamber. Meanwhile, Wu Daliang busied himself upon returning to his room, assessing his cultivation level. The sumptuous banquet had not been in vain. The indulgence had not only solidified his recent breakthrough, but had also enhanced his strength by a notable margin. Unfortunately, such a method of advancement was excessively extravagant. "What exactly is my current cultivation level?" Wu Daliang pondered, comparing himself to others based on their visible auras. He deduced that he was at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Yet, he could not definitively gauge his true strength, as he had never engaged in combat with a genuine golden core cultivator. It was important to note that in the realm of cultivation, a vast chasm existed between the golden core and foundation establishment stages. It could be said that a true early-stage golden core master would easily overpower 100 late-stage foundation establishment practitioners. The previous Heyu Tian, on the verge of transitioning into the golden core realm, was merely a label bestowed by the uninitiated. Even a cultivator who has just entered the initial stage of the golden core could be effortlessly defeated with one hand. However, Wu Daliang sensed that if he exerted his full strength and made a resolute decision, vanquishing the problem should not pose a significant challenge. Let us refer to it as the initial stage of foundation establishment. After withdrawing his energy, the image of Bai Yuchan resurfaced in his mind. Regardless of whether she was a demonic cultivator, she had to be eliminated before the grand formation was activated. Life is singular, and he could not afford to gamble. To confront her directly seemed impractical. A strategy was essential for this endeavor. After a moment's contemplation, inspiration struck him. Eureka! Wu Daliang abruptly slapped his thigh, retrieved a storage bag, and produced a set of nocturnal attire, which he donned with a swift motion. Following that, he brandished his black iron staff a couple of times. It was time to unleash the resources he had been hoarding. Slap! Wu Daliang chastised himself, realizing he should not allow himself to grin like a fiend. The 10,000 doors of evasion. Let us commence. With a resonant hum, an enigmatic aura erupted around Wu Daliang, causing his breath, heartbeat, and even body temperature to dissipate in an instant. He stood there, as if he were but a figment of nothingness. This was not a genuine technique of invisibility. Rather, It was an art that harmonized his essence with the natural order of the cosmos, approaching a state of unity with the heavens. This was a concealment technique taught by Wu Mao of the Wu God village. According to him, this remarkable skill could evade any form of perception or tracking and could even obscure celestial calculations. Whether this was indeed true, he could not ascertain. After all, Wu Mao frequently spied on the widow, next door bathing, and had never been caught. Naturally, the true applications of the 10,000 doors of evasion far exceeded mere invisibility. Concealment was but one of its many functions. However, fearing that Wu Mao was boasting, he had refrained from delving deeper into its practice. Tonight, he would test its efficacy. Should it prove useful, he would commit to mastering this extraordinary skill in the future. Wu Dalang reviewed his plan for the evening, and once satisfied, he vanished into the shadows. It was now 2 a.m. The shops lining the streets had long since closed, their lights extinguished. With only a few taverns exuding a murky glow, casting a dim yellow hue upon the flagstone path. A thin mist floated above the cobblestones, stirred by the occasional night breeze, resembling wandering spirits. Occasionally, the swaying silhouettes of drunken patrons passed under the lanterns, humming off-key melodies, their steps as unsteady as if traversing cotton. Wu Dalang glided past them like a wisp of night wind, leaving no ripple to disturb their revelry. This technique of concealment, indeed, seemed remarkably effective. Wu Dalang reappeared in an alley, lifting his gaze toward the 5-story building ahead, the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. The Immortal Treasure Pavilion. The Gathering of Immortals Tower, the Immortal Melody Pavilion. These factions, independent of the Celestial Court, possessed unexpectedly diverse styles. Yet, regardless of their grandeur, I never engage in unprofitable ventures. If they dare to exploit me, they shall be repaid 100-fold. With a whispered remark, several figures from the martial world swiftly arrived at the entrance of the Xianbao Pavilion, activating the 8 mysteries and discovering that a formation barrier had been established at the door. Fortunately, it was merely a second-tier formation barrier. Wu Dalang pondered for a moment. Among the myriad techniques of evasion, there existed a character spell capable of disarming certain traps and mechanisms. Regrettably, he had only attained minor proficiency. Regardless, he decided to give it a try. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated his internal energy at his fingertips, lightly tapping the formation barrier while exclaiming, "Break!" A barely perceptible crack echoed, and the formation's light curtain shattered like a spider's web, splintering into several gaps before collapsing entirely. Astonishingly effective. Had he known, he would have practiced it sooner, sparing himself the frustration of being thwarted by a 4th-tier formation. A glint of brilliance flickered in Wu Dalang's eyes as he slipped into the shadows, seamlessly gliding through the partially ajar door without leaving a trace of disturbance. Upon entering, he raised his gaze to find the shopkeeper, Zhou, seated at the counter, rhythmically clacking an abacus. Noticing that he was oblivious to his presence, Wu Dalang immediately activated his 8 mysteries insight, scanning the surroundings. Aside from a young man on the 5th floor, it appeared that only this old fellow remained. A surge of delight filled his heart as he stealthily approached the shopkeeper. Suddenly, Zhou furrowed his brow and lifted his head to glance at the entrance, muttering to himself, "Ah, how could I forget to replenish the spirit stones for the formation?" No sooner had his words faded than bang. Zhou felt a dull throb in his head and slowly turned, only to find a figure clad in black, wide-eyed and staring at him. A jolt of alarm surged within him, and realization dawned that he was being robbed. How audacious, he dared to... Before he could voice his protest, another bang resounded, and his eyes rolled back as he collapsed onto the counter. Wu Dalang exhaled sharply, exclaiming, "Goodness! This old rascal actually concealed his cultivation." Moments earlier, he had used his insight to gauge the man's strength, assuming him merely a foundation establishment cultivator. Yet, to his astonishment, the first strike he delivered with only 20% of his internal energy had failed to incapacitate the man. It was worth noting that had that blow landed on him, it could have easily shattered his protective barrier. It was not until he applied 30% of his internal energy with the second blow that he finally subdued the old man. Although he could not discern the exact level of cultivation, it was undoubtedly above the golden core stage. Thankfully, he had not overestimated himself, opting to use a lesser portion of his energy on the initial strike to incapacitate him, an important lesson for future endeavors. Now, time to get to work. Wu Daoyuan grinned broadly, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he surveyed the array of treasures displayed on the counter before him. Chapter 69, Hiss. Is it not the immobilization technique? Wealth, wealth. Wu Dalong's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his breath quickened. This was indeed a treasure trove. It was all his. After clearing a shelf of elixirs, his gaze fell upon a long sword resting on the central counter. The sword radiated a faint spiritual aura, 3 feet in length, though it bore a slender crack in its middle. This was the extraordinary Qingfeng sword previously introduced by the shopkeeper Zhou. Rubbing his hands together, Wu Dalong approached the counter and reached out to seize it, only to be thwarted by a layer of prohibitions. Summoning his inner strength, he invoked the technique once more, pointing a finger at the barrier. Crack! The prohibition shattered, and upon retrieving the Qingfeng sword, the barrier instantly restored itself. It seemed he still needed to practice this technique. With his current prowess, this technique could only dispel some second-level formations and prohibitions. To break the 4th-level grand array outside, he would need to achieve mastery. Who goes there? A sudden voice startled Wu Dalong, causing him to jump. He had become so engrossed in his delight. Turning to look, he saw a strikingly handsome youth, his features like a painting, exuding an ethereal grace, clad in snow-white robes that fluttered gently in the breeze. Clang! He drew a long sword and lunged at Wu Dalong. When did such a pretty boy appear in the city? Why hadn't he heard of him? Wu Dalong felt a twinge of jealousy as the sword light approached. He sheathed the Qingfeng sword and deftly sidestepped the attack, stepping forward to strike back with his staff. Zhou Tianling sensed a terrifying aura approaching and hurriedly positioned his sword across his chest. Bang! The sword and staff clashed, unleashing a shockwave that sent both combatants flying apart, scattering various treasures from the surrounding counters. Wu Dalong furrowed his brow, sensing trouble. This pretty boy was actually a peak foundation establishment cultivator. His surprise attack with the staff had been useful, but in a direct confrontation, it was merely a firewood stick, lacking any real lethality. Zhou Tianling was equally astonished. No wonder he dared to rob here. Such a casual strike had left his arms numb. Moreover, he suddenly realized that the low-grade Dao artifact in his hand had been chipped by that seemingly ordinary staff. How could this be? This was a Dao artifact. Even a typical extraordinary item would find it difficult to inflict damage upon a Dao artifact. Why was this fellow, possessing such a precious treasure, resorting to theft? Seizing the opportunity while Zhou was momentarily stunned, Wu Dalong retracted his staff and closed in like lightning, delivering a fierce palm strike. Zhou Tianling, sensing the gust of wind from the approaching palm, was already a beat too late. He hastily crossed his sword, but there was a resounding clang as the sword was forcefully pressed back against his chest. Boom! An invisible force erupted. The violent energy surged into his chest like a torrent. He was sent flying, crashing through the counter, with splintering around him as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The sword blade embedding into the ground 3 inches to finally halt his retreat. Wu Dalong was momentarily stunned. Was this little rascal unbreakable? After taking a hit from his iron sampalm, he had merely sustained light injuries. A tempest surged within Zhou Tianling's heart. He distinctly sensed that Wu Daoyang's aura was merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Yet, with a single strike, he managed to penetrate Zhou's exquisite Dao artifact armor and injure his innards. What kind of palm technique is this? A chill ran down his spine. The spiritual technique wielded by this individual was exceedingly bizarre. Even with a precious treasure by his side, tonight he might face dire consequences and possibly meet his end here. As the esteemed deputy lord of the moon-gazing pavilion, was he truly destined to perish in such a manner? Wu Daoyang had initially believed that his current strength would allow him to effortlessly dispatch any foundation establishment cultivator, only to discover that he had underestimated the practitioners of this world. Fortunately, he perceived a hint of retreat in the young man's eyes. Seizing the moment of confusion, he swiftly executed the puppet flower acupoint sealing technique. Bang, bang, bang. Before Zhou Tianling could react, Wu Daoyang, like a specter, immobilized him in place, raising his hand, poised to send the young man away with a single blow. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted within the entire treasure pavilion. Walls and counters activated various mysterious formations, generating transparent barriers of light, accompanied by a wailing alarm. This is a disaster. What restriction has been triggered? Wu Daliang dare not delay, hastily gathering a dozen treasures to fill his storage bag, but then he hesitated. Should he eliminate this young man first? After some contemplation, he decided against it. The young one's identity was evidently remarkable. Stealing a few treasures might merely result in him being reported and apprehended. However, if he were to kill him, it could potentially incite significant trouble. Yet, he could not simply let him go. Wu Daliang turned back, sealing several acupoints on the young man's body until he had exhausted 3/10 of his inner strength before swiftly departing. Zhou Tianling exhaled sharply, secretly relieved that he had reacted swiftly. In the instant of being hurled backward into the cabinet, he had used a concealed gesture to trigger the hidden restriction runes beneath the counter, which had frightened his assailant away. He immediately channeled his spiritual energy, attempting to break free from the immobilization technique. To his dismay, the energy within his dantian was as stagnant as still water, utterly unresponsive. What is happening? A shiver ran through him as he tried to adjust his breathing, only to find that even the most basic sense of spiritual energy eluded him. More alarmingly, when he attempted to call out to the shopkeeper, his muscles had become rigid as stone, rendering him incapable of producing sound. What kind of malevolent sorcery is this? It can simultaneously seal my meridians and spiritual energy. In the realm of cultivation, immobilization techniques are mere trifles, typically effective only against those of a lower realm. Their principle lies in forming a restriction on the surface of the body, temporarily hindering movement. Yet at this moment, he felt an invisible force completely bind him. Every inch of his skin was thoroughly sealed, even his pores unable to expand. Only the consciousness within his mind remained active. Oh, how did I fall asleep so soundly? Just then, the shopkeeper, who had collapsed before the counter, slowly sat up, muttering something as he reached for the large purple lump on the back of his head. Hiss! The moment he touched it, pain shot through him, causing him to gasp, and he became fully alert. He quickly raised his gaze and was met with a scene of utter chaos on the first floor. The counter lay shattered, treasures and elixirs scattered across the ground. This is bad. Manager Zhou abruptly stood up, only to spot a figure standing before him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the young master, who had arrived with the enchanting fairy Qingyin of the Xianyun Tower the day prior. Tianling Yu. As he uttered those two words, he sensed something amiss and, suppressing the intense pain in his head, approached to investigate. It turned out he had fallen victim to a paralyzing spell. Manager Zhou exhaled in relief and, raising his hand, unleashed a surge of spiritual energy towards Zhou Tianling. Then he shifted his gaze to the cabinet housing the treasured Qingfeng sword, his pupils narrowing in shock. How outrageous! To dare rob from my Xianbao pavilion. He swiftly produced a token, pointing at it, which revealed a series of runes that quickly coalesced into a map. This person is still within the city. Just as Manager Zhou was about to set off in pursuit, he noticed that the young master remained in a daze beside him. Turning his head, he exclaimed, Why hasn't the spell been lifted? He directed another surge of spiritual energy at Zhou Tianling, only to realize something was amiss again. He hastily suppressed his rising anger and stepped closer for a careful examination. Hiss! It was not a paralyzing spell at all. Manager Zhou's expression turned to one of confusion. This was neither a paralysis, spell, nor a form of restriction. He could not detect any external fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from Zhou Tianling. Yet his body was as rigid as stone, causing his internal energy to spiral out of control wildly. If not guided promptly, he feared that in no time his meridians would be severed, rendering his cultivation utterly wasted. Manager Zhou altered his hand seals, casting a series of unbinding spells upon Zhou Tianling's major acupoints. However, the spiritual energy vanished without a trace, as if it were a cow sinking into the sea. How strange, when the world is happening. Meanwhile, Wu Daliang was racing towards the Xianyan Tower at breakneck speed. Yet, en route, the storage bag at his waist, containing the extraordinary Qingfeng sword, suddenly erupted in brilliant golden light, swelling with alarming speed, as if it were about to explode. Wu Daliang's heart trembled. What on earth is happening? Chapter 70. A gesture unveils the truth. Wu Daliang swiftly concealed himself within an unoccupied alley, whereupon he opened his storage pouch, only to discover that the predicament lay with a certain extraordinary treasure and several exquisite artifacts. Most notably, the issue was centered around the exceptional Qingfeng sword. He was aware that treasures from the Xianbao pavilion bore locational marks, but he never anticipated such an outrageous situation, so much so that even the storage pouch proved incapable of providing concealment. He hastily retrieved the treasure, only to be blinded by the golden radiance emanating from the sword's body, its brilliance visible from several miles away. Wu Daliang quickly returned it to the pouch. What to do? The pouch would likely not withstand the pressure for long before it burst. More importantly, he had no time to waste. That old man possessed unfathomable strength and was likely already in pursuit. Initially, he had intended to frame Bai Yuchan with the stolen treasures, hoping that Lordly would track her on behalf of the Xianbao pavilion, leading them to an inevitable confrontation. He believed that once they engaged Bai Yuchan, if indeed a practitioner of the demonic path, would not be able to conceal her nature from their discerning eyes. Yet, Wu Daliang did not foresee the exceptional anti-theft measures of this treasure. If he attempted to approach her under these circumstances, she would likely be discovered before even reaching the Xianyan pavilion. Suddenly, the storage pouch began to swell rapidly, resembling an overinflated balloon. This was dire. It was on the verge of exploding. A sense of dread enveloped Wu Daliang as he pondered frantically, until a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. He hastily retrieved a chamber pot from another pouch, one he had brought from Wushan village, and forcefully shoved it into the storage pouch. After a brief moment, the pouch miraculously ceased its inflation. Not only did it stabilize, but the golden light also dissipated. To his astonishment, this was the true utility of the chamber pot. A grin spread across Wu Daliang's face, and he shook the pot, marveling at its stability. With a sigh of relief, he turned his course toward the Xia family estate. Until he comprehended these anti-theft marks fully, he could not recklessly proceed to frame Bai Yuchan. What if he inadvertently exposed himself? He could not possibly implicate her with all these treasures, could he? Even if he managed to frame her with a single artifact, it would trouble him for many days. Bestowing her all these treasures would surely equate to courting his own demise. Upon returning to the Xia household, Wu Daliang lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find solace in sleep. Firstly, the quantity of stolen treasures was indeed overwhelming. He assessed his haul: 1 extraordinary treasure, 11 various weapons, and over 50 bottles of first and second-tier medicinal pills. Based on his understanding, the combined value of these items was no less than 15 million spirit stones. If he were to sell them, it would be a windfall. Secondly, the multitude of experiences he had undergone in recent days had left his mind in disarray, and he found himself uncertain of his next steps. Should he disperse his cultivation and start anew? Or should he pursue the path of the demonic arts, biding his time until he became invincible before challenging the celestial realms? Truth be told, the thought of dispersing his cultivation was difficult to bear. After all, these supreme techniques were undeniably formidable, far surpassing those lesser skills by a considerable margin. The more he pondered, the more chaotic his thoughts became. Ultimately, he decided to deal with Bai Yuchan first. Wu Daliang forcibly cleared the clutter from his mind and began to contemplate how to deliver one of these treasures to her, as well as how to attract Luo Xiao and his associates in the process. On the other side, Manager Zhou was in a state of frantic sweat, even neglecting the robbery of his shop. He had exhausted all his means, yet Zhou Tianling remained unchanged, his body as rigid as a stone statue, with only his eyes moving, while the power within him surged violently. How peculiar! It is worth noting that he was a being who had lived for 3,000 years. Having witnessed far too much and grown weary of it, he had sought solace in this small place. However, the bizarre immobilization technique before him made him realize his own ignorance. What was the origin of this individual? recalling the earlier enigmatic concealment technique, which had allowed the intruder to approach him unnoticed and then to knock him out with a single blow. It was laughable to think such a feat could be accomplished against a being of 3 millennia. This person was certainly not an ordinary individual. Manager Zhou glanced at Zhou Tianling again. Not only was he the son of the Moon-Watching Realm's Treasure Pavilion's master, but also his great-grandson, and a prominent genius among the younger generation, ranking within the top 100. The consequences of any harm befalling him were unimaginable. Tianling, I shall escort you back to Moonwatch City, he declared. As soon as the words left his mouth, he stepped forward with the rigid Zhou Tianling, only to remember that the entire Falling Sunset City was sealed off by the Demon Extermination Guard's formation. There was no way out. What to do now? The Demon Extermination Guard was investigating the matter, and not even the Pavilion Master would dare to easily allow them to deactivate the formation. If nothing happened, it would be fine, but if any issues arose with the demonic sect in Falling Sunset City, their treasure pavilion would inevitably be accused of collusion with demonic cultivators. This responsibility was one that even the Pavilion Master could not bear. What should be done? Manager Zhou stood Zhou Tianling beside him, pacing back and forth, when suddenly he recalled the robber. To untie the bell, one must be the one who tied it. He took out the previous token again, casting a spell, only to discover that he had lost track of the treasure's location. No wonder they dared to rob my treasure pavilion. They indeed possessed some skill. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, the rigid Zhou Tianling was caught by a gust of night wind, toppling over onto his face, resulting in a bruised and battered appearance. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Manager Zhou quickly helped him up, pondering for a moment before taking Zhou Tianling and soaring into the sky, heading straight for the warship above. Luo Xiao was pacing excitedly in the grand hall of the warship. Just moments ago, he had received notification that nearly 200 young talents departing from Falling Sunset City had encountered problems. He was currently investigating, and once confirmed, he would await his rise in status. If what Wu Dalang said was true, finding their roots in that old forest could potentially lead him to the position of Deputy Hall Master. Your Excellency, Manager Zhou of the Treasure Pavilion requests an audience. Upon hearing the voice from outside, Luo Xiao halted, suppressing his excitement, and turned his head in confusion to look at Wang Tongwei. What would he want? Wang Tongwei shook his head and replied, I am unaware, but he appeared quite anxious, accompanied by a severely ill youth. Severely ill youth? Luo Xiao was taken aback. Surely, this old man could not be asking me to assist them medically? Nonetheless, despite the fact that the Immortal Treasure Pavilion had no direct ties with the demon-slaying hall, its unique status meant he could not simply turn a blind eye. Bring them in. As you command. Wang Tongwei clasped his fists in acknowledgement. Soon, Manager Zhou hurriedly entered with Zhou Tianling, who was in a state of distress, and saluted. Luo envoy tonight. He recounted the events that transpired at the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiao was left astounded. What? They dared to rob the Immortal Treasure Pavilion? Having lived for 2,000 years, he had never heard of anyone bold enough to commit such an act. This was truly unprecedented. It is worth noting that the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, the gathering of Immortals Tower, the Immortal Melody Tower, and the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion formed the unwavering commercial quartet of the cultivation world. Even formidable sects would bow to their authority. At times, even the heavenly court would grant them no favors. The reason no one dared to provoke them was not only due to their immense power, but also their unique capabilities and methods. For instance, the treasures housed within the Immortal Treasure Pavilion bore exclusive tracking marks. Without their secret arts, no one could erase them or evade their pursuit. Once captured, they could be dealt with at will. Although Luo Xiao had never heard of anyone daring to rob the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, he was well aware of the fates that befell those who offended the four great powers. 3,000 years ago, a formidable being in the tribulation stage brazenly stormed into the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, accusing them of selling counterfeit goods. As a result, 3 days later, his primordial spirit was extracted and sealed within the eternal torment lamp, subjected to the flames of retribution for a millennium, crying out in agony without end. Yet today, the Immortal Treasure Pavilion had been robbed. Luo Xiao could not help but admire the audacity of the robber. Manager Zhou, do not fret. As long as the robber is still alive, he must be within the city, Luo Xiao reassured, then turned to Wang Tongwei and instructed, notify the newly appointed Mayor Jiang to initiate a search throughout the city immediately. His gaze then fell upon the resolute Zhou Tianling, observing him before dismissively stating, rest assured, Manager Zhou, it's merely a minor immobilization spell. I could dispel it with a mere gesture. Chapter 71. Are you capable? As he spoke, Luo Xiao did not wait for Manager Zhou to intervene. He pointed directly at Zhou Tianling, causing the latter's eyes to dart about wildly. To his surprise, Luo Xiao's forceful touch penetrated Zhou Tianling's body without encountering the expected restraining power. Clearing his throat, Luo Xiao, feeling a bit embarrassed, continued, do not rush. There are numerous binding restrictions on him, and I have only unraveled the first layer. Manager Zhou regarded him with skepticism, uncertain of the veracity of his claims. Nevertheless, he understood that each demon slayer was well-versed in formations and restrictions, and thus decided to allow him to proceed. If he could successfully break the restraints, there would be no need to activate the Grand Formation. Luo Xiao circled around Zhou Tianling, growing increasingly alarmed as he detected no abnormalities. Not even a hint of the restraining aura. Intrigued, he pondered how, after years of combating demons, he was encountering such an elusive binding technique for the first time. With a decisive motion, he employed a specialized secret method to dismantle restrictions, pointing at Zhou Tianling once more, but to no avail. He repeated the action, still achieving no results. It was only when he noticed Zhou Tianling's forehead glistening with cold sweat that he paused. What manner of restriction is this? Even I, a fourth-tier formation master, cannot unravel it? Luo Xiao placed his palm upon Zhou Tianling, keenly sensing the surroundings, yet still unable to detect any restraining aura. However, he could sense that something within Zhou Tianling was amiss. He continued his attempts, but each time, Zhou Tianling's complexion grew paler, his eyes bulging with distress. Manager Zhou watched with a pained expression, wondering if Luo Xiao would ever succeed. Luo Xiao's persistence remained unyielding as he continued to probe, but still yielded no results. Frustrated, he scratched his forehead, contemplating the peculiar situation. After a moment, he raised his hand again. Manager Zhou quickly intervened, fearing that if he did not stop him, this man might inadvertently harm his beloved grandson. Perhaps it would be best to activate the Grand Formation and allow me to return to Wangyue City, where his father could seek assistance. Luo Xiao, feeling awkward, scratched his head in apology. Unfortunately, that would be unfeasible. The demonic clues we have obtained are of utmost importance, and to prevent any leaks, I cannot leave without orders from above, even as the envoy. What? Manager Zhou was taken aback. If the restriction remained unbroken for too long, Zhou Qianling's internal spiritual energy would inevitably surge uncontrollably, leading to potential injury, or worse, the destruction of his foundational cultivation. What to be done? Suddenly, Luo Xiao proposed. Lordly is also present. He has extensive knowledge of restriction techniques. Perhaps we can enlist his aid? Manager Zhou contemplated this suggestion. If they were unable to resolve the issue, it was unlikely that anyone in Wangyue realm could. Time was of the essence, and this was the only viable course of action. Then I must trouble you, Envoy Luo. Soon, the drowsy Lordly was summoned. After hearing Manager Zhou's introduction, he circled around the seemingly statuesque Zhou Tianling before dismissively commenting, is this not merely an ordinary seal? Look at how anxious you all are. A seal? Both Luo Xiao and the others were taken aback. No wonder it couldn't be undone. It turns out to be a seal. Manager Zhou felt a surge of joy in his heart and hastily clasped his hands, saying, I kindly request Lordly to lend his assistance. Our immortal treasure pavilion will surely offer substantial gratitude. Such words are unnecessary. Lordly chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. A strange twitch occurred at the corner of Manager Zhou's eye, as he suddenly recalled having heard a similar phrase moments ago. Bang! Lordly struck Zhou Tianling on the chest with a palm, breaking the seal. The onlookers widened their eyes, staring at Zhou Tianling, and after a few moments, they realized he remained as still as a statue. Lordly was taken aback, Having studied seals for nearly a millennium, he could instantly discern that this was a second-level seal. As a formidable figure in the nascent soul stage, how could he possibly be unable to break it? Could it be a matter of insufficient power? Contemplating this, he gathered his spiritual energy and struck again. The next moment, a mouthful of old blood erupted from Zhou Tianling's mouth. Tianling, Manager Zhou, was alarmed and rushed over to examine him, only to discover that not only had Zhou Tianling's immobilization technique failed, but he had inexplicably sustained internal injuries. At this moment, three forces within him were surging chaotically, threatening to tear him apart. Lord Li was momentarily stunned. He then turned to Luo Xiao, realizing that Zhou Tianling had already suffered internal injuries prior to this. He had merely brought him over to bear the consequences. Luo Xiao felt a bit awkward, pondering for a moment before his eyes suddenly lit up. Manager Zhou, the only one who can undo the seal on the young master, seems to be Lord Su within the city. Lord Su, Manager Zhou's face twitched. Do you intend to deliberately lead Zhou Tianling to his demise? Indeed, Lord Li quickly chimed in, introducing Su Guanxu's identity. Su the immortal. Manager Zhou's heart leapt with joy. He had long heard of Su Guanxu's reputation and was well aware of her prowess. If even she could not unravel this restriction, then surely no one else in the world could. Manager Zhou immediately nodded in agreement and led Zhou Tianling straight to the gathering Immortals Tower. Luo Xiao and the others curiously followed, eager to comprehend the intricacies of this remarkable immobilization technique. Before long, the group arrived at the gathering Immortals Tower. That scoundrel Wu Daliang, running off without a word. Just wait until I find you. You'll see how I deal with you. The sullen Qin Jiro, upon reaching the 5th floor, spotted a crowd blocking the entrance. Move aside, Qin Jiro shouted in anger, suddenly recognizing Luo Xiao among the throng. She then turned her gaze to the stiff Zhou Tianling beside him and prodded him with her finger. What has happened to this fellow? Lord Li quickly interjected. Miss Qin, you have arrived at just the right time. We are about to pay a visit to Lord Su, and we hope you will help us announce our arrival. Bang! Qin Jiro, disregarding the situation, jabbed her finger at Zhou Tianling. Puff! Another mouthful of blood spewed from Zhou Tianling's lips. Oh dear, this doesn't seem like an immobilization technique. Qin Jiro was taken aback. Tianling, Zhou Zhonggui's face darkened. If this continued, he would surely be driven to his wits' end by these people. Fortunately, the door suddenly swung open from within. The few individuals turned their heads in shock, immediately clasping their fists in salute. We pay our respects to Master Su. Su Guanqiu paid them no mind, her gaze fixated on Qin Jiro. A pang of anxiety gripped Qin Jiro's heart, and she quickly explained, Aunt, I did not seek out Wu Daliang. It was just that Huo was hungry. So, I went downstairs to find something for it to eat. With that, she hastily darted into the adjacent room. Su Guanqiu frowned momentarily before her attention shifted to the resolute Zhou Tianling. Master Su, I am the manager of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Tonight, Zhou Zhonggui promptly bowed and recounted the night's harrowing events in detail. Upon hearing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed Su Guanqiu's eyes. Could it be that someone had the audacity to rob the Immortal Treasure Pavilion? No, she suddenly recalled a certain individual. Given that person's nature, it was indeed within the realm of possibility for such a deed. Her gaze sharpened, locking onto Zhou Tianling, as she discreetly activated her true eye of the cave. A glimmer of insight illuminated her eyes, but then her brow furrowed in dismay. What audacity Wu Daliang had, even daring to target the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. She swiftly discerned that a peculiar force was coiled within Zhou Tianling, having not only sealed his meridians and spiritual energy, but also imprisoned his dantian, effectively stifling the circulation of his vital energy. Without prompt intervention, he would surely perish from the depletion of his meridians within 3 days. Moreover, this strange force was one she had previously sensed emanating from Wu Daliang. With a delicate gesture, Su Guanqiu formed an intricate seal in the air, which she then directed straight into Zhou Tianling's body. Yet, to her astonishment, it bore no effect. Chapter 72. Was she lonely? Su Guanqiu furuit herboroth. It was not that she could not contend with this immobilization spell, but rather that the ordinary magic could not touch the peculiar force that Wu Daliang had embedded within him. She stepped forward, placing a finger on Zhou Tianling's forehead. Upon further examination, she realized she had underestimated this power. Not only was it elusive, but it also gnawed at her spiritual energy. No wonder they were at a loss. Master Su, do you have a solution? Zhou Zhangguwei, beside her, was drenched in sweat. Su Guangqiu ignored him, her gaze shifting as an enigmatic aura surged around her. As her hair danced in the air, her fingertips suddenly glimmered with a ghostly blue light. With a hum, she retracted her fingers, forcefully extracting the mysterious energy that resided within Zhou Tianling. It transformed into a translucent wisp of light, writhing and struggling as if it were a living entity. Su Guangqiu then formed a hand seal, sealing this mass of power and embedding it within the jade bell at her waist. In the next moment, Zhou Tianling suddenly exhaled sharply, his body going limp as he collapsed to the ground. Tianling, Zhou Zhangguwei exclaimed, hastily supporting him. Gulf, Grandpa, I'm Fine. Zhou Tianling waved his hand. Upon observing this, Zhou Zhangguwei let out a sigh of relief and quickly examined his body, finding that aside from some internal injuries, everything else had returned to normal. He promptly retrieved several healing pills, placing them in Zhou Tianling's mouth, and his pale complexion gradually improved. Zhou Zhangguwei quickly rose, clasping his fists in gratitude. Thank you, Master Suyu. Before he could finish, Su Guangqiu turned and entered the room, the dark red door closing silently, leaving Zhou Zhangguwei feeling as though he had pressed his warm face against a cold surface. The others felt a touch of awkwardness, yet dared not express any dissatisfaction. In a formal setting, simply encountering her would be a challenge, let alone seeking her assistance. Luo Xiao suddenly turned to Zhou Tianling, a smile gracing his face as he approached, intending to investigate the nature of this immobilization spell. Upon seeing his hand extend towards him, Zhou Tianling recoiled slightly. Lord Luo, please wait. He had been psychologically scarred by these two. Initially, he had only sustained minor internal injuries, but their earlier bravado had exacerbated it to severe wounds, even causing several ruptures in his veins. If they continued to meddle, he feared the situation could become dire. Just as Luo Xiao was about to speak, his waist token suddenly flickered. Upon inspecting it, he was filled with delight. Zhou Zhangguwei, take the young master to rest. The seal on Luoxia City should be lifted in 3 days. Leave the pursuit of that rogue cultivator to the city lord's mansion. With that, he hurriedly departed. In the room, Su Guangqiu stood by the window, gazing at the jade bell in her hand, her eyes filled with an unprecedented perplexity. What exactly was this power? Her cultivation had reached celestial heights, traversing countless secret realms and perilous places, yet she had never encountered such a force. This energy bore the characteristics of spiritual power, yet it was more unruly. It also possessed an eerie essence akin to demonic energy, yet lacked the true malevolence of genuine dark forces. It resembled a chaotic force that harnessed spiritual energy while also being imbued with demonic essence, akin to an original power forged from the fusion of myriad strengths. She had witnessed individuals adept in both spiritual and demonic arts, as well as those who combined spiritual and demonic entities, but all had ultimately met with catastrophic demise. Yet today, she beheld one who could amalgamate various powers to cultivate an original force. This revelation shattered her understanding of the path of cultivation. Suddenly, a thought struck Su Guangqiu. Her pupils constricted, and her breath quickened. An unprecedented shock enveloped her. She grasped the bell in her hand tightly and paced the room, alternating between joy, panic, and anxiety. Finally, she abruptly halted, lifting her gaze to the window. 1,000,000 years had passed, yet this legend had resurfaced. No, she could not allow him to be exposed. Promptly, she retrieved the decree from her waist, lightly tapped it with her delicate fingers to send a message, and in the blink of an eye, vanished from the room. Meanwhile, Wu Daliang found himself unable to sleep, intent on practicing but hindered by his paranoid delusions that prevented him from calming his mind. Just then, the communication stone at his waist flickered to life. He picked it up discovering a message from Su Guangqiu, come to the south of the city. Wu Daliang hurriedly rubbed his eyes to confirm, and indeed, it was from her. What could this woman want in the dead of night? Was she feeling lonely? He pinched himself to ensure he was not dreaming. Could it be that his springtime had arrived? If he could win over this formidable figure, having her as a cover might truly allow him to thrive in the demonic realm. Wu Daliang quickly leapt from bed, donned a fresh outfit, and tidied himself up, feeling as though something was amiss. He dashed to the garden to gather a bouquet of fresh flowers before stealthily making his way to the summer residence. As he stepped outside, he encountered groups of soldiers scouring the streets for someone. Wu Daliang swiftly employed his skill in stealth to navigate towards the south of the city. Upon arriving, he spotted a striking silhouette atop the city tower, gazing in his direction. Wu Daliang leaped up to the tower and presented the flowers he had crafted himself. "Guangqiu, do you like them?" Upon hearing this address, Su Guangqiu frowned. She disregarded the flowers in his hand and spoke directly, "If you wish to live, do not meddle in the affairs of the demon-slaying hall. The heavenly court is not as simple as you imagine, nor is the demonic path as foolish as you presume." Wu Daliang felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had expected her visit was born of solitude, only to find her scolding him for his meddling. But wait, how did she know I had assisted Luo Xiao with that ill-conceived plan? He realized he had underestimated her identity. She might very well be a leader in some department of the heavenly court. Otherwise, how could she have known so swiftly? Wu Daliang quickly concealed the flowers, scratching his head as he replied, "Sister Su, I did not meddle. I merely mentioned it casually." Su Guangqiu continued to gaze at him with an expression devoid of emotion. Originally, she had many words to express, but fearing that his audacious nature might lead to adverse consequences, she hesitated. Then she continued, "Before you reach the stage of transformation, refrain from engaging with the celestial realm, and do not provoke the demonic path. Do you understand?" Wu Daliang was taken aback. What did this mean? From her words, he discerned 3 parts concern and 7 parts warning. This was perplexing. Why was she warning him? And why did she express concern for him? Could it be that she truly harbored feelings for him? After pondering for a moment, he felt he might be overthinking. Yet, why did she summon him at such a late hour to convey these seemingly trivial matters? Could it be? Could she be aware of his affiliation with the demonic path? At this thought, Wu Daliang's pupils contracted. The implication was already quite evident. Her caution against engaging with the celestial realm suggested a fear of his identity being exposed, while her warning against the demonic path hinted at concerns of being implicated. He quickly grasped Su Guangqiu's arm, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. "Sister Su, thank you for your admonitions. Rest assured, I will absolutely avoid both the celestial realm and the demonic path from now on. Please, do keep this confidential for me." Chapter 73. The return to the Abyssal Dragon Pool's secret realm 3 months later. Su Guangqiu furrowed her brows, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. Could it be that he was already aware of her true identity? The tension and panic evident on Wu Daliang's face seemed genuine. After pondering for a moment, Su Guangqiu released a breath of relief and gently pushed him away, reiterating her warning. "As long as you do not act recklessly, no one will uncover your identity." A great weight lifted from Wu Daliang's heart. He had never anticipated that a powerful figure would know of his demonic identity and still be willing to keep it a secret, even coming to remind him in the dead of night. With her providing cover, his situation would surely improve. However, such a scenario still felt precarious. If she could discern his demonic nature, who could guarantee that others would not as well? No matter how elevated her status or formidable her power, once discovered by some exalted being from the celestial court, his fate would be sealed. This thought only amplified his paranoia. "Sister Su, why not activate the Great Formation? And I'll make a hasty retreat to the mountains for a while to avoid burdening you. What do you think?" Su Guanyu's brow twitched. Advising him against recklessness was not an invitation to cowardice. She truly felt the urge to slap him. Suppressing her impulse, she retrieved an ancient ring and tossed it to him. "Take this. Leave Luoxiao City in 3 days to join a sect, and find a way to participate in the Abyssal Dragon Pool's secret realm 3 months hence. There is something within that is of utmost importance for you, and you must acquire it." Wu Daliang gazed at the ancient ring in his hand, nearly overwhelmed with emotion. But before he could utter the words, "Once I ride the auspicious clouds, I shall come to marry you," Su Guangqiu had already vanished from his sight. He examined the storage ring closely. He could hardly fathom what had drawn such a stunning woman to him, willing to risk so much to assist him. This storage item was of no ordinary grade. It was a supreme magical artifact with a space capacity of up to 100 cubic units. Yet, the contents were rather meager, primarily consisting of medicinal pills and spiritual herbs for cultivation. Nonetheless, the quality was commendable. Among the modest inventory were 20 vials of 3rd and 4th tier pills, and most significantly, 3 portions of the origin spirit. The origin spirit was akin to a rare treasure, reputed for its extraordinary effects such as purifying the marrow, evolving spiritual roots, and extending life. A myriad of wondrous properties encapsulated in a single spiritual entity. It was a priceless commodity, scarce in the outside world and seldom seen even in the celestial court. Could it be that this woman truly harbored feelings for me? Apart from this possibility, Wu Daliang could conceive of no other explanation. This was not merely an act of aiding him amidst peril, but rather an investment of significant value in his future. Surely, she could not also be of the demonic path? However, his divine sight revealed no gray or black threads surrounding Su Guangqiu. The only plausible explanation for her actions would indeed be her affection for him. No, this cannot be. I must diligently cultivate to achieve the status of Demon Emperor. When I command the realm of cultivation, I shall present her with the 8 desolations as a marriage proposal and the myriad worlds as gifts, welcoming her to ascend to the position of the celestial Demon Empress. Wu Dalang set a flag, and soon after, he swiftly returned to the summer residence. By the way, what on earth is this Guishu Dragon Pool's secret realm? How does he know it contains the treasures I seek? Could it be linked to some demonic emperor's legacy? Lying on his bed, Wu Dalang pondered this, noting the absence of any records in the ancient texts of the Summer family, and resolved to inquire with the elder Summer the following day. The next morning, Wu Dalang was roused from his slumber by the cacophony outside his courtyard. He opened his senses to discover it was the group of elderly clan heads who had persuaded him to eliminate bandits, now accompanied by a throng of young women. They surrounded his small courtyard, whispering and pointing as if they were perusing a zoo. Summer Ningxuang stood there as well, pouting with a face full of jealousy. What were they up to? Wu Dalang wondered. How fortuitous! Just as I was lamenting the lack of an opportunity for revenge, this band of traitors has come to my doorstep. Bang! Wu Dalang kicked open the door. Before he could utter a word, the old men instantly donned obsequious smiles, presenting their carefully prepared gifts while bowing respectfully. Young Master Wu, good morning. Thank you for rooting out those nests of evil in our Luoxia city and helping us settle a long-standing debt. Indeed, without your intervention, we might not have known how we would meet our end. Young Master Wu, this small token of our gratitude is but a humble gesture, and we hope you will not take offense, but rather continue to look after us in the future. Seeing the gifts in their hands, Wu Dalang's anger dissipated, replaced by a broad grin. Oh dear, you all are being far too courteous. He swiftly collected the various boxes and storage bags from the crowd, cradling them in his arms. Thank you for your generosity, but I shan't keep you for a meal. As he gathered the treasures, Wu Dalang began to usher them out. Young Master Wu, please wait. Wang, the clan head, grasped his arm and turned to introduce a charming young lady standing outside the courtyard. Young Master Wu, this is my beloved granddaughter. Before he could finish, another elder pulled forth a young girl, declaring, this one is mine. In an instant, the air was filled with a cacophony of voices, each attempting to promote their kin. Leave. Wu Dalang glared fiercely, and instantly, silence fell over the crowd. He was aware that these individuals were merely seeking refuge, fearing the city would remain sealed and potentially face a massacre. Once the city was reopened, they would likely scatter. Bang! He returned to his room, slamming the door behind him, leaving the bewildered assembly of elders and youths in the courtyard. What is this? We, the Summer family, have already extended our hand. What more do you desire? Summer Ningxuang stepped forward, her heart swelling with delight as she chastised the fanciful crowd. The elderly men shifted uncomfortably, while the young women cast resentful glares at Summer Ningxuan. Oomph. So what if she possesses slightly greater talent? So what if she is a touch more beautiful? So what if her cultivation is a tad higher? What is so remarkable about that? Wu Dalang returned to his room, dumping the treasures from each storage bag onto the floor. There are not many valuable items, but the abundance is what truly matters. The various first-grade spiritual herbs collectively weigh around 200 pounds. Additionally, there are numerous first and second-grade pills. The most plentiful are the spiritual stones. He estimated there to be approximately 20,000. Along with the 45,000 spiritual stones he possessed earlier, he now totals 70,000, marking him as quite the tycoon. He had underestimated these families, discovering they had so much wealth yet to be claimed. Wu Daliang grinned as he gathered the treasures. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, he found it was Xianing Shuang. Young master, Lord Luo has informed you to attend a banquet at Xianyun Tower this evening. Chapter 74. Bai Yuchan summons the master. A feast. Wu Dalang felt a sudden unease, realizing the implications of the situation. His haphazard conjectures regarding demonic doctrines were likely accurate. Otherwise, this family would not have invested such substantial resources once again to host a lavish meal for him. I understand now. Wu Dalang nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze falling upon Xia Ningxuan. He observed that, during this period, she had silently advanced to the 8th layer of qi refinement. The pressure she had endured recently must have spurred her on. Indeed, even prodigies require tempering. Without pressure, how could there be breakthroughs? Xia Ningxuan no longer blushed shyly under Wu Dalang's gaze as she had in the past. She realized that with his remarkable talents, if she continued to be so reserved, she would eventually become merely a fleeting presence in his life. After pondering for a moment, Wu Dalang produced a storage bag. Inside were various first and second-tier elixirs and spiritual items, which had little utility for him due to their low conversion rates. He promptly handed it to Xianing Shuang, saying, "Here, take this and cultivate diligently." "Thank you, young master," Xianing Shuang replied, her small face lighting up with joy. Initially, she felt discontented about his invitation to such an extravagant gathering, but upon receiving her first gift from Wu Dalang, her spirits soared. She could also surmise that the contents were resources for cultivation, indicating his regard for her and his desire for her to follow in his footsteps. "Young master, I shall take my leave now." Wu Dalang, suppressing a twinge of reluctance, waved his hand. His intention in gifting her these resources was not merely to expect her to keep pace with him. Rather, he saw in her eyes a wisdom that transcended her years, a stark realization born from recent upheavals, leading her to discern the true path of survival. By providing her with these resources, he merely hoped to ease her journey along the thorny road ahead. In 3 days, he would depart from his place. After all, they had shared a brief acquaintance, and he wished to send her off on her journey. Casting aside these thoughts, Wu Dalang washed his face and tidied himself up, then sat at the table to contemplate. Last night, Su Guanxiu had cautioned him against getting too close to those individuals. Now that he had allowed them to taste success, they would not easily let him slip away. Moreover, the matter concerning Bai Yuchan also needed to be addressed during tonight's feast. He contemplated his approach towards Luo Shao. He had yet to devise a suitable plan. Being too forthright could provoke his displeasure. He decided to remain adaptable, and if necessary, he could invoke Su Guanxiu's name for support. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Wu Dalang retrieved the elixirs gifted by Su Guanxiu. These were top-grade, third-tier spirit-gathering pills, each containing 1,000 pure units of spiritual energy. Their market price was 2,000 spiritual stones each, and he possessed 10 bottles, each containing 10 pills, amounting to a total of 200,000 spiritual stones. Wu Dalang hesitated to consume them, yet with significant matters at hand tonight, every bit of strength would ensure greater security. After a moment's deliberation, he decided to take out the elixirs, placing one into his mouth, where it dissolved instantly. Without awaiting the operation of his martial arts, the dark circular disc within his mind trembled violently, as a surge of spiritual energy was transformed into a robust internal force, instantly permeating his limbs and bones. Regrettably, the conversion rate was merely 30%. Wu Dalyang's expression darkened. He had never anticipated that such an extraordinary elixir would yield such a paltry conversion rate, comparable to the results of a mere 10 days of meditation. It was rather a loss, yet it was better than having nothing at all. Money could always be earned again. Wu Dalyang stuffed the remaining elixirs into his mouth, and within moments, only 3 vials remained in his hand. However, his cultivation was already at the initial stage of foundation establishment, and fortunately, he could sense an increase in his strength. 200,000 spirit stones were indeed extravagant. It would have been swifter to invite a few demonic cultivators to deliver a beating. As for the last vial of gathering spirit pill, Wu Dalyang reluctantly put it away, unwilling to consume it. Although 10 vials of 4-grade elixirs remained, they were primarily meant for tempering the body and bore little effect on his cultivation level. After tasting one, he found it ineffective, possibly due to his physique having reached its peak at this stage. He surmised that the 3 pieces of primordial spirit were what Su Guanxiu had most intended for him, while the elixirs were likely given in passing. The primordial spirit was a priceless treasure, and he hesitated to consume it for fear it might yield no effect. Wu Dalyang stored away the spiritual herbs and, feeling a tad bored, decided to converse with old Master Xia. Presently, aside from himself, no one in the city was aware that the city lord was of the demonic path. Otherwise, chaos would surely ensue. To his surprise, Commander Jiang had indeed fulfilled his ambition of ascending to the position of city lord. His cherished destiny had now materialized, with the spirit rice returned to the Xia family. He awaited the arrival of the Qingxian sect elder in half a month to secure a spot as an inner disciple. However, Su Guanxiu had only allotted him 3 days, compelling him to seek assistance from Lord Li, hoping to expedite his acquisition of a senior sect position. He needed to enter the sect swiftly to glean insights into the mysterious realm of the Guishu Dragon Pool, as old Master Xia had never heard of this secret domain. In the Shangyun Tower, within a chamber on the 5th floor where elegant melodies once flourished, the doors and windows were now tightly shut, plunging the room into darkness. Bai Yuchan, clad in simple garments, sat at a table, gazing at a jade pendant in her hand, her delicate features alternating between distress and anxiety. After a prolonged moment, she slowly approached the window, peering through the crevice to observe the sun sinking beyond the mountains. Initially, she had believed that the grand formation within the city would open today, but as the day passed without a hint of movement, she realized she could no longer afford to wait. The consequences of inaction were unthinkable. Bai Yuchan's gaze sharpened, a flicker of resolve crossing her face, and she decisively crushed the jade pendant in her hand. Buzz! In an instant, as the pendant shattered, a dark radiance erupted, spreading throughout the room like ink staining the night. The light twisted and churned, coalescing in the void into a vague silhouette, clad in black robes, exuding a chilling aura, as if a specter had emerged from the depths of the abyss. Bai Yuchan immediately knelt, exclaiming, "Chanter pays respects to master." Though the figure remained indistinct, its silhouette revealed the presence of a woman, whose elegance could rival even that of Su Guanxiu. She cast a glance at Bai Yuchan, a flicker of helplessness crossing her eyes as she spoke coldly. "Chanter, do you understand that the decree permits you to acquire only 1 token every 100 years? You have barely entered this world for less than a month, yet you have already squandered it. Do you comprehend the consequences?" "Master," Chanter had no choice in the matter. Bai Yuchan replied, promptly recounting the illustrious deeds of Wu Dalyang from the previous night. She concluded, "I suspect that the destruction of the stronghold in Luoxia City is also the doing of Wu Dalyang. Is that so? It appears a genius such as this has emerged in the world," Luo Yuehong remarked, her expression reflecting a dawning realization. After a moment's pause, surprise tinged her voice. "Chanter, did you say he's only 16? Indeed, my secret technique cannot be mistaken. Even if he is not 16, he certainly cannot be over 20. Bai Yuchan asserted with unwavering confidence. At just 16, he possesses the ability to discern the complexities of the universe and unravel the foundations we have nurtured for a millennium. Such talent may well surpass even the legendary saint of heavenly secrets of yore. Should he continue to develop for another 100 years, the landscape of this world may very well. Master, Wu Daliang will return to my Xianyan Tower tonight. Should I seize this opportunity? Bai Yuchan gestured decisively, mimicking a slashing motion. Chapter 75. Would you be willing to become your master's partner on the path? Luo Yuehong pondered for a moment before shaking her head. No need. Bai Yuchan was taken aback, perplexed. Master, if we allow him to continue advising those who vanquish demons, the consequences could be dire. Sanya, I truly do not know how to express my thoughts to you. Do you know why among the 3 saintesses of the Red Moon Palace, only you have not successfully entered the world? Bai Yuchan felt a bit embarrassed. In truth, she was a saintess, and their paths had been predetermined the moment they were born. The method of entering the world was but one aspect. However, in her desire for a safer and swifter realization of her grand ambitions, she unilaterally rejected the previous plan and chose what she believed to be the most secure route. As a result, she encountered trouble the moment she entered the world. Luo Yuehong regarded her with a calm expression and said softly, Chan'er, if you wish to survive in this world, you cannot always focus on the immediate pros and cons. Sometimes, sacrificing certain things will reveal to you that the true expanse of the universe is far more vast than what lies before you. Bai Yuchan was puzzled as to why her master would suddenly speak this way. Shouldn't the demonic path be approached with utmost caution? Noticing her lack of understanding, Luo Yuehong sighed in resignation and shifted her tone. You need not worry about external matters. We have already sensed the anomaly today and are currently assessing the situation, although we have yet to take action. However, your information is quite timely and of great importance to us. As she finished speaking, Luo Yuehong's expression became solemn. The words I am about to share are of utmost significance. They pertain to your future and the very survival of our lineage. Bai Yuchan nodded earnestly. Master, please proceed. From your earlier account, that Wu Daliang appears to be a newly emerged rogue cultivator who has yet to join any faction. Those without affiliation cannot be considered our true enemies, regardless of their actions. You will continue to perform as usual. I surmise they will resume discussions on vanquishing demons tonight. And that Luo, she will undoubtedly extend an invitation for him to join the Demon Vanquishing Hall. If he agrees to join, you shall administer the 9 transformations demon elixir that I have entrusted to you. This, Bai Yuchan was momentarily taken aback. The 3 transformations demon elixir was an exceedingly precious 3rd-grade potion, which, for practitioners of the demonic path, could provide profound enlightenment. It was intended for her to break through to the Golden Core realm. Should an ordinary cultivator consume it, their entire spiritual energy would be instantly transformed into demonic energy, becoming a true demon cultivator. Master, what if he does not join the Demon Vanquishing Hall? Luo Yuehong fell silent for a few seconds, her gaze fixed upon her, her voice dropping a notch. If he does not join the Demon Vanquishing Hall, then he is your destined confidant. Confidant? Bai Yuchan was immediately taken aback. A destined confidant would imply a lifelong partner on the path. However, she had never taken this destined confidant seriously, merely viewing it as a guise to uphold the title of the pure sound fairy. Could it be that she was meant to be a partner to Wu Daliang? Master, what does this mean? Luo Yu's crimson eyes shone with seriousness. It signifies what you are pondering in your heart. This is an alternate path to worldly engagement that I have unilaterally arranged for you. Luo Yu's expression shifted, and she promptly responded, Master, although I have failed in worldly matters, I have chosen to assume the identity of the Qingyin fairy along another path. Why has this suddenly changed? The holy maidens of her lineage must maintain their purity. The moment they take a partner, they forfeit their status as maidens, thus losing their value to the organization. Does this not equate to being abandoned? With a hint of helplessness, Luo Yu said, Silly girl, do you not perceive that the young man possesses extraordinary talents? As long as you remain by his side and earn his trust, is this not superior to other means of engaging with the world? Even if you were to succeed in entering the world, your ultimate aim would still be to reach the heavenly court. This young man will inevitably attract the attention of the heavenly court in due time. At that point, you could seamlessly accompany him into the heavenly court, and with his protection, you would surpass all previous holy maidens. Furthermore, if you can inspire him to fall deeply in love with you and lead him towards the demonic path, is not beyond the realm of possibility. Bai Yuchan contemplated calmly and realized that Master S' words indeed held a modicum of truth. Wu Dalang, despite his youth, already possessed foundational strength, a rarity among the gifted. Coupled with his terrifying insight and strategy, he was destined to achieve great things in the realm of cultivation. Such a talent, if harnessed for their demonic lineage, could potentially elevate their path to unprecedented heights. She marveled at her Master's discerning eye, recognizing Wu Dalang's worth at a mere glance, and felt a pang of shame for her own ignorance. This path she had prepared for over 3 centuries would have required her to gradually ascend to the heights necessary to reach the heavenly court, a journey that would take at least 500 years. However, if she could secure Wu Dalang's assistance, perhaps she could reach the heavenly court in a mere century. With a sigh, Bai Yuchan resolved to entrust her fate to Master S' guidance. A smile of joy appeared on Luo Yu's face as she nodded in appreciation. Channer, listen well. This young man, despite his youth, has already forged bonds with the lower officials and lords who have roamed the cultivation world for millennia. Moreover, in less than half a month, he single-handedly dismantled our stronghold that we had cultivated for 2 centuries and disrupted our millennia-long schemes. From my vantage point, honed over 5,000 years in the cultivation world, this individual is far more than just clever. He possesses both courage and strategy. I possess a modicum of knowledge in observing the heavens and deducing from the prevailing trends. The sudden emergence of this young man is unlikely to be mere coincidence. I suspect he may possess heavenly mandate. Heavenly mandate? Bai Yuchan's heart trembled. One who bears the heavenly mandate is favored by the way of heaven and destined to align with the grand trends, impervious to human obstruction. In essence, such a person carries a mission from the heavens, blessed by their favor, and is destined to instigate a monumental upheaval within the realm of cultivation. Luo Hongyue continued, My dear disciple, my intention in allowing you to engage with him transcends mere alliance with a prodigy. It is to position you as a pivotal player in this impending upheaval. Bai Yuchan nodded in understanding. Those destined by fate are individuals of grand fortunes. They not only enjoy the favor of the heavens, but also subtly alter the destinies of those around them. If she seizes this opportunity, her life could be irrevocably transformed, perhaps even leading her out of the shadows. Suddenly, Luo Hongyue's expression turned gravely serious. Channer, to ensure the success of his plan, I shall not disclose today's events to anyone else. This knowledge shall remain solely between us, master and disciple. The vast net of the moon-watching realm will be entrusted to the demon-slaying palace, serving as a pathway for you. Your task is to exert every effort to gain the trust of Wu Dalang. In this matter, I cannot assist you. However, I shall do my utmost to provide all resources to support you from behind the scenes. Master, Bai Yuchan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, though she did not fully comprehend the implications of the promise of resources. The fact that the formidable net of the moon-watching realm was composed of nearly 1,000 practitioners of the demonic arts, directly employing them to pave her way, spoke volumes of Luo Hongyue's commitment and the weight of her words. It meant that henceforth, the entire lineage of the demonic path would serve her alone. Thank you, Master, Bai Yuchan said, overwhelmed with emotion, bowing deeply in gratitude. Rise, Luo Hongyue gestured lightly, then continued, My avatar shall await you here. Once you confirm that Wu Dalang has not joined the demon-slaying palace, notify me immediately. Chapter 76. Entering the Demon Extermination Hall, at least a position of a practitioner. Indeed, Bai Yuchan shook her head. Luo Hongyue nodded in agreement. Very well, if he does not join, we shall proceed with the plan. I will send someone to rendezvous with you. You may convey any needs through them. You may leave now. Understood. Bai Yuchan bowed deeply and exited. Luo Hongyue gazed at her retreating figure, murmuring, I hope my celestial calculations are not flawed. Meanwhile, Wu Daliang was timing his departure from the Xiao residence. Upon stepping outside, he encountered the imposing Commander Jiang, who was directing a group of soldiers at the street corner. No, it should be said the city lord Jiang. Upon spotting Wu Daliang, the city lord immediately approached with a face full of obsequiousness. Young Master Wu, what brings you here? Oh, little Jiang, I am on my way to a banquet, Wu Daliang replied, patting him on the shoulder, offering a look of approval. The guard behind him were left in astonishment. Who is this young man? Even our city lord is bowing to him. Could he be the scion of a hidden noble clan? But he hardly looks the part. Smack! City Lord Jiang, noticing their bewilderment, slapped one of them on the face and scolded, "What are you staring at? Hurry and pay your respects to young Master Wu." Yes, yes, yes. The guards quickly bowed and said, "We pay our respects to young Master Wu." City Lord Jiang then glared and declared from now on, "Encountering young Master Wu is tantamount to meeting me. Is that understood? Enough. Why all this formality?" Wu Daliang grinned, waving his hand. Curiously, he pointed to the patrol team and asked, "What are you doing that requires the city lord to personally lead the charge?" "Oh, young Master Wu," Jiang replied, "I received orders from Lord Li to apprehend a robber. It may frighten you." Lowering his voice, Jiang added, in Luoxiaking, "Someone dares to seek death by robbing the immortal treasure pavilion. I have heard that such occurrences have not happened in our Wanwei realm for millennia, and anyone who lays eyes on the immortal treasure pavilion." Wu Daliang felt a wave of anxiety wash over him and quickly interjected, "Have you made any progress?" Jiang leaned closer, whispering, "That robber dares to rob the immortal treasure pavilion. How could we, this ragtag bunch, possibly have any success? We are merely putting on a show." Wu Daliang twitched his lips, appreciating the self-awareness. Allowing a drunken fool to pursue him was indeed comforting. "Well then, I shall not disturb your charade any longer." Having gathered the information he sought, Wu Daliang promptly made his way to the Immortal Melody Pavilion. Once Wu Daliang had distanced himself, City Lord Jiang slapped his thigh in realization. "Alas, I forgot to seek young Master Wu's assistance as instructed by Lord Li." Upon arriving at the base of the Immortal Melody Pavilion, Luo Xiao and his companions rushed out with beaming smiles. "Brother, we have awaited your arrival. Brother, thanks to you, I have reaped rewards in my nearly 2,000 years at the Demon Extermination Hall. In accordance with your conjecture, we have not only identified all the suspicious individuals who departed from Luoxia City, but we have also discovered several of their rendezvous points based on their habitual activities. All that remains is to locate their lair. Rest assured, my friend, your reward shall be plentiful." Luo Xiao, brimming with excitement, recounted their findings in great detail. Wu Dalang's heart raced with anxiety. If the demonic faction were to discover this, it could lead to dire consequences, especially if the idea had originated from his own loose lips. "No, I must act quickly to deal with Bai Yuchan. If she is indeed aligned with the demons, it would spell disaster for me. My brother, you exaggerate. Those were merely the drunken ramblings from last night. Your significant discoveries can only be attributed to the misfortune of those demons. No need for gratitude. If one can deduce such fortunate outcomes while inebriated, imagine the potential when sober." Luo Xiao, unable to contain his delight, exclaimed, "Brother, the feast has already been arranged, and the fair Bai will be performing a tune." Wu Dalang grinned widely. "My dear brother, you are far too gracious. Let us not linger here. Please, let us proceed to the 5th floor." Lord Li promptly beckoned. The benefits had all accrued to Luo Xiao, while his own rewards remained elusive. Having occupied his position for over a millennium, he did not seek promotion but merely a change of scenery. The Wanwei realm, the smallest in the East Wilderness, hardly bore any prestige or prospects. However, encountering such talent as this, maintaining a good rapport with Wu Dalang could yield lifelong advantages. As Wu Dalang ascended to the 5th floor, a rich aura of spiritual energy enveloped him. Upon glancing around, he noted that the atmosphere this time was no less impressive than the last. "Greetings, esteemed lords." A gentle voice spoke. Wu Dalang turned to see Bai Yuchan waiting in the hall, still adorned with her veil, her eyes revealing no signs of abnormality. Instead of the previous resentment, there was an air of admiration towards him. How peculiar. Wu Dalang pondered. If she were of the demonic faction, she should harbor animosity towards him. Why then did she exude a sense of reverence? He activated his divine sight once more, scrutinizing her closely. Although her inner lines had been disguised, he could still discern traces of the deception. Confusion enveloped him. With a slight shake of his head, Wu Dalang deactivated his divine sight and said, Fairy Qingyin, you are too kind. As per our usual custom, please perform the piece from our last encounter. He then settled comfortably, grasping a plate of unknown spiritual beast meat, and began to eat heartily. Luo Xiao hurriedly filled his cup with the intoxicating brew, steering the conversation directly to the matter at hand. Brother, I have heard that you have just descended the mountain for worldly experience. How about joining my demon extermination hall? Rest assured, your position within the hall will be esteemed, at least as a traveler. Wu Dalang inwardly scoffed. A mere traveler? Is this an attempt to belittle me? In terms of rank, a traveler is only slightly above a city lord, nowhere near the stature of a lord. He bluntly replied, My dear brother, I appreciate your intentions, but I have grown accustomed to freedom since childhood and have never been one to submit to authority. If I were to join, I fear I would be expelled by your esteemed leader on the very first day. Luo Xiao chuckled, My dear friend, you worry too much. In our hall of demon extermination, there are countless extraordinary individuals, each possessing a unique temperament. Our leader eagerly seeks talent and values strength above all. Trivial matters are never held against anyone. Besides, with me as your elder brother to protect you, who would dare to make you suffer? He then shifted his tone, gently persuading, moreover, facing the world alone ultimately leaves one at a disadvantage. Our hall boasts an extensive intelligence network that spans the globe. Any rare treasures or ancient relics will be reported to us without delay. This is far superior to stumbling about like a headless fly. Wouldn't you agree? Wu Daliang took a substantial bite of the spirit beast meat, momentarily stunned. This treatment, if I were to refuse, wouldn't that be foolish? He wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth and regained his composure. Were he not affiliated with the demonic path, he might have accepted such an offer. But now, to wander amongst a pack of wolves daily, what difference would that make to courting death? Even Su Guanxiu could discern his true identity. Who could guarantee that others would not as well? Yet, the allure of rare treasures and ancient relics, along with the promise of immediate intelligence, was undeniably compelling. Wu Daliang's mind raced, and suddenly an idea struck him. He placed a hand on Luo Xiao's shoulder and, employing a thought transmission audible only to the two of them, began to respond. Chapter 77. My dear young master, you are the one for Bai Yuchan and me. Upon hearing those words, Luo Xiao was first taken aback, then filled with uncontainable joy, only to have his expression shift to one of regret as he sighed. Since my younger brother's ambitions lie elsewhere, I shall not press you further. From a distance, Bai Yuchan covertly cast a glance at Wu Daliang. Exhaling a sigh of relief, her ears suddenly flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Luo Xiao poured another cup of wine for Wu Daliang, saying, My younger brother, now that you have made your intentions clear, I shall not compel you any longer. However, I kindly ask that you assist me, your elder brother, in the future. With that, he produced a storage ring. Wu Daliang, unhesitatingly, seized it, scanning its contents with his divine sense. He patted his chest and grinned. Luo Laoj, you are truly generous. Rest assured, your affairs shall become my affairs from this day forth. Excellent. Let us toast. Luo Xiao filled his own cup, and the two clinked their glasses together. Nearby, Lordly observed the entire scene. Although he was unaware of the details of Luo Xiao's private discussion with Wu Daliang, he could sense the overwhelming excitement radiating from Luo Xiao, which surpassed even the glory and elation he felt upon receiving commendation from his superiors that day. Being a seasoned veteran in the intricacies of human relations, Lordly understood perfectly Wu Daliang had not declined the invitation to join the demon slaying hall, maintaining an impassive demeanor. He lifted his own cup, his thoughts racing before his face broke into a warm smile. He retrieved a storage ring and casually pushed it toward Wu Daliang, saying, Wu Laodi, your remarkable contributions to the moonlit realm in eradicating the demonic path deserve this humble token of gratitude, a small expression of my personal appreciation. He then shifted his tone, sincerity evident in his voice. Should you require any assistance in the moonlit realm in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Whatever is within my power, I shall see to it. Wu Daliang accepted the offering with a broad grin. Well said. With you, Li Laoj, vouching for me, I could traverse the moonlit realm with confidence. Rest assured, you are my elder brother, and your matters will also be my concerns. There is no need for formality." The three exchanged knowing smiles, their laughter resonating with an unspoken understanding that only they could comprehend. Their cups were raised once more, gently clinking together, the crisp sound seemingly heralding the quiet formation of a new triad, centered around the moonlit realm, composed of the officials, the demon-slaying hall, and a mysterious, powerful individual. Meanwhile, Bai Yuchan watched in a state of bemusement. What is amiss? Has this fellow agreed or not? Wu Dalang drained his cup and shifted the topic, by the way. "My elder brother, I have heard that those who contribute significantly to the city may obtain a sect's celestial opportunity. Is there any truth to this?" Lord Li, upon hearing this, suddenly grasped the situation. Wu Dalang likely intended to conceal his identity and infiltrate the sect from within, aiming to uncover the vast web of demonic influence entangled within the sect's power structure. He was aware of Lord Su's identity, a sort of immortal responsible for overseeing the sect within the empire. He nodded decisively. "My younger brother, which sect do you desire? I shall arrange it for you." As a governor overseeing a territory, with 3,000 cities under his jurisdiction and countless sects, Lord Li possessed the influence to monitor these establishments as well. Securing a few slots in the sect is as easy as pie. Wu Dalang felt a surge of delight within. He initially thought acquiring a ready-made celestial sect position would entail some complications. Yet from his tone, it seemed simpler than selecting a cabbage at the marketplace. "Brother, please make the necessary arrangements for me." His aim was solely to enter the secret realm and obtain the items mentioned by Su Guanxiu, not to genuinely join a sect. He held no particular attachment to any sect. Beside him, Bai Yuchan, upon hearing Wu Dalang's intention to develop within a sect, breathed a sigh of relief. This indicated that, for the time being, he would not be joining the demon extermination hall. After pondering for a moment, she resolved to seize this rare opportunity and prepare to act. Bai Yuchan gracefully rose, her delicate hand lifting as she offered a respectful greeting to the assembly. "Esteemed lords, I may be unworthy, but I wish to play a tune on the guqin to entertain you." Lord Li and Luo Xiao, caught in the moment's enthusiasm, readily accepted, nodding in agreement. Wu Dalang, filled with unexpected joy, felt his mood uplifted, and naturally, he would not decline the chance to observe this woman. "Sister, please grace us with a piece." Bai Yuchan's heart fluttered with joy as she gracefully seated herself behind the guqin. She quietly channeled her spiritual energy, her beautiful eyes shimmering with autumnal depth, seemingly focused on the strings. Yet her peripheral gaze remained fixed on Wu Dalang. The piece she intended to perform was not a conventional melody, but rather an obscure, yet extraordinarily effective ancient demonic tune, Curse of Parting Sorrows. Though the title sounded ominous, it held profound mysteries. This piece could, through its unique spiritual resonance, forcibly draw forth the listener's internal energy, prompting it to flow in accordance with an ancient rhythm. For cultivators, this was akin to a passive epiphany. More importantly, the performer could establish a subtle spiritual resonance with the individual whose energy was being stirred. At that juncture, with a slight nudge, she could attribute Wu Dalang's enlightenment to being her fated companion. With a strum, the guqin sound emerged, imbued with a hint of melancholy and ethereality, seemingly capable of penetrating flesh and bone to reach the very soul. Both Lord Li and Luo Xiao, discerning individuals, felt a stirring within their own energies the moment the melody graced their ears. They exchanged astonished glances, recognizing the rarity of such an effect at their level of cultivation. Hastily, they focused their minds, silently mobilizing their profound techniques, unwilling to squander this heavenly opportunity. Within the elegant chamber, the resonance of the Tao flowed as spiritual energy surged. The profound Tao rhythm, potent enough to move any golden core cultivator, fell upon Wu Dalang like spring rain upon parched earth. Yet he merely perceived a cacophony that left him uncomfortable. Was this the so-called playing to a cow? Was I that cow? What is happening? Bai Yuchan's heart trembled as she realized that the Tao rhythm she played vanished the moment it touched Wu Dalang. A ridiculous thought flashed through her mind. Could he be a non-cultivator? Yet, she quickly extinguished that notion. It was utterly impossible. If he were not a cultivator, How could Lord Li and Luo Xiao hold him in such high regard? Frowning in contemplation, she struggled to discern the reason, ultimately compelled to exert her spiritual power to the fullest. As Wu Daliang sat there, increasingly distressed, he fidgeted restlessly, pondering how, despite his lack of musical talent, he still possessed a fundamental understanding of music theory. Why did it sound so unbearable? Suddenly, with a sharp twang, a string snapped, and the sound ceased abruptly. Li Fujian and Luo Xiao opened their eyes, both radiant with newfound vigor, but upon glimpsing Bai Yuchan's pallid complexion, they could not help but feel a jolt of alarm. Qingyin Fairy, what troubles you? Bai Yuchan, in a flurry of thoughts, gathered her courage and spoke up. Young master, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Wu Daliang. Since I began my journey in the art of the guqin, I have played this piece no less than 1,000 times. Those who have listened were either moved by the profundity of the melody or delighted by the resonance of their souls. Yet, it is only you, Sir Wu, who can discern the essence of this composition, appreciating its harmony without being swayed by external distractions. She paused, skillfully elevating Wu Daliang's seemingly indifferent reaction to an extraordinary level. The Lishang Chu draws upon the paths of others, but only a true connoisseur exists in a realm of their own, untouched by external influences. Young master, you are precisely the one I, Bai Yuchan, have long awaited. Chapter 78. Brother takes charge, assisting you to redeem yourself. Wu Dalan found himself unexpectedly exhilarated by her eloquent words. Am I truly that remarkable? Hold on. A kindred spirit? Wu Dalan's pupils dilated in shock. This term was one he had only ever heard from this woman. Destined companions. Ah, splendid. I previously thought you were harmless, but now your true intentions are revealed. Wu Dalan swiftly concluded that this woman posed a significant threat, likely a sinister force sent to draw near and take his life. I suppose I am indeed playing a tune for the deaf. How could I possibly be that extraordinary? Lord Li gazed at him with envy, bowing in reverence, his tone imbued with admiration. My dear brother, congratulations. To be regarded as a kindred spirit by the illustrious Qingyin Fairy is a distinction that would surely incite envy among the self-proclaimed prodigies of the Chongyang realm. Luo Xiao, brimming with excitement, clapped Wu Dalan on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Brother, congratulations. If the fairy herself has spoken thus, it must be a fateful bond bestowed by heaven. As he spoke, he leaned in closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Brother, the celestial maidens of Xianyan Tower, especially someone of Qingyin's stature, initiating such a connection, even contemplating leaving Xianyan Tower with you. Such occurrences are, if not unheard of, exceedingly rare in the Chongyang realm. If word of this spreads, it will undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire realm by tomorrow. Your name, Wu Dalan, will likely resonate even louder than that of the realm's lord. Luo Zhao's words struck Wu Dalan like a series of heavy blows to the heart. It was over. A sense of foreboding gripped him. He could already envision the attention of every cultivator, noble, and even spies from the demonic path converging upon him. But that was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was that he was about to become a public enemy, drowned in the enmity of this woman's suitors. This woman truly wishes for my demise. Qingyin Fairy. Oh, no, dear sister-in-law. Rest assured, with me, Luo Xiao, by your side, none shall dare to trouble you. Fumei, I shall take charge and assist you in redeeming yourself. Not enough funds? Fear not. I, Luo Xiao, will go to any lengths to ensure the success of your extraordinary bond with my brother. With that declaration, he turned to seek out the steward of Xianyan Tower. Stop. Wu Dalan urgently grasped Luo Zhao's arm. Brother Luo? No, don't act rashly. Absolutely not. My lord. Sniff. Bai Beiqi gently bit her lower lip, her shoulders trembling slightly as she gazed at Wu Dalan with tear-filled eyes, choked with emotion. Sniff, is it Yuchan? Has Yuchan caused you distress? If so, I would willingly remain in this Xianyan Tower for eternity as long as you hold but a fleeting thought of me in your heart. That would suffice. Her words, accompanied by her unparalleled beauty and tearful countenance, tugged at the heartstrings of all who heard them. Indeed, Luo Xiao, with his straightforward nature, was instantly enraged, glaring at Wu Dalang. "Brother, how can you so cruelly wound our sister-in-law's heart? Are you not a man? Damn it!" Wu Dalang's gaze sharpened, revealing a glimmer of murderous intent. Reaching for the storage pouch at his waist, he prepared to deal with the woman before him. Just then, a waft of fragrant air enveloped him as the matron of Xianyan Tower, a voluptuous and enchanting beauty, glided in with a serpentine grace. Her voice, both sultry and playful, carried an air of languid authority. "Ah, allow me to see which fortunate gentleman has captured the heart of my dear Qingyin," she cooed. Wu Daliang's heart raced as he instantly recognized her as the nascent soul master who had discreetly marked him the previous night, instilling a sense of caution within him. He suppressed the murderous intent surging within. "Mama Xiao, this is my brother Wu Daliang," he introduced with fervor, thumping his chest and declaring grandly, as the elder brother, "I shall take charge today. With such deep affections, we cannot allow her to languish in the world of dust and wind. Brotherly, let us join forces." Lordly, a man of straightforward disposition, nodded in agreement. "It is only right." Without hesitation, both Luo Xiao and Lordly began retrieving items from their storage artifacts before the astonished crowd. "I have 300,000 low-grade spirit stones and several magical artifacts. That should suffice," Luo Xiao declared, producing a heavy storage pouch. "Brother Luo, such generosity. I have 200,000 here, making a total of 500,000. Surely, this will be enough to redeem the lady," Lordly added, presenting his contribution. 500,000. The sight of the stacked storage pouches made Wu Daliang's eyes blaze with disbelief. This was not merely 500,000 cabbages, but 500,000 spirit stones. Enough to purchase a small sect or equip a formidable team of cultivators. To squander such wealth on this woman? Absolutely not. His reason teetered on the brink of collapse, struggling fiercely as he prepared to voice his objection, unwilling to allow such riches to go to waste. However, Bai Yuchan was quicker. She performed a graceful bow first to Luo Xiao and Lordly, then turned to Mama Xiao, her gaze clear and her voice soft yet laden with a weight of sacrifice. "Mama Xiao, Yuchan understands that 500,000 spirit stones may not suffice. The remainder can be deducted from my savings over the years. As long as I can accompany the young master, even if I must leave with nothing, I willingly accept." Upon hearing this, Mama Xiao dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief, her voice trembling. "They say we are heartless courtesans and ungrateful performers. Yet today, our Qingyin has imparted a lesson to all the lovesick women in the world." With a sigh, she continued, "You have shattered my heart, you foolish girl. Very well, very well." Yuchan, gently patting Bai Yuchan's hand, Mama Xiao, her eyes glistening, spoke earnestly, "Though you may leave our Xianyan Tower, this will always be your home. If ever you face any grievance, do not suffer in silence. Come back and tell Mama. We may lack in many things, but we will always stand by our daughters." "Thank you, Mama Xiao." She bowed deeply, her eyes misty with tears as she gazed at Madame Xiao and then at Wu Dalang beside her, articulating her vow with each deliberate word. Yuchan felt immensely fortunate to have garnered the affection of the young master in this lifetime, akin to a blessing bestowed across 3 lifetimes. Now, with her mother and the enchanting Xianyan Tower as her support, she vowed to wholeheartedly serve the young master and fulfill her duties as a woman of the Wu family. Wu Dalang's lips twitched slightly, and suddenly he regained his composure. If he were to eliminate this woman, the 500,000 would be irretrievable. No, Wu Dalang would never engage in a losing venture. He must recoup his losses. Chapter 79, I Am Bai Yuchan, the newly appointed companion of the young Master Wu. Wu Dalang found himself wandering out of the Immortal Melody Pavilion in a daze. At this moment, he strode along the street with a grim expression, while Bai Yuchan trailed behind, cradling her Guqin. With each step he took, she followed suit. 500,000 spirit stones. How long must I toil to recover such a sum? The more Wu Dalang contemplated, the more distressed he became. If I were to eliminate this woman, I would suffer a total loss. Yet, there was another reason for sparing her life. He had concluded that she was a spy sent by the demonic sect. Rather than dispatching assassins for a covert attack, They had chosen to send her to ingratiate herself with him, which suggested that he was not in immediate danger. These fiends must have some ulterior motive. If they have a purpose, it is advantageous. I might be able to recoup my investment. Nonetheless, caution was imperative. He must never reveal his identity as a member of the demonic sect, lest they seize upon that weakness and exploit it. Upon returning to the warship, Luo Xiao could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired of the lord of the Li residence, Brother Luo. What did the young Master Wu say to you tonight that has rendered you so generous? That is a staggering 500,000 spirit stones. Luo Xiao cast him a sidelong glance, his expression impassive, and retorted, "It pertains to the confidential matters of the Demon Extermination Hall. It would be wise not to pry. Simply cooperate fully, and I assure you, prosperity shall follow." The lord of the Li residence grimaced, almost grinding his teeth in frustration. Confidential matters of the Demon Extermination Hall? Brother Luo, that is rather inconsiderate. Of that 500,000 spirit stones, over 200,000 belong to me. If you refuse to enlighten me, then why drag me into this expenditure? He lamented, "I feel like a complete fool, coerced into spending a lifetime of savings with nothing to show for it. Is there such blatant injustice in the world?" At these words, Luo Zhao's mouth twitched. Am I truly so unreasonable? Ah, brotherly, while I cannot divulge the secrets, I can share other details. Then do so quickly. The lord of the Li residence replied curtly. Young Master Wu is working on behalf of Lord Su, and by extension, for our Demon Extermination Hall. Do you understand? Luo Xiao revealed a piece of publicly shareable intelligence. Ah, I see. The lord of the Li residence nodded in sudden comprehension, his expression easing somewhat. If he is serving Lord Su, then that makes sense. However, he then speculated discreetly, could it be that young Master Wu intends to unearth the vast web of the demonic sect hidden within the sect? No sooner had he spoken than he sensed a palpable tension in the air. Luo Xiao, who had earlier sought to soothe him, now wore a grave countenance. Your tongue will ultimately lead you to calamity. Some thoughts, once conceived, must remain unvoiced. To speak them could spell disaster for not only you, but many others. Seeing that he had been subdued, Luo Xiao gradually tempered his demeanor, though his tone remained intensely serious. However, you are correct in your conjecture. Yet, it is far more than that. With a peculiar smile playing upon his lips, he leaned closer and continued. The reason young Master Wu has willingly embraced this perilous task, risking his life, is primarily to earn the promised reward. Reward? Li Fuyun was momentarily taken aback, then blurted out, could it be the betrothal gifts for the Qin family in the capital? Indeed, Luo Xiao replied, naturally patting his shoulder, his tone earnest. Don't you think you should express your gratitude to me? Li Fuyun's expression darkened. Gratitude for what? We merely assisted Wu Laodi in finding a woman. The Qin family is one of the most prominent ancient clans in the capital. Even the most formidable figures would show them some respect. If the Qin family discovers our good deed, what do you think? Luo Xiao felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Oh no, how could I have forgotten this? Meanwhile, upon hearing that Wu Daliang had returned, Xia Ningxiang promptly emerged from her training room, carrying a bowl of the detoxifying soup she had prepared. Upon reaching the entrance of Wu Daliang's courtyard, she caught sight of Bai Yuchan, who was veiled in delicate gauze, and inquired with curiosity, Who might you be? Bai Yuchan turned her head at the sound, her gaze sweeping over Xia Ningxiang from head to toe, as she beheld Xia Ningxiang's ethereal beauty, which rivaled her own. A flicker of realization crossed her eyes. Now she understood why Wu Daliang was dissatisfied with her. You must be the elder sister, she said. I am Bai Yuchan, the new partner of young Master Wu. My husband is weary and has just taken a rest. As I am new here, I hope you will look after me in the future. Suddenly, the bowl of soup in Xia Ningxiang's hand slipped and shattered on the ground. The warm liquid splattered over her, yet she remained oblivious, her gaze fixed intently on Bai Yuchan, her mind a blank. New partner? Panic seized her. She harbored feelings for Wu Daliang, even envisioning herself as his future wife. Yet she was not. With a single statement, this woman had obliterated all her hopes and pride. You are speaking nonsense. Xia Ningxiang's voice trembled uncontrollably, her usually clear eyes now clouded with anger and grievance. She disregarded her composure. I am the one. Bai Yuchan interjected gently. Please do not be angry, elder sister. Her voice held just the right touch of a whimper, her eyes shimmering with tears, creating a pitiful visage. Elder sister, please don't be like this. I am scared. I know you met young master first and are fond of him. However, when it comes to matters of the heart, how can one distinguish between who came first? She lifted her misty eyes to gaze at Xia Ningxiang, her expression pure as a clear spring, yet her words struck like poison needles. Young master and I share genuine love. I implore you, elder sister, considering we both cherish him, do not tear us apart, please. Inside the room, Wu Dalyang's lips twitched. Was this what they called a fire in the backyard? Without further thought, he dashed outside. Miss Xia, do not heed her. This woman is not stable. Without hesitation, Wu Dalyang grasped Xia Ningxiang's wrist and pulled her forcefully into the courtyard. He was acutely aware that both women might be somewhat unhinged, but to avoid implicating Xia Ningxiang, he could not allow her to be entangled with someone like Bai Yuchan, a woman of dubious character. Bang! He closed the door with a swift motion, leaving Bai Yuchan's astonished and aggrieved visage outside. Xia Ningxiang could no longer contain herself. The pent-up grievances burst forth like a dam breaking, tears cascading down her cheeks like scattered pearls. Wu Dalyang felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Oh, my dear Ningxiang, why are you crying? That woman is clearly unhinged. You cannot trust her words. Xia Ningxiang ignored him, silently shedding tears. She was not a fool. How could she possibly bring someone home if there was nothing between them? Although the woman's face was unknown to her, her figure was undoubtedly more alluring. Don't all men prefer such charms? Just think what kind of discerning eye does Wu Dalyang possess. Would he ever be attracted to such an affected woman? She pales in comparison to you, even to a single strand of your hair. These words momentarily paused Xia Ningxiang's sobs. I simply had a bit too much to drink tonight and accidentally brought her back. To avert a scene of chaos, Wu Dalyang hastily fabricated an excuse. Xia Ningxiang's cheeks flushed, betraying her embarrassment at his crude and straightforward remarks. Chapter 80 The City's Praise and Truth. Xia Ningxiang was not particularly concerned about the number of women surrounding him. In this realm of cultivation, it was commonplace for the strong to have multiple partners, a notion she had grown accustomed to since childhood and was not averse to, especially for a prodigy like Wu Dalang. It was only natural that he would have several confidants. What truly weighed on her mind was her standing in his heart, whether she occupied the most significant position. Upon receiving this answer, a subtle joy blossomed within her. Young master, I have misjudged you. She lowered her head, her long eyelashes fluttering like delicate fans, revealing a glimmer of light in her eyes. Was it really that easy to placate you? Wu Dalang was taken aback, having prepared numerous words to elaborate. After a moment of contemplation, he produced 3 high-quality spirit-gathering pills and handed them to her, saying, Here, take these and cultivate diligently. Do not be swayed by that woman. Although each of these pills was worth 2,000 spirit stones, their conversion efficacy was rather low, rendering them somewhat wasteful. It was more prudent to consider them as a gesture of goodwill, a form of compensation for the disturbances of recent days. Even as he anticipated the dual cultivation of celestial and demonic paths, he knew he would lack for resources. Especially with an informant from the demonic sect by his side, his experience would surely flourish. Wu Dalang's thoughts flowed freely. Yet the sight of the pills in Xia Ningxiang's hands was akin to a thunderclap. 3 high-quality spirit-gathering pills. Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Her breath momentarily caught in her throat. She was no stranger to the world and had encountered her fair share of elixirs. However, high-quality pills of this caliber were typically reserved for the most esteemed core disciples or elders who had rendered significant contributions, even within advanced sections. The annual income of her Xia family could scarcely afford a single one, yet Wu Dalang had casually gifted her 3 vials. At that moment, all misunderstandings, grievances, and thoughts of Bai Yuchan evaporated like mist. She finally comprehended her precise standing in Wu Dalang's heart. With a sudden impulse, she stepped forward, rose on her toes, and swiftly pecked him on the cheek. Flushed with embarrassment, she clutched the pills tightly in her palm like a frightened little rabbit and turned to flee. As she passed the doorway and spotted Bai Yuchan still standing there, she paused and shot her a disdainful glance. Hiss. Perhaps I should not have intervened with this girl. It seems the misunderstanding has escalated. Wu Dalang helplessly touched his cheek where she had kissed him. Observing Xia Ningxuang's victorious silhouette and Bai Yuchan's increasingly frosty gaze at the entrance, he felt overwhelmed. The following day, as dawn broke, the enormous array that had enveloped the city for several days dissipated unexpectedly, like a bubble being punctured. The glaring sunlight poured down, dispelling the gloom that had weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. The array has been lifted. We are saved. No longer must we fear being purged by the demon suppression guards as accomplices of the demonic path. The once silent streets erupted with jubilant cheers, as countless citizens poured from their tightly shut doors and windows, embracing one another in tears of joy, celebrating their survival from calamity. The long-repressed fear was finally unleashed at this moment. The city lord, Tian Xing, in collusion with the forces of darkness, has been slain on the spot. This announcement issued by the Demon Extermination Guard instantly cast a deathly silence over the entire city, soon followed by a deeper sense of panic and dread. The city lord, actually allied with the dark forces? This revelation was shocking to the common folk, but for the heads of the prominent families within the city, it felt akin to being struck by a bolt from the blue. Those who had once shared cups and brotherhood with Tian Xing in the city lord's estate now felt a chilling dread surge from their feet to the crown of their heads, their backs drenched in cold sweat. They suddenly realized that they had not merely been lingering at the gates of death over the years. They had been foolishly placing their heads beneath the guillotine, relying solely on luck to avoid the fatal blow. The thought of their family's fate, having danced on the brink of the abyss countless times, filled them with waves of regret and dizziness. Soon, another detail was unearthed and rapidly circulated among the elite circles. The one who severed the city lord's head was none other than the formidable Wu Daliang, unlike the trepidation felt by the heads of the families. This news stirred a colossal wave of excitement among the common people. Following a brief moment of shock was an overwhelming sense of gratitude and fervent admiration. It turned out that the hero Wu Daliang had, unbeknownst to everyone, slain the dark-hearted city lord who sought to plunge the entire city into despair. It was he who saved the city and preserved the lives of all its inhabitants. In an instant, cries of hero Wu and Wu the Just rose in fervor. Some enthusiastic individuals even began crafting tales that depicted Wu Daliang as a visionary who discerned evil and eliminated threats for the sake of the people. His reputation soared to unprecedented heights among the populace. However, a more chilling thought soon emerged in the minds of those seemingly righteous family heads. Wait, did he know of Run Tianxing's dark identity when he executed him? The moment this question was posed, all heads fell silent. If he was unaware beforehand, then this individual's disposition was rather terrifying. This was an outright defiance against the heavens, and he had dragged all of them into the mire. A shiver ran down the spines of all the family heads as they realized how fortunate they were to have survived their close encounters with death. Meanwhile, at the city gate, "Aunt, let us wait a little longer. That fellow will surely come to see us off." Today marked the departure of Su Guanqiu and Qin Jiro. Qin Jiro had eagerly sent a message to Wu Daliang, her heart filled with anticipation as she gazed at the city gate, yearning for that familiar figure to appear, offering her a promise or perhaps merely a farewell. How long must we wait? Waiting all morning isn't enough. He should have come by now. Su Guanqiu's expression was as cold as frost. She seized Qin Jiro's wrist, unyieldingly pulling her towards the carriage. "I want tea leave. Let go of me." Qin Jiro struggled desperately, her eyes instantly brimming with tears. "You have no choice." Su Guanqiu's demeanor was resolute as he forcibly dragged the reluctant, whimpering sacred beast along with him, both unwilling to depart from the ground. The azure sedan, trailing a shimmering light, cleaved the cerulean sky in twain, advancing towards the horizon. Qin Jiro leaned against the car window, watching the city fade into the distance, ultimately waiting in vain for that faithless scoundrel. Tears cascaded down her cheeks as she bit her lip, her heart surging with an unending tide of grievance and resentment. Scoundrel, deceiver. Wu Dalang, you deceitful wretch. You promised to treat me well, but it was all a lie. You do not love me at all. I despise you. The next time I see you, I shall make you pay dearly, you rogue. Since Wu Dalang's emergence, he had never experienced such ease as today. He leapt from his bed, stifling a yawn and stretching languidly. Casually, his gaze fell upon the sound stone on the bedside, which unexpectedly glimmered with a crimson light. He picked it up to inspect. Message from Qin Zhuro, 99 Chapter 81. Is the rival in love already here? Wu Daliang felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth as he casually skimmed through the contents, letting out a long sigh of relief, his entire being relaxing. Finally, you have departed. Should Qin Zhuro overhear this, she would undoubtedly rush back without a second thought, ready to bite him to death. Of course, Wu Daliang was not the type to be ungrateful or turn his back on others. His relief stemmed precisely from the fact that their relationship remained innocent. Under pressure, he had reluctantly flirted with that extraordinary woman to stabilize the situation. Now that the crisis had passed, he had no desire to allow this temporary arrangement to further develop. After all, that girl had a mysterious background, and it was evident that the forces behind her were formidable. Continuing to provoke her would be akin to tying a volcano to himself, one that could erupt at any moment. The pressure was no trivial matter. Suddenly, the commotion outside captured his attention, and he curiously stepped out. To his astonishment, he discovered that Bai Yuchan had vanished. Shouldn't she have stood vigil all night to touch my heart? Why the impatience? Just as he muttered this, a delicate voice floated from a distance. Husband, you are awake? Husband. Wu Daliang jolted, turning sharply to see Bai Yuchan approaching with a tray of exquisite breakfast, her graceful steps drawing near. The veil that had concealed her face was absent, revealing a beauty that surpassed even Xian Ningxue by a significant margin. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. What truly astonished him was that Xian Ningxue was accompanying her. Furthermore, they appeared to be quite congenial, with Xian Ningxue even assisting in holding a corner of the tray. Wu Daliang found himself utterly bewildered, his mind momentarily shutting down. What was happening? How had these two transformed from rivals to close friends overnight? This woman's depth was unfathomable. No, it should be said that Xian Ningxue was rather naive. However, to avoid exhibiting excessive abnormality, Wu Daliang accepted the breakfast, pretending to be indifferent. If he continued to ignore her, he would need an excuse, wouldn't he? Should he claim a preference for men? Otherwise, even a fool would suspect something awry. After all, this was an unparalleled beauty, one in a million. Who could remain unaffected, seeing that Wu Daliang did not resist her as vehemently as the previous night? Bai Yuchan displayed a gentle and virtuous smile. By the way, what is happening outside? Why is it so noisy? Upon hearing this, Xian Ningxue immediately perked up. She enthusiastically recounted how the grand formation had been dismantled and how the citizens were singing praises of his achievements, expressing her pride in a jubilant tone. After listening to her account, Wu Daliang could not suppress a violent twitch at the corner of his mouth. What exactly was Luo Xiao trying to do? Was he genuinely trying to assist him, or was he scheming against him? Did he not understand the adage that those who stand out will attract the wind, and those who rise above the shore will face the current? It seemed he needed to make an early escape. After enjoying breakfast, he sought out Master Xia to inquire about the situation within the city. Fortunately, the news had yet to spread widely. By the way, this morning, Lord Li delivered the sect quotas you requested. Master Xia, brimming with excitement, handed him a storage bag. Wu Daliang opened it and was taken aback. So many? He discovered over 20 tokens, divided among 4 sects, with 5 quotas for each. In addition to the previously mentioned Qingxian sect, there were also the Tianjin sect, Qingshan Pavilion, and Xianshui Palace. Reflecting on what he had learned about the Qingxian sect, he decided to take out 5 tokens from this sect. Then, he casually picked up another token and examined it. Xianshui Palace. Master, please reserve 2 quotas for Ning Shuang's 2 brothers, and the rest can be distributed among the families in the city. This Master Xia's pupils dilated, almost in disbelief at his ears. He opened his mouth, his voice dry. Young master, do you realize each of these quotas is worth a fortune that any family in the city would gladly offer everything they own to acquire? You're just giving them away? Wu Daliang chuckled. Of course, it's not without reason. As for what the Xia family requires, you may speak for yourselves. This is the final favor I extend to you. Upon hearing this, Master Xia quickly grasped the implications. Entrusting him with these opportunities served not only to enrich the Xia family, but also to instill a sense of awe. Presenting such a substantial offering of various sect opportunities would surely instill fear among the families regarding the Xia family's influence. As he contemplated this, Master Xia felt a warmth in his eyes, tears glistening in his aged gaze. Throughout his life, he had been a master of strategy and had encountered countless individuals. Yet he had never witnessed such magnanimity and vision. His kindness transcended any mere transaction. He understood that Wu Daliang was preparing to depart. Bowing deeply to Wu Daliang's retreating figure, he spoke earnestly, his voice tinged with emotion. Young master, this great kindness will be eternally remembered by the Xia family. Ah, master, why the formality? Wu Daliang exchanged pleasantries before returning to his courtyard to make preparations for his departure that very day. As he approached his residence, he suddenly sensed a palpable aura of hostility directed at him. Wu Daliang turned his head, his heart racing. What was this young man doing here? This individual was none other than Zhou Tianling, whom he had incapacitated with his sunflower pointing finger technique. You are Wu Daliang? Zhou Tianling demanded, fury evident in his voice. Hearing this tone, Wu Daliang exhaled in relief, reassured that he had not been recognized for stealing from their family shop. Yes, do you require something? Clang! Zhou Tianling unsheathed a long sword, pointing it menacingly at Wu Daliang. Speak, what method did you employ to control Yuchan? Yuchan? Wu Daliang's expression darkened. His rival had arrived at his doorstep rather quickly. This woman was indeed trouble. However, he was no pushover. No one could covet his woman, even if she was merely a nominal partner. You wish to know? Wu Daliang inquired before continuing. Reluctantly, I shall divulge this to you. First, I shall administer a sedative to her, then drag her into the grove. Hey, you understand? You, Zhou Tianling, having cultivated his abilities to this day, had never before encountered such a brazen and shameless individual. He trembled with rage, his hand gripping the sword, veins protruding ominously. You seek death. Zhou Tianling deftly maneuvered his longsword. Wu Daliang was also prepared, ready to employ his vicious techniques against this insolent youth. Zhou Tianling, do you dare? A clear, sharp cry echoed, and the figure of Bai Yuchan appeared in an instant, arms wide open, akin to a hen protecting her chicks, firmly shielding Wu Daliang behind her. She fixed her gaze on Zhou Tianling, her eyes filled with an unprecedented resolve and frost. If you dare to harm my husband, I shall never share this world with you. Chapter 82. Qingxian sect, you must withstand that scoundrel. Zhou Tianling was utterly bewildered. The ethereal fairy he revered had, at this moment, chosen to risk her life for a rogue. The commotion soon attracted the father and son, Xia Hongbo, but they were unable to intervene. Suddenly, Zhou Tianling felt a surge of blood rise in his chest, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood before darkness enveloped him. Tianling, Zhou, the shopkeeper, suddenly appeared, catching Zhou Tianling in his arms. My apologies for the spectacle, everyone. He helped Zhou Tianling to his feet, and, as he turned, his gaze fell upon Wu Daliang. Hiss! Why does this fellow seem somewhat familiar? Unable to recall immediately, he hastened away with the increasingly agitated Zhou Tianling, eager to escape this humiliating scene. Is that all? Wu Daliang scoffed. He had anticipated a more challenging encounter, only to be thwarted by a mere exchange of words. Was he incapable of handling a single woman? Pathetic. Bai Yuchan stepped forward, lowering her head apologetically. My lord, I'm sorry for the trouble I have caused you. Not at all. Wu Daliang waved his hand dismissively. Yet, a shadow of concern crossed Bai Yuchan's lovely face. My lord, you must be cautious of Zhou Tianling. He comes from a prominent background. A sense of foreboding washed over Wu Daliang, prompting him to inquire, how significant? Bai Yuchan, her expression filled with regret, replied, he is the son of the branch leader of the Moonlit Realm's immortal treasure pavilion. Is that merely a wealthy heir? No need for concern. Wu Daliang exhaled a sigh of relief. But Bai Yuchan continued, he is not just the son of a pavilion leader. He is also a candidate for the holy son of the Taihao sect in the moonlit realm. What? Elder Xia exclaimed in astonishment. Is the Taihao sect truly formidable? Wu Daliang frowned. My lord, the Taihao sect ranks among the top 3 in the advanced sects of the moonlit realm. The strength within is vast. Even the elders, whose names are well known, can cause a region to tremble with a mere stamp of their feet. Wu Daliang let out a long breath. So, he is merely a candidate for their holy son? I thought he was the sect leader's illegitimate son. You nearly frightened me. Oh no, I must quickly prepare to flee. A look of panic crossed Wu Daliang's face. Just as he was about to leave, he pulled out a token of celestial affinity from his pocket. Miss Bai, take this. We shall rendezvous at the sect. Bai Yuchan stared blankly at the token in her hand, which bore the inscription Xian Shui Palace. Xia Hongbo and his son exchanged glances, quickly realizing that Wu Daliang's actions likely indicated a desire to distance himself from Bai Yuchan. Returning to his courtyard, Wu Daliang tidied up, though there was little to organize, as he had already prepared everything. He merely checked to see if he had forgotten anything, for his pots and pans were all exquisite treasures. As he stepped outside, he encountered the tearful Xianing Shuang. My lord, are you leaving now? Indeed, Wu Daliang nodded. Thud. Tears cascaded uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. Young master. You. A torrent of words surged within her heart, yet she found herself at a loss for how to articulate them. Wu Daliang felt a twinge in his heart. Enough, do not weep. I'm not dead. Will you accompany me into the sect, or will you go alone? I will go with you, Xia Ningxuang replied without a moment's hesitation. Wu Daliang silently cursed his own impulsive words. Taking this girl along, he truly could not discern whether it was a blessing or a curse. The words had left his lips and could not be retracted. Thus, he retrieved a token of opportunity from his bosom and handed it to her. Quickly, prepare yourself. I shall await you at the teleportation square. Young master. Just as Wu Daliang took a step forward, Xian Ningxuang called out to him again. Could you possibly grant me another token? Sensing Bai Yuchan approaching, he instinctively produced another token for her, whispering, keep it hidden from anyone but your grandfather. Husband. In an instant, Wu Daliang vanished in a flash, moving with remarkable swiftness. Husband. Bai Yuchan stamped her foot, wishing to convey to Wu Daliang that he need not worry. Her master was her support. She feared no one. Sister. Did your husband also bestow a token upon you? Bai Yuchan inquired of Xian Ningxuang. Recalling Wu Daliang's admonition, Xian Ningxuang realized the gravity of the situation and hurriedly concealed the token of the Qingxian sect. Yuchan, did you receive one too? When do you depart? Bai Yuchan pressed. I shall set off shortly. Xian Ningxuang responded before bidding her farewell and departing to gather her belongings. Bai Yuchan stood anxiously in place, taken aback by the urgency of Wu Daliang's departure. She could not accompany him now. Otherwise, how would the contacts sent by the organization reach her? Pondering, her gaze fell upon Wu Daliang's residence, and she hastened towards it. Once Wu Daliang exited the Xia residence, he deliberately slowed his pace. Damn it! After just one day, a rival appears at my door. If this continues, what will become of me? His haste stemmed not solely from a desire to evade Bai Yuchan, but also to distance himself from the dark forces that lurked behind her. With the city's grand array just activated, those sinister powers would undoubtedly attempt to make contact with her. If he lingered, would he merely become prey to their schemes? This faction of dark practitioners had endured for thousands of years. Their strength was far from merely superficial. He could not allow them to lead him by the nose. He required time to determine which path to take next. Should he pursue the dual cultivation of martial and magical arts, he would need to acquire an experienced guide, and it would not be too late to bring that girl along as well. Upon reaching the teleportation square, he found himself gazing at this contraption for the first time. At the center of the square, a colossal stone array was inscribed with an intricate tapestry of runes, emanating a soft blue glow, with a peculiar spatial fluctuation enveloping it. Wu Daliang marveled, realizing that this mechanism was far swifter than his own 2 legs. Just as he was engrossed in examining the array's patterns, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching from behind. The Xia family hastily arrived, each member's eyes filled with a mixture of complexity and reluctance, along with a profound sense of entrustment. Young master, I entrust you with Ning Shuang. Elder Xia conveyed 1,000 words in this deep bow. Understood. Wu Dalang waved his hand impatiently, casting a glance at the tearful Xia Ning Shuang beside him, and departed. Xia Ning Shuang turned back, forcing back her tears, and vigorously waved at her grandfather before quickly following. Ning Shuang, take care of yourself, Xia's mother sobbed, her arms waving incessantly, under the watchful, anxious gazes of the onlookers. The two stepped into the center of the teleportation array together. As the practitioner in charge of the formation chanted an incantation, the runes on the array suddenly illuminated, and a blinding white light surged into the sky, swiftly engulfing the two figures. As the radiance dissipated, the stone platform was left vacant. In the distance, those who had come to bid farewell exhaled a sigh of relief. Finally, he was gone. They also silently mourned for the sect that Wu Dalang was about to enter. I hope it can withstand him. This man had managed to wreak havoc across the entire city of Luoxia in just half a month. Among those mourning was Su Guangqi, located thousands of miles away. She gazed at the news of Wu Dalang's departure in the communication stone, murmuring to herself, "Those sects are now in your hands, you troublemaker. Do not let me down." After the crowd dispersed, another stunning young woman approached with her family. None other than Lu Qingmei, Xia Ning Shuang's archrival. Chapter 83, Master. He actually deceived me. A fleeting flash of white light vanished, and once more, a solid sensation underfoot greeted Wu Daliang. He had anticipated that the teleportation would be a thrilling experience, yet upon closing and reopening his eyes, he found himself in this place. Just this? He could not help but curl his lip in disdain. Spending 100 spirit stones for such a fleeting glimpse was utterly lacking in excitement. What a poor experience. Beside him, Xia Ningxue, pale from her first teleportation, clung to a nearby stone pillar, on the verge of retching. Upon hearing his words, she nearly burst into laughter. Young master, this location is still a great distance from Qingxian sect. We must walk 1,000 miles to arrive. Walk. Wu Daliang's gaze fell upon her. Are you looking down on someone? Before long, they arrived outside the city. Miss Xia, will you accompany me, or will you journey alone? Xia Ningxue was momentarily taken aback, not comprehending his meaning. Wu Daliang, having received his answer, ceased to waste words. With a swift motion, he encircled her slender waist with his arm and, with a powerful leap, soared into the air. Xia Ningxue barely had time to utter a startled exclamation before she was lifted off the ground by an overwhelming force. The howling wind rushed past her ears, and the masculine vigor of the man beside her was palpable. It dawned on her that Wu Daliang was inquiring whether she minded this mode of travel. However, a storm of emotions surged within her as she realized that there was not a hint of spiritual energy emanating from Wu Daliang. He was gliding through the sky purely on the strength of his physical prowess, and his speed was hardly inferior to that of an ordinary golden core cultivator flying on a sword. How? How is this possible? This was the pinnacle of Wu Daliang's secret skill, lightness technique, water walking. Previously, this technique had consumed a great deal of inner strength, and he had refrained from using it, opting instead for the body technique from great shift of the heavens to travel. Yet now, with his increased power, his martial arts had undergone a qualitative transformation. Especially with this lightness technique, water walking, he felt as though he could glide 100 miles without even breaking a sweat. Even flying 1,000 miles would deplete only a minuscule fraction of his inner energy. This was far swifter than any flying sword or magical artifact. Meanwhile, Bai Yuchan paced anxiously in front of the palace. After waiting for half an hour, the communication jade talisman at her waist finally trembled slightly. Her spirits lifted as she hastily retrieved an ancient-looking bronze mirror. With a deft motion of her fingers, she cast a spell, and a stream of spiritual light gently illuminated the mirror surface. Instantly, the mirror rippled like water, the light and shadows swirling and gradually coalescing into a visage of unparalleled beauty that could captivate any soul. Yet, this breathtaking countenance now bore an expression of urgency. Sanya, which sect as celestial affinity did Wu Daliang entrust to you?" Realizing something was amiss, Bai Yuchan promptly replied, "Xianshui Palace." A sigh escaped Luo Honyue's lips from within the mirror. "As I suspected, that lad is too clever. He must have sensed your ulterior motive and deliberately distanced himself." Heading to Qingxian sect. What? Bai Yuchan felt as though struck by lightning, her heart racing with shock. He actually went to Qingxian sect? A profound sense of humiliation and betrayal surged within her, shattering her emotional defenses. For him, she relinquished her own dreams, even going so far as to shower him with affection and prepare for the ultimate sacrifice, only to find herself deceived in the end. Her once serene and autumn-like eyes were now clouded with tears, a tumult of grievance and anger transforming into scalding droplets that cascaded uncontrollably down her cheeks. "Master, he has truly played me." Luo Hongyue felt a wave of helplessness. "No wonder you are overshadowed by the other saintesses. In just a few days, you have entirely invested your heart. Do not be anxious. While his sudden betrayal has disrupted our plans, it also reveals his potential. If we can win him over, any sacrifices made will be worthwhile. However, this may not be entirely negative." Bai Yuchan wiped her tears and listened intently. In 3 months, the once-in-a-millennium Longtan secret realm within the Wangyue domain is set to open, housing a treasure coveted by both righteous and demonic paths. That fellow is a person of great fortune. My celestial observation techniques will not fail me. Those blessed with great fortune often encounter significant opportunities, and he is likely to participate in the Longtan secret realm. Once you enter the Xianshui Palace, I will arrange for you to join as well. If Wu Dalan can also enter, you will inevitably cross paths. Within the secret realm, countless disciples from the demonic path will be at your service. Your task is to assist Wu Dalan in obtaining the treasure, ensuring he fully embraces you, while also aiding our path in acquiring another artifact. As for the nature of this artifact, I shall reveal it when the time is right." Bai Yuchan fell silent for a moment upon hearing this, then nodded affirmatively. "Yes." Yet, a flicker of worry crossed her face. What if he does not participate? The figure in the mirror chuckled softly. "Do not fret. Should his name not appear on the list, I will ensure he is included." Bai Yuchan's cheeks flushed, and she exhaled in relief, her grievances slowly dissipating. "Thank you, Master." In truth, what she lacked was not merely a celestial connection to a sect, but an official identity that could withstand scrutiny. Currently, Wu Dalan had already resolved this issue for her, and with the endorsement of the Demon Subjugation Palace, she could traverse freely throughout the Eastern Xia Empire. It can be said that although he deceived her, he inadvertently aided her in accomplishing